didn't mix well. Due to that, the light was very weak. However, it wasn't gray. Well, I don't need to say it to her. Kang-yoon wasn't that generous. It wasn't work, so he didn't want to overdrive his brain on vacation. Kang-yoon also lightly clapped along with Hee-yoon and enjoyed Park So-young's singing. Why do the musical notes not harmonize well? Is there a problem in the song? Or is the problem in another place? Of course, work disease couldn't be helped. Thank you for your teachings. Let's see in 2 days. Park So-young hurriedly left the academy. It was to take the bus home. Although she received a lesson and practiced right after school, but time has always been insufficient. Although she wanted to practice more, to take the bus home, she had to leave at this time. She bid farewell to the teachers and left the academy. She was waiting at the bus stop in front of the academy when a handsome man wearing a suit approached her. Mississippi Park So-young? Who is it? Park So-young was on guard against the stranger since it was in the middle of the night. As she heard that there were violent crimes against women on the rise, nowadays she even had some defense items on her. Sorry for meeting you late at night. If it isn't now, I couldn't meet Miss So-young, so I inevitably surprised you. I saw you from when you were in the academy, and I think you have talent. I'm this kind of person. The man was very smooth. He skillfully dispelled Park So-young's guard and gave her his business card. MG Entertainment Liaison Team Chief Oh Chi-sung. Park So-young received the business card and carefully looked at it. The logo of MG Entertainment came to her eyes. The high-class and clean business card mesmerized her eyes. No, why me? However, she couldn't dispel her guard completely. She knew very well that there were all sorts of strange people nowadays. I'm sorry, but I cannot believe you just from the business card. You're right. Should I show you my employee card then? The man presented her with his employee card. After she saw MG Entertainment Oh Chi-sung, she couldn't believe it anymore. Employee cards in the form of cards were made so that it was hung around one's neck. There was even a photo in the middle. Park So-young seemed to have accepted as she gave the card back. As he had earned her trust, he smoothly continued speaking. I've seen your practice in the academy. Your voice was magnificent. I think you have the talent, so I'm approaching you like this. Oh, you know the ACE? Those girls were also scouted from academies like this. Oh, really? Park So-young was becoming seduced by the man's talk. The hottest celebrities nowadays were obviously the girls of the ACE. Those two girls who transformed from dance to jazz brought with them a massive wave in street performances, university festivals, and such. Originally, we also select our trainees through the regular audition, but we also move around the liaison team to recruit talented people and make them debut. Individuals who are chosen through this have a higher chance to rise up than the trainees selected through auditions. Really? Yes, and in my opinion, you, Miss Park So-young, has that possibility. A high one at that. I'm like that. Although I can't say it with 100% certainty, it's above 70%. Small height, but an unexpected voice and a guitar to boot. If we wrap those up properly, then you will become a great star. Park So-young was subconsciously being dragged by the words of this man called Oh Chi-sung. Kang-yoon woke up late, which was rare, and he had nothing to do. He ate brunch and walked around the beach, watched TV, and slept. This was his day. So happy. However, Kang-yoon was very happy with this day. As this was the ideal vacation of a company employee, he had no regrets. There weren't any calls from the company, and there was no paperwork for him to check over. So this was heaven. This was a thankful vacation, which made him realize why resting was important. Hee-yoon said she wanted to watch Park So-young's playing and left the house after breakfast. They seemed to be getting along well, as she didn't come back that often. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon could spend the day leisurely while rolling around on the bed. Hee-yoon came back late in the afternoon. You're back. Yes, Appa. Something amazing happened. Amazing? Did something happen? When Kang-yoon sat up, Hee-yoon still looked excited. You know? So-young got scouted. Scouted? Good for her. Kang-yoon wasn't that related to this. Only a few words were enough. However, one had to listen to the end. Oh, Appa, keep listening. The place she was scouted from seems to be MG Entertainment. What? MG? Did the liaison team come all the way to Tongyeong? Wow, they're busy. However, it still wasn't that new for Kang-yoon. MG Entertainment was managing a special liaison team who traveled across all of the country looking for talent. As Lee Samsoon was such a case, there was nothing new for Kang-yoon. Appa, isn't it amazing? Someone we knew got scouted. So amazing. At Hee-yoon's words, Kang-yoon thought about the light that Park So-young showed him. Although it was an original composition, the light was feeble. He thought about whether she had some hidden talent or other elements, but he found it hard to believe it was to the point she would be scouted. However, a scout. Kang-yoon was confused. Who is it? In the end, Kang-yoon stood up. He wanted to check which employee it was. Although it wasn't his business, it was to ask him what element he bought her so high and to see if it could help him or not. Appa, wait for me. Hee-yoon followed Kang-yoon, who walked quickly even with flip-flops. Park So-young's house's door was open. Kang-yoon excused himself and entered when he saw that two men in suits were talking with Park So-young and her parents. What? 20 million won is almost equal to 17,400 US dollars. However, just as Kang-yoon came inside, a loud voice could be heard. Kang-yoon wondered what's up and hurried inside. Park So-young's father's expression was cringing while he was holding his head. He looked at the paperwork that the man in a suit gave him and looked at it again to see if his eyes were deceiving him. The amount we're providing for support is 30 million won, is almost equal to 26,000 USD. It's also an amount which would be earned back after 2 months of her debut. KChem, can I smoke for a bit? However, the paperwork wasn't wrong. 20 million won. It was in no way a small amount. The man in the suit said it was all right for him to think it over and smiled slowly. In the end, after smoking an entire cigarette, did Park So-young's father speak with difficulty. Very well. Let's make this contract. You've made the right decision. We will make Miss Park So-young a great. While looking at the conversation involving money, Kang-yoon held out his phone towards Hee-yoon. Call the police. What? Say that there's a thief, and tell them to quickly via location tracking. Say that something might happen. Hee-yoon didn't ask why. There was definitely a reason if Kang-yoon was saying this. She accepted and left straight away. Wait. Just as when Park So-young's father was about to sign, Kang-yoon stepped in. Hey, you guys. Are you really from MG Entertainment? When Kang-yoon suddenly intruded, both Park So-young's parents and the two men in suits couldn't hide their confusion. Park So-young also thought, what's this guy doing? And made an absurd expression. Especially Park So-young was looking at Kang-yoon as if she was treating Kang-yoon as a stranger, as though she completely believed in the two men. Of course we are. Excuse me, I apologize, but this is an important conversation, so if you have anything to say, please leave it for. Is that so? Kang-yoon smirked. This wasn't the leisurely smile that he always showed to others. Whether they knew it or not, the two men in suits ignored him and turned their gazes to Park So-young's parents. Park So-young also stood up and headed towards Kang-yoon. She was planning to send him outside. Then who are you and from which department? Sorry, if you came from MG, shouldn't you have a department? What the hell is he? The two men were looking at Kang-yoon with such expressions, and Park So-young came to him instead of them. Hee-yoon's brother, I'm sorry, but they're my guests. Although you're one too, but I don't think this is right. Wait. However, Kang-yoon instead stopped Park So-young. Although he wouldn't usually step in, this was different. While Kang-yoon was making a fuss with Park So-young, one of the men in suits approached him and presented him his business card. So you're Chief Oh Chi-sung of the liaison team. Yes. Is your misunderstanding solved now? The men in suits made leisurely smiles as ever. Park So-young's parents were also looking at how the situation was unfolding with Kang-yoon and the two men in suits. Oh, it's Chief Oh Chi-sung. Sorry for that. That can happen. I'm sorry, but this is an important contract, so can we talk later? Phew. Chief Oh Chi-sung. Then do you know who I am? While watching the difficult situation unfolding between Kang-yoon and the two men, Park So-young and her parents gulped. Chapter 48. Ties bring with it a fraud. 3. There was no way the men in suit would recognize Kang-yoon. No, they thought that they didn't even need to. Of course, their attitudes were polite, since in front of them were their customers. I don't know who you are and where you work, but let's talk later. I do understand that you're from the same industry, but the work with Miss So-young is important. The man in the suit was smoothly passing it over even while feeling that something was wrong. Of course, Kang-yoon realized the moment he saw the business card. A scammer. The business card was very well made. At a glance, the logo, the company telephone, and even the position looked very well to the point that anyone would be fooled. However, there was no way that Kang-yoon wouldn't know the business cards that the liaison team carried with them. Moreover, this man called Oh Chi-sung said he didn't know Kang-yoon. Someone who doesn't know Kang-yoon within the company? Where was a person who didn't even know the planning team leader in MG Entertainment? There was no way he wouldn't be suspicious. When the man in the suit saw that Kang-yoon would interfere, even despite that, he gave out a threat. I don't know who you are, but I'm making a contract which would decide Miss Park So-young's future. It's difficult for me if you keep interfering like this. Kang-yoon burst out laughing since a scammer was like that in front of the real deal. Any more politeness would be impossible. Yeah, you would be, since you can't do a scam. How dare you steal the tears of a pure student? Huh. President, it's difficult for us if you keep doing that. What do you mean a scam to a person who came for a contract? Just where is it a scam? The man in the suit got angry. He was getting tired of Kang-yoon interfering and couldn't endure anymore. The expressions of the two men in suits turned fierce, but Kang-yoon didn't lose out at all. No, he was even more firm. Excuse me, customer, if you keep interfering like this. When Park So-young's father saw that the situation wasn't going in a good direction, he tried to stop Kang-yoon. Then, Kang-yoon quietly took something out of his pocket and handed it to Park So-young. Park So-young received it thinking, what is this? And her eyes widened. MG Entertainment Planning and Management Team. Leader, Lee Kang-yoon. Eek. This was completely different to the business card she received yesterday. Just the materials differed to the men in suits business card. Moreover, Kang-yoon took something else out and gave it to Park So-young. It was the employee card used for entering and exiting the company building. Kang-yoon's face was right in the middle of it, and as it said, Planning and Management Team Leader, she couldn't not believe it. One of the most important principles when MG Entertainment scouts for talent outside is to never request money from the trainees. However, to say you want 20 million won since you would invest 30 million. What the fuck are you doing? The two men in suits looked at each other. They never knew that a real MG person would be here. Moreover, this guy wasn't some manager on the scene, but the real thing. The two's leisurely attitude disappeared. You fuckers. Then you didn't plan to make my dear So-young a star, but for money? Eek. After realizing the situation, Park So-young's father picked up the bat on his side and started swinging it violently. At his threat, the two men hurriedly started running towards the door. Kang-yoon lightly tackled their legs as they were running past him. With a loud crash, the two men fell, but they stood up instantly and ran away without even wearing their shoes. You fuckers. Park So-young's father didn't even look back and chased after them, but they were fast. In the end, he lost them. Damn it, spit. Fuckers. He violently spat on the ground. He felt like his anger had died down a little along with the spit. He finally saw Kang-yoon, who stopped the accident. Customer, thank you. No. Did you say you were a team leader? Thank you very much. Thank you. He held Kang-yoon's hand and didn't let go. It was Kang-yoon who was instead embarrassed. Not at all. Those bastards should be driven away from this industry. It's good that nothing bad happened. Oh, not at all. To think that I received such grace. I'll forego your fees for your lodging. No, I will treat you grandly. So-young, get some beef from the fridge. You don't have to do that. Kang-yoon said all right, but Park So-young's father was very passionate. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon could taste the passionate personalities of those living in Tongyeong. Unclee. As always, Jua slammed the door to the chairman's office open and entered with a strong presence. You're as ever. Hello. Chairman Won Jin-moon was in the middle of talking with Min Jin-seo. Min Jin-seo stood up and politely greeted Jua, who she hadn't seen for a while. You, Jin-seo? Wow. I heard you made your debut. You really seem different. Not as good as you. Don't be so humble. Jin-seo is here. Does that mean it's you in charge of her? When Jua's stunned gaze headed towards Chairman Won Jin-moon, he nodded his head. Then, Jua spoke with shocked eyes. Amazing. Chairman doesn't take anyone. Jin-seo, you've grown up. Not at all. What do you mean, not at all? I heard a little, but wasn't the drama a big hit? It had over 30% of viewer ratings. I heard you were hot nowadays. What do you mean? Hot? What? It's the truth. Totally different to the humble Min Jin-seo, Jua was very boastful about her popularity. They were two different people. Jua, what are you doing in Korea? You were supposed to be recording with the Japanese producer this time. I heard the recording was there too. We finished the recording, but I have a bad feeling about it. Jua started speaking what she was thinking about to Chairman Won Jin-moon. We finished recording and even finished preparing, but something's weighing on my mind. I just need to release the album, but I don't like it the more I listen to it. So, in the end, I fought with the PD and came here. So that's why there was a call yesterday. They told you already? Japanese are so narrow-minded. Anyway, where's Kang-yoon Appa? The main point was this. Lee Kang-yoon. The aim Jua had for coming to Korea was him. Team leader Lee? He's on vacation, why? I knew it. His phone was turned off too. I'm planning to ask Kang-yoon Appa if I can release this or not. Hey, the planner on that side won't like that. What's wrong with that? It's his fault for not making me trust him. Chairman Won Jin-moon heaved a deep sigh. After Jua worked with Kang-yoon, she compared most planners with Kang-yoon. This wasn't a good phenomenon. It was definite that the Japanese side wouldn't like this. Excuse me. Sionbi Nim. Then you came here to work with Sir? Sir? Oh, you mean Kang-yoon Appa? Appa. Min Jin-seo's voice became strange. Whether she knew it or not, Jua kept speaking. Of course, or else. How would I have come here despite my busy schedule? Uncle, when does Kang-yoon Appa's vacation end? Tomorrow. TCH, I should wait then. While looking at the grumbling Jua, Min Jin-seo's lips strangely curved upwards. You. I think my stomach is still full. At the night beef party, Kang-yoon's stomach was swollen. However, as the beef that Park So-young's father grilled was very delicious, he overate and overate. Even in the morning, his stomach was full. You. You're up? You. Hee-yoon headed towards the toilet with her hair crumpled. As she didn't come out for a long time, it was clear that she was suffering in there. Kang-yoon went outside. However, Park So-young was waiting for him outside. Did you have a nice sleep? Hello, sleep well. Yes. I was waiting. For me. Did she have something to say? Kang-yoon sat on a rock while questioning. Thank you for stopping us yesterday. I think I was a bit off that time. I received full appreciation from your father. Kang-yoon tapped his stomach. Park So-young laughed when she heard that. I was scared of you even though you were Hee-yoon's brother. But you're interesting. Really? Some other kids say that too. Really? Well, you're the planning team leader, so that's reasonable. Appa's position, you have to make singers' albums and such, right? Correct. Wow. I've met an amazing person. It wasn't easy for Park So-young to meet someone like Kang-yoon. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Kang-yoon started walking on the beach, and she followed. I wanted to ask yesterday, but couldn't. How was my song? Song? Oh, you mean when you played the guitar? She seemed to be embarrassed and couldn't speak anymore. To request another person for evaluation was something difficult. Was it easy to be devastated by another person? You were good. I want you to be honest. I'm also an aspirant of this path. Kang-yoon thought for a moment. Should he evaluate or not? Should he bury it under some praises or not? Various thoughts flashed by in his mind. She's Hee-yoon's friend. And resolved. You were a composer aspirant, right? Yes. Your original composition needs some polishing. I feel that the intro had a weak impact. It feels like just running water. Kang-yoon thought back to the musical notes he saw that day. The brightness of the notes was neither strong nor weak. If it were strong, then it would have been bright and should have given a positive effect on the light. Also, the guitar and the voice, it felt like these two didn't mix well. A bit like the melody and the chord don't match, I think. It felt a bit off. If you match those, then I think a good song may be created. Although I might not be a big help since I'm not that related to composing, I wish it could help you. Park So-young opened a memo on her phone and recorded Kang-yoon's words. She didn't want to miss out a single word and asked again and again to repeat. Even Kang-yoon was surprised. After writing all of Kang-yoon's words down, Park So-young started walking again. Thank you. If I become well, team leader. Oh, can I call you that? You're Hee-yoon's friend, so just call me Appa. Yes, Appa. Although there was a little desire behind that, Park So-young complied. If I do well, then I will repay you all back. This isn't much though. I can go to MG Entertainment, right? Okay, come. I will treat you. No, I will become big and treat you. The two exchanged phone numbers. Kang-yoon liked the fact that Park So-young was Hee-yoon's friend, and to Park So-young, Kang-yoon was her savior. The two did have something in common. Soon, they went to the beach and came back to the lodging. Now they needed to head home. They had to stop by the hospital for dialysis, so Kang-yoon hurried up. Thank you. Please come back again. See you later. Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon left the lodging while receiving the farewells from Park So-young's family. They were heading towards a hospital in Tongyeong. Kang-yoon looked up beforehand for the dialysis when Hee-yoon checked her phone and spoke. Appa, So-young says, let's meet in Seoul next year. Good. This meant that she would go to a university in Seoul. Kang-yoon smiled, thinking that Park So-young's resolve was excellent. After the vacation, Kang-yoon got through the hell train and went to work. The employees seemed to be curious when Kang-yoon came back after a while, as Kang-yoon was even more curious as to why they were greeting him with so much vigor. When he went up to his office, his desk was clean. So there isn't any concert teamwork yet. After the director's meeting last time, it seemed the concert teamwork hasn't included in his work anymore. After the work with the ACE, there wasn't any work with the concert team for 2 months, so Kang-yoon thought it was weird. However, as he had no work, he was also happy. As soon as his work time came, the trainers brought him the reports. They were the reports on the girl group project. They went on vacation, and now they're back to practice. Now I should start on their conversation techniques and foreign languages. Although it wasn't like that now, in 3 to 4 years, China would become a huge market. Kang-yoon prepared for that and made them learn Chinese as compulsory. Of course, the girls were screaming saying that the 4 tones or whatever were extremely difficult. When he checked over all of them, it was over 11 o'clock. He craved for coffee and was about to stand up when the door slammed open. Kang-yoon Appa. With that, an amazing personnel intruded. It was Jua with a lively smile. Kang-yoon was stunned and dropped the paper cup on the floor. Hey, I was frightened. Hee hee. I'm here. You're delighted, right? Right. Not at all. What the hell? At Kang-yoon's not so big reaction, Jua seemed disappointed as she cringed. At her honest reaction, Kang-yoon just smiled. So knock next time, knock. Oh, whatever. I understand. To Jua, who didn't like instant coffee, Kang-yoon gave her green tea. Jua grumbled, saying she only drank green tea from tea leaves, but there was no way it would work on Kang-yoon. Drink what you get. Why is the customer service like this here? If you don't want it, then leave. Reflect. However, Jua was strong. She lightly passed over Kang-yoon's urging and even attacked back. She was a strong enemy amongst strong enemies. After a childish prank, Jua started talking about the main reason she came here today. I will release a mini album in Japan this time, but I'm a bit unsettled. Then talk to the planner on that side. But I can't seem to get through to that planner. I find the song strange no matter how I listen to it, but that guy says it's alright. I'm not assured about this, so to ask you, I came here with that song. Is that person from a cooperating company? He is. He's called Akabashi Tao, and this guy's so self-asserting and doesn't listen to my opinion. Although his works were good in the past, nowadays they're just SOSO. I don't know if his sense is dulled or something. Jua insulted that planner for a long time. The grumbling kept on as she had a lot piled up in her heart. Kang-yoon didn't cut her off and kept listening to her. Huh. It's annoying. No. Wonder you find it so annoying. So, in the end, you find that planner unreliable, right? Yeah. I sure get my words through to you, Appa. Jua felt her heart at ease. Although it was a trivial conversation, she felt like the feeling she had when the Japan project was taking place was coming alive again. A feeling that something was there to support her, a good feeling that she would do well in whatever she does. I'll take a look. I knew it. However, even if there's a problem, it's a different problem to edit it. It's rude to the producer on that side, and we have to ask the cooperating company too, and we might have to change the release schedule as well. Moreover, I'm not the person in charge of your album right now. You know that, right? Okay, so listen to it first. She didn't seem to like complicated things, as she was very forceful. She looked exactly like a little sister who asked her brother to do everything for her. And here, she was so picky the first time he worked with her, and now, she was saying, "You're the only one." Kang-yoon only smiled. Okay, let's go. Yay. When Kang-yoon agreed and stood up, Jua also became delighted and followed him out. Like that, the two headed towards the underground studio. Chapter 49. Making It Work 1. After loading the setting named Jua onto the digital mixer, Kang-yoon made Jua enter the booth. Shall we start immediately? Is your throat all right? I'm all warmed up. I'm at my best right now. Jua's voice was all tensed up as though she was itching to start. When Kang-yoon saw that she was overflowing with energy, he quickly finished the detailed settings and played the recording. When Jua's song started flowing out with the melody, a white note flowed out to make white light. It's not bad. What's wrong with it? Kang-yoon was confused. The song he was listening to right now was the song she said was a bit off. He thought that the light but rhythmical title song was suitable for the latest trend, and the color of the musical notes was constant, so it was very suitable. However, the problem started on the chorus of the second verse. Chaorifonts te. Surahinshite equals repeat. This was a part where the chord became higher to heighten the atmosphere along with the change in the lyrics. However, the yellow musical note that came out was slightly off. When that note was added to the light, the white light became a little dimmer. It was a small change. So this is why she said it was strange. Kang-yoon focused more. Music was originally very delicate. That delicateness may become the reason to be rejected by the populace. Kang-yoon concentrated on Jua's singing, fearing that he may miss a single thing out. A minute later, Jua finished singing the title song, Bluebird's Song, and exited the booth. She still didn't seem to like this song as she asked Kang-yoon with a face full of complaint. How was the song? Slightly strange, I guess. Slightly strange. Where? Jua wanted him to say, I don't like it either, but Kang-yoon's answer was a bit different to what she wanted. Jua's eyes cringed a little. Whether he knew that or not, Kang-yoon sat down in front of the big studio mixer and started saying his thoughts. It's a good song, but when the tone changes in the second verse, that bit is slightly strange. Was it like that in your ears? Then should I ask him to leave that part out? Then the song doesn't come alive. I think the highlight of it is the complete change in the atmosphere. He didn't feel that Jua's song was lacking. In Kang-yoon's ears, Jua's singing skills had no flaw. However, it was a little mismatching with this title song. The time when the tone changes and when it gradually rose, the feeling didn't come alive, and the dimming light was proof of that. The people's expectations become higher as the tone becomes higher. If it's like this, they will only be disappointed. Is the problem in the melody? Or what is the problem? Although he knew the feeling, as he didn't know practical music theory, Kang-yoon also agonized. He wanted to give the right advice at moments like these. Kang-yoon felt the dire need of music theory. While Kang-yoon was thinking such things, Jua dragged a chair and approached Kang-yoon. So, you will do this for me, right, Appa? No. Why? At Kang-yoon's firm rejection, Jua became angry in frustration. As Kang-yoon knew that, she was trying to drag him in, he was very firm. It's not my work. Really? Were we so distant to the point that we bounced each other back? Work is work. It's not even a work assigned to me. I don't have a reason to do it. Why are you being so childish? I don't know anything. Just help me, please. Jua was very forward. Although nothing wouldn't work with her being stubborn when inside the company, to Kang-yoon it only happened across the river. I said to you last time, your planner is in Japan. If you want my help, then you must officially ask for permission from that person. Just this was very rude as well. Also, I have my own work as well. I will take care of that. I'm the boss around here. You were a delinquent? Delinquent, or whatever. I just need you, okay? Kang-yoon had nothing to say to Jua, who was even asking him while holding his hand with both her hands. However, no was no. He had to start with the work with the concert team. Now that the work with the ACE was finished, and he slowly had to start working on the girl group's debut as well. He couldn't be held up by Jua all the time. At that moment, when Jua was holding Kang-yoon's hand, the door quietly opened. However, the person was completely unrelated to the studio. Jua-oni. Jin Seo. Jua didn't seem to be embarrassed at all even with Min Jin Seo in front of her as she didn't let go of Kang-yoon's hand. However, such a scene was completely differently. Taken by Min Jin Seo. It was just the two of you here? Oh, it was to listen to the song. What are you doing here, Jin Seo? Hello, sir. Min Jin Seo's eyes seemed a little strange. She ignored Jua and turned her gaze towards Kang-yoon straight away. Kang-yoon lightly shook Jua's hands off and greeted Min Jin Seo. Jin Seo, how were you doing? I was doing well. Although I'm a little busy, I'm still fine. It's good that you're doing well. Do you have any business here? It's just... At Kang-yoon's question, Min Jin Seo only vaguely muttered. When she did, Jua's eyes flashed strangely. Look at that giggle. Seeing Min Jin Seo so helpless in front of Kang-yoon, the quick-witted Jua noticed Min Jin Seo's feelings right away. Just from a glance, she could tell that she was a girl in love. When an interesting spectacle appeared, she could even forgive Kang-yoon ignoring her. No, she was about to burst in laughter. Appa, I will go rest a bit. Let's end it here. No, never. Stay here. I'm going to my office. No, just 1 hour, please. Jua asked Kang-yoon again and acquired a little bit of time. Then she left the studio with Min Jin-seo with arms around each other's shoulders. When were they so close to each other? Kang-yoon was slightly worried that the picky Jua might bully the kind Min Jin-seo. However, he soon started controlling the machine and listened to Jua's recorded song. Jin-seo, do you like Kang-yoon oppa? In the empty rest area, Jua giggled. Min Jin-seo widened her eyes as she was shocked by her words. Jua was only trying to poke her lightly, but her expression became strange after she saw Min Jin-seo's reaction. Huh? This girl for real? Stop there. STO. Well, Kang-yoon oppa is cool alright. He's tall, has long legs, has wide shoulders, has the skills. Oh, just the age is a problem. Something like that doesn't matter. Now that she was found out, anything went. Min Jin-seo was angry that Jua was taking lightly of her feelings, so she looked at her with a serious expression. Hey, don't be so scary. I'm your senior here, you know. However, Min Jin-seo didn't back down at all. The effect of being found out was very big. When a light joke came back heavily, Jua also seemed to find it absurd as she snorted and looked back at her. You are quite cocky, aren't ya? Min Jin-seo didn't back down even though the person she was facing was a big Seonbi of hers. Her eyes instead tensed. The two had a staring competition for a moment. Then, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Jua burst out laughing. While Min Jin-seo tilted her head as she didn't understand, Jua walked a big step towards her. Yeah. If you want to become the top, then you must have at least that amount of personality. I thought you were a pushover girl. Good. Kang-yoon oppa's eyes are quite scary too. He didn't just choose a pushover girl. I never knew there would be anyone in this company who would come at me up front. Well, I'm sorry if I was rude. It was just lightly provoking you, but I didn't know it was for real. Well, it's just youth. Jua and Min Jin-seo are 3 years apart. I'm not playing around. Okay. I get it already. I understand you. I will keep this to myself, so don't worry about it. Even so, be careful. This area is where a lot of rumors go to and forth. You know that, right? Yes. Thank you for the advice. What would happen if a rising star had a scandalous element? That would become a big bomb. Jua also didn't want that. Of course, they could wrap it up as admiration, but media was where small things became puffed up and were the voice of the populace. This uni will go back to recording. Also, don't worry. I will only like someone much better than Kang-yoon oppa. Time will solve everything. Jua said her point, then left the resting area. You're right. Time will solve everything. Looking at Jua's back, Min Jin-seo quietly muttered. Today his work was a personal interview with Christian. Before practice, Kang-yoon called Christy into his office. After bringing out a cup of coffee for her, Kang-yoon started the interview while looking at the papers that the trainers gave him. Your dance is becoming better. You're singing too. Is there any other problem? None. Christy was very stiff. No, she only spoke what was necessary. Kang-yoon found it difficult to have an interview with this uninteresting girl. Along with A. Lee-young, who was always depressed whenever she came up, she was one of the top 2 who he had difficulties in having an interview with. Are you getting along well with Hanyu? Yes. Well, Hanyu isn't picky. If you exclude that she cleans up too often, then it's all right. Today's interview was no different from usual. As there was nothing to notify them, Kang-yoon only checked the necessary things and ended the interview. Then may I leave? You may. Then, just as when Christy was about to stand up after the interview, the shut door slammed open. It was Jua. I said to knock you. Appa, that's not the problem right now. However, Jua cut off his words and spoke her point. What is it? I was given permission. The permission. What permission? The song. You said the title song was strange last time. That one. Oh, really? Kang-yoon looked very uninterested. She initially said that 2 songs were strange, but he had only listened to the title song and didn't even listen to the others. He had just lightly listened to it, but Jua was all over the place with it. Yes, it's good. Now you need to come too, Appa. Why me? The composer will come later. You said that I needed to ask for permission from the producer on the Japanese side, and the composer as well, right? I did all of them. Kang-yoon was honestly stunned. What was this? Kang-yoon was in disbelief, so he called Chairman Won Jin-moon, who was in charge of Jua. Jua is right. I'm sorry, but please take care of her. Chairman, how could you do this? I'm sorry, but I will make it up to you with money this time. Kang-yoon had nothing to say. Money. He couldn't say anything now that Chairman Won Jin-moon stated that he would give him a bonus. In other words, this also meant that this work would be evaluated for the special bonus, and he had to take up this work officially. Fufu, please take care of me. Kang-yoon lost his words at Jua, who was dragging him in. ****. Even Christiane, who watched the situation, opened her mouth wide in shock after seeing Jua's aggressiveness. President Lee Hyun-ji was annoyed from the bottom of her heart. Kang-yoon was necessary for the concert team to start its work, but Jua had fished him away. So she went to the chairman's office in anger. ****. I'm sorry. However, Chairman Won Jin-moon started off by apologizing. As Chairman Won Jin-moon rarely apologized, President Lee Hyun-ji was very confused about this. Don't you know that Jua's mini-album, this time, is very important? So, we left it to a well-known Japanese planner, but he couldn't earn Jua's trust, so this isn't good. Even so, how can you take team leader Lee away? We already have stopped the concert team's work for 3 months, and now the achievements we piled up are about to become useless. Even so, shouldn't we protect the immediate cash cow? Please take a step back this time. It won't take long. Chairman. Now that Chairman Won Jin-moon was firm in his decisions, President Lee Hyun-ji couldn't say anything. With his words, the work with the concert team ended up being delayed. She couldn't even show him the documents she brought and had to leave the chairman's office. If we keep doing this, this will be taken by another company. This is huge work so that the competition won't be small. In her hands was a document titled Lee Min-soo's 25-year anniversary concert. In fact, Kang-yoon didn't like being dragged around like this. Although he knew that it was inevitable as an employee, he denied being pushed around here and there. Jua. What is it? She seemed to be delighted to work with Kang-yoon again. However, Kang-yoon's words were bitter to Jua. I will overlook it this time, but don't do this next time. TCH, so expensive Okay, I'm sorry. Jua pouted. No one within MG Entertainment treated her like this. At most, it was just Chairman Won Jin-moon. However, another person was added to the mix. As she had a good synergy with Kang-yoon, she could only be obedient. Good, that's that. Let's go. Good. This is why I like you, Appa. She seemed to have a good impression of Kang-yoon, who was very clear-cut, as she even locked arms with him and headed to the studio. Inside the studio was a man with stuffy hair and the other employees waiting for the two of them. I am Kita. Katawa Shu. Shunji. You can speak Korean? This man was the composer. Kang-yoon was surprised at this man who introduced himself in poor Korean. He made a smile and spoke. I'm Jua's fan. You can speak in Japanese. You know how to speak Japanese? If it's just simple communication. I'm Lee Kang-yoon. He seemed to be surprised at Kang-yoon as he looked at him with an honestly surprised expression. However, that was just for a brief time. He eventually looked towards Jua and smiled. Shunji-san. Jua-san. The two seemed to have become close while working together, as they even grabbed each other's hands. As composer Katawa Shunji was only biting his thumb while he was waiting with the employees were all stunned. After a brief tea time with the introductions ended, they went into talking about the song. So, you mean you want to change the second verse? Yes. How should I say this? It feels a little off. Sob. Composer Katawa Shunji went into depression mode after getting hit by Jua's straight shot. Kang-yoon softened the words down. It's not that we hate it. We just want you to change it. We want some change in the part where the chord changes, like adding instruments, for example. You don't hate it? Yes. Kang-yoon inwardly laughed, thinking, are all Japanese composers like this? He felt like he was confronting a little child. At that moment, composer Shunji controlled the 48-channel mixer, which Kang-yoon had difficulties controlling, and connected it to his laptop and finished the setting instantly. While Kang-yoon was blinking in surprise, composer Shunji smoothly spoke. Okay, let's do this. His childish side instantly disappeared, and he transformed into a composer. The change was instant. Whether it was Kang-yoon, Jua, or the employees, they only blinked their eyes several times, stunned. Are the Japanese all eccentric like that? The both unknowingly thought together. Jua entered the booth, and the song started to see which part there was a problem with. At the same time the song started, Kang-yoon could see lights along with the musical notes. I think the first verse is fine. There was no problem with the first verse as it had strong light. However, the problem was the second verse. The chorus where the chord changes. The problem started. It's dimming. The shape of the musical note became strange, and the light also dimmed. The white light dimmed, and even gray-colored light could be seen from time to time. Kang-yoon thought this was no good and turned his gaze to composer Shunji. The small eyes behind his thick glasses looked sharp. The song ended, and Jua came out of the booth. How was it? Jua immediately asked. Is this strange? However, the composer said something entirely different. Jua panicked. In the second verse where the key changes, the feeling changes too much. I feel the latter parts are getting ruined. That's strange. It sounds all right for me, though. Jua thought it was absurd. She kept appealing her thoughts, but composer Shunji only tilted his head. Well, the composer should have given the song since he thought it was 100% complete. Kang-yoon thought from the composer's view. There was no way they would give out what they thought was unfinished. Seeing that Jua and composer Shunji were going at each other, Kang-yoon thought up of a solution. First, let's try everything. First, let's keep the original and edit on a copy. The feelings of the singer who sings it is important as well. Right. Jua's feelings were particularly important. Jua couldn't understand this character called Shunji. However, she didn't show it on the surface. This was a scene where prose worked. What number sound does this part have? The sounds are. They decided to substitute each and every sound in the computer. They changed the accompaniment, changed the melody, and they even planned to start from scratch if even that didn't work. There was no way they could give out a song with gray light. After composer Shunji finished the work, Jua entered the booth again. Let's start. With Kang-yoon's words, the song started again with the edited version. Chapter 50. Making it work, too. While the accompaniment changed, and the effector changed, Jua kept repeating the same phrase. Although it was the same phrase, she tilted her head when she discovered that the feeling she had gradually changed. Appa, my voice is echoing too much. Is there too much echo? Kang-yoon immediately requested composer Shunji to change the effector. He seemed to have the same mind as Kang-yoon as composer Shunji worked on the machine immediately. After touching it, Jua sung the same phrase again. However, Jua still tapped on her microphone and expressed her complaint. It's strange. It's too sharp. What about the melody? I'm not sure about the melody, but right now, I don't feel it's that good. Jua expressed her complaint, seemingly dissatisfied with the sounds. The continuous drain on her stamina due to the recording also played a role. It was the same with Kang-yoon or composer Shunji. However, no one expressed their fatigue until they became satisfied. The light of the musical note slightly changes. It's getting affected by which sound effect is added. The sound effect right now was a mix of an organ and a piano. They weren't just recording. Composing, to be exact, arranging, was the word. Composer Shunji wanted to give her a song that matched her, as he was a fan of her, and Jua wanted a proper song. The two's synergy was good, but Kang-yoon judged that the efficiency wouldn't be good like this. This won't do. Let's rest for a bit. In the end, Kang-yoon declared rest. Kang-yoon signaled Jua inside the booth to come out. So tired. Jua laid on the sofa as soon as she came out. As her top was quite short, her thin waist was exposed. Composer Shunji widened his eyes in shock, but Kang-yoon seemed to be used to it, as he just asked composer Shunji what he wanted for dinner. Is there anything you want to eat? Is it dinner time? Do you like sushi? Or Korean food? This is Korea, so I should eat Korean food. What was it? Something similar to natto. Korean doenjang jjigae. Composer Shunji wanted this. Kang-yoon called for delivery right away. Jua grumbled, saying why he didn't ask her, but Kang-yoon completely ignored her. It was a small revenge for getting him caught up in this. Not long after that, doenjang jjigae, kimchi jjigae, and sundubu jjigae were delivered. It seemed the sundubu jjigae and the doenjang jjigae had no salt added to it, as there was salt on the side. I really should acknowledge your senses. Jua praised Kang-yoon while putting a little salt into the sundubu jjigae, and composer Shunji also started eating the doenjang jjigae after putting some salt in. He kept shouting sugoi, seemingly surprised at Kang-yoon's consideration. After the meal, Kang-yoon had some rest time. As he had a headache, Kang-yoon headed to the rooftop. He craved for a smoke, which was rare. Recently, I seem to have started smoking a lot. Kang-yoon scattered the smoke into the air. He never smoked more than one per day. If he smoked two, then he would ruin the day due to a headache. Even so, he didn't know the reason why he had to smoke. At least once a day. Maybe, he just liked to be absorbed in thinking while smoking. Musical notes. Kang-yoon organized his thoughts. Today, most of the musical notes coming out from Jua were very consistent. However, the light from the musical note was the problem. They changed the sounds countless times and tried adding effects onto Jua's voice using the mixer, but they couldn't stop the gray light after the musical notes combined. Should we just throw away the key change? However, Kang-yoon shook his head. It was a good idea to change the mood. It was too good to throw this new approach away. While he was thinking on the rooftop, he could feel a presence behind him. It was Christian, team leader. Huh? Weren't you supposed to practice right now? Today it ends early. Christian replied with a short answer. Like when they had an interview, Kristen was as stiff as always. Kang-yoon finally remembered that today, there was no group practice, but private practice. Oh, that's right. Today your private practices ended early. Yes. Well done. Then see you next time. Kang-yoon was about to leave the rooftop when Christian grabbed him. Team leader. For Kang-yoon, this was unexpected. This was the first time Christian had called him first. Do you have anything to say? I am curious about something. She seemed to hesitate before she said her business. Are you perhaps going to do Juaseon Nim's album? Right now? Yes. If it doesn't bother you, can I watch it? This was unexpected for Kang-yoon. Christian had never requested something until now. May I ask you for a reason? At Kang-yoon's question, Christian showed an entirely different expression from until now. She twisted both her hands and even blushed. I like. What was that? Admire Seon Nim. Kang-yoon thought this was absurd. Watching because of admiration? Hearing this reason, Kang-yoon was dumbfounded. Then, Christian waved her hands in shock. It's not like that. Juaseon Nim shows a good figure as a singer, so if I see her work, I might learn something from her. The panicking Christian was very interesting. Now that he thought about it, she tried to hide when Jua abruptly came in last time when he had an interview with her. In the end, Kang-yoon ended up chuckling. Chuckle started. When Kang-yoon started laughing, she drooped her head. As there was nothing bad about it, Kang-yoon allowed it. Okay, so you want to watch us working, right? Since it might help you, right? Yes. Kang-yoon gave her an excuse. The typically chic Christian was all but gone. She had only become an obedient lamb. But we're working right now. Will you be all right? That girl's picky when working. Yes, I'm all right. Let's go then. Did you have dinner? I don't need one. That's no good. Kang-yoon went to the rest area with Christy and bought her bread and a drink. Christy finished the food in less than 5 minutes and lightly urged Kang-yoon to go quickly. Kang-yoon lightly smiled looking at the excited Christian. To think I'll get to watch Juaseon Nim working. Jua was a target of admiration, envy, jealousy, and learning. Just thinking that she would watch such a person working, Christian was excited. With such a mind, she widely opened the door to the studio. However, what's this smell? The savory smell of food inside the studio welcomed Christian. At the completely unexpected smell attack, she subconsciously blocked her nose. Appa, what kind of smoke after a meal takes 1 hour? It hasn't even been 30 minutes. Shut up. If I say it's 1 hour, then it's 1 hour. Because of a single smoke, Kang-yoon started fighting with Jua. To Christian, such a figure was shocking itself. The light makeup and the slightly tight training clothes made Jua shiny, but the fact that she was fighting with Kang-yoon over a smoke looked a little cheap. Your junior's here. Stop doing that. Where? Oh, you're right. However, Jua didn't mind Christian that much. Christian bowed down 90 degrees, even though Jua pretended not to see her. Good evening, Seon Nim. Yeah. Jua lightly accepted her greeting. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and prepared a seat next to the mixer, where the booth could be seen, for Christian. Sit here. She's sensitive during work. So don't interfere. Yes. Christian didn't mind Jua's cold reactions. She knew that Jua was originally cold towards her juniors. No. Instead, her eyes shined even brighter. So cool. Instead, she was delighted saying that she was cool. Jua went inside the booth again, and the recording restarted. There were many sounds they hadn't tried yet. While composer Shunji was controlling the machine, Jua's song started reverberating across the studio. The song's good. Christy and's eyes shined. The normal, expressionless figure of her was all but gone. She was getting absorbed into Jua singing with her headphones on. Appa, how is it? I think it's better than the previous one, but this is also no good. As he had to look for small changes in the musical notes, Kang-yoon also became sensitive. However, it couldn't be helped. Composer Shunji also became exhausted with the continuous work, but he still kept up on the journey to make a good song. In the end, they ran out of the effects they prepared. This is it. There are no more. What? Hearing the declaration that they had used up all the countless effects, Kang-yoon ended up sighing. Jua also sat there inside the booth absent-mindedly. In the end, does that mean this isn't it? Kang-yoon pondered. Then where is the answer? If it isn't the sound effects, then it's the melody. At that moment, a thought flashed in Kang-yoon's head. Although it was a very idiotic method, he could find the answer. However, the process was harrowing. I'm sorry, but can we change the melody? It is like this and this. Composer Shunji made Kang-yoon listen to a few digital pianos through the computer. Jua's song's sounds had changed. Will this work? Too much time had passed. The persistent Jua was also not looking good due to exhaustion. Kang-yoon grabbed her hand and pulled her up and patted her shoulders. Let's just do a little more. If it doesn't work, oh fuck, then we'll start from scratch. You said no last time. There must be a problem if even after all this it doesn't work. I will try to make it happen. Yes. Of course, this was a white lie. However, Jua earned energy from Kang-yoon's words and entered the booth. The changed sound effects along with the melody flowed out, and Jua also tapped the rhythm before starting to sing. Chaori fanch te. Surahinshite equals repeat. Kang-yoon exclaimed in delight looking at the consistent musical notes and the bright white light. Composer Shunji also lightly nodded after listening to the song. It was his style, albeit a little feminine. Juauni's so cool. Team leader 2. Christiane, who hadn't left after all this time, also sent out gazes of admiration with her tired eyes. This is it, right? Composer Shunji seemed to agree with Kang-yoon's words as he nodded. Then I'll flesh out the song until the day after tomorrow and bring the song back. Please. The time right now is... Whoa. Composer Shunji looked at the clock and exclaimed. It was already going past 4 o'clock in the morning. They didn't even watch the time due to focusing so much. Jua also exclaimed as if being refreshed while coming out of the booth. Ah, the end, the end, the end. The end. Thanks for your hard work. As if shaking off all the hard progress, Jua bowed down towards Kang-yoon and composer Shunji. Well done. Appa, thanks so much. As payment, I'll forget the fact that you went to those girls last time. What are you saying? When Jua looked at her grudgingly, Christiane was scared out of her wits. She thought whether they were really that important. However, whether Kang-yoon knew that or not, he just kept speaking. Look at you talking about those kids. Today it's a late night, so go rest. Yeah. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your work too, composer. Thank you for the work. Anyway, the work ended safely. Christy. Hey, Christy. Asterisk slurp asterisk. When she opened her eyes, her English teacher was in front of her. Besides her, young Mina was giggling. No matter how you're a trainee, I said no to sleeping at school. I'd rather you do something else. Go stand in the corridor. Yes. Christiane was driven out to the corridor after she was hit by the English teacher's scary gaze. You can't even have a conversation in English. Although she was chased out due to dozing off, her lips were pouting. Insulting the teacher was a bonus. In fact, there was also the reason that it was useless to listen to the class. With an absent-minded gaze, she thought back to yesterday. Juaseon Binim was so cool. She sang the same song so many times while saying the feeling was wrong. Until she was satisfied. Her eyes glistened thinking about the figure of a musician. She wasn't at all sleepy yesterday. Of course, the person in question, Jua, felt like dying. But as she had a halo in Christiane's eyes, there was no way she would look like that. I also want to be like that. Others would listen to the song she recorded, under the brightly lit stage where dry ice would be scattered and receiving the cheers of the people. Just thinking about it made her shiver. Ah, so good. Are you thinking about your boyfriend or something? However, suddenly, the door opened, and she could hear a familiar voice. What, it's you? Yes, it's me. It was her colleague and friend at school, young Mina. She also seemed to have dozed off as her forehead was red. You dozed off? How can you listen to such a boring class? True, true. When Christine asked while looking at the mark on her forehead, young Mina nonchalantly replied. Christine agreed right away. The English teacher's class was known for being a sleeping drug. So you were at where Juasianbi was recording? Yeah. They worked until 4 in the morning. They said it wasn't a recording but editing. But well, I don't know what's what. You should have taken me if there was such a good thing. Only you gotta watch something good. Young Mina cringed as if disappointed. However, Christine nonchalantly replied, seemingly not interested. Good things are only interesting when watching alone. You only learn the bad stuff. Don't use my stomach as a pillow from now. Did I ever ask you for permission? Oh ho. While the two's voice was starting to get louder, a scary voice erupted from the classroom. You girls. You're even chatting in the corridor. At the scary shout, the two became quiet and eventually started whispering. It's because of you. What are you saying? It's because your voice was loud. Young Mina and Christine's verbal fight continued until the class ended. Although the promise was that he would bring the finished song 3 days after their work, composer Shunji came to MG Entertainment with the finished song the next night. Thanks to that, whether it was Kang-yoon, who was about to leave, and Jua, who was at the dorms, had to hurry to the company. Should I have come tomorrow? Not at all. It's good to do it early. While setting up in the studio, Kang-yoon waved his hands saying it was all right. When Jua arrived, the three had to listen to the song. The melody is good. Although, I have to sing to be sure. Let's do it right now. Jua entered the booth right away and put on the headset. As her hair became a mess after taking off the beanie, she didn't mind at all. When the song started, musical notes started flowing out, and the light started shining. It became better. It was clearly different to the previous version. Kang-yoon was satisfied with the positive change to whether it was the musical note or the light. It goes well with Jua. I think the same. Composer Shunji also seemed to be satisfied as he was all smiles. From now is the problem. Kang-yoon was tense. The first verse ended, and the part where it changed in the second verse was approaching. He gulped nervously, thinking if the song would get better or if there would be any unexpected changes. Cherifeste, Jua's singing reverberated throughout the studio, and the light coming out from her rippled. The increase in key changed smoothly, and the light became even brighter. The light made by the musical notes got stronger and even affected Christine. So cool. Christine was dumbfounded, and her mouth was wide open. She didn't express any of her opinions normally, much less any exclamations. Looking at the strong light and the clear reaction, Kang-yoon could be sure that the song had become better. Thanks for your work. I like it. Thank you for your work. It's the power of a fan. While Jua's singing was resounding across the studio, Kang-yoon firmly grasped composer Shunji's hand. Appa, this song is amazing. Composer Shunji went back, and Jua was lying down on the luxurious sofa in the studio with her thumb held high. So you feel safe now? It should have been like this from the beginning. Ah, really? That crazy guy keeps urging me to do that strange song. I don't think the composer is that hard-minded, though. Not the composer. I'm thinking about the planner PD. I can't get through to him, unlike with you. And he keeps saying he's right, and he wants me to listen to him. You know what? He said that everything would work out if I followed his word since I'm Korean and don't know Japan as well as him. Jua seemed angry just by thinking it, as she kept insulting the Japanese planner all the time. She seemed to have a lot piled up, as even her hands were trembling. Kang-yoon only silently listened, since he wouldn't know until he met the person in question. Now we just have to persuade him. You will do this for me too, right, Appa? No. Kang-yoon firmly shook his head. Jua obviously got angry. Ah, why again? My work ends here. It's good that I worked with your song. Why again? Appa. Jua kept clinging to Kang-yoon, but he didn't flinch. I need to do my work. Although you're important as well, Jua, when would I do my work if I keep working with you? UK. I did this much, so you take a step back too. The song came out properly, so you can do the persuasion yourself, right? Jua had nothing to say. Kang-yoon's words were right. In fact, she even felt sorry for clinging to him so much. Okay, but you sound quite distant. Hey, I did enough. What do you mean distant? I really can't say anything to you. Why are you coming out so strong? Try raising a little sister. You would become like this too. TCH. I got it. Hey, you there. Jua understood instantly when she thought about Kang-yoon's sister, Hee-yoon. There was a reason why Kang-yoon was like that. Now, Jua's arrow pointed towards Christian. Yes, yes. Listen to team leader well. Tell these words to the kids around you too. Yes. Jua seemed to be satisfied with the tense Christy, and as she smiled and nodded, Kang-yoon awkwardly laughed at that. You're trying to discipline them in front of me? Yeah. Tell me if the kids don't listen to you. They don't listen to a person who even forgoes my work? I'll just... Hey, hey. Ha ha ha. Then see you later. Jua hurriedly left the studio, fearing Kang-yoon's scolding. Kang-yoon laughed, seeing that Jua's personality was the same as ever. Really? Such a funny girl. Christy, let's go. Christy. Yes. Let's go. Christy looked as she was about to cry and only came to her senses after hearing Kang-yoon's words. Why me? She was hated by Jua just because she couldn't work with Kang-yoon because of them. Christy was frustrated. One sighed. She became confident thinking that they were that good, but she trembled thinking that Jua hated her. Whether he knew or not, Kang-yoon only shrugged his shoulders. In the president's office, Kang-yoon was talking with President Lee Hyun-ji about the concert team. It's impossible to fit the schedule. Kang-yoon shook his head after he had a look at the papers which had the title, Lee Min-soo 25-year anniversary concert. Is it impossible? Yes. Not to mention now, I would have had to start with this at least 2 weeks ago. This is not a scale where we could do this by ourselves. We'd have to work with various companies if it's a 10,000 people scale concert. So we'd have to select the companies, secure the budget. There will be a lot of variables. In the end, even if we do this by forcing it, there won't be any profit. That's a pity. Is there not even a 1% chance? Lee Min-soo's 25-year anniversary concert. President Lee Hyun-ji seemed to find a pity that such a large-scale project would be thrown away as she kept trying to persuade Kang-yoon. However, Kang-yoon was firm. Yes, I think it's impossible. Now that we have become the latecomers, we'd have to reduce the prices. If we do that, then there will be bad rumors about us amongst other companies. There will be no profit, and if we even get ourselves a bad reputation, then it would become difficult to set the concert team properly. I don't see the need to force it due to the small amount of profit. That's a headache. I needed to persuade the chairman no matter what at that time. President Lee Hyun-ji regretted that she couldn't persuade Chairman Won Jin-moon when Jua took Kang-yoon. She found it such a pity that they lost such a large-scale project. However, Kang-yoon's thoughts were different. The chairman may have thought that the time wasn't right. Currently, I'm also in charge of the girl group project. A concert isn't a project I can do in a short time. I need to work for several months on just that, and the chairman may have judged that it would be difficult to do side to side with the girl group. Team leader Lee may be able to do it, though. I'm thankful that you appreciate me so highly, but... At that moment, the bell to the president's office rang. It was a call from the chairman's office. President Lee, are you with Team Leader Lee at the moment? Yes, Chairman. What is it? If Team Leader Lee's there, can you send him up here? Right now? I understand. It seemed urgent as the chairman himself had called, and not through the secretary. While President Lee Hyun-ji was grabbing her head due to being interfered, Kang-yoon stood up straight away. Then, I'll go. As you say, Kang-yoon headed to the chairman's office immediately. He had already explained the core points. This work had come too early. Kang-yoon thought that President Lee Hyun-ji would eventually give up as well. When he entered the chairman's office, there was Chairman Won Jin-moon and a man in his late 30s with his hair dyed yellow, waiting for him. Welcome, Team Leader Lee. You called for me, sir? Please introduce yourself. This is... However, the yellow-haired man looked up towards Kang-yoon's face while sitting as soon as he saw him. I'm called Akabashi Tao. Lee Kang-yoon. They shook hands while Akabashi Tao was sitting down. Both Chairman Won Jin-moon and Kang-yoon slightly frowned. I will get straight to the point. Lee Kang-yoon-san, why are you interfering with my work? Kang-yoon immediately realized who this man was. This person was Jua's Japanese mini-album planner. You said interfering? It is interfering. You worked together on the song and interfered with Jua. I heard Korean people had a vast pocket. But is that the case with planning too? He seemed to be angry. Amongst the Japanese Kang-yoon knew, there were very few who got angry directly. They were usually people who ground the swords behind the back, but this person was exploding right in front of the person in question. This meant that his rage was quite big. However, Kang-yoon was calm. You said a wide pocket. Isn't that so? Jua always talks about the name Kang-yoon. If it were Lee Kang-yoon, he would do it this way or that way. It's the same in this case. Jua interfered with the song I had already approved and had even edited it. Shouldn't a singer believe in and follow a planner's words? Jua doesn't do that at all. If I said to go this way, then she says Lee Kang-yoon wasn't like this and go another way. Is this right? Then should the singer follow the planner blindly like a doll? Kang-yoon coldly started expressing his thoughts to producer Akabashi, who spat out all those words in rage. Chapter 51. Making it work. 3. A planner must make a singer trust in them. Isn't that so? Do you mean that I wasn't able to do that? Producer Akabashi was enraged. Didn't Kang-yoon imply that Jua had come to him because he couldn't make her trust his work? Although Chairman Won Jin-moon didn't understand the conversation, he could tell from their expressions that the conversation was heading in a bad direction. Team Leader Lee. Currently, Chairman Won Jin-moon tried to join, but Kang-yoon's words came first. Isn't that too obvious? The singer voiced out that the song sounded a little strange. Shouldn't you at least pretend to listen? There were no problems with the song. Are you saying that my senses are dull? Senses are subjective. Do you think you can judge whether a song has a problem or not that easily? To err is human, and a planner is only human. Then how did I keep my position until now if my senses were wrong? If you keep coming out like this, then I'll cancel the contract. Producer Akabashi's rage shot up to the skies. He was reckless. It seemed that a scratch had been inflicted on his smooth-sailing pride as his face was cringing as much as it could. Chairman Won Jin-moon was also surprised and grabbed him. However, Kang-yoon's words didn't end there. So, did all the singers you planned with that sense of yours succeed? That's all the stars I planned for have become big. I have a 100% success rate. Even in that case, senses cannot be trusted. That's because the populace thinks differently to a planner. I don't want to say something like this, but as far as I know, the latest 3 albums you produced have flopped. Honestly speaking, can you guarantee that Jua won't be like that? Producer Akabashi stopped his steps in the doorway. His pride was hurt to a humongous degree. However, if he actually left after hearing that, then there was no way he could recover. It was obvious that rumors that he ignored and threw away his work would spread. The only way now was to finish this on a good note, or to squash Kang-yoon flat. Phew. Okay, good. So, is Jua going to you and you interfering with my work in various ways a good thing? It isn't, even though you know it. You're quite shameless. You're rude, and you're the worst. You're correct. Kang-yoon was shameless. Producer Akabashi's face turned red just seeing that. His face filled with rage. Kuso. Fuck, he screamed loudly. He couldn't endure without doing so. The secretaries quickly came to see what was happening after they heard that. But when Chairman Won Jin-moon quietly gestured, they closed the door and exited. A while later, Kang-yoon spoke to the now calmed-down producer Akabashi. I think that the priority of a planner is to make the singer able to trust in him/her. I think that the two are allied in a war against the populace. I'm a person who does the same work. I understand your feelings, producer, and I do feel sorry about it. However, I couldn't just leave Jua alone when she was shivering due to anxiety. Anxiety. Yes, Jua was anxious about the song. That is why she brought the song to me and even showed a willingness to persuade the composer by herself. She was doing something completely different to you, producer. I do not know who is more correct. However, I do understand which is more important. Kang-yoon sorted out his breathing for a moment and said his point. Please make Jua be able to have faith in you. Kang-yoon silently bowed towards Chairman Won Jin-moon and quietly left the chairman's office. Whoa, now that it was the two of them, Chairman Won Jin-moon could only laugh awkwardly. He called for a secretary who could speak Japanese, since he needed to talk with producer Akabashi. To finish off their talk about the concert team, Kang-yoon headed to the President Lee Hyunji's office again. President Lee Hyunji kept thinking about what Kang-yoon said while he was away, and seemed to have decided as she put down the papers. We should give up. Of course, if they forcefully did it, the conclusion was that it was possible, but as Kang-yoon had said, there were no gains. From a management personnel's view like herself, she had to declare a forfeit tearfully. I understand. It's a pity. If it were in the past, I would have done it no matter what. Did I get old? She seemed to be disappointed in her heart as she picked up the papers that she put down again. She was a woman who had more desire to work than anyone else. There will be another opportunity. There will be a lot at the end of the year, so it's not a bad choice to wait until then. Pho, isn't that when our kids debut? Oh, you're right. Kang-yoon clapped in realization. When it came to that season, the girl group he was planning had to debut. Kang-yoon had been setting the schedules to coincide with that time. It seems we have to take it easy with the concert team. You'd have to focus on the girl group for a while. I need to be considerate towards you. I will thankfully accept that consideration. However, I am expecting great achievements. It's you team leader Lee, so that they won't be ordinary, right? Kang-yoon smiled. This kind of expectation was pressure, but at the same time, brought him joy. I'll do my best. Good. Oh, about the studying we talked about last time. The lecture starts at the beginning of September. I already talked about it, so going there beforehand to meet him early would be alright too. I only need to listen to the class. He said that although he couldn't register you as a student, he could go over the homework with you. Of course, that side would have something they want too. He won't give you too much pressure, so don't worry about that. I will try to stop all of it. Thank you. Now, he had the opportunity to learn music theory properly. Kang-yoon bowed his head to President Lee Hyun-ji and said his thanks. She just shook her head and gestured that it was all right. President Lee Hyun-ji held out a pamphlet to Kang-yoon. It was about the lecture that Kang-yoon would listen to. Professor Choi Chan-young, 38 years old, Hallyu Arts University Composing Department Professor, While Kang-yoon was reading down the pamphlet, President Lee Hyun-ji explained more. I said that you were completely clueless to musical theory, and he said for you to come to the basics class he does at S University. You remember the university that you did the performance with the ACE, right? Yes, I do. He says he will open a basic harmonics lecture, so do enjoy your time there. You have it good. You will listen to class with younger kids. You'll be able to rejuvenate. I'll receive their energy fully. President Lee Hyun-ji teased Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon also replied well to her words and left the president's office. When he went to his office, now, it was Jua who was waiting for him there. Appa. HAA. Now it's you. For Kang-yoon, he wasn't that delighted to see Jua since he got caught up in that incident because of her. Jua also couldn't face him unrestrainedly like normal. I'm sorry. I heard you fought it out in the chairman's office. Yeah, quite magnificently at that. Why did you just have to make a big accident like such? It's that guy who's strange. He keeps saying what he wants. You must know since you have spoken to him. He only does whatever he wants. I'm no doll. I get fed up. Jua seemed to get angry just thinking about it as her face turned red slightly. Kang-yoon only shook his head and offered her a cup of coffee. Thanks. Even so, you're the only one who thinks about me. Drink that and go reconcile. Don't wanna. However, Jua was stubborn even with Kang-yoon's words. Kang-yoon calmly spoke. As you said, that person was stubborn. He was also in the wrong. However, you have a problem too. Me what? A man, you know, lives with pride. But why do you keep comparing? He's already as depressed as he can be since he failed 3 times in a row. He must be pressured subconsciously. Do I need to care about that? He should have made me trust in him first. So you're saying you only have to receive? That's... Jua also had nothing to say. Hey, you must learn to give to others first. Of course, as you said, it's right and proper for a planner to make the singer able to trust in him/her. However, the singer needs to trust in the planner for them to bring out their best. I'm sorry for sounding like such an old guy, but this is the basics of the basics. Is it not? That's true, but that guy's saying that only he is correct. What do I do about that? To him, Jua, you were too immature. Wait, do you mean that that guy was stubborn because I was lacking? Jua's eyes burned since this touched on her pride. The juniors would be scared out of their wits if they saw this, but Kang-yoon calmly spoke. Think about it. You became big once. In their opinion, you got on music stations somehow, and you became a hot issue and became big. But the second time? You know that the second is harder than the first. Could that guy easily believe in you? There are many cases where big-shot singers fail their next event. Moreover, you aren't Japanese but Korean. That person's stubbornness is naturally wrong, but don't you think there was this kind of reason? Jua couldn't say anything. In fact, the person who compared that producer with Kang-yoon was Jua herself. Thinking about it, there were many times where she provided the reason. TCH. However, she didn't seem to want to admit it easily as she cringed and stood up. She seemed to be a little disappointed in Kang-yoon. He knew that, but Kang-yoon didn't stop her. Looking at that, she's such a kid. Zhua went out while grumbling, but Kang-yoon believed in her. If he did this much, he believed that she would do the rest by herself. Science is built on facts, similar to the way a house is constructed on a foundation of bricks, but an accumulation of facts cannot be considered as science any more than a pile of bricks as a house. How many grammatical techniques were used in this sentence? Put your hands up if you know. Oh, yeah, sleep. The English teacher, who wore a thick pair of horn-rimmed glasses, seemed to have given up and shook his head and continued the class alone. Of course, the teacher wasn't completely alone, since a few students, including Hyun, were listening to the class with bright eyes. Of course, they couldn't follow the explanation where there was more English than Korean. But then, Hyun's mobile phone flashed lightly. Hyun, you have time today? The message was from Jua. Today? When? Night. Nervous face. I can't go out at night 'cause Appa will scold me. Sob. T to the power of T. It's all right. He'll be with us. Okay. Hyun couldn't understand the exact meaning of the message. However, she thought that it wouldn't matter much as long as it was with her brother and sent back a reply. Okay, nervous face. The message from Jua ended with that. Hyun thought it was strange, but she quickly put away her phone and concentrated on the class. As today was dialysis day, Hyun headed to the hospital. She seemed to have gained a lot of stamina recently, as she didn't feel that tired even after getting dialysis. She felt that her body was getting better, so she felt better nowadays. On the way to the hospital, Hyun called Jua. Hyun, what is it? You busy? No. You called me 'cause of that message, eh? Yeah. Something up? No, it's not much. It's just to eat dinner together. Are you all right with that? I should talk to Appa about it. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of that. Then I'm all good. I also look forward to seeing you, Jua. After such a long time. Okay, then see you there. Unlike how they conversed usually, the call wasn't that long. Hyun headed to the hospital with light steps. As always, Kang-yoon came to work while after being seen out by Hyun. He was about to start working in his office when he found an envelope, which didn't seem to be his, on his desk. Dear Sir Lee Kang-yoon. What's this? He hadn't seen this envelope up until yesterday. Kang-yoon opened the envelope since it was addressed to him. He couldn't hide his shock after seeing the contents. This is an invitation? M Hotel, 8 o'clock? Whoa. For me. Someone had sent him an invitation. M Hotel was one of the best hotels in the country. Kang-yoon pondered why someone would send him such an invitation. Just who? A scout? Already? Or a bribe? Kang-yoon thought all sorts of things while he started work. It became night. Kang-yoon headed to M Hotel with the invitation. When he showed the invitation, entry was easily granted. However, when he was guided inside, there were people whom he knew. Yun Jua, wait, Hyun too? Appa, you're here. Jua and Hyun greeted with liveliness while waving their hands. Surprise and joy crossed in Kang-yoon's mind. It was you who sent the invitation. No, the one who did was someone else. He'll come soon. Oh, there he is. In the direction that Jua pointed towards, two men, with eye-catching outfits, were slowly walking towards them. It was the head, planner, producer Akabashi, and composer Shunji. Jua waved at the two. You didn't get lost, eh? Korean hotels have excellent service. Producer Akabashi comfortably spoke with Jua and greeted Kang-yoon. Sorry for being rude last time. Not at all. It was I who was rude. Unlike the sharp attitude from the chairman's office, he seemed very friendly. Kang-yoon shook hands with producer Akabashi and greeted composer Shunji, then sat down. The dishes started being served one by one. While Hyun was trying to eat the first hotel standard food of her life, producer Akabashi spoke up first. I was rude last time. Thanks to Kang-yoon-san, this album is showing good reactions. Today, I prepared this seat. Please enjoy your meal. Kang-yoon was surprised. He knew that Jua's new mini-album had an explosive reaction in Japan as he had heard the news. Even so, he never thought that he would get treated like this. I never thought I would get treated like this. In fact, I want to bring you to Japan, but I heard that your sister does not have a passport yet. Next time, please come to Japan with her. I will take you to the hot springs. Unlike when he first met Kang-yoon, his attitude had taken a 180-degree change. Kang-yoon looked at Jua, confused. Oh, you don't have to look at me like that. Whether if it's me or the producer, we reconciled after being scolded a lot by you. We went with the later version that composer Shunji had composed, too. We only thought. From our own point of view, we should have thought about it a little more. Kang-yoon finally understood. They each took a step back. Kang-yoon's words were the trigger. The fact that they hit it large was due to Kang-yoon. This was their method of repayment. This album was a huge hit too. Even though it's a mini album, we're pressing the third print, sob sob. Thanks to that, I got my hands on some money. Composer Shunji seemed to feel good as well as he wanted to shout bonsai while looking at Jua. Thanks to this album, not only had he gained massive profit, his value as a composer increased by a large amount as well. Although he had to suffer a lot, this time, the results were great. Kang-yoon waved his hands. It's fortunate that the results are good. Isn't it because everyone had worked hard? If team leader Lee weren't there, then there wouldn't be even that. We didn't know that the album would turn out so great. Thanks to that, I learned a lot from you. I got over my slump, and I also earned confidence. How should I repay this grace? It's nothing like grace. Kang-yoon felt uncomfortable with producer Akabashi acting so humble. He thought that he didn't play a significant role in this. He just voices out his own opinion. However, to think that just that had affected another person a lot. He felt a little panicked. PD-san, my Nissan is originally like that. He's an uninteresting guy who doesn't even show anything on his face. Is that so? He's a great person. He will get embarrassed the more you praise him. So let's just eat. He seemed to have become close to Jua, as they now seemed to be unrestrained towards each other. Kang-yoon felt better since the conclusion was good. He was delighted that he was treated to such a good meal and could bring his sister here. The enjoyable time flowed like that. The hot summer was now ending, and cool winds started blowing. The empty university started being filled with students. It was because the second semester had begun. Along with the start of the semester, the quiet plaza or the lecture room started being filled with students, and there were also many students who went to the library to spend their free time or to study. Amongst those students was Kang-yoon. Did I come too early? This was the first time he had applied for an early leave not because of Hyun, but for himself. As he had a lot of time left, he headed to the library. After he entered the library not as a student, but as an ordinary civilian, he couldn't hide his surprise due to an absurd lot of books. Wow, there's a lot. Where is it? Kang-yoon headed to the corner where there were materials about concerts. Kang-yoon's primary interests lay in that area. After looking up the location on the information PC, he headed to the third floor immediately. Found it. Kang-yoon headed to the corner where it was written arts. There, he could see not only visual arts, but music, concerts, and various other things in the form of books. Perhaps due to being at the beginning of the semester, there were hardly any people at all. Kang-yoon headed to where the books were about music and concerts. As the location wasn't that far, he could find it quickly. Concert produce. Ah damn, it's the English original. However, Kang-yoon couldn't hide his disappointment. All the books related to concerts were in their original languages. He looked for more with a little hope, but all the books were in English or German, and there were none in Korean. In the end, they were all pies in the sky. So this is why not many people study planning or production. Although he heard that related departments were being created nowadays, he also heard that the environment was quite weak as of yet. Wasn't even Kang-yoon someone who came to this area after being acknowledged of his suffering on the scene? Realizing the reality, he became bitter. With such a mind, he looked for quite a while before there was one book which caught his eyes. Basics of Concert Production. Just one book. This was the only one in Korean. Kang-yoon was delighted and grabbed the book immediately. Producer, stage representative, manager in charge, actors, etc. 100 people have made this book. In Korea, Kang-yoon read the preface. The contents were that they made this book fit Korea by referencing various books since there were not many books about this area in Korean. Kang-yoon expectantly flipped the pages. What the heck? There are too few examples. However, Kang-yoon was disappointed. Only the basic theory was explained, and there were too little examples. It was literally just the basics. Now that he thought about it, the book wasn't even that thick. It was just a theory book explaining the basics of the basics. When Kang-yoon read through all the pages, he felt a presence behind him. When he looked back, a young girl he had seen for the first time was standing in front of him. Excuse me. As it was the library, her voice was small. What is it? I'm sorry, but did you finish that book? I only have a little left. What is it? The woman who called Kang-yoon was a stereotypical university student with a slim body stature wearing a short skirt. The straight hair, which came to her shoulders, were eye-catching. Kang-yoon noticed immediately that her eyes were fixed on the book more than he was. Do you need this book? Yes, yes. I need to photocopy it. If you're not planning to borrow it, could you give it to me? Kang-yoon calmly looked at her before giving her the book. Thank you. Phew. This really isn't much. She seemed to be genuinely relieved as she took out a chocolate bar from her bag and gave it to Kang-yoon. I'm all right. No, please. This is the only thing I can give you. It's ALR. See you later. She put the chocolate bar in Kang-yoon's hands and left with the book quickly. Kids these days are quite lively. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders at the first acquaintance he met in the university. The time came for the lecture, and Kang-yoon headed to the lecture room. Although he was granted permission by the professor, as he was only sitting in, he sat towards the back. Professor Choi Chan-young started calling the register, and the students replied one by one before the lecture started. Shin Woo-jin. Yes. Lee Chang-yun. Yes. There were cases where the same voice could be heard twice, but the professor pretended not to know and just skipped. This was very common in a liberal arts lecture. The last surname in the alphabetical order, was next. Ha Ji-yeon. Is student Ha Ji-yeon not here? When Professor Choi Chan-young was about to mark her as absent, the rear door opened, and a girl hurried in. Pant. I'm sorry, what is your name? Ha Ji-yeon. If you do this next time, you'll be marked as absent. Professor Choi Chan-young changed the absent to present, and the girl called Ha Ji-yeon sat on the empty desk next to Kang-yoon. Today will be the orientation. The lecture started, and Ha Ji-yeon dumbfoundedly opened her mouth wide after she saw Kang-yoon. The book last time. Kang-yoon also remembered. This lady was the one who took the book from him. Chapter 52. Girl Group, Start, 1. Min Jin-seo was currently on Nameseum Island. She was taking a photo shoot in a forest within Nameseum that would go on a women's magazine. Yes, that's it. Can you smile a little more? Amongst the continuous camera shutter sounds, Min Jin-seo was displaying various expressions. Sometimes it was bewitching, sometimes vivacious. Jun-soo, tilt the reflecting disc a little. Yes. The man moving the reflecting disc covered with foil kept moving locations to erase the shadow from Min Jin-seo's face, while the photographer kept pressing the shutter. Although it was a windy forest, the weather was still hot, so it was a difficult photo shoot. Wearing a pink dress, the photo shoot kept on for a long time. After sending the results through the laptop, the photographer and the staff's expressions became bright while they were looking at the results with the magazine company's personnel. Her expression is dear Jin-seo really third-year middle schooler? She is quite the item. I feel that everything that needs to be there is there on her face. She might capture many a suitor when she grows up. While everyone was voicing their opinions while looking at the result, Min Jin-seo approached. She wasn't that satisfied with the results, but as the people were full of praises, she instead became embarrassed. They decided to have a resting time before going to the next location after changing clothes. While the staff was resting in their respective teams, her manager, Kim Joo-hwan, handed her a bottle of water and a towel. Thank you, Appa. Not at all. It's my job. During the resting time, Min Jin-seo conversed with other people and asked about the equipment. As she was a teenager who still had a lot of curiosity, the people were happy to answer her questions. Moreover, her appearance played a significant role as well. It wasn't exaggerated to say that the venue was centered around her. Here. Thank you. You don't have to be that formal. Min Jin-seo was also embarrassed when staff from the lighting team was jumping around in happiness with her signature. Although a lot of things happened that day, the photo shoot in Nameseum ended successfully. The photographer wasn't stingy with his praises while saying that it would be a masterpiece, and the magazine company also did a thumbs up. When the photo shoot ended, the sun was already setting. Min Jin-seo got on the van while dragging her exhausted body along. The road to home from Nameseum was quite far. Due to her fatigue, Min Jin-seo fell asleep midway. Although she wasn't entirely used to sleeping in the van, she felt relaxed and a tinge of happiness when she thought that other people needed her. Ju Hwanseon B. Nim. Did you hear about team leader? Which one? Our team leader. No, I mean team leader Lee Kang-yoon. However, just as she was about to fall asleep, she could hear a strange thing. It was the conversation between manager Kim Joo-hwan and the road manager. Team leader Lee? Why? Did he start another concert? Those people will be dying right now. It's not that. Well, even if I have to suffer, I want to go to that team. Even though work is hard on that team, isn't the bonus very generous? You're right. The ACE team from last time apparently went overseas. They got a paid holiday on top of a premium. Ah, so envious. So what is it? He did another one yet again. With Jua's mini album. Oh, that? The one where he fought it out with the Japanese producer? I heard it hit. The jackpot. Min Jin-seo was listening to see if they were insulting Kang-yoon, but there was nothing like that. They were envious of Kang-yoon and were admiring him. Saying that the Japanese producer even treated him to a meal in a hotel, they were expressing their envy. So envious, all right. But is that team leader not planning to marry? No way. Why are you worried about that, Seonbi? Team leader Lee is the best husband material, so the women in Cheongdam will be all over him. Cheongdam? No way. That's being too generous. Well, you're right. He's tall, has a high salary. Oh, I don't know about his household. But who cares? The person himself is the best. Right. That's what I mean. Ah, I'll lose if I get envious. I should do well myself. While driving at full speed on the highway, the talk show of the two men continued. Husband material? What's that and what? However, as Min Jin-seo was listening to it, her arms trembled a little. As her sleepiness flew away in an instant, she couldn't fall asleep until they arrived. As the first lecture was the orientation, it ended quite soon. Kang-yoon went to the front of the lecture room to greet Professor Choi Chan-young. Professor? Oh, Mr. Lee Kang-yoon. Professor Choi Chan-young realized who Kang-yoon was right away. As President Lee Hyun-ji Sr., he was requested to take care of Kang-yoon. After a brief exchange of greetings, they headed to a nearby CAF. Thank you for letting me listen in on the class. Not at all. I should have given you a private study, really. I can only say sorry to do things like this. If you can't come to lecture in the future, then please come to my office. Thank you for your consideration. I really might feel like I'm going to school. Although a private study was preferable, listening to lecture in a university was also a refreshing experience. Kang-yoon found it new to listen to lectures along with students. Professor Choi Chan-young asked Kang-yoon various things about on-the-scene work. Meeting someone like Kang-yoon was significant for him since he could not feel the atmosphere of a real job at the school. Kang-yoon was especially becoming a hot icon nowadays. He asked various things related to the trend of the songs. I knew it. The trend is starting to change. A light song which is comfortable on the ears, you say. Visual music will become very important. However, that doesn't mean that audio music is not necessary. Light means that we need to satisfy the populace faster. The composition will become very difficult, not to mention the skills of the singers. Professor Choi Chan-young agreed to Kang-yoon's words. You're right. I should also emphasize this point a bit while teaching the students. Trend you say? I've learned a lot today. I will also learn a lot from you, Professor, from now on. The time became 11 o'clock at night while they were conversing. All the customers in the CAF had left, and they were the only ones left. The employee was starting to give them my signals. If you read the book I gave you before coming to class, then it will help you a lot. Thank you for your consideration. Please take care of me in the future. The two shook hands politely. Then they separated like that. When he went home on a late train, Hyun's room was still bright. You came? You aren't sleeping yet. You weren't here, Appa. Oh, what book is that? Hyun seemed to become curious about the book that Kang-yoon had brought as she took it and flipped several pages over. However, she eventually closed the book and gave it back after seeing so many tadpoles. It's a music book. So difficult. Music is originally hard. You're learning music now? Amazing. Well, this Appa is quite amazing. Don't make me stop praising you. Kang-yoon laughed at Hyun's light criticisms, changed his clothes, and went to the bathroom. The fatigue of the day was best solved with a shower. Basic harmonics. Will I be of help to my brother if I study this? Hyun started flipping through the pages on. The sofa, first and fifth, and such incomprehensible terms about harmonics were written down, but she kept on reading. When Kang-yoon came out after a shower, he could see her absorbed in the book. Since when was Hyun so interested in music? Kang-yoon planned to sleep after reading the book a little, but he had no plans in doing so while interrupting her. He just quietly entered his room. Recently, President Lee Hyun-ji was not in a good mood since the large-scale concert planning was nullified. Of course, she didn't do something like being bossy to her subordinate, but she was sensitive due to having no work. This is no good. President Lee Hyun-ji just finished a call and was shaking her head. It was a request of a comeback of a five-man male idol group. However, they had no popularity to speak of, and the company behind their back was quite small, so she just said she would think about it, and ended the call. It was evident that they were aiming for an effect that Kang-yoon had made with Seasons. It's these kinds of calls mostly. Most of the calls were from singers who wanted to become big with a single big impact. However, President Lee Hyun-ji wanted a profitable long-term work rather than those short-term ones. She didn't want to hear from Chairman Won Jin-moon that she brought work with no substance, again. While President Lee Hyun-ji was thinking about various things, the secretarial office contacted her that Kang-yoon had come. She pushed the paperwork aside and met Kang-yoon. "Welcome. Did you have a good lecture?" "Thanks to you." The professor seemed to be nice. A coffee time talking about Professor Choi Chan-young and various other things started. "There aren't any good work coming in nowadays. They're all like Seasons." "Is that so? I'm fine with it, though. If we keep doing those sort of work, then our image will be solidified. We now have to take charge of a big project and leap high." "Ah, concert." She sighed, disappointed that they had missed the work with the large-scale concert due to Jua. Kang-yoon also understood how she felt and didn't say any more. "I will mind about the kids only for a while." "Please do." "Oh, I've seen an interesting report. Promoting each member separately." "Yes." President Lee Hyun-ji looked for the report that Kang-yoon had submitted yesterday. Promoting each member first and not as a team. The directors are all looking for something they could use with their eyes wide open, saying that the amount of money used is already too much. They will become even more chaotic. "They will try to eat me alive." Asterisk giggle started. President Lee Hyun-ji found it hard to stifle her laughter. "That's interesting. The promotion team will be busy. How are you planning to advertise them?" "First, I'm planning to go for a noise marketing. In Han Ji-yeon's case, I'm planning to send out a UCC video of her singing. Also, it's planned for her to appear in the Thanksgiving countrywide song mimic festival, a broadcast, and a UCC. That sure has an impact. However, she will need a lot of practice if it's a song mimic. There might also be some anti-fans appearing saying that a trainee appeared on TV. I already told her to practice since 1 month ago. Anti-fans, well, I'm considering it as a type of interest. That amount of risk should be undertaken. Well, even so, to think there will be anti-fans starting from her trainee days, quite a pity." President Lee Hyun-ji signed in approval right away. "I'll take this to the chairman myself." "I understand. Then please work hard." Kang-yoon bade farewell and left the president's office. Kang-yoon had an interview with Han Ju-yeon in his office. "Did you practice a lot?" "Yes." Han Ju-yeon nodded strongly. After she had her holiday, Han Ju-yeon was notified by Kang-yoon that she would go on TV. After that, she practiced To You by Kang Min-ju again and again. It wasn't a simple practice. She copied her voice and even her breathing exactly. Was there anything difficult? Everything is difficult. The pitch is high, and the breathing is also very long. Even so, our styles are similar, so I think I managed to do it somehow. That's good. It was Kang-yoon who had recommended To You to Han Ju-yeon. It was because he had judged that the singer Kang Min-ju's song would go well with Han Ju-yeon. In the past, Han Ju-yeon also sang Kang Min-ju's song after a remake. However, she didn't copy her. Exactly like this. Then let's have a listen to it. When she heard that, Han Ju-yeon stood up and went to a spacious place. After positioning herself, she warmed up her voice and started singing. "You are a good person, but you don't know." Blue musical notes started flowing out from Han Ju-yeon. However, perhaps due to there being no microphones or accompaniment, there was no light. Kang-yoon observed the blue musical notes carefully. "Sometimes, the tears well up in me." It sounded the same as Kang Min-ju's song. The musical notes were also constant. There were no flaws as to her mimic. However, to Kang-yoon, it was strangely not satisfying. What's the problem? From a glance, it sounded like Kang Min-ju's voice. However, the feeling that Kang-yoon had wasn't that good. Something lacking. It felt like a donut without the jam filling. Ju-yeon. In the end, Kang-yoon stopped the song. "Yes? Was it no good?" "It's not that. Did you try singing along with the accompaniment?" "Yes." "Did you use a microphone as well?" "Not yet." "Let's do that now." "What?" Kang-yoon headed to the underground studio with the dumbfounded Han Ju-yeon to grab at a thread that he could not yet grab. He wanted to see what the problem was. He led Han Ju-yun thinking that he would be able to see it if the proper conditions are set. Wow. So this is... As she had no experience in coming to the underground studio yet, Han Ju-yun couldn't hide her exclamations after seeing the clean and spacious studio. However, Kang-yoon had no leisure to listen to such words. He pushed her inside the booth and made her grab the microphone. Say ah. Ah. You know how to set the sounds, right? Yes. Kang-yoon quickly set the sounds. After setting the voice to match Han Ju-yun, he found the music recording of the song and signaled the start immediately. Should I do it straight away? Yes. Let's begin. Han Ju-yun didn't know why Kang-yoon was hurrying so much, but still followed his orders. The song started. You are a good person, but you don't know? The light that the musical notes were making were white. Although it wasn't strong, it wasn't weak either. Kang-yoon was confused. What's the problem? Although the singing continued, there was no significant change in the light. It was ordinary. Until the 4-minute-long song ended, the brightness of the light didn't change that much. The song ended, and Han Ju-yun left the booth, but Kang-yoon wasn't aware of her due to thinking. It wasn't that bad, but I think something is missing. If we can fill that piece, then it will become a perfect song mimic. Team leader. While he was absorbed in thinking, when Han Ju-yun called out to him, Kang-yoon woke up from his thoughts. Oh, sorry. How was my singing? It might have been no good since I was nervous. You were good. I think you've practiced a lot. Really? That's good. I put a lot of effort to mimic Miss Kang Min-ju. I even worked hard to follow the breathing exactly as well. That was good. At that moment, something flashed in Kang-yoon's head. Breathing. Singers had their unique breathing patterns. It was a difference in the timing of the breath. Ju-yun, when you sing the third verse, when do you breathe? You mean the you are part, right? I need to breath once before person. It becomes difficult for me if I don't. Kang-yoon played the audio recording immediately after he heard that. You are a good person, but you don't know. Han Ju-yun was right. However, there was a difference in the length of the breath, and the song should have burst out a little more at the end. It was a minute difference. Oh, it's hard. The other parts were the same. He thought, maybe, and it was really a problem with breathing. Kang-yoon wrote the things on the sheet music that Han Ju-yun had brought, and she also learned attentively. After making her go inside the booth again, he stood in front of the mixer. Let's do this. With Kang-yoon's words, the music recording flowed out, and Han Ju-yun's song started flowing out as well. Chapter 53. Girl Group, Start, 2. You are a good person, but you don't know? This is it. The musical notes coming out of Han Ju-yun were constant. The light emitted from the notes combining was brilliant. As To You was a song which became a massive hit. The effect was enormous when she sang it in the same way. Do you know? The single person in my heart. Kang-yoon closed his eyes. Now, it was to the point that it was confusing whether this was being sung by Kang Min-ju or Han Ju-yun. The beat, the voice, and even the breathing synchronized so well it was a perfect mimic. The song ended, and when Han Ju-yun came out, Kang-yoon wordlessly replayed the recorded song. I sung this. Han Ju-yun also doubted whether this was the song she sung or not. Even she was confused to whether this was the AR by Kang Min-ju or her. Kang-yoon wordlessly patted her shoulders. You've practiced hard. Thank you. Even after Kang-yoon quietly left, Han Ju-yun replayed her own song again and enjoyed the excitement. Meeting. With the team members, Kang-yoon was discussing Han Ju-yun, who would be the first to be shown to the world. Chief Kim, is the UCC going well? When Kang-yoon asked Chief Kim Young-ryul of the promotion team, he answered confidently. Yes, Han Ju-yun did well, so a satisfying picture came out. Let's talk after we see it. One of the members of the promotion team, Yu Chang-suk, played the project, and the video in which Han Ju-yun singing in the studio showed up on the screen. She was singing a pop song, which many people knew, and it sounded very smooth. As it was through a video, Kang-yoon could not see any light. Even so, he could feel that Han Ju-yun was passionately singing with all her might, so it wasn't bad. That's not bad. Please release it the moment she appears on TV. I understand. Kang-yoon kept talking about the budget, the process, etc. The team members asked for Kang-yoon's opinion on the parts they were in charge of while they talked about their circumstances, and they voiced their opinions to compromise the situation. Kang-yoon sometimes accepted, sometimes rejected their opinions and lead the meeting. I think this should be enough about Han Ju-yeon. Finishing with that, all of them sighed. This was the moment when the rookies prepared in the company were stepping out for real. Thinking that they would get busy for real once it started, they resolved themselves. The meeting ended, and Kang-yoon headed to the third floor where the girls would be busy practicing. Today there was no group practice, so they were practicing by themselves. He immediately went into the room where Han Ju-yeon was practicing. Team leader, did I interrupt you? Not at all. Han Ju-yeon was practicing the song that would be broadcasted by herself. She looked surprised after seeing Kang-yoon, but still welcomed him. When Kang-yoon gave her a bottle of water like always, she politely received it and sat. The time Kang-yoon comes was resting time. The recording's next week, right? Yes. I sure am nervous. It's your first time. It's no wonder that you're nervous. Are you going as well, team leader? Me? Let's see. I'm sorry, but if it's okay with you, could you please go with me that day? Huh. Kang-yoon wondered what was up, but he was given the reason right away. Jin Junhee told me that I can rest assured no matter what happens if I'm with you. Team leader. I'm more cowardly than you think I am. If it isn't a bad timing for you, then please. Jin Jaeyoung did. It seems you two are close. She advised me a lot since I was a trainee. I heard a lot about you, team leader, from her. She told me that anything's possible with you, team leader. Following Jua, and now Kim Jin Jaeyoung too. Every time he heard these words, Kang-yoon honestly felt awkward. From now was emergency status. However, that emergency status was due to Han Ju-yeon, so he could not refuse either. All right. Thank you. Sheesh, really. I need to work too. Looking at Kang-yoon grumbling, she did feel sorry. However, the priority was to calm her nervous heart. She thought that it would be better if Kang-yoon was there during the nervous first recording. Kang-yoon left Han Ju-yeon's practice room and headed to Christian. She was in the middle of being trained about her image management with an external tutor. The expression is especially important. Expression. When you smile, the facial muscles. Kang-yoon silently entered through the back door and saw that Christian was lifting the corner of her mouth and the corner of her eyes, which people didn't use a lot of, with her fingers. The external tutor emphasized again and again that she should use all her facial muscles. After hearing that a pretty face was no more than a decoration, Christian clenched her teeth and followed the tutor's words. Shall we rest a little? Yes. It was a sitting lecture, but to Christian, it was a very hard time. She lay deep into her seat when she found Kang-yoon standing at the back of the practice room, and she abruptly jumped up. Team leader, lie down. I'm not here to interrupt your rest. Even so, Christian could not lie down. Kang-yoon was already someone she was awkward with, but after she saw him work with Jua, she felt even more awkward. Kang-yoon offered her to sit, and only then did she sit down. Do you know why you're receiving this kind of training? I don't. Even so, Christian was very honest. Kang-yoon liked her honest answer and told her the answer immediately. You did hear that Ju-yeon will go on TV soon, right? Yes. Next is your turn. Sorry. Even she, who did not show ripples that much normally, raised her voice very high. Am I also going on TV? No, you won't. You do know why Ju-yeon is going on TV, right? I heard that we will be revealed one by one. Yes. Next up is your turn. However, the method is a little different. Then what? Magazine advertising. Sorry. To think that she would be revealed through advertising, which is known to be done by famous celebrities. Hearing Kang-yoon's incomprehensible words, Christian's expression colored in doubt. There's a brand that our company is investing in. We will use you for the advert that company will be making. Oh, you mean Deering House? The designs of cosmetics there were quite pretty. Really? I don't know about it that much. Anyway, you will be doing a cosmetics advert there. That's why you're doing this practice now, so you need to be serious about it. You do know of the concept, right? Yes. An expressionless princess becoming lively after using the cosmetics, right? I laughed when I saw it. I heard the ad focuses on the before and the after, so you have to practice smiling well, get it? Yes. Christian answered powerfully. In fact, she was kind of expectant on what she would be doing ever since she heard that Han Ju-yeon was going on TV. However, since she was told to practice her expressions so much, she was disappointed. However, an advert. It didn't matter whether the scale was big or small. She felt like she was flying. Oh, there's not much guarantee in this advert. So just think of it as going out to eat some meat. Yes. Of course, she did get a little disappointed at Kang-yoon's last words. Autumn was a season where girls' hearts became all fluffy. Yeah, right. The vacation in the summer was practically the last rest. After that, a literal death schedule was given to the girls. A Mon Tuesday, Wed Thursday, Friday schedule. No, a Friday schedule rained upon them like the monsoon season. UAA. A rare group practice. Young Mina plopped onto the ground with steam covering her body. Christiane, who would usually use young Mina's stomach as a pillow, seemed to be too tired to do that today as she was rolling around in the place she was practicing at. Ah, this is somewhere, and I'm young Mina. Am I an existence born to practice? Young Mina was seeing stars as she was going insane from the cruel practice. No matter if she had a steel-like stamina, this kind of insane practice schedule was not easy at all. Hanyu, are you alright? No. How about you, Uni? I'm melting. Ali Young seemed to want to feel the coldness of the floor as she kept rolling around all over the floor. Opposite, Co Hanyu gracefully poured water over a face in an attempt to make the heat fly away. Lee Samsoon and Han Ju-yeon next to her had long since closed their eyes. However, their rest didn't last long. That was because the super guy had appeared in the practice room, Kang-yoon. Hey, wake up. You? Who is it? Team leader. Kek. Lee Samsoon was brilliantly held up by young Mina and was sat down. Kang-yoon seemed to be used to the nose-piercing smell of sweat as he handed out bottles of water to the girls as if nothing had affected him. While everyone was quenching their thirst with big gulps, he finally brought out the topic. Thanks for your hard work, girls. This is the first time I saw you all together after the vacation, right? Yes. Their answers contained no strength. Of course, it wasn't that Kang-yoon expected one from them. You did hear that you will be introduced one by one, right? Yes. After that, we will make you known officially after we invite the directors and the related people. We will announce when you will debut and what concept you will go with. Oh, the girls all felt like fatigue had flown away. Kang-yoon's words meant that they will be evaluated before they were introduced to the world. Is it like a showcase? When Han Ju-yeon asked, Kang-yoon shook his head. No, this will only be with the related personnel, so the concept is kind of different. We're also looking into broadcasting your debut process, but I'm not too sure about that. Wait. You will broadcast our debut process? Young Mina grabbed Kang-yoon's passing by words. Not confirmed. What? Then you will record our daily lives and struggles, everything? Including the dorms. I said it's not confirmed. We're looking into it. I will mention it again when it's confirmed. We don't know what may happen. What's important now is that you will go on stage. Everyone became silent. The first stage with the 6 of them was the one they did at the orphanage. After that, they only practiced to death, but had not shown themselves in front of others. You never danced with heels on, right? Yes. Not yet. Han Ju-yeon answered as their representative. From now, you will practice with heels on, got it? Yes. Also, your title song will come out soon. Everyone looked at each other with the expression that said, what should have come has finally come. This was a song only for them. They finally felt that they were becoming singers from trainees. There was the pressure of having to wear heels, but the words about the title song made them rejoice. Kang-yoon left after the notice, and the girls were in a mess. Hey, he said heels. I've never worn them before. Young Mina had nothing to do with heels. She hated inconvenient items. Meanwhile, Co Hanyu looked confident. You will get used to them once you wear it a lot. And if we say it, they will give us ones with wide heels, so it will be alright. Really? I'm still worried though. I have a hard time balancing since my ankles are thin. Co Hanyu consoled young Mina. However, the most worried person was none other than Lee Samsoon. I have the worst affinity with heels though, what do I do? They will definitely give me a pair with high heels. Lee Samsoon's face colored with worry. She had a prior experience of just going barefoot since she just wasn't compatible with heels. Of course, it wasn't just her. All the girls were having similar worries. Kang-yoon was busy due to the girls' debut, but he didn't forget to attend the lectures. Having finished work early, Kang-yoon headed to the lecture room of S University after lunch. Since he had arrived a little early, Kang-yoon could see students having conversations. Couples, men, and women were all joyfully conversing in groups. Listening in, they were mostly conversations about the opposite sex. Men talked about what kind of girls they had met, and the women talked about what kind of men they had met. Such simple, yet joyful stories. Good times. He smiled looking at the students. He remembered his own 20s when he was dragged around by his busy life. He had lived without any room for leisure while thinking only about Hee-yoon. He momentarily pondered about what kind of life he would have had if he had such times. Of course, these were all useless thoughts. Although I couldn't, I wish for Hee-yoon to go to university. Looking at the students entering the lecture room, Kang-yoon thought about Hee-yoon. He really wished that Hee-yoon would be able to enjoy an ordinary college life, like them. No, he was planning to make it that way. When the lecture time arrived, Professor Choi Chan-young entered with the register like a set clock. Along with that, the seat next to Kang-yoon became occupied as well. Pant. I'm not late today. Hello. Oh, hello. It was the tardy student from last time, Ha Ji-yeon. Answering the professor's roll call, she opened her textbook immediately. Harmonics are divided into. The lecture started and she focused harder than anyone else. Even Kang-yoon was affected by that. Although they sat at the very back, their passion for learning was great to the point that people near them sneaked glances at them. Let's rest for a moment before we continue. Professor Choi Chan-young left for a moment and it became resting time. Kang-yoon was stretching his arms when Ha Ji-yeon held out a canned drink to him. Oh, thanks. Not at all. This isn't much. What is your name? I'm Lee Kang-yoon. What about you? I'm Ha Ji-yeon. I major business management. What about? I'm an auditor. Ah. After that, she seemed like she hesitated with her next words. However, her eyes regained their brilliance and continued speaking. That professor is apparently well known for chasing auditors out, saying that lectures without prizes are meaningless or something. This lecture is fun, so auditors sit in every year. It's interesting to see an auditor after 3 weeks. Really? Yes, so please be careful. I knew you didn't look so easy. Oh, sorry. I said something rude, didn't I? Ha Ji-yeon was very lively. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon didn't have a boring time during the rest. Ha Ji-yeon seemed to have an interest in fashion as she talked about clothes and school life, which made Kang-yoon interested, and Kang-yoon also answered her every now and then. The lecture began, and Kang-yoon started focusing. The world of harmonics, which he had seen for the first time, was very new to him. First, fourth, fifth, and eighth are called the perfect intervals, and second, third, sixth, and seventh are called the major intervals. It's easier to understand if you think of the piano. C to E is a third, C, D, E makes a major third. Meanwhile, C, D, E, F makes a perfect fourth. Also, Kang-yoon wrote down all of Professor Choi Chan-young's notes he wrote on the blackboard. As this was the first lecture, which was basic theory, the contents weren't that difficult. In some way, this was like maths. Looking next to him, he found Ha Ji-yeon making a confused expression even while writing down on her notes. Professor Choi Chan-young's lecture was not fast. He said everything that was needed and took examples when needed. The students could all focus thanks to the suitable examples, even though it may get a little boring with all the harmonics theory. Let's stop here today. Thanks for your work, sir. As soon as the lecture ended, the students left like the receding tides. Today, the students who fought against all the tadpoles went back home with fatigue over their faces. Mr. Kang-yoon, do you have time this evening? Kang-yoon was also about to leave with the tide when Professor Choi called for him. Yes, it is all right. How about we have dinner together? Kang-yoon left with Professor Choi Chan-young and headed to the parking area. On his high-class sedan, the two headed to a restaurant near the Han River. Unlike Professor Choi, who looked used to this as he ordered, Kang-yoon wasn't so much. In the end, he ordered the same thing as him and coughed awkwardly. It seems you don't come to places like this so often. Yes, since I prefer Korean food over Western food. Oh my, it seems I was a little rude. I apologize. Not at all. I don't particularly hate anything. Kang-yoon politely said it was okay and started eating the bread that came out as an appetizer. It wasn't that hard to follow the etiquette for eating food at a high-class restaurant when he copied Professor Choi Chan-young. I'll buy today, so please eat comfortably. Then I'll excuse myself. He must have had his reasons. Kang-yoon comfortably picked up the knife. Soon, the main dish, the steak, came out along with wine. The faint aroma of wine made him feel like the steak was melting in his mouth. When they were almost finished eating, Professor Choi Chan-young brought up the main topic. Isn't it boring to learn just the basic theory? Not at all. Instead, it feels like I'm climbing up step by step, and it's nice. That's fortunate. Then, do you have any thoughts on learning faster? Of course, if he could learn it faster, Then he wouldn't have to worry about wasting time. So it was good. Kang-yoon asked in confusion. Is there a good method? There's a small club that I'm in charge of. I'm giving out my advice about their songs from time to time. Would you? A small club, you say? What kind of club is it? It's a club that composes songs and plays them. A band, to say? Around 5 people gather to talk about music while getting closer to each other. If it was a small club about composing, then Kang-yoon felt like he wouldn't receive any pressure. He didn't think that he would be able to go there often, but he did feel like it would be a good opportunity to learn their free ways of thinking while discussing with them and learn music theory as well. I understand. When Kang-yoon accepted, Professor Choi Chan-young replied with his uniquely soft smile. What do I do? Han Ju-yeon kept sighing in front of the front door. Thanks to not being able to sleep the past night, there were dark circles under her eyes. She counted sheep all night and tried all sorts of methods to sleep, but in the end, she couldn't even sleep for 2 hours. First time on the TV came with a lot of nervousness. Uni, your eyes are no joke. It's so bad, right? Do you think you can cover that up with makeup? It really looks serious. Seo Hanyu's expression colored in worry as she was about to leave in her school uniform to go to school. It wasn't this bad, but last night, I couldn't sleep, and even that arrived. Eek? No way. That? She was kicked while down. The demon of that day that comes once a month had assaulted her. What will you do? Why does it have to be today of all days? Doesn't your stomach hurt? Not that much. Before that, can you lend me that? I ran out. I'll pay you back later. Yes. Wait a minute. Han Ju-yeon borrowed the female products from Seo Hanyu before hurrying to set out. If she had to go to the company to meet Kang-yoon and go out for recording later, then time was running out. Although she would also undergo makeup at the TV station, she put on heavy makeup before going out. She didn't want to be the center of attention on the way. At the company, Kang-yoon had already finished preparing and was waiting for her. However, Kang-yoon's expression turned strange as soon as he saw Han Ju-yeon's face. Did you not have enough sleep yesterday? Yes. The bags under your eyes are huge. It wasn't like this normally, was it? Pimples, dark circles, freckles, and such face-related talks were a taboo for women. However, Kang-yoon was very direct. To him, a celebrity's face was his work. Han Ju-yeon panicked since this the first time it happened, but what was important now was not that. I couldn't sleep because I was too nervous. Will I be all right? It can't be helped. Get on first. Han Ju-yeon got on the car, and Kang-yoon paid his attention to what she brought. Normally, she didn't even carry around even a small pouch containing makeup. However, she was carrying one today. Is it that day? He hadn't worked as a manager for 7 years for nothing. There were some women whose dark circles were especially worse on that certain day. Han Ju-yeon was also like that. Moreover, she looked tense as well, which made Kang-yoon be sure about it. Kang-yoon quietly called for coordinator Yu Se-hee, who was checking over the stuff. Team leader, you called? You know how to do her makeup, right? Yes, sir. I think it's that day for her today, so please mind her a little more. The day is quite unfortunate. I understand. Team leader, how did you know that? Well, from experience. Well then, please take care of her. Yes, team leader. Kang-yoon did the final check, and they departed for the TV station. After arriving, Kang-yoon left first in order to greet the related personnel, and Han Ju-yeon, the coordinator, and the manager went to the waiting room for makeup. The eye makeup sure is amazing. Close your eyes. Yes. Han Ju-yeon couldn't open her eyes properly due to the makeup that emphasized the eyes. It seemed there was a lot to do, as the makeup went on for 30 minutes. She did hear that makeup for broadcasting was quite long, and it seemed it was true. Her hair was done with a curling iron, and she didn't know what was there on her face, but 2 people were drawing, sticking, and doing various things on her face. Her pretty but plain-looking face transformed into a city woman's face like that. This is enough, right? A long time had passed, and coordinator Yu Se-hee nodded her head in satisfaction after looking at Han Ju-yeon's face, from which dark circles were gone without a trace. This is me. Han Ju-yeon widened her eyes when she saw the image of herself in makeup. The figure that was wrapped in steam every day due to practice was all gone. A pretty woman that anyone would turn their head to at least once was inside the mirror. The dark circles she was worried about were gone without a trace. So difficult. Ju-yeon, your dark circles were no joke. It's rare for a person to have such heavy ones too. Really? I'm sorry. It's that day today. I know. Well, I'm proud of myself, so it's all right. Team leader sure is amazing. Huh? What about the team leader? Asking why the team leader came up, she looked at the coordinator. He immediately knew it was your that day today. What would a man know about a woman? Is it intuition? He knew immediately. It looks like he really cares for you lot. Really? Yup. Seeing him so detailed, I kinda understand why the ACE and Jua always look for him. Did you hear that rumor? Oh, Ji-yun is close with Jin Jae-young, so you would know already. Yes. Jin Jae-young said she felt very safe when working with team leader. I think I'll also be like that if I was a singer, being fine with whatever I do. Even I think that it will make my heart flutter if I was a singer. Coordinator Young Se-won. Dunno why, but her name suddenly changes from Yu Se-hee to Young Se. Bob sent gazes of admiration while clasping her hands like a girl, despite being in her 30s. Han Ju-yun was also surprised at Kang-yoon's such care. She slightly understood about what Kim Jin-jaeyoung had said to her. Are you done? At that time, Kang-yoon entered after having finished giving our greetings. He checked the makeup on Han Ju-yun's face and whether the dark circles still remained or not. Please put more powder on this part here. Yes. Coordinator Young Se-hee, who was absent-minded in admiration for some time, came back to reality with Kang-yoon's words. Is this fine? Yes, that's good. Coordinator Young Se-hee became tenser when Kang-yoon required more meticulousness even though the dark circles couldn't be seen. Han Ju-yun was the same. Kang-yoon's such actions prevented her from relaxing. Let's go for the dressed rehearsal. Yes. Han Ju-yun headed to the stage where the recording will take place today while following Kang-yoon's back. Paldo Mimic Singing Festival was a program where they gave prizes to the person who mimicked a famous singer the best. It was a national holiday special pilot program. People who were picked through preliminaries from all 8 of the provinces of Korea would compete on stage, the finals. Of course, it was still a pilot program right now, so the staff had to pick from the people who sent self-made videos. Paldo Mimic Singing, along with the energetic voice of Ji Chong-suk, and the cheering of the 500 people in the audience signaled the start of the recording. Red lights lit up on all the cameras at the same time various devices activated. Behind the stage also became busy as staff moved around. Oh, so nervous. Han Ju-yun, who sat relatively towards the front, tried her best to relax the tension as much as possible with her hands clenched. Although she avoided being first with some negotiations, she was still 5th in line. As the time passed by, and the first and second came down from the stage, her heart pounded more and more. Oh, what if I make a mistake? If I don't do well, I will give the company damage, and I won't be able to debut? Then, I won't be able to become a singer, then. Once she thought of something bad, she kept doing so. Han Ju-yun's expression became visibly worse. Thoughts were always like that. In the end, she ran outside from behind the stage. Kang-yoon felt that this was something serious and followed Han Ju-yun. Ju-yun, team leader. Seeing that Han Ju-yun's expression had become visibly worse, Kang-yoon asked softly, "What is it? Do you have any worries?" What if I do bad? Do what bad? Just everything up there. You don't have to do well. Sorry. However, Kang-yoon's words were completely unexpected for Han Ju-yun, and her eyes widened. The moment you go up there, your responsibility is over. Whatever happens, the responsibility is mine from then on. Team leader, I know what you're worried about. What if I do bad? What if it's something bad happens because of that? What if I'm unable to become a singer because of that? Kang-yoon's words hit the bullseye. Han Ju-yun lowered her head in silence. Kang-yoon tapped her shoulders. He implied her to cheer up. I did say let's go together until the end. Believe in me. Whatever happens, you just have to do your best up there. It's good that you aren't crying, though. Some people end up crying and their makeup becomes messed up and they have to delay their order. There. It's your turn soon, so calm down before coming back. Okay. Yes. Kang-yoon didn't say any more and went back to the stage. Seeing his broad back, Han Ju-yun quietly muttered, "Now I get it. Why those unis want to work with team leaders so much." The belief that Kang-yoon was behind them no matter what they did. Having tasted that belief, Han Ju-yun acquired more confidence. Calming down, she went back to the stage. This is a little. Lee Hyunoo's expression creased as though the song she sung now was no good. Although she had a cute face, her senior, Min Chonmin, retorted as though he didn't like her. Is that so? Then this. Fixing the score, he played the melody again. Remembering each of those sounds, Lee Hyuna sang again. However, it seemed it wasn't to her liking again as she grumbled. I don't think this is right either. Seeing Lee Hyuna like that, Kim Hee-jin, who was playing the bass guitar, stepped up. Hyuna, just what do you want? You don't like loose, but you don't like fast either. That's no good. I don't get that feeling, said Lee Hyuna in a small voice. The other team members got angry, but it was the same. Hey, gather up. In the end, Min Chonmin made the instrumental people gather up. He pointed towards one verse of the score and asked the people. Hyuna said this part here is no good because it feels loose. So I changed it to feel a little faster, but now. She says that it feels too hurried. What do you think is good? Lee Hyung-suk, in charge of the electric guitar, answered Min Chonmin's question. He drew a sharp and gathered everyone's attention. Let's go with this here, and like this. The chord should be. But before he finished drawing a single note, Moon Mi-young interfered. But then the chord progression won't work. I think it will feel like it's stuck that way. Then she touched another chord. It was like this. All of the members talked about their opinions on one part as they discussed in order for a better piece of music. However, during that, time would fly by quickly. I'm kinda hungry. With Kim Hee-jin's nagging, the discussion ended. Everybody had to sigh due to the unconcluded discussion. The process of making music with everyone wasn't as easy as it sounded to be. Whoa! It became her turn, and Han Ju-yeon went up to the stage. Camera with red lights on, numerous audience, and lights. Seeing so many eyes glued onto her, her calmed heart started pounding again. I can do it, I can do it. Han Ju-yeon resolved herself. However, she didn't make a signal, so no music started. The audience started whispering in the time she took time to calm down, and they, along with the cameras and PDs, looked scary to her. She was still 18 years old. It wasn't easy for her. At that moment, someone could be seen at the front. It was Kang-yoon, who should have been at the back of the stage. Team leader. He was. Holding up a giant piece of paper, A0. It's fine if you make a mistake. PFFFTT. But in this situation, he was too kind. Even though he should have had the sharpest gaze of all the people here, instead, he was the warmest. Han Ju-yeon's pounding heart calmed down. Ah, sorry. Let's do this again. Would you please cue the music? A momentary delay. The audience seemed to have understood, and they settled down. The staff received her signal and played the music. It was finally the start. You are a good person, but you don't know. A completely identical voice to the singer Kang Min-ju started enveloping the stage. The audience all rubbed their eyes at the scene where they couldn't differentiate between the original or just the mimic. Would you know? A person in my heart. Even the presenter, no. All the PDs and the other staff there were confused whether if this was the original or not. Originally, all voices had to have some differences. However, the girl on that stage was perfectly copying Kang Min-ju's song. Kang-yoon settled down after seeing the musical notes and the light. There was no need to say anything about the reactions of the audience. They were all in a mess while asking if she was Kang Min-ju's twin or something. Phew. Although he did worry because Han Ju-yeon was very nervous, he sighed in relief as the main stage was done well. Of course, he had a plan B and a plan C if this didn't work, but that would require more time and budget. So this was a good thing. With the cheers of the people, the stage ended. The presenter grabbed her and interviewed her, but her shyness wasn't suited to talking much. Entertainment is no good. People had their own styles of work. If it was Lee Samsoon or someone else up there, it would have been a different story. Kang-yoon was a little disappointed. The stage ended, and Kang-yoon waited for her in the waiting room. Thank you for your wa. Han Ju-yeon collapsed in place as soon as she came to the waiting room. It seemed her soul had left her legs. The manager immediately supported her to the sofa. Good work. It was a nice stage. Thank you, team leader. I didn't do anything. Everything is due to your effort. Kang-yoon didn't say much. However, Han Ju-yeon knew very well. Only because Kang-yoon firmly supported her from her back could she digest today's stage without any problems. Kang-yoon could never give her more confidence. The recording continued, and it was now the award ceremony. There was no need to talk about the result of the competition. No one other than Han Ju-yeon was able to mimic even the breathing. First place was Han Ju-yeon. She couldn't hide her joy after receiving the 2,000,001 prize, 1.8 thousand US dollars. Thank you. You mimicked Miss Kang Min-ju's song nearly perfectly. Is there a secret to it? Presenter Ji Chong-suk asked when Han Ju-yeon answered. A cool outside help. Yeah. All the participants laughed at that answer. With the prize money and the trophy, Han Ju-yeon went back to the dorms in high spirits. Of course, the money was shared between her parents, and most of the rest was used in the meat party she had with her dorm mates. Chapter 54. Causing an incident at a music circle, 1. Sunday, after the recording, Kang-yoon went to Hallyu Arts University as he had promised with Professor Choi Chan-young. Is it here? As one of the biggest arts university, its scale was quite considerable. Seeing many students going to college to practice for other activities, Kang-yoon thought that they were amazing. He immediately went to the student council building where the practice room was. Welcome. Kang-yoon could meet Professor Choi Chan-young in front of the student council building. The two immediately went to the underground practice room. Entering the practice room, 5 people comprised of both genders were practicing with microphones and instruments. Black. That was the first thing that came into his view. The blue musical notes that everyone created were making a sticky black light. The song they were playing definitely wasn't some kind of strange music. It was a sort of ballad, but Kang-yoon's expression creased as far as it could from the get-go. Ugh. Influenced by the black light, Kang-yoon felt as if his strength was draining. It was as if he was being pulled into a swamp. It was as though their playing was gnawing his life force away. That was how Kang-yoon felt. This isn't good. I can't bear to listen. Kang-yoon couldn't endure it and exited the room. Then Professor Choi Chan-young followed him out in surprise. What is it? Do you feel unwell? Oh, no, it's nothing. I suddenly feel nauseous. He could never say that it was because of some black light. The black song he was met with in a defenseless state did indeed drop his physical conditions down. Professor Choi Chan-young was surprised and brought him a cup of water and made him rest a little. Kang-yoon recovered. What the hell? Even Kang-yoon himself was surprised while he was resting on the chair prepared in the corridor. He never knew that the black light could negatively affect him so much. His body was still reacting to it. It was as if his life force was being scooped away. It was a feeling he never wanted to experience again. Having barely collected himself, Kang-yoon entered the studio again with Professor Choi Chan-young. When they entered, the 5 had already finished playing and were discussing the score. Everyone, can I have your attention for a moment? When Professor Choi Chan-young spoke out to them, everyone looked back. He introduced Kang-yoon to everyone. Of course, as they had discussed this beforehand, they left out the story about how he was from MG Entertainment. He only told them that Kang-yoon worked in the same industry. Kang-yoon and Professor Choi Chan-young started watching the students discussing. Like I said, we need a minor-like feel. Here. No, that's wrong. We need to liven it up a little more here. If we make it minor, Kang-yoon could immediately realize why the music had a black color. Too many captains drove the ship into a mountain. Putting all sorts of chords and melodies in would have resulted from a gray to black color. Kang-yoon was just a collateral damage in that experiment. But it looks fun. Kang-yoon watched the process as they created music together with interest. Though he still couldn't understand half of what they were saying with diminished chords and augmented chords. However, it did look really interesting to see the process of creating music. It had a different charm to the composition of prose. However, that didn't last long. Ugh, that damn black. Kang-yoon felt shivers all over his body when a music made with a 1 whole hour of discussion turned black. It was not a good feeling at all. Professor Choi Chan-young also shook his head in dissatisfaction. After playing it 2 or 3 more times, they came to the conclusion that this was no good and started discussing again. This time, Professor Choi chimed in a few times as well. Why don't we remove the sharp here? Oh, really? They erased a sharp on the score after hearing Professor Choi's words and tried other keys. The other people also commented as well. Kim Hee-jin played the melody with a classical guitar. They decided on a melody that everyone was satisfied with. However, everyone tilted their heads when the voice was inputted as well. This doesn't sound right. I guess we don't have any luck today. Moon Mi-young grumbled while standing up from the drums. After that, Kim Hee-jin, who was the bass, also commented. You're right. Today's weird. On one side, Kang-yoon felt like he was going to die. Ugh. I'm drained of any strength. With no one knowing, The black light from the music was draining Kang-yoon's energy. The composition jam session ended, and everyone headed towards a nearby bar. Since it was Sunday and the bar was near the university, there weren't many people. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon and the others could enjoy a quiet drinking time. So, how was today, Mr. Kang-yoon? When the drinking time got ripe, Professor Choi Chan-young asked Kang-yoon with a slightly reddened face. It was good. Good times is what came to my mind. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Appa, was our song okay? Moon Mi-young realized that Kang-yoon was avoiding the answer, so asked directly. Kang-yoon was put into an awkward spot. It was good. Really? I think your expression is saying the opposite. Hey Mi-young, what's up with you? You're putting him in a tight spot. Moon Mi-young had a slightly mischievous side to her. When Kim Hee-jin scolded her, the friends started quarreling. Kang-yoon laughed while looking at them. It was good to look at youngsters in their prime. Professor Choi Chan-young wasn't that talkative in that get-together. He left the students to discuss music on their own, and only threw 1 or 2 lines when he needed to. He was also the motivation that made the students not scatter and stay together. Kang-yoon discovered a person who distanced herself when the topic turned into a discussion about the music. It was Lee Hyun-ah, the vocalist. Everyone was on hot wheels about the music, but only she looked far from interested. Does she have no interest in the band? She didn't speak much about the score even in the practice room. Despite that, she really sang well. She had a good voice, but the black light made Kang-yoon confused. A little bit of time passed, and the drinking time ended. Everyone had reddened faces, and men and women went their separate ways. From the number of bottles on the table, all of them had binged on the alcohol. Of course, Kang-yoon and Professor Choi didn't. These kids. I'm somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. It was very fun today. Kang-yoon separated from Professor Choi and headed to the station to take the subway home. But someone tagged along. Excuse me, Appa. Your name was Lee Hyun-ah. Lee Hyun-ah grumbled at him for not remembering someone he had met today. Kang-yoon only laughed it over. The two people were going the same way, so they went together. I know who you are. You know me? Did we meet somewhere before? The AC. Huh. Lee Hyun-ah showed him a twister screen. Kang-yoon could be seen controlling the mixer in the ACE street. Performance. Oh. There were such things floating around. I am a fan of the ACE. I even know their manager's name. But just one person, you, I don't have any information on. So it was a guy named Lee Kang-yoon. She seemed to have come to a realization. Lee Kang-yoon was practically a classified existence even within the company. The fans would find out even the manager's name, but it was hard to find any info on him. The internet sure is scary. So, are you going to tweet about me? What good is it if it's just you? Weren't you the ACE's manager? She had a misunderstanding. She basically implied, what did you do with the ACE? The manager changed. The ACE sure has it hard nowadays. It must be hard for them. I heard they can't even get proper sleep nowadays. Probably. It sounds like you're talking about someone you don't know. Are all managers like this? Ha ha ha. You're the real deal, eh? The conversation with Lee Hyun-ah was fun. She was full of vitality, and she had a cute side to her as well. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon's way home wasn't so boring. However, there was a reason she tagged along with Kang-yoon. Appa, how was our song? It was good, why? Lies. I know already. What did she know? Kang-yoon wondered. Your expression said it wasn't. I saw you creasing your face when we sang. Was it that bad? He wondered why they met eyes during practice, and it seemed to be her watching him. Kang-yoon deeply sighed and spoke. Honestly, there are too many captains. I think you're trying to put too many things into one song. Do you think so too? I'm no musician, so I wouldn't know for sure. But yeah, a little. Kang-yoon didn't delve far into it. He didn't want to tick off their pride after all. However, she understood his words and nodded her head. You're completely right. With everyone being in the composition department. Phew, nowadays, I think the first version of the song might have been better. But I still think it's fun. Perhaps you will make a masterpiece. I don't think it's fun though. Lee Hyun-ah shook her head. There are no emotions, and every day is a continuation of messed up discussions about the music. I don't feel any fun in this. I might end up quitting like this. Can I really continue doing this? Kang-yoon was put in a tight spot instead. How did he have to answer this? How could she talk about such a serious thing with a person she just met? Kang-yoon just spoke honestly. What good would come out of asking someone you just met today? But even so, I thought you might have felt something today. In Kang-yoon's view, Lee Hyun-ah was like a little child that wanted to grab anyone nearby and speak to them about everything. A child looking for answers, maybe? But Kang-yoon did feel that he had to be serious about this and avoided answering hastily. Feel something, eh? Now's the process of making the song itself, isn't it? There's no way it's so easy to do that. It's a problem because we're like this every day. Day after day. That's not it. Sorry. I keep talking about useless things. Seeing Kang-yoon not reacting to her so easily, Lee Hyun-ah switched topic. Kang-yoon felt that she was just like the others around her age and went over to the topic as well. Talking about the latest celebrities, they could discuss naturally. I still wish he gave me some answers though. Even so, Lee Hyun-ah seemed to be disappointed in Kang-yoon and could not hide it. The busiest team in MG Entertainment nowadays was undoubtedly the PR team. With Min Jin-seo on the rise, the PR team became busy for an aggressive marketing style, and with the AC using SNS as marketing, even more was added to the workload. Following that, it's Han Ju-yeon this time. Vice Chief Gu Daman of the PR team had the urge to just throw all the documents on his desk into the sky. Work seemed to be increasing the more he did them. With the 5-day-week policy being implemented, the conception that Saturdays and Sundays were holidays were being spread around. But that was a distant story for the PR team. Vice Chief Gu, did Han Ju-yeon's videos all get onto the search engines? Yes, we'll get the articles published soon too. Vice Chief Gu was even fed up with Chief Ji Man-hoon and went to the new employee Lee Hee-seon. She was a beauty with a cat face, but that wasn't of any concern right now. Hey, what's this? This photo is the wrong one. Sorry? Wait for a sec. Employee Lee Hee-seon widened her eyes after seeing Han Ju-yeon's photo being switched out with A. Lee Young's. Phew, are you crazy? If team leader finds out, we'll all be screwed over. I'm so sorry. The things he would have kindly looked over normally wasn't so easily looked over right now due to his temper. That was how tense the atmosphere was in the PR team. When the PR team was focusing on work without being able to go home, Kang-yoon arrived. Team leader. Seeing Kang-yoon, Chief Ji Man-hoon tried to tie his top button on the shirt and the tie, but Kang-yoon held him back. It's fine. Everyone's working hard. Kang-yoon held out some food. It was a special-made sushi for them who had remained even after all the other teams went home. Thank you, team leader. Employee Lee Hee-seon was hungry all this time and tried to extend her hand to the vinyl bag before being stopped by Vice Chief Gu's glare. However, Kang-yoon just laughed. Please enjoy your meals. Thanks to everyone's hard work, Han Ju-yeon's being advertised well. The official compensation would be done after the girl group debuts as a whole, but I'll tell the higher-ups about the PR team especially. Hooray to the team leader. Naturally, the PR team went up in cheers. Last time, they had also been rewarded with a luxurious overseas trip thanks to the ACE. Their work was hard, but the rewards were compelling, so they were really motivated. Then, please enjoy your meals. Kang-yoon immediately headed to his office after that. Seeing his back, Lee Hee-seon's eyes were filled with hearts. Team leader is so cool. Does he have a lover, I wonder? Then, Vice Chief Gu Daman pulled her out of her delusions. Hey, stop dreaming. He's the guy that doesn't even glance at Min Jin-seo or Jua when they work together. Vice Chief, celebrities are like dolls though. They're distant from us too. She was right. They were employees of the same company, but there definitely was some distance between them. PFF, do you think the team leader is the same as us? That's why you have all sorts of weird photos. You put in Jin-seo's photo instead of Jua's last time, didn't you? Why does that come up now? The other employees enjoyed their midnight meals while listening to the banter between the grumbling higher-up and the thick-nerved employee. Maths class. Young Mina was busy supplementing her fatigue from practice. This was the most boring class for her, especially with maths, functions, formulae, or x, whatever made her eyelids really heavy. Now was no different. That why the value of x is. Again. Her friend next to her tried to wake her up, but the maths teacher shook his head. She was a student he had already given up on. With her sleeping like an ill chicken throughout all of his classes, she was like an archenemy to him. In fact, he didn't even remember young Minas. Face that well. She's sleeping again. Christian looked at her as if she was looking at a pathetic person. Unlike English, her eyes were glistening and the pen in her hand was gripped tightly. The maths teacher seemed to receive energy from looking at her, and continued on with the class. Asterisk snore asterisk. However, young Mina eventually ended up snoring as well, which made the maths teacher's patience snap. Hey, young Mina. In the end, Christian shook her up. Why? Christian pointed towards the blackboard while looking at young Mina, who couldn't hide her exhausted eyes. Then, young Mina became awkward and scratched her head. Get out. In the end, young Mina was punished by standing in the corridor. Young Mina yawned even in the corridor. This sleepiness was uncontrollable. With practice being so harsh nowadays, no amount of sleep made her relieved. Thanks to that, her house gave her some oriental medicine for her stamina, but stamina wasn't something that recovered so easily. That Ajusi, he drives us too hard. What? Just saying. The practice is so. Whoa, she replied subconsciously, but the real deal appeared in front of her. It was Kang-yoon. Ajusi, how are you? What are you doing in the corridor? Sorry? You got kicked out because you dozed off. Good for you. Kang-yoon's words were the truth, so young Mina couldn't say anything. Rather than that, she was bright red in embarrassment. Being punished in the corridor with no one there left an unspeakable shame on her. I won't say you need to do your best in your studies, but at least don't get punished. Kang-yoon felt absurd while looking at young Mina. He came to the school himself in order to ask for permission for their leave since they would get busier from now on. But this was what he was met with. Young Mina also couldn't lift her head up either. She tried to look good in front of Kang-yoon at all times, but this blow today was rather large. I'm sorry for the kids. Not at all. It's around the time they do such things. The vice principal behind Kang-yoon made a benevolent laugh, while young Mina was embarrassed to death. Kang-yoon also acted as if he was calm, but he was embarrassed on the inside. I'll see to you later. Whispered Kang-yoon and disappeared somewhere with the vice principal. Christiane, who was looking through the window, bashed her head on the desk in order to stifle her laugh. A day of rest after a hard week. Kang-yoon went to Hallyu Arts University in order to watch the band practice. Heading to the underground floor of the student council building, there was a door with the letters Recovery's practice room. Hello. How have you been, Professor? He entered the door, and the students and Professor Choi all greeted him. When Kang-yoon sat next to Professor Choi, everyone started practicing. Again, day after day, time after time, what I'm looking for. Fancy electric guitar sounds resounded the studio along with Lee Hyuna's singing. With the drums and bass added in as well as the synthesizer, a heavy yet fun melody started being created. However, Kang-yoon's energy was being drained instead. It's the same as always. Kang-yoon was directly exposed to the black light. Singing, drum, bass, synth, guitar, all the musical notes they individually created were definitely good. However, it was a black light that came out when they all mixed together. Kang-yoon forcefully endured it and thought about where the problem lay. He analyzed the score with Professor Choi, and he also had his own analysis on the reason why it became like that. A round of practice ended, and the band seemed to be full of dissatisfaction. The first one to speak was the leader Min Chan-min. Isn't the intro chord strange in the third bar? Moon Mi-young replied to that. Do you think so too? I also thought that. Should we try changing it? Everyone gathered and started changing the score. Having changed one part, they had to fix all the rest to fit that as well, and it was a continuation of edits. Kang-yoon watched their work with interest. Although he couldn't understand the majority of what they were saying right now, with Professor Choi's help, he could start understanding slightly. However, Lee Hyuna was silent, unlike the others who were actively participating. She did say she didn't like it, though she sure is silent. Kang-yoon was concerned about her perhaps because the things they talked about when they went back home together. She definitely did look like she had something to say, but she seemed to be suppressing it. Everyone didn't seem to notice and ignored her and drew their own score. Eventually, they finished working and started playing the song. Looking for my dream. I'm off. Maybe. The endless road. Leaving to my youth. Lee Hyuna's voice was a voice that had a depth to it. It was quite a stark contrast to her cute figure. Kang-yoon liked her voice. Though, it was hard to adapt to the black light. There definitely seemed to be a problem with the song as it kept releasing black light. However, unlike last time, Kang-yoon didn't leave his seat or anything. Professor, Yes. Today's score, can I have a copy? Professor Choi accepted Kang-yoon's request. Kang-yoon didn't forget to relieve him by saying that this will not be used by him in any way. Like that, the band practice continued for a full day before they went to the bar again. Perhaps due to the tiring practice, everyone was filled with vitality. With a drink in the mix, everyone started discussing their own opinions. If this was about the song before, this was about their personal stories. However, Lee Hyun-ah still didn't talk a lot. Unlike the time she actively spoke with Kang-yoon, she showed a very different side. The Unis, Kim Hee-jin and Moon Mi-young, tried to drag her back to the conversation, but she always slipped out after a few moments and stayed by herself. Other than talking sometimes to Professor Choi, she didn't seem that interested in the band. The gathering ended, and it was time to go home. Kang-yoon hurriedly headed to the station since he had to go to work the next day. Let's go together. Since Lee Hyun-ah was going the same way, she tagged along. Kang-yoon had no reason to refuse, so they went together. They boarded the subway, and coincidentally the two could sit side by side. I don't think you're focused during practice. It's not interesting. Why are you coming then to the meeting? It's because of the professor. There's a lot to learn from him. Kang-yoon immediately understood. Professor Choi always filled in the gaps whenever it was necessary. The band too received his help when they were stuck. But I'm worried because it's no fun. Their song isn't that good either. Really? Do you agree? Kang-yoon was slightly pricked. However, Lee Hyun-ah seemed to be quick-witted and realized that. Rather than it's not good, it's not complete. Nah, it's fine. I sang it, and I still didn't like it. You can be honest here. Though, I might get stoned if I got heard by others. Lee Hyun-ah was very merciless with her own band. Kang-yoon was curious and looked at her. They're always discussing. Even if we do change, we keep repeating the same mistakes. What good is that? The current piece is just a mixture of all sorts of things. They have all fell into the habit of doing the same things again and again. What do you mean? The song I sang today, for example, can be. She repeatedly sang the same phrase to give an example. Like how a note had to become longer and had to become higher, like how the feeling went as such, etc., she explained to Kang-yoon. However, she also added at the end that it won't work unless the entire thing changed. So you mean the mood of the song needs to change entirely? Yes. As it is now, it's nothing more than remodeling an old, unstable house. Kang-yoon agreed with her since he was rendered powerless by the black light all this time. However, he also didn't like how she was complaining about everything. Then how about we do this? Do what? The score of the piece we did today, you have it, right? Yes. You'll arrange the song and show it to everyone. Lee Hyun-ah strongly shook her head at Kang-yoon's words. Nah, I want to do it too. But I'm only in the first year. If I say anything to those unis and appas, I'll get scolded for revolting. How can such a thing happen? This place is like that. There's a strong hierarchy too. Kang-yoon was rendered speechless. He didn't know about college culture that much, but still did think that this was no good. Although South Korea was known for its well-hierarchized senior-junior relationship, he didn't know that there was still the same thing today. Then, what about this? How? Don't you think you still need to try? You're in the composition department as well. Rather than just complaining about the seniors, shouldn't you try at least first? Well, if you say no, that's that. Kang-yoon was about to skip it over when she replied. Fine. Can I photograph it and just give it to you via email? Yep. The earlier the better. Kang-yoon gave her his email address through a text message. Never did he realize his actions today will bring about a huge incident. Chapter 55. Causing an incident at a music circle, too. Chairman Won Jin-moon laughed after receiving the documents from Kang-yoon. As always, you don't disappoint me. The report about Han Ju-yeon made Chairman Won Jin-moon satisfied. He immediately signed saying he didn't need to read anymore. Thank you. Announcing the members individually. Although it will take a lot of work, it will definitely help in their individual activities as well as procuring fans and advertising. The start was a good one as well. I didn't know Han Ju-yeon could be so similar to that Kang Min-ju. It's thanks to her hard practice. No, not at all. The one who made her like that is even more amazing. Anyone can imitate, but it's not easy to become completely the same. Even Kang Min-ju herself might be confused if she listens to it. Thanks for your hard work. I'll listen to the details during the director's meeting, but that's a pity. You don't show up in trivial director's meetings. Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon could only laugh while thinking about the director's meeting that he no longer frequented. Who's next? Christian. Yes. Then please do your best this time too. Even though Deering House is a company we invested in, we are getting a few glares because we sent a trainee this time. Understood. Kang-yoon was confident. In Kang-yoon's previous life, Christy and also modeled for Deering House. Of course, that was some time after her debut, and this was indeed a little early, but with her image, he judged that there was no need to worry. Having come out of the chairman's office, Kang-yoon immediately headed towards the practice room where Christy would be practicing in. She was practicing her expressions while looking at the mirror. Christy tried lifting her eyes, widening her cheeks, and using all the muscles of her face to create expressions. But she creased her face in dissatisfaction. Yes, that's it. Use all the muscles in your face. Team leader. Christy only found Kang-yoon later since she was absorbed in practice and flinched before turning around. How is it? Is it going well? No, it's too hard. It's not easy to smile. Making a bright smile isn't so easy to do. Are you practicing in the dorms as well? Yes. What was it again? Frogs. Duh. This seems to be some exercise to smile. Think of it as a long-ass version of saying cheese. I'm also doing that. My face aches a little every morning. After seeing Kang-yoon work with Jua on her album, she had changed a lot. She didn't treat Kang-yoon badly before that, but she was indifferent. But right now, she had completely changed. She didn't ask him any questions, thinking that everything he did must have a reason for it. The day after tomorrow is the shoot. You know that, right? Yes. Oh, I'm worried. Ju-yeon did so well, but what if I screw up? Don't you actually want to say Ju-yeon did that much, and you think I can't? Or something like that, don't you? I guess I was found out. She made a bashful smile, saying she was found out. At that time, Kang-yoon immediately took out his phone and photographed her. Kang-yoon's actions were so fast that she panicked. Team leader. Just as she was about to say something to him, he showed her the photo. In the photo was a figure of her that looked shy, but was still smiling brightly. That's a good expression. I knew you had it in you. You've changed quite a bit. Ah, really? Before, your eyes didn't move that much. Your mouth too. But look at this now. They're moving. Look, Kang-yoon enlarged the photo, and she could understand what he meant. However, she still seemed embarrassed about seeing herself up close and gave it back to Kang-yoon. This isn't a selfie or anything. I don't like such pictures. You'll need to get used to this in the future. Tomorrow, you'll be put under management going around receiving massages and other things. There's no practice? The day after is the day of the shoot. It's better to manage than practice. Wow. She felt strange as though she had already debuted. No matter how sentimental she looked, she was a high school girl. Harmony is defined as the agreement of sound. To make it easier, the matching sounds will combine and harmonize. We'll look at the most basic harmonies first, and that is the triad. By now, his seat was practically fixed at the back. Kang-yoon was listening to Professor Choi Chan-young's lecture. Next to him was Ha-ji-yeon, who was influenced by Kang-yoon into using various colored ballpoint pens to take notes. Triads are composed of the root, the third, and the fifth, and each sound is represented by numbers on the scale. For example, Professor Choi continued explaining while writing down the most basic C chord and the G chord. Since harmonics was a little like mathematics, the god of sleep descended on a few students. However, that wasn't the case with Kang-yoon. It was only after they solved the practice questions did Professor Choi declare a break. The students rejoiced and ran out of class to take some time to smoke, or simply just rest. Don't you smoke, Appa? Ha-ji-yeon asked Kang-yoon, who was still studying the part he didn't understand. I do, but I don't feel like one right now. How about one together? I don't want to smoke with a woman. Phew, which era are you from? Then I'll be going alone. This era was one where women smoked along with men. However, Kang-yoon hated that. When Kang-yoon refused, she went out to enjoy her own smoking time. After she left, Professor Choi approached him. Professor, did you get home safely that day? Yes, I did. It's good to see you becoming close to the other students. Really? I was more impressed by you, though. Like how he embraced all of them softly without enforcing his own thoughts while he taught the composition students. Kang-yoon was really impressed by him. TCH. Outside, Ha-ji-yeon grumbled while looking at Kang-yoon, who was in a hot discussion with Professor Choi. In the underground studio of MG Entertainment, producer Oh Ji-won was in the middle of working with Kang-yoon. I guess I can't refuse if it's from you. Thanks for your time. I'll definitely treat you later. Since Kang-yoon called him out on personal matters and producer Oh had finished his job early as well, Kang-yoon felt really sorry. However, professional MIDI works required producer Oh's hands. Producer Oh started controlling the machine proficiently after powering the device on, making each of the instruments come out of different speakers. That feels slightly peculiar. Haha, I wanted to try something new. Oh, I should try this later too. Producer Oh followed Kang-yoon's instructions. His hand was holding onto the score Kang-yoon received last time. Producer Oh quickly typed in the score into the program, and when he played them all, different instruments came out of different speakers. I knew it. This is a lot easier to see. Kang-yoon was right. With one speaker being assigned to just one speaker, they each produced a different musical note. MRs were difficult to differentiate because they produced many different notes at once, but with the setup like this, it was easier to see the notes clearly. It was much closer to how a band would sound in real life. The notes combined and started emitting light. Black. However, Kang-yoon creased his brows after seeing black light. Producer Oh's expression wasn't that good either. Team leader. This piece is too. Is it an amateur's? It's not that good, is it? It feels like it's just a mess of all the popular songs put together. I think so too. This had no character to it, and was just a jumbled mess. That was producer Oh's judgment. Kang-yoon's evaluation wasn't that much different either. He even felt that putting out a song like this may ruin the singer's entire career as well as the planner's. Then I'll ask you again with another one. It's the same song, huh? But Producer Oh Ji-won stared at the score for quite a while before starting to input them. It was the same song, but he seemed to feel differently and inputted the notes delicately. Soon, the input ended and the music started flowing into the studio. But this time it was slightly different. The black light disappeared without a trace, and the music created white light. However, it wasn't that bright. It's probably because there's no vocals. But it's not bad. Kang-yoon thought that this piece may be usable. It was definitely better than what the others put together. This time, this song didn't feel like it was pieced together. He felt like this would become a good piece with a good vocalist. I think it's the same song, but this is definitely better. Do you feel that way too? Of course, this one doesn't feel like it was pieced together. But even so, I don't feel like this is it, or anything. I feel like it's still lacking. But I don't know the reason. Kang-yoon was sure after listening to his evaluation that a good vocalist would make this a good song. Originally, Christy-in would have hurried to school along with young Mina, but today, she had a different schedule. She had an advertisement shooting today and had to commute to a large studio in Gangnam. Greetings first. Greetings first. Before she departed, she listened to everything that she needed to know from Han Ju-yeon, who had started before her, and kept reminding herself with it. Don't get angry, always put on a smile. This is so hard. I must do all of this. The trainers put it together. This is impossible. Christy-in was frightened. Actually, she hated complex things rather than being nitpicky. She was quite tiresome in many ways. But is team leader going as well? Yeah, why? Oh, that's good then. However, Han Ju-yeon suddenly changed her advice. When Christy-in expressed her question, she just shortened it into one sentence. He'll do everything. Sheesh, I thought you were going alone for a second. Why? I think team leader going is going to make things more awkward, if not the same. Girly, you really don't know anything. Han Ju-yeon scolded her for not knowing anything. If team leader is going, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. You're blessed. I asked over and over in order to get him to come with me. Is he being biased? While Christy-in expressed her doubts about whether Kang-yoon going with her was really that good, the car horn could be heard from the outside. It was telling her to hurry, so she hurriedly left. Inside the car was Kang-yoon, as well as everyone else. Since the shooting place wasn't that far, they arrived soon. When they arrived, the staff were setting the shooting venue. On one side, the food truck was emitting steam from cooking, and on the other side, various lights were being set, and the props were being placed as well. Wow! Christy-in found everything inside to be a wonder. All of this was prepared for her, and her alone. The more she thought about that, the more surprised she was. She felt her heart pounding thinking about going into the shoot while holding those items under artificial lighting. Christy, get ready. Yes. Kang-yoon left the wandering Christy into the makeup team and immediately went to the photographer. The photographer was a stereotypical artist-like man with long beard, and he seemed to have power in his eyes. "Good morning. I'm Lee Kang-yoon. Oh my word, it's that ever-famous team leader himself. I'm Yohanza." The photographer seemed to be aware of who Kang-yoon was as well as he replied. With strength, Kang-yoon passed around nutritional tonics and asked them to take care of Christy, and seeing Kang-yoon's friendly attitude, everyone said yes with a smile. In Christy, instead, who was undergoing makeup, Kang-yoon was doing the greetings. "Wow, I never knew MG would bring out the food truck too. Thanks for the meal." The food truck fees that was usually deducted from the production fees was also paid by Kang-yoon using company money. All the staff gave praises to MG's magnanimity, as well as showing their appreciation to Kang-yoon. All of this was an investment for the opinions of Christy and the other girls in this industry. After Christy finished preparing, the shoot began. Since this wasn't just taking a few photos, but producing photos that would be put into a magazine, every single picture was delicately devised. "Oh my. Miss Christy, can you relax your face a little more?" "Sorry?" "Oh, I'm sorry." She seemed to be nervous and was frozen stiff. With her expression stiff like that, photographer Yohanza also started changing his expression. Her face was as frozen as ever, no matter how much he tried to dispel it. And eventually, he put his hand on his face. Rookies sure aren't easy. However, thanks to Kang-yoon, he held in his frustration when he would have gone off shouting already otherwise. However, that line made Christy die down. Photographer Yu alternated his gaze between the results and Christy and before shouting, "Let's take a rest for a moment." He intended for the rest to be to cool their heads a little. He gathered the assistants and looked at the results on the laptop. He deleted the images that he didn't like and shook his head. The photos weren't that good. Seeing photographer Yu like that, Christy loosened her shoulders and went outside. Outside the studio, Christy crouched down. She felt powerless with the first photo shoot not going as she had intended. She thought she had it completely down with expression practice with the mirror as well as image making, but the real deal was not that easy. "It's so hard. I want to give up." All sorts of thoughts filled her mind. The entertainment industry was cruel to newbies, from stories that one strange rumor would end her career to what would happen later if she screws this up. All sorts of things popped up in her head. However, she couldn't think of any solution. Christy entered with her shoulders still loose. Having entered without any energy whatsoever, Christy was met with a completely unexpected situation. She's still immature because it's her first time, but this time, it will be alright since she's warmed up a little. Please take care of her. In front her was Kang-yoon, the same person that went head-to-head with a famous producer from Japan, lowering his head to the photographers and the other staff, asking to take care of her. Chapter 56. Causing an incident at a music circle 3. Team leader. Looking at Kang-yoon lowering his head, Christy felt stifled. The Kang-yoon she knew of was always upright. Not to mention the picky Jua, he apparently didn't bat an eyelid against the scary directors and even the chairman. However, right now, the same person was lowering his head to the photographers and the other staff. "It's because she hasn't warmed up yet. Here, why don't you eat this?" Christy was a little shocked by Kang-yoon's unusual figure, and she knew that all of this was for her. She couldn't bear to keep watching that, and eventually headed outside. When she went outside, the other staff were also moving around busily. There seemed to be a lot of photos to be taken today as they were carrying around various props and devices. So hard. What is? Eek. She stood there absent-mindedly, but suddenly someone called out to her from the side. It was manager Kim Se-hui. "Manager, I did say call me Appa, but the age difference is... In this industry, everyone's an Appa. Wouldn't uncle be better?" "Forget it." Since Christy was very true to herself, manager Kim Se-hui had nothing to say either. Even so, he did see that Christy's state wasn't so good and asked quietly, "First time's hard, eh?" "It didn't go as how I wished it would have. That's obvious. Who would be able to do well from the beginning? But because of me, the team leader is." Christy pointed towards Kang-yoon, who could be seen between the gaps of the door. He was still going around to various staff and handing out health drinks and greeting them. That's actually supposed to be my job. But why is team leader doing it?" "Because of you." A direct strike made Christy and lose her words. You're really direct. Well, I did make a lot of mistakes. Truth sure hurts. So you know it. Since you are here, you're supposed to be a pro. Originally, I was going to go around, but team leader insisted on going. To give it more weight, he says, that people will be more concerned about you as this is your first stage. This industry is like a jungle. One weak point and you'll be eaten. But you girls seem to have it easy. Since team leader is doing everything for you. You girls, I think you will become really good. Go to the bathroom and get yourself together. We'll start again soon. Manager Kim Se-hui entered the studio. He had to see the current state of things in the studio after all. Of course, he also didn't want to be called lazy just because Kang-yoon did everything. The highest person responsible being on the same scene was quite tiring in various ways. Let's do it well this time. Christy resolved herself to do well this time. She didn't want to see Kang-yoon lowering his head for her sake again after all. Yes, that's it. Good. Those are the eyes I want. Just like that. Photographer Yu Hansa kept shouting good while pressing the shutter. The alternation of a bright smile and a cold expression gave us sort of a twist. The scenes that he could never shoot before the break started pouring out continuously, and he pressed the shutter like mad. The lights and the reflectors in the studio kept flashing while Christy did her various expressions. With results piling up, the staff also became serious. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon was watching the shoot. Around him were the managers and coordinators that were watching as well. These people would change Christy's makeup once a round of photos was over and contributed for better pictures. However, thanks to the shoot running for quite a while, a few of the managers and coordinators went out to smoke. However, Kang-yoon kept his place. That was because he knew that Christy was conscious of him. He was also nervous about how things would turn out, so he could not leave her Christy alone here. The cigarettes kept calling out to him, but he held it in. And finally, thanks for your hard work. With Yu Hansa's declaration, the shoot was over. Kang-yoon immediately went over to him. How are the results? When he asked, Yu Hansa put a thumbs up. Without any words. It's the best. Hey, the start and finish is too different, isn't it? Really? It's just that. Just what? Sheesh. I don't get why Christy keeps looking your way, team leader. Haha. Anyway, today's photos were great. Shall I show you? Kang-yoon could see the results through the laptop. Christy's smiling face and cold, proud face gave a good contrast. Yu Hansa judged that this was good enough for the clients and packed the equipment. Having finished talking with the photographer, Kang-yoon headed to the waiting room. The managers and coordinators were looking after Christy. Thanks for your work. Thank you for your work, sir. There weren't many words. Was it hard? How was your first time shooting? Nothing like that. However, Christy felt an unspeakable gratefulness towards Kang-yoon. This was her first work, and Kang-yoon kept the workplace up for her who was shaking on the inside. The figure that lowered his head for her sake and the weight that held the shooting venue in place was incomparable to anything. She finally knew why Jua, a Seonbi she admired, wanted to work with Kang-yoon so much. When they packed their stuff and boarded the van, the sun was already setting. Christy was tired thanks to the day-long shoot and fell asleep with her head resting on the window. Looks like she was tired. Put this on her. Kang-yoon gave manager Kim Se-hui a small blanket. Christy felt something warm in her sleep and could sleep comfortably. Chairman Won Jin-moon was satisfied after receiving a report about Han Ju-yeon and Christy and from Kang-yoon. Thanks for your hard work. Looks like I'm becoming more and more biased towards you nowadays. Thank you. Kang-yoon received a sign in the papers with ease as he always did and was about to leave. However, the chairman seemed to have a lot of things he wanted to ask about and held him back. Why don't you join me for a cup of tea? Soon, a beautiful secretary lady came in with tea. It wasn't at the level of the Junshan engine that he had before, but this tea had great fragrance as well. Chairman Won Jin-moon enjoyed the faint fragrance of the tea and started speaking comfortably. So is Seo Hanyu up next? Yes, I'll report to you soon. Okay. Actually, what I really want to hear from you is about the announcement of the girl group itself. Not only me, the investors are sensitive to this as well. I think you know this already. Of course, there are many people that are sensitive to the stock market. I don't know why they are doing this, even though we aren't like speculative capital for them. Although you did well until now, you need to be very, very careful since you might be ditched to the bottom with one mistake. Especially things like scandals. The girls that have been exposed to the media will have to be careful in their actions. Chairman Won Jin-moon's words carried weight. Kang-yoon also aware of that. As large as MG Entertainment was, there were many things at stake as well. The entertainment industry was a place where people could talk about someone easily and may drop to the bottom of the pits once negative words went around. I'll keep that in mind. I believe in you, so please take it as an old man's worries. Oh, look at the time. What's your next schedule? Once Young Mina is announced as well, it will become November. At that time, news that MG Entertainment is sending out a girl group will be spread around. I'm planning to host a showcase at that time, inviting the related companies and personnel. You're considering quite a lot of things. So it isn't like the budget is high for nothing. What happened to broadcasting the debut process? I decided not to. From what we've seen, I came to a judgment that advertising through the internet had plenty of effects. I judged that there is no need to waste any more budget and decided to not do the broadcast. Isn't that a waste? It will be quite good since this is something that didn't exist until now. The PD there will be disappointed. I talked to them so they could understand. Chairman Won Jin-moon was first suspicious about Kang-yoon's judgment, but eventually accepted it. Right now, Han Ju-yeon and Christy were doing very well, so he thought that Kang-yoon was right. These two had already given a strong impact to the public already. Got it then. So, I just need to look forward to November. Yes, you will be able to see the girl group's name and everything else as well. So war will start then. Yes, all of this now is just a skirmish. The real deal will begin at that time. I sure look forward to it. If a skirmish is this strong, then how strong would be the actual thing? Kang-yoon could only smile since the chairman always pushed him on like a friendly neighborhood grandpa. However, he was aware that the backlash would be strong once he failed. That was why he was always careful with his actions. Chairman Won Jin-moon left the words that he will visit the girls to commend them later and sent Kang-yoon out. When Kang-yoon left, he muttered while drinking the cooled tea. An amazing fellow. I became much more comfortable thanks to him. Fufu. He had it very comfortable because he could focus on operating the business now. When Kang-yoon returned to his office, what greeted him was a pile of work. After working with Christy and Han Ju-yeon, a lot of paperwork that required him to approve and sign had greeted him. Yeah, my place is here. Where else could it be? Opening the mountain of paperwork, Kang-yoon started working. Although the majority were from the PR team, there were some from the liaison team. The planning team was, needless to say, always busy. When he was in the middle of work, Kang-yoon's phone started ringing. It was Professor Choi Chang-yong's call. Kang-yoon accepted the call while wondering. He said that he called because he was worried that Kang-yoon hadn't turned up to the lecture. Oh, I'm sorry. My work became busy. I was worried. I wondered if anything happened to you. Not at all. Sorry for worrying you. If it's all right with you, I'm currently nearby. So can I give you the lecture there? Kang-yoon had no reason to refuse. Harmonics was the area he wanted to learn the most nowadays. Although he was doing some studies in his spare time, being taught was 100 times better than teaching himself. Will that be okay with you? This much isn't even hard. You said you were working, so can I go to your company then? I appreciate it. Kang-yoon asked Professor Choi to come to the nearby CAF. He could invite him to his office, but he thought that it would be rude to invite him to his messy workplace. Having made an appointment, Kang-yoon finished the call with him. He quickly finished his work and headed to the CAF. When he arrived, Professor Choi was already waiting for him. It's here. Oh, you've arrived early. I should have left earlier. Not at all. I wasn't bored at all while waiting. Professor Choi greeted Kang-yoon with his soft smile as always. He took out the books and talked about Choi Yoon-mi. It's good to see that you've become closer to the students. It looks like the ones actually working in the field have good senses. It's because they're nice kids. I'm thankful instead. I did worry for a little. But since you treat the students well and they like you, I'm completely good with it. Please take care of us in the future as well. Kang-yoon smiled and opened the books. 1 month had passed since he started learning harmonics. Unlike when he began, he started becoming more friendly towards the tadpoles in the books. Harmony, tones, chords, etc. He was starting to get used to their concept and their uses. Of course, he still didn't know theories about composing or how to use them in actual application, but he could now understand how things worked. Professor Choi explained things very clearly, and Kang-yoon was eager to learn as well. When the hot coffee was about to cool down, Professor Choi leaned back in the chair and spoke out in a tired voice. Shall we rest a little? Shall we? That was 2 hours after they started. The two didn't know how much time had passed as neither of them said that they should end it there. While Professor Choi went off to the toilet, Kang-yoon went over the pages to revise. Wait, it starts off with a D, and the next is an A or AC. It was easy when he was listening to the explanation, but going over it by himself was quite hard. Tadpoles looking like musical notes was just a temporary thing. Tadpoles were still tadpoles. This is C-sharp after A. At that moment, a voice could be heard from behind him. When he turned around, it was Min Jin-seo. Oh, is it? Wait, Jin-seo? What are you doing here? I came here to drink some coffee, but came here since I saw you. PFF, you're learning such an elementary book. Oh, I'm actually weak at music theory, so I decided that I should learn a little. Really? That's a shock. Min Jin-seo made a playful expression. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and said that it was possible. Her face had very light makeup and a smile. She had a bright smile because she was happy to see Kang-yoon. Thanks to that, the employees at the CAF started whispering to each other even though this CAF was close to MG Entertainment Building. I'll come back after ordering. Okay. She seemed to be getting used to her fame and didn't react much to the people that were whispering about her. Kang-yoon was proud to see her like this. Min Jin-seo was becoming more like a star while he wasn't aware of it. When Kang-yoon turned his attention back to his books, Professor Choi came back. Did you revise a lot? No, it sure is hard to do it by myself. Looks like there's a time for everything. You're doing quite well, you know? Oh, and at this part. While Professor Choi went over the things that Kang-yoon was unsure about, a presence could be felt behind him. It was Min Jin-seo with a hot cup of coffee. Sir, can I sit next to you? The thing is. Me. Min Jin-seo. However, Professor Choi's eyes widened after seeing her. Kang-yoon was surprised to see him so restless, unlike his usual demeanor. Yes. I. Min Jin-seo also titled her head in confusion when Professor Choi abruptly stood up from his seat. I am a fan. Kang-yoon and Min Jin-seo only smiled awkwardly after seeing Professor Choi lowering his head and holding his hands out. Chapter 57. Causing an incident at a music circle 4. Min Jin-seo and Professor Choi Chan-young had an enjoyable time as she gave him her signature and also took a photo with him. Professor Choi repeatedly thanked her at the unexpected encounter. Kang-yoon was inwardly surprised to see someone change so drastically, but couldn't express it. Living alone could lead to interesting circumstances. After parting ways with Professor Choi, the two set off onto a quiet street. I never knew you were learning music, sir. Unlike normal, Kang-yoon got on board Min Jin-seo's van. He repeatedly refused since someone might say something about them, but he couldn't refuse after Min Jin-seo desperately pleaded with him. Of course, the fact that there weren't many people around, as well as the fact that he could go home early and comfortably with the van, also contributed to his actions. A person is supposed to learn for their entire life. Who knows? I might become a composer in the future. Then you'll make a song for me as well? You don't even have any interest in music, though. Kang-yoon knew very well that Min Jin-seo had no interest in music or singing. However, Min Jin-seo didn't seem to be joking and kept speaking. If it's something that you composed, perhaps it's a different story? You know, I was offered to become a singer. Too. My talents were acknowledged. Do you think this industry is so easy? Kang-yoon was just going to laugh it over, thinking it was a joke. However, Min Jin-seo kept insisting. I wasn't joking. If it's something you made, I might want to try singing it. Sheesh. Fine. I'll give you one once I compose one. I don't know when it will be, though. You promised. Fine. I can't even differentiate between tadpoles and notes. When do you think I'll be composing? It was utter nonsense, but Kang-yoon accepted it. Composition was still far away for him. In the first place, the reason he was learning music more systematically was from a wild thought that his ability to see music may improve if he did. Going beyond harmonics and into composition was still impossible for him. However, Min Jin-seo didn't seem to take it that way. You'll be able to do it, definitely. Who was it that asked me who am I to trust? That's just the past. How can it be the same now? When the conversation turned into past stories, Min Jin-seo's face reddened in embarrassment. Kang-yoon teased her, saying she was a tomato. A nice atmosphere of violence and love floated around. While they were talking, the van eventually arrived near Kang-yoon's house. Thanks. So you live in a place like this? Min Jin-seo looked around from inside the van. She tried to see him off after getting off the van, but Kang-yoon stopped her from doing so. Min Jin-seo looked slightly disappointed. But Kang-yoon was strict with things like this. Min Jin-seo was disappointed but still saw him off with a smile. Well, then, sir. See you later. You too. When the door to the van closed, Kang-yoon slowly headed towards his house. Not long after, Kang-yoon saw Hee-yoon, who was returning from grocery shopping. Appa. Hee-yoon, seeing his sister on the street, made him more joyful. Kang-yoon took the large plastic bags from out of Hee-yoon's hands. Hee-yoon tried to refuse, but Kang-yoon ignored her and started walking. When Hee-yoon followed, the siblings started walking under the night sky. Appa, it's a van. Hee-yoon pointed towards the van that just passed by the two. It was Min Jin-seo's van that Kang-yoon was on until just now. You're right. I always think of you when I see a van. You always rode in one in the past. That's all in the past now. Talking with his sister, Kang-yoon headed home. There was no work for the concert team. However, with the increasing amount of work for the girl group, the large tower of paperwork on Kang-yoon's desk was increasing instead. Not only that, his work didn't just consist of approving paperwork on his desk. Meetings were the basics, and he had to be on site sometimes and had to take care of other things as well. Even 3 Kang-yoons would be tired out. Aju. Team leader. It's so hard. Young Mina complained as soon as she saw Kang-yoon enter the practice room. Kang-yoon ruffled her hair with love. Young Mina struggled and complained to him again, but Kang-yoon just ignored her. What's up, grumbler? What do you mean by that? I have a pretty name called Young Mina. Anyways, a dance competition? And you notified me a month before the actual thing? I will run out of practice time, you know. Mina, if it's you, 1 month is more than long enough for practice. That's true. Young Mina grumbled, saying that she was notified late and didn't have enough time to practice. However, Kang-yoon was calm and didn't think that at all. If you can't win a competition like this, you'll embarrass yourself in front of the others. That's a lot of pressure you're putting on my shoulders. Well, you seem to believe in me, so I'll show you. But also, Young Mina pouted just when it was about to be over. Then she started grumbling again. Team leader. I also want to go on TV and shoot adverts. But why do I have to go to such a teeny-weeny competition? What? That's your problem. It's not cool at all. Well, I don't want to go to a TV program to act cute in front of grandmas like what Samsoon is doing. She had a large pride, and that was the reason she was pouting. Han Ju-yeon's TV program, Christy Yeon's commercial, Seo Hanyu's music video, A Lee Young's educational program. She was envious of all of them. Sheesh, you're being too honest. I'm always like that. But we can't go to a b-boy competition, can we? Do you want to learn to headspin or something? I don't see why not. I'll just learn it. Oh yeah? Let's spin. My head is spinning too, damn it. Come here. Wake. You evil team leader. Young Mina kept complaining to Kang-yoon. However, never did she go against Kang-yoon's words. Perhaps her actions contrasting to her words was a type of charm. After another round of venting her troubles, Young Mina asked in a calm tone. Obviously, you're coming with me as well, right? How's that obvious? I'm busy. What? You went with the others like Han Ju-yeon. But you do well by yourself, though. Damn it. I'm not doing this. Even though she said that, Young Mina knew that Kang-yoon was indeed very busy. In fact, she was the closest member out of the 6. However, Young Mina seemed to have noticed that it was really difficult for him to attend and switch topics while grumbling. Kang-yoon finished checking up on Young Mina and the other girls as well, so he headed to the 2nd floor for a meeting. After being reported on the current situation by the employees, he gave orders about the showcase, and the day passed by in a flash. The next day, someone knocked on Kang-yoon's door when he was in his office, working. Come in. The one that entered was the exclusive composer of MG Entertainment, Loin. She stroked her flashy hair backward once and approached Kang-yoon. Hello, team leader. Welcome. She gave Kang-yoon a USB and some papers. When Kang-yoon flipped over the pages, it was a music score. So, the song is out. Yes, I've heard that it will be a tight schedule. So, I put a little effort in. Thanks for your work. Shall we listen to it then? Kang-yoon put the USB drive onto his PC and played the music. Light, yet rhythmical music started flowing out. The trainee that sung the voice had a pretty good voice as. It's Jua's voice? Kang-yoon was confused. Composer Loin explained to relieve his confusion. Jua requested it herself, saying that a senior must look after her junior's first song or something. Sheesh, she'll kill the girl's motivation. What good would it be if the guide song might be better than the actual song? What's Xian be? It was obvious that she was rioting to get Kang-yoon. It was obvious that the girls would be pressured immensely once they listened to the song. How was he supposed to accept this? Kang-yoon felt a headache coming. At that moment, a thought passed by in his head. Wait, this song. It's that same one. Kang-yoon thought back to his original life. Our story was the only song that Edios had failed in his previous life. Thinking about the failure in his previous life, Kang-yoon felt that he had to reject this song. But on one hand, another thought sprung up in his mind as well. Right now, the members are different, aren't they? The Edios of his previous life and the Edios of his current life was completely different. Perhaps it should be fine then. However, he did think that this was lacking somewhat. Kang-yoon's expression became serious the more he listened to the music. After the song ended, composer Loin asked Kang-yoon, "Was it no good?" "No, it's not that. I'm just thinking about something. You can be honest." Composer Loin was nervous. In the composer's shoes, getting her music rejected was akin to her child being abandoned. Perhaps Kang-yoon would do that. She was worried and clenched her fist. "Don't you have another song?" "Another song, you say?" As expected, Loin just shut her eyes. "I think I'll need to compare it. Are there any other songs?" "Yes, of course. However, there's no guide version and it's just the melody and the score." Composer Loin appealed that she put more weight into this song. However, Kang-yoon was unshaken. He went his way to find the song in the USB and played it back and checked the score on her phone as well. Since there was no guide song, he could only feel the basics. The exciting but light theme was not that much different from the previous one. However, Kang-yoon approved the papers anyway. "Looks like we'll have to try out both. Let's talk about it after that." "Understood. I'll have it done by tomorrow." After negotiating with composer Loin a little more, Kang-yoon finished his job regarding the song. A holiday. Kang-yoon was currently at Hallyu Arts University, where a student band was currently in session. "Hey, that's not it. Here, you need to." "Really? I think this way is better though." Moon Mi-jin and Gu Hyung-suk were currently quarreling about who was right. Kang-yoon was just watching from next to Professor Choi Chan-young. "That girl, she gave me her score as well." Kang-yoon kept giving signs to Lee Hyun-ah. However, she was silent all this time. She only said that she didn't like it at times, but she didn't express her opinion. He even asked producer Oh Ji-won to tell her. Kang-yoon felt quite stifled. "Should we have some food first?" Long after 2 p.m., Professor Choi offered to eat and the practice aka discussion was finally over. He ordered some Chinese delivery food and everyone enjoyed their meals. Kang-yoon, who had gone jajang, left to brush his teeth. When he left the student council building after brushing his teeth for a breath of air, Lee Hyun-ah was absent-mindedly sitting on a bench alone. "What are you doing?" Appa." Lee Hyun-ah moved a little to make space for Kang-yoon. "You didn't talk about the song today either." I think you should step up." No matter how Kang-yoon urged her on, she stayed silent. It was quite clear that she didn't want to break the unwritten rule between seniors and juniors. That damn hierarchy. "Give it to me." In the end, Kang-yoon couldn't hold it and snatched the score from her. "Appa. Sheesh, you're such a tiring girl." Kang-yoon wanted to see the results of this song, even if it was because of his efforts to get her to. Lee Hyun-ah seemed to be hesitating, but Kang-yoon just turned around and left her for the practice room. It was practice time again. Kang-yoon approached the leader Min Chan-min. "Hyungnim, do you have anything to say? I got some help from the professor and had a look at the score. Can you see it for a second?" Professor Choi, who was listening from behind, looked at Kang-yoon in wonder. However, he nodded his head after looking at Kang-yoon's eyes. Min Chan-min started looking over the score that he got from Kang-yoon. He played the melody with the synthesizer and eventually called everyone over. "Hey, Hyung-suk, isn't this part quite good?" "Whoa, this part was always strange." "Wow, this part is really good." The loosened part was tightened as well. "I like this one." Even Kim Hee-jin seemed to like the score that Kang-yoon handed over and praised it. When Kim Hee-jin showed the score to Moon Mi-young as well, she also said it was good and sat on the drums, saying they should try it. "Hey, I thought you didn't have any experience in composing. This part is somewhere even we were stuck in for quite a while." I received the professor's help. Kang-yoon immediately shifted the responsibility to Professor Choi. Everyone, like him, was very positive towards the score. At that moment, Lee Hyuna came into the practice room. Hey, Hyuna, have a look at this score. Kang-yoon brought it, and it's quite good. What? Lee Hyuna received the score after hearing Kim Hee-jin's words. It was her own score that Kang-yoon snatched from her. She alternated between Kang-yoon and the score. How is it? Isn't it good? Oh yes, it's good. Then let's try this. This will be a good one. Kim Hee-jin dragged Lee Hyuna to the vocals position while she took out her bass. When everyone got into their positions, a powerful song started being played out. After practice, Kang-yoon was slowly heading home. The song is good. The strong white light from the practice still lingered around Kang-yoon. Everyone seemed to be charmed by that effect and kept praising Kang-yoon. Though, Kang-yoon just laughed it over since it wasn't even his. He was waiting for the subway when a familiar face greeted him. Appa, Hyuna. It was the owner of the score, Lee Hyuna. She was alone in the station after sending off several trains. I was waiting. You should have gone ahead. Kang-yoon was heading home later than everyone else because he had a coffee time with Professor Choi Chanya. I thought I'd at least say thanks. Thank you for letting me be able to use my music. Lee Hyuna took a deep bow towards Kang-yoon. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. He didn't like this. I didn't want to be thanked like this. I wanted you to say it yourself. I'm sorry. There will be a lot more occasions like this in the future, you know? You'll act the same when the same thing happens. You shouldn't be saying sorry to me. Kang-yoon's words were sharp. Lee Hyuna lowered her head. She didn't have any way to retort. I only spoke out since. I didn't want a song that I found good to be buried for good. Strictly speaking, you shouldn't be thanking me. But if I had to say something, I wish you wouldn't avoid things like this in the future. Yes. But even so, thank you for letting us play my song. You have to say to them that you were the one who made it. Although Kang-yoon was a little harsh on her, she really was grateful towards him. If not for him, she would have suffered inwardly in the future as well. Kang-yoon's goodwill towards her wasn't light since he had a look at her composition and even acted out for her. Fine. That's enough scolding. It's not like you're a singer under me anyway. Kang-yoon thought that this was enough and got on the train. Lee Hyuna also sat next to him. Unlike last week, the two didn't speak to each other. Lee Hyuna took out her phone and Kang-yoon closed his eyes. The empty train gave the two a time to rest. However, Kang-yoon's phone started vibrating loudly. It was a call from Professor Choi. When Kang-yoon greeted him, Professor Choi went on to the topic. The song you gave us today was quite good, so I thought it'd be a waste to just have it heard by us. So I'm planning to take this to the competition. Is that fine with you? A competition, eh? That sounds interesting. Yes, I'm fine with it. Kang-yoon wasn't going to say that the song was Lee Hyuna's until she said it. One had to take matters into one's own hands. Kang-yoon accepted, wondering let's see how far this goes. Thanks. I put the application in right now. Phew, looks like I should go to cheer on. What competition is it? Kang-yoon asked lightly without pressure. However, a big surprise was waiting for him over the phone. College Pop Festival. What? Wait a minute. Can you say that again? The College Pop Festival. Kang-yoon was rendered speechless at the countrywide scale of the competition. Chapter 58. First Appearance, 1. Although we did create the bass, it was you who finished the song. I really should have asked for permission beforehand, but there was no time, so... I'm sorry. Not at all. It's a good opportunity. I will also go to cheer them on if I have the time. After finishing the call, Kang-yoon turned around to Lee Hyuna, who was just looking at her phone. Apparently, you're going to a competition with your song. A competition? Although Lee Hyuna was doing something else, she was still listening. From the moment Kang-yoon was surprised too when the word competition was mentioned, she knew that it wasn't such a light topic. Apparently, you are going to the College Pop Festival with the song you composed. Hyuna. Seeing Lee Hyuna still unresponsive, Kang-yoon called out to her a few more times. He tried pushing her and poking her as well. However, there was still no reaction. After a blinking a few times, she, "Eek!" screamed out, although there was no one around. To see her, Kang-yoon still looked around. You freak me out. College Pop Fest? Yup, it looks like the professor liked it. We're going there. With my song. She felt something waving towards her heart. Confusion, panic, joy. It was hard to describe it with just one word. Kang-yoon tried explaining the things he heard from Professor Choi Chanya. College Pop Festival is a big competition that's been running for over 30 years though. There will be a lot of people attending too. So what? Original composition, check. Band, check. You meet the criteria though. Oh, I don't know what's going on. She just lowered her head and didn't raise it back up. The coming storm wasn't easy for her to endure. Kang-yoon patted her back as he consoled her. The basics are the same whether you go to a big competition or a small competition. Preparation is everything. If you prepare well, there will be a possibility. I'm not sure if the professor knows or not, but this means that your song is good. Isn't that a good thing? Well, if you keep chickening out like you did today, that will all be for naught. Of course, Kang-yoon's consolation came with some sharp words. Lee Hyuna resolved herself while feeling the warmth on her back. Where's this? Wow. Young Mina and A. Lee Young couldn't hide their surprise after seeing the underground studio. Seo Han-yu and Lee Sam-soon felt the same way. Young-uns. Christy and poured them some cold water. You've only come here once too. Don't boast. How can 0 and 1 be the same? Young Mina and Christy quarreled while Han Ju-yeon sighed. Just as the quarrel was about to become a fight for the strongest, Kang-yoon, composer Loin, and producer Oh Ji-won came in. Hello. Producer Oh Ji-won replied with a smile after hearing their vivid greetings. Kids sure are good. You Appa. You really are. Hey, you're drooling. Sunny, you like the boys too. I only like the guys with abs. And hey, why are you calling me by my real name? I said call me Loin in the company. Producer Oh and composer Loin were also preparing to fight against reality. Of course, just preparing. Like that, everyone prepared for the song selection and the recording. The booth in the studio already had 6 microphones as well as other devices set up. Kang-yoon told the girls of the things that they were going to do and made them enter the booth. Let's start with the first one. Producer Oh started setting Han Ju-yeon's microphone since she was at the far right. Unlike Jua, these girls had no preset settings, so they had to set the microphones on the go. Mic test, my hometown. With Han Ju-yeon's as the beginning, all the microphones were starting to get set. Producer Oh was satisfied, saying everyone's voice matched each other's well. Kang-yoon watched the process from behind. Since there were 6 of them, it took quite a long time to set. Although the setting took a long time, Kang-yoon put a lot of attention into it since this would eventually be recorded. Shall we start? Producer Oh asked Kang-yoon as soon as the settings were done. When Kang-yoon's order came, the MR started flowing out of the speakers. Since they hadn't separated the song into parts yet, they decided to sing it all together. The girls counted down the beats and started singing. One day, at the park at night, playing on the white horse rocker. The first song was Our Story. Kang-yoon concentrated on the musical notes that came out of the girls. It's not bad. The song progressed, but there was nothing that caught his eyes. The light mood and the girls' voices filled with vitality was creating a good mood. What is the reason that this failed in my previous life? As the song reached its climax, Kang-yoon was wondering about this. The white light was in no way weak, and the musical notes from the girls weren't strange either. It was literally just not bad. Wow, this is a good one. Of course, it's team leader's request after all. Composer Loin smiled after hearing producer Oh Ji-won's words. She seemed satisfied about the praise. Like that, the first song ended without a hitch. Team leader, was our song okay? Han Ju-yeon asked from inside the booth. Kang-yoon answered to her through the microphone. It's not bad. I think your voices fit well too. Shall we go over the next one then? Yes. The girls were in great condition as well. Everyone seemed to be full of energy. When the next song was prepared, producer Oh gave a signal and the girls prepared to sing. The second song together began. When I open my eyes, the fresh sunlight greets me, and the expectation for today, this was the same as well. Although the vividness was completely different from the previous song, the light wasn't that different. The white light was constant until the very end. Both producer Oh Ji-won and composer Loin listened to the girls' voices until the end with their eyes closed. After the 3-minute song ended and the girls left the booth, Kang-yoon gathered them. Let's do it by parts this time. What? Parts so suddenly? Everyone was confused at Kang-yoon's words. With all of you singing together, it feels like a choir instead. I can't get the exact feeling. Let's do it by parts this time. Miss Loin wrote the parts right. Yes. So Han-yu will be up first. Let's. Kang-yoon distributed parts to the girls just as composer Loin had intended to. The parts where he thought that it didn't fit, he changed or put two together at once. After distributing the parts for both songs while listening to the girls' opinions as well, he sent the girls inside the booth again. Start. With Kang-yoon's signal, the song started again. This time, Seo Hanyu's voice flowed out first. One day, at the park at night, playing on the white horse rocker. Seeing that the notes were different from the first time, Kang-yoon focused a little more. Seo Hanyu was generating a yellow musical note, and the light was slightly stronger than before. This was because the song had to have a softer start, but was too strong with the 6 girls singing together. After Seo Hanyu's verse ended, Lee Samsoon caught it next. If my feelings are indeed love, please cherish this me as well. Lee Samsoon's voice was neither high nor low, but had power. She was the perfect one to raise the mood. Thanks to her influence, the white light started being strengthened after her musical note was mixed into it. Kang-yoon recorded it down and kept watching the girls. Our story was a good piece. He even wondered why this song failed in his previous life. Although the members had changed, he didn't know that this song would fit them so well. The song ended, and while composer Loin and producer Oh Ji-won were high-fiving each other, Kang-yoon urged them onto the next song. Yes, yes. Producer Oh Ji-won played the MR for the next song, Together Next. This time, the first verse was taken by A. Lee Young. When I open my eyes, the fresh sunlight greets me, and the expectation for today. Since the start of this piece was low-pitched, her low voice was emphasized. Even the other girls were surprised. Producer Oh also seemed to be surprised after seeing the number of bars represented on the machine. Ailey definitely has a good low voice. Kang-yoon was satisfied with the low voice that was a little like jazz. It was worth it to specialize their characteristics until now. With good results being shown off, he felt quite good. The next off was Han Ju-yeon. The smile that makes me shy, without me knowing. I think there will be good things. Han Ju-yeon did well in the high pitch, but also did well in raising a low verse to high. However, Kang-yoon also thought it was slightly disappointing. He thought about how it would be if Young Mina did that part. He was worried about the other members if Han Ju-yeon was being too emphasized. It was a bit like balancing the dance so that Young Mina wouldn't crush them all. The light from the girls was strong. The white light from our story was quite strong as well. And this song was on par with it too. When Christy emphasized the climax, the brightening white light made Kang-yoon fall into a dilemma. Let us think about the good things. The song finished with everyone singing together. The strong light eventually faded, and Kang-yoon told the girls to come out while saying that they did well. Wow, Sunny. Both are great. Yep, though, I did have to rack my brains for these two. But the rewards are worth it if it's this team. And hey, did you just call me Sunny again? Do you want to fight? LOL. Looks like we'll get some pretty money this time. Composer Loin imitated counting money like an evil man before acting like she would attack producer Oh Ji-won. Both producer Oh Ji-won and composer Loin had a good feeling about this project. You did 2 songs. How were they? When Kang-yoon asked the girls, everyone answered in the same voice. They were both great. They seemed to still be deluded about their own song, and they seemed to like both. Kang-yoon understood how they felt, but still cool-headedly told them, we need to set on a title song. In the showcase, we'll do both, but we do need to choose one for the cover piece. Which song do you think is better? However, no one chose easily. They liked both. It felt like they finally wore clothes that fit them after wearing someone else's for all this time. While everyone looked at each other and were indecisive, Kang-yoon was thinking about it himself as well. Is it because the team members have changed from my previous life? Our story isn't bad either. Kang-yoon predicted that our story would be clearly bad and together would be clearly good. However, they were actually neck and neck. With that being the case, deciding after considering the dance routine, the lighting, and the theme of the debut was one way to decide this. Girls. When Kang-yoon called out to them, everyone focused. Let's do it this way. Let's practice both and decide on the title song later. Practicing both will be advantageous for events later too. What do you think? Okay. Young Mina answered first. The others replied as well. Then let's go into recording after a little bit of rest. Producer Oh, shall we rest a little? Okay. With Kang-yoon's words, everyone turned into laundry and hung themselves on chairs and sofas. In fact, the girls had built up a lot of fatigue. The girls were finally all revealed. All the members were revealed in different ways, and the reactions were different as well. Even though they hadn't debuted yet, a fan club was made, and with various news articles coming out on the internet, reactions started appearing. A fan club for trainees was something unexpected by everyone. Of course, they had anti-fans as well. The anti-fans made various rumors saying that they didn't like this girl for this reason and that girl for that reason. However, the company meticulously managed their personal lives and practically forbid any social network activities, the source of all rumors. Most of the rumors were baseless as well. Any photos of them were from TV programs or their everyday life at school or their graduation album, so the rumors didn't last long. Kang-yoon's contribution to this was big since he managed all of this. The day Young Mina won the dance competition, Young Mina was revealed in the MG Entertainment homepage, and the profiles of all 6 girls were tied into one. And the 6 girls were officially named Edios. There was a link to the fan CAF as well where photos about their practice rooms and other simple things were being uploaded. The fans started advertising the group known as Edios by themselves while the anti-fans also started a war with a few set of materials. Everyone was busy making popcorn to watch, while the media wanted their own share of interviews and articles as well. It was literally becoming a hot issue. Kang-yoon successfully made the girls into a hot topic as he had intended and put a lot of mind into the PR team. Then please watch the internet like you're doing now. Yes, you do know that today's work ends early, right? Don't worry. After the meeting with the PR team, Kang-yoon headed to the roof. Working all day made his body crave for some nicotine. However, when he arrived at the roof, his phone started ringing instead. Since it was an unknown number, Kang-yoon thought of rejecting it, but received it anyway. Yes, Lee Kang-yoon here. Kang-yoon Appa? It's me, Lee Hyuna. Hyuna. It was Lee Hyuna from the band. He didn't tell her his number, though. Kang-yoon was confused. I asked for your number from the professor. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have done this. What's up? Professor Choi wasn't someone that would tell others his number so easily. So, if he did, there had to be a good reason for it. We passed the preliminaries for College Pop Fest. I called you since I wanted to tell you quickly. Really? Congratulations. Did you really pass the preliminaries? Kang-yoon was honestly surprised. College Pop Festival was a competition where all sorts of talented young musicians competed from all over the country. There should have been numerous teams from all over the country, but they still passed. Kang-yoon was really surprised. I still can't believe it. We were going to tell you if you came last week, but you didn't. So, I thought I should give you a call. Really? Thanks for telling me. The finals. Congratulations. Thank you. I heard you were busy nowadays. But still, please make some time for the actual performance. Kang-yoon said okay and finished the call. That's great. The finals, A slight help resulted in the finals of the College Pop Festival. Kang-yoon felt weird the more he thought about it. Finishing his last cigarette, Kang-yoon headed not to his office but to El Hotel. This was the day he was going to showcase the girls in front of the company people and other related personnel. Welcome. Having arrived at the hotel, Kang-yoon was guided politely to the crystal room where the showcase would occur. There were already round tables for customers, and there was also a stage for the girls to perform on. Since it wasn't time yet, there was no food on the table. Kang-yoon headed to the waiting room where the girls were at. Huh? It's Aju, der. What the hell does that mean? Young Mina greeted Kang-yoon first. The girls were busy undergoing makeup. Since there were so many girls, they had called outside external makeup artists as well as bringing their own. From their hair to their costume, they were undergoing a full transformation. Next to them were high-heeled shoes that were asking to be worn. I'm nervous. When Seo Hanyu spoke out, Christian replied in a chic voice. That's so not like you. Sheesh, Uni. Even I get nervous. Lies, that invincible Seo Hanyu gets nervous? The practice room was very noisy, but there was a strange tension in the air. Kang-yoon grabbed everyone's attention and spoke calmly. We're finally in orbit now. You've practiced hard until now, didn't you? Yes. There will be a lot of people. From the people from our company to news reporters. Today's matters will be sent out, and many people will start talking about you. Everyone became nervous after Kang-yoon said that. Being talked about by other people was a scary thing. Lee Young especially seemed to be scared as she was shivering slightly. We haven't even debuted yet, so it might be a little hard on you with many things going around. You may feel it's a little cruel. Why are they saying such things when we haven't even had our debut yet? You might want to swear at them. But from this moment onwards, it's real. I want you girls to accept reality as it is. The girls all nodded their heads. The noisy atmosphere of before was completely gone. The heavy atmosphere pressured their shoulders. At that time, Young Mina spoke. You'll always be on our side, won't you, Juicy? Right. Young Mina stared at Kang-yoon. No, it wasn't just her. Everyone was asking that with their eyes as well. Why are you asking the obvious? Then that's fine. I know that you're stronger than a million. Anti-fans, Juicy. How does that work? And stop calling me that. Ugh. The girls giggled thanks to Young Mina. Thanks to that, the heavy atmosphere lightened in an instant. Kang-yoon was surprised to see such a side to Young Mina, but was proud of her nonetheless. Though, ouch, he did give her a smack. Oh my, Chairman. It's been a while, President Kang. Calm music faintly flowed in the background, and Chairman Won Jin-moon was greeting a big man. He was President Kang Shermyoung of Yerong Entertainment, one of the 4 big management companies in Korea. Unlike Chairman Won Jin-moon in his suit, he was wearing ripped jeans and a sleeveless t-shirt. Did you say it was Edios? It seems like there's a big interest in the kids this time. The fan club is considerably big even though they didn't debut yet. Let's sit down first. Chairman Won Jin-moon led President Kang Shermyoung to the seats. With the two seating together, not many people could approach them. However, there was someone who did. Welcome. President Chu. President Chu Manji politely greeted Chairman Won Jin-moon and sat next to him. He was the president of yet another one of the 4 big management companies, Yunsul. Unlike President Kang Shermyoung, he had a skinny figure. With 3 big shots on one table, not many people tried to approach them. The vice president of the final one of the 4 big management companies, GNB Entertainment, approached them and told them that the president was currently overseas and couldn't attend this event, and sat down, and the atmosphere became even heavier. With the tables being filled and the atmosphere running to its climax, the broadcast sounded out. Dear esteemed guests, the showcase of the new girl group, Edios, from MG Entertainment, will happen soon. Please be seated. I repeat. President Chu, who was conversing all this time, raised the glass of white wine. Chairman, I have high expectations for today. President Kang also spoke with a smile. I'm also looking forward to it. What kind of kids are they? Chairman Won Jin-moon replied with a benevolent smile. Let's not do this. Hey, it's beginning. With his words, the surroundings darkened and the lights on the stage started being turned on one by one. Chapter 59. First appearance, 2. With a quiet applause, the 6 girls came up to the stage. After they got into a V-shaped formation, the AR started flowing out. Kang-yoon had judged that an AR was still better than an MR for the girls right now. With Young Mina at the center, the girls, wearing their heels, started dancing with vitality. Camera shutters could be heard, and the important personnel from the industry also filmed their performance in secret with their phones, and each focused on the stage in their own ways. Kang-yoon, along with President Lee Hyun-ji, was watching from the entrance of the crystal room. They've prepared a lot. President Lee Hyun-ji seemed to be surprised at the girl group's energy and expressed her surprise. There was naturally a machine-like synchro with each member. The girls digested the violent movements even with their heels on. This made many surprised. Kang-yoon did make them practice hard after all. However, Kang-yoon shook his head, saying that it was still far from okay. This is the AR version. Just this much won't do. You mean you're going to do a live show with that kind of a dance? It won't be easy, you know. Juah may be able to do it. President Lee Hyun-ji felt that Kang-yoon was frightening. There weren't many singers that could digest both the dance and the singing on the stage. No matter how hard he drove the girls, they should have a limit though. While Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji were talking about the girl group, President Chu Manji approached them. Oh, Hyun-ji. He lightly received Kang-yoon's nod greeting and put his hand towards President Lee Hyun-ji. It's been a while, President Chu. Don't call me that. Call me Appa like you did before. This is a public place, President Chu Manji. You're no fun. Fine. President Lee, how have you been? President Lee Hyun-ji finally grabbed his hand as well. While the girls' magnificent performance continued, President Chu kept praising them. Amazing. Those girls must have prepared for 5 years at the least. You've got good members too. I can see a nice picture. Thank you for the praise. Wow. I'm amazed the more I look at them. So they are the ones that will take after Serini. President Chu Manji didn't stop praising. Even while doing that, he was giving glances to President Lee Hyun-ji. However, President Lee Hyun-ji didn't seem to realize that and didn't say much. She realized that she shouldn't leak many things here. The girl's song eventually ended. The people kept clapping, and the next song began. It was another AR. President Chu said some words of disappointment after seeing the stage. They're good, but it's a pity that I can't hear them live. I do want to listen to their voices. Live voice with that kind of dance routine is plain impossible. That performance with heels on and live singing? Forget about it. Well, that's true. But looking at this showcase, they look like they're going to debut soon, no? President Chu was smiling. However, his smile contained something in it. Kang-yoon realized that he was trying to pry for information from President Lee Hyun-ji. Perhaps this was natural. Chu Manji, the president of Yunseal Entertainment. He's a big shot that leads one of the 4 big entertainment companies in Korea. What is he intending? Kang-yoon wondered. This man was a daring and adventurous man. People usually considered him as someone reckless. However, he was, in fact, someone who was very calculative and had a smart head. Kang-yoon thought that he had a reason behind his question. A debut, you say? Do you go leaking company secrets everywhere? Appa. Fu. That's true. Sorry, I was in the wrong. When President Lee Hyun-ji became serious, he took a step back. However, Kang-yoon's expression wasn't that great. He saw him smiling for a brief moment. He's sure that we will debut soon. I don't know what he's aiming f. Wait. Yunseal Entertainment also had a girl group that they had been preparing for a long time. They were named Dietin and debuted almost at the same time as Edios. In Kang-yoon's previous life, Edios had a huge failure when they started off, and the reason lay in the fact that they were continuously compared with Dietin. Dietin actually debuted on the same stage as Edios, didn't they? They were much more popular at the beginning too. Though, they gave the throne to Edios due to various scandals and blanks. Looks like I should be wary. Thinking of his previous life, Kang-yoon was wary against President Chu Manji. Although he was altering the future, there were many things that weren't affected by him yet. No, it was instead more possible that something completely unexpected may happen due to his actions until now. Kang-yoon kept being calm. May I say something? When Kang-yoon was about to say something, President Chu Manji didn't hide his displeasure. President Lee, I don't think that employee of yours over there can read the mood properly. President Lee Hyun-ji backlashed quite hard when she heard those rude words. Really? You'll regret it though. President Lee, only those of the same social status should talk to each other in public places like this. This isn't right. Kang-yoon was disdained outright, but he waited quietly. He already knew that President Chu was someone who was strong against the weak and weak against the strong. However, Kang-yoon had confidence in not being disdained in this place. And as he had expected, President Lee Hyun-ji put a mocking smile on. President Chu, have you heard of the name Lee Kang-yoon? Lee Kang-yoon. Of course I do. He's the hottest topic among guys like us. From Jua to Seti, Seasons, and the Ace. Oh, yeah, didn't he come today? I actually wanted to see him the most. Well, he was trying to talk to you. President Chu Manji became both panicked and confused at once. Kang-yoon almost burst out laughing when he tried to look around, and President Lee Hyun-ji just dumped that line on him. He didn't know she had such sarcasm in her. However, that was only for a moment. Kang-yoon indifferently spoke. Greetings. I am Lee Kang-yoon. I am currently working as the General Planning Team Leader in MG Entertainment. President Chu Manji was rendered speechless. He was rude to the man he called the hottest person among guys like them. He was embarrassed. Damn it. He coughed continuously and left the place, saying he'd go to the toilet. President Lee Hyun-ji and Kang-yoon burst out laughing after hearing that. LOL. Being with team leader Lee like this can bring such joyous surprises. I also didn't know I would have fun like this. I also didn't know President Chu was someone like that. Well, he does give proper treatment to the people who deserve it. He's publicly known as a great man, but actually he's not much. President Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. Kang-yoon immediately realized what she meant. Some time had passed, and the girl's performance was nearing its end. The energetic dance routine eventually faded out, and the white light that only Kang-yoon could see also started dissipating. Thank you. The girl's stage ended and was followed by an applause. The people gave claps without holding back. Kang-yoon also clapped towards the girls as well. Should we go around greeting people then? Follow me. Okay. Kang-yoon started walking around the crystal room to greet the other people along with President Lee Hyun-ji. The girls who finished their showers in the hotel shower room immediately ran to the crystal room. The room was already prepared with meals for them to enjoy. Wow! From some unheard of steak to various other luxury foods made them drool. They ran to the tables and cut the meat into pieces with their mouths knives. To eat. Young Mina found Kang-yoon when she was about to feast. He was currently greeting high-ranking people along with President Lee Hyun-ji. Ugh! No matter how she admired Kang-yoon, that kind of an iron castle wasn't so easy to breach. She swallowed her tears and turned around to the meat again. However, an opportunity soon came. Kang-yoon separated from President Lee Hyun-ji and walked off somewhere. Having found her opportunity, Young Mina also stood up. Hey, where are you going? Poop. Do you mind? We're eating here. Young Mina stuck her tongue out to Christy and to tease her once and headed to the corridor following Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon wasn't far away. Aju. However, Kang-yoon wasn't alone. He was with a large man with ripped jeans on. Young Mina was curious about what they were talking about and quietly approached them. I've really enjoyed what you've done today. Edios, was it? They were great. Thank you for your praise. The big man was President Kang Shermyoung of Yerong Entertainment. He gave a business card to Kang-yoon and showed him goodwill. I think you've prepared for a long time. They're definitely slightly different from what our company strives for, but I think they'll become great singers. I'm only thankful that you're praising me so much. I'm still not that good yet. Not at all. I was honestly surprised. Mr. Kang-yoon. Oh, can I call you that? Yes. I was honestly surprised at what you produced, Mr. Kang-yoon. From the party-like showcase, and the contents as well. Everything was so novel. I even felt like you did this to crush us all. Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon only laughed. However, he was inwardly wary about what this man was thinking. Most compliments came with strings attached. And just as he had expected, he switched to the real topic after giving him the business card. It's my business card. Why are you? Although not yet, you might see a need for it in the future. Please call me then. I'll have the doors open anytime. He didn't say a lot. However, he was pretty clear in his intentions. Kang-yoon also expressed his intentions after realizing what the opponent said to him. I apologize, but I know that you're currently satisfied with your place. However, no one knows what may happen in the future. You might need it someday. After all, the future is unknown. Please keep it for then. He wasn't wrong. And since it was wrong to just throw away the business card, Kang-yoon put the business card inside his wallet. There was no need to reply with malice to goodwill. Then I'll look forward to Edios' actions in the future. After his business was over, he walked down the corridor. His presence was big, just like his stature. When Kang-yoon took out the business card to take a look, Young Mina suddenly appeared in front of him. Kang-yoon was surprised and hid the business card. Oh, Mina, it's you. Yes, it's me. Did you see that? Did you see? Yes, it was a coincidence, though. Young Mina honestly said that she had seen everything. Kang-yoon also didn't lie. Keep it a secret. Just like that. Don't play around here. TCH, fine. When Kang-yoon became serious, Young Mina grumbled and said yes. When she pouted, Kang-yoon also gave her the carrot. I'll treat you. From Young Mumon. I'll add as well. Yay. Kang-yoon was very generous when he treated someone. Young Mina shouted hooray. The showcase ended, and he finally found some time. Kang-yoon headed to Hallyu Arts University. When he arrived at the practice room in the underground floor of the student council building, the band, Recovery, was absorbed in practice with beads of sweat dripping down their faces. I am by your side, opening the sails of hope. When Kang-yoon opened the door, Lee Hyunua's voice strongly provoked his ears. Her voice was a complete 180 from the previous, unmotivated tone. The low bass resounded along with the drums and made Kang-yoon's heart thump along with the rhythm as well. Kang-yoon put the snacks he brought on the chair and sat next to Professor Choi Chan-young. My tears flow in the violent wind, but when it stopped, I met you. Professor Choi was also moving his shoulders in accordance with the music. He was also in the mood because they were now in the finals. Well, it wasn't just him, everyone was. The practice was very hard, but everyone was full of energy. The song ended, and everyone put down their instruments. Thank you. Everyone lowered their head towards Kang-yoon. They still thought that Lee Hyunua's score was Kang-yoon's. Kang-yoon was the one who gave them the opportunity to enter the college pop festival finals. Aha, Hyungnim, we'll do our best. Gu Hyung-suk energetically bowed towards Kang-yoon. Moon Mi-young and Kim Hee-jin also said that they would do anything for him. Of course, Kang-yoon didn't intend to do anything like that. He looked towards Lee Hyun-ah, but she only shook her head. Kang-yoon felt awkward for taking credit for another's work. After a moment of rest, the practice began again. Everyone was in the composition department, but this piece was at the level of professional bands. The most emphasized was Lee Hyun-ah. Going beyond characteristic, her voice had a charm. Kang-yoon saw the musical notes that came out from everyone and focused on Lee Hyun-ah. The light trembles whenever Lee Hyun-ah's notes are added into the mix. Kang-yoon knew exactly what was happening. The light from the band, Recovery, was definitely strong. He didn't know what the other bands in the College Pop Festival were like, but he did think that they were fine to expect good results with this level. Their practice continued late into the night. Kang-yoon also wanted to stay, but he had to leave early because of his job. Professor Choi also left with Kang-yoon saying that he had some materials to prepare for class. The two headed to the station together. The kids are doing well now. It's all thanks to you. Hyunji did say that nothing's impossible with you. But now I think I know the reason. Huh? Kang-yoon was embarrassed every time he heard words like these. Professor Choi continued speaking. I actually know everything. Sorry. The score that you gave to the students was actually composed by Hyun-ah, wasn't it? Kang-yoon silently smiled in acknowledgement. I noticed from the handwriting. There's no way you would steal a student's work, so. I asked Hyun-ah later. So, you stepped up instead of her because she couldn't do it. It was just that she did well. That's all. But it was you that showed it to everyone else. Though short, I think I saw a fragment of the power of a planner. Indirectly make the others do what you intended. So, planners were such cool beings. Kang-yoon felt awkward at Professor Choi's compliment. Professor Choi bought a drink on the way and asked him to stay friends with the students at the composition department. Having arrived at the station, the two waited for the bus. When the bus was in sight, Professor Choi stood up from his seat. The College Pop Festival will begin soon. Will you be able to come? I'll try to make some time. But honestly, I don't know how things will go. Please try to make some time. Well, then, he separated from Professor Choi and headed to the subway station himself. Busy days began again. After the showcase, it was a countdown to the debut. The girls also kicked the practice up a notch, and the company activated emergency protocols. Kang-yoon's work time also increased and ran late into the night. Let's end it here for today. Kang-yoon finished a meeting with the planning team that topped the PR team as the busiest team recently and headed to his office. Although he went home late every night, today was slightly different. He left the company like an arrow and immediately headed to the sports field of D University, where the College Pop Festival was held. Yai. When Kang-yoon arrived at D University, he could already hear the music. Oh, am I too late? Fortunately, the taxi dropped him somewhere nearby, so he didn't have to walk that far. He called Professor Choi while walking to ask where they were and immediately headed over there. Huh? Hyungnim. Up. When he rushed to the waiting room, everyone gladly met Kang-yoon. Everyone seemed to be surprised at Kang-yoon with a suit on unlike usual. Wow, you guys look great, said Kang-yoon when he saw everyone undergoing makeup. Kang-yoon focused especially on Lee Hyun-ah, who even had makeup on her eyes unlike her usual simple and light makeup. Your eyes are done greatly. Did you do it yourself? No, Mi-young-uni did it for me. Moon Mi-young drew a V with her fingers. She felt proud of her makeup skills on their youngest one. Kang-yoon didn't have much to do there, so he left after a simple greeting. Just as he was about to find an empty seat for himself, someone tugged on his sleeve. He turned around to see that it was Lee Hyun-ah. Hyun-ah, what is it? I came here to say thanks. Like this. Kang-yoon's light joke made her bright red. Kang-yoon found her cute and laughed. Ha ha ha, I was joking. How is it? Are you nervous? It would be a lie to say that I'm not. You are nervous, eh? What do we do about that? Oh, why don't we do this? Kang-yoon also pondered for a moment before speaking. I'm going to be at the front, so sing while looking only at me. What do you think? Uft. She burst out laughing since that was absurd. They were not lovers. What was all this about? Kang-yoon laughed along with her. How is it? Did that relieve some of your nervousness? I'm not sure about that. We're not lovers either. What the heck was that? Are you trying to seduce me? Nah. I don't think jail is a nice place. Anyway, stages aren't something that amazing. Don't lose to your heart, okay? Kang-yoon patted her shoulders and headed to the audience seat. Don't lose to my heart. She didn't know what it meant, but kept those words in mind anyway. She somehow felt that she needed those words right now. Mr. Hyunjin, I was eating gimbap the other day, and I couldn't rip a piece out. Do you know why? Because the gimbap was made from doljim, stone seaweed. While the presenters continued the stage with cold jokes, the next band was preparing. The instruments were connected to the amplifiers, while drums were set into position as well, and synthesizers were being set. Then how about this? What do you call a king when he falls over? King Kong. Ahem. The presenters Yang Hyunjin and Ju Min-guk received a sign that the next team was ready while they were exchanging cold jokes. So they're ready now. It was hard, grumbled Ju Min-guk lightly. Then Yang Hyunjin replied as well. I had it harder. Well, let's stop this and can you please introduce them? Yes, it's our next team. Every member of this team are actually composers. It's the band Recovery from Hallyu Arts University. Everyone, please give a round of applause. The cameras all filmed the stage. The lights went on and Recovery stage began with 4 beats from the drums. Chapter 60. The thread left by the College Pop Festival. Lee Hyuna relaxed and went up to the stage. However, after opening her eyes after grabbing the microphone, she could see the audience seats filled with people. She shrunk back after receiving the attention of so many. It's completely different from the rehearsal. People cheering with glowing sticks, people shouting along with their children. The young people looked like they wanted to jump around already. Everything was happening around her. Everyone was looking at her, Lee Hyuna. She subconsciously gulped. When she stiffened up in nervousness, the drum beats sounded from behind her. Along with that, the instruments began playing with a slide from the bass. It's too early. Kang-yoon felt a sense of haste from the leader Min Chan-min. In his view, Lee Hyuna still wasn't ready yet, but it seemed like Min Chan-min didn't see Lee Hyuna properly. As he had feared, Lee Hyuna waved her hand towards the back and halted the music. Sorry. Lee Hyuna apologized to the audience and the judges. Although it was alright to stop since she didn't even start singing yet, the audience and the judges didn't seem to like it. At the front, people were saying that the fun had left while people at the back were urging her to start. With similar gazes from everywhere, she felt like she was going crazy. Everyone was pressuring her. But at that time, she saw Kang-yoon, who was sitting in the front seats. He was holding up a sketchbook from God knows where he got it. There were 2 words written on it. It's fine. But somehow, Kang-yoon's words magically made her calm. It was the comfort of feeling that there was someone on her side within this crowd that pressured her. Lee Hyuna matched eyes with Kang-yoon and spoke comfortably. Oh, sorry about that. Let's start. It was a short amount of time, but was long to the audience that was waiting for it. Unlike the beginning, the atmosphere was already cooling down. However, she did not care about it. Her gaze was fixed on Kang-yoon alone. When Lee Hyuna's ready signal came, the drums started off with 4 beats, and the bass slid. The clear sound of the guitar and the synthesizer hopped onto the heavy bass rhythm. I am by your side. Like this, putting the sails of hope. Lee Hyuna's powerful voice was the icing on the cake. The disappointed crowd started raising their gears again. When the cheers got louder, her singing also became more powerful. The rough winds make my tears flow, but stopped when I met you. The distortion from the electric guitar and the low tone from the bass harmonized and decorated her singing even more magnificently. The sound of the guitar that lightly crumpled to bring out the mood was making her singing even more vivid. The drums that beat on the on-beat was fixing the beats on the spot. The atmosphere is good. Too bad the lighting isn't up to par, judged Kang-yoon as he watched the strong white light made from the musical notes. He knew that Lee Hyuna's gaze was fixed on him, so he was still holding up the sketchbook. Some people glanced at him, but he didn't take it down for fear of affecting the stage. Like this, engrave in your heart. I love you and hope to my heart. The song started nearing its climax. The guitar also turned to high pitch to excite the audience even further. The college students were already jumping around at the front, and the backseat audience were also clapping. Kang-yoon was sure of the stage's success after seeing the white light getting stronger. With hope, together, Min Chan-min made a flashy drum improvisation. While the electric guitar went to the highest possible range of pitch, and the people's cheers neared the peak as well. Lee Hyunua's voice ruled the stage. Seeing Recovery's light seeping into the entire venue, Kang-yoon quietly clapped. Thank you. Wawa awe oa. The beautiful music died down, and when Lee Hyunua's goodbyes were over, the cheers from the audience saw them out. The cooled atmosphere from the beginning had completely disappeared without a trace. The college pop festival ended. The band with the most cheers was without a doubt Recovery, but the initial preparation time became a problem and the grand prize was given to some other participants. There were some members of the audience that were confused, but the judges said that all evaluations were fair. Recovery received bronze. However, the camera flashes were most concentrated on them. Kang-yoon thought about greeting and congratulating them, but turned around after seeing so many reporters gathered around them. He didn't wish to be caught up with reporters in something other than work. He was slowly walking out of the venue when someone grabbed him from the back. When he turned around in surprise, it was Lee Hyuna. Hyuna, what about the interview? That's not my type thing. So I ran away. Kang-yoon was flabbergasted. The college pop festival was a big competition, perhaps enough to change her life. She had just received the bronze prize, but ran away from the interviews. It seemed like this girl was not an ordinary one. Go back quickly. What are you doing? Thank you. Before Kang-yoon could say anything, she deeply bowed. Without you, I would not have participated in such a competition, not to mention receiving a prize. I'll give the trophy to you, Appa. She held out the trophy that had the words bronze prize of the 30th College Pop Festival. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. There's no reason for me to receive this. You made me sing my song, and even relieved my nervousness today. Please receive it. It's because you were good. Kang-yoon kept refusing. He didn't like receiving such a precious trophy like this. However, she kept urging, and in the end, resorted to tears. Kang-yoon had to accept the trophy. Don't you need to give such a thing to your family? I already took photos with them, so it's fine. His final defense line crumbled as well. In the end, Kang-yoon said something while receiving it. Come to me to get it back later. You should just receive it. Now you want me to get it back? Ask me to give it to you when you think you became an upright person. I'll give it back to you with interest. With interest? Wow. She immediately accepted after hearing the word interest. Kang-yoon grumbled while putting the trophy into his bag. Then see you later. Congratulations on getting bronze. Thank you. Watching Kang-yoon going off as he waved his hand, she waved her hand until his figure completely disappeared. The biggest event for examinees, the college scholastic ability test, was arriving when the weather became colder. The jumpers worn by the students became thicker and scarves started making their appearance. However, the girls' practice room was instead getting hotter. The heat from the girls was more eye-catching due to the cold practice room. Their figures in the mirrors were like half-burnt wood. Ah, it's so hot, grumbled young Mina with her cleavage wide open. She was covered in sweat due to the vicious movements. What the hell is up with your clothes? It's fine because I have the figure. You should wear it too. It's much cooler. Young Mina replied with a faint disdain to Han Ju-yeon's words. When Han Ju-yeon became dejected, Co Han-yu consoled her, but young Mina gave a glance to her at that place. Han Ju-yeon's head lowered even more. The doors to the practice room suddenly opened when the girls were enjoying their brief rest. It was Kang-yoon with some papers. Kaiwak. However, his ears were terrorized as soon as he came in. When Kang-yoon saw, he saw young Mina in a pink tank top that showed her abdomen. What the hell? So suddenly. Get out. The clothes had a healthy beauty, but Kang-yoon turned around to the other girls without paying much attention. Sheesh, I thought you were in underwear or something. Hey, attention. Can you girls please sit for a moment? Everyone giggled after seeing young Mina being ignored by Kang-yoon. Han Ju-yeon especially so. Young Mina, who was ignored outright, put her clothes on in the corner while shaking and sat down. You have practiced a lot, haven't you? Yes. I came here today for an important announcement. There are two, and the first is that your debut date is now official. The usually energetic girls all became calmer. The word debut had that much power. You'll debut in Music Count in K cable TV station. There will be 2 songs. You just need to practice the 2 you were doing until now. I'll tell you the detailed schedule through the managers. Yes. He could feel nervousness and excitement from the girls. This nervousness was different from the showcase. They were finally seeing the fruits of 1 year of preparation. Everyone's hearts were thumping. And second We'll go on a trip. Huh? A trip? Young Mina asked as their representative to the sudden question. The place will be Los Angeles, United States. You can consider this as the last trip as trainees before your debut. There's nothing you need to prepare especially. The company will take care of all the expenses. You just need to enjoy your time there. Yay! A trip to a foreign country? It was amazing that they were becoming singers from trainees, but they were presented trips to America. All the girls cheered out. No one could believe that there was so much support for just trainees. The schedule will be. Kang-yoon handed out the papers in his hand. There were detailed schedules along with the mention that they would go 3 weeks before their debut for 1 week. Of course, this was possible only because all of them had passports. Seeing the girls full of excitement at the sudden trip to America, Kang-yoon quietly left. Although there was quite a big budget, this much should be fine. Funds. For a trip? It was really controversial when it was approved. However, he pushed it through, saying that they had to see many things now to put a foundation for the many areas they might work in the future. Of course, one part of the reason was that Kang-yoon had already leaked that he would nitpick the director's large business trip budget. When Kang-yoon went up to his office and sat in front of his desk, his phone rang. It was a message from Lee Hyuna. Appa, you busy? Nervous face. Yep, replied Kang-yoon. However, he got a call instead. Appa, it's me. Hyuna. What's up? I called since I was nearby. Are you very busy? I do have a lot of work to do. There were mountains of paperwork awaiting his approval on his desk. Oh, really? I gave you a call since it was lunchtime. When Kang-yoon looked at the clock, it was indeed lunchtime. You want to have lunch together? Yes. I'll treat you. He didn't have a reason to refuse a free lunch. Kang-yoon took his wallet and stood up from his seat. Lee Hyuna was at a restaurant near MG Entertainment. I'm here. The gamjatang started boiling when Kang-yoon sat down. It was her wits of having ordered beforehand. Since Kang-yoon was hungry, Kang-yoon started his meal and ate 1 portion in a flash. After the meal, she calmly spoke up. Appa, I left recovery. Kang-yoon was slightly surprised. They received a bronze, and she quit? He was curious about the reason. I thought a lot about it. I thought that there would be a lot of things if I stayed, but those appas and unis are quite strict. They never listen to me either. Don't you think you need to at least try convincing them first? Well, I don't have the ability to. She drew the line there. Kang-yoon judged that he wasn't someone that should interject here and kept listening to her words. I also consulted with the professor, and he told me that it should be fine for me to meet other music and musicians. He told me that I have a good voice and a good sense for composing, and staying in recovery may instead be detrimental for me. That's a difficult problem. Well, I did get to find out that my song actually works. So I thought I'd try some other place this time. Where? Hongdae. Kang-yoon was surprised at her words. Hongdae was referred to as the holy place of indie bands, as well as a place where many manias gathered. There were a considerable number of singers that were scouted from there and were now on TV. It won't be easy, you know. I'm fine with it. I'm still young, am I not? That's true, I guess. I came here to hear you say go for it before I do. Kang-yoon understood what she was thinking. Although she sounded like she had decided already, she was still inwardly worried. Can Lee Hyuna succeed in Hongdae? Kang-yoon pondered for a moment. Strictly speaking, the band, Recovery, could not be considered a good band. With that being the case, the good voice and the good music would be the reason for getting 3rd place in the College Pop Festival. Potential? She definitely had it. Having organized his thoughts, Kang-yoon spoke calmly. You'll do well. Really? She asked again. Kang-yoon didn't hesitate and repeated himself. Of course. Right. Lee Hyuna smiled at Kang-yoon's answer. Whoop! Getting off the van, the girls shouted as soon as they saw the airport. Numerous foreigners and people with huge carrier bags, as well as police with guns. Everything was new to them. Everyone quiet. The leader of the management team, Han Tae-hyung, cautioned them. He currently felt as if he had become a teacher at an all-girls high school. Behind him were managers Kim Ji-hyun and Kim Se-ui, and the rookie Im Tae-gun, who were following the girls with lots of luggage in their hands. Although holiday season was past, the airport was filled with people in November. Kang-yoon had a busy time himself. Kang-yoon had to take care of the flight procedures for the girls while they were enjoying their time. Then, everyone entered the duty-free shops. It's a new world. Young Mina became absent-minded after seeing the numerous lines of shops. The endless chains of conveyor belts. as well as blonde foreigners, and the electronic violin at the entrance was all new to her. Country girl, hurry up. Christy urged young Mina on, who was still absent-minded and was standing still. However, she was still frozen stiff. In the end, Seo Hanyu dragged her on. It's a new world. A completely new world. Uni, get yourself together. Seo Hanyu was also curious about the new things around her, but she followed the managers. Even while the Unis were looking at bags and clothes, she didn't get sidetracked. Kang-yoon seemed to understand what they were thinking and spoke with a smile. There's still 3 hours until the flight, so let's have some free time for 2 hours. We'll meet up in front of gate 121. Yes. The girls split up into threes and started wandering around. Of course, he didn't forget to tell the managers to quietly tail them. Since the members were revealed to the internet, he had to prepare for the what-if scenarios. Everyone left, and Kang-yoon was left alone. He took out a book he had brought. It was a book on harmonics. So that's how I solve it. To create the miracle of turning tadpoles into musical notes, Kang-yoon did not let go of the book from his hand. The 2 hours passed by quite quickly. The girls gathered, and the managers returned as well. The girls seemed to be satisfied with all the eye shopping they did. Of course, they couldn't actually buy anything. Branded products were still out of their reach. Flight XX to Los Angeles will begin. Customers at gate 121. The boarding announcement finally came. Kang-yoon and the others boarded the flight with their tickets. Like that, everyone headed to America. Chapter 61. In America, recruiting members for a band. Recruiting members. Drums, bass, guitar, synthesizer, and up to 5 other people. I'm the vocalist. I have a song in mind. I'll consult you when the members are decided. Not restricted by genre. Asterisk Seoul residents welcome. It doesn't matter where. Asterisk I hope that you can use an instrument and possibly own one too. Please call 010 XXXX XXXX for details. Lee Hyuna put up flyers by herself on the streets of Hongdae. Some people received the posters from herself. She approached and handed out those flyers to some of the performers on the street and those who had instruments on their backs. She did her best to recruit members for a band. She handed out flyers from dawn till eve, but at the end of the day, her phone was silent. Lee Hyuna sat down absent-mindedly on one of the streets. Since she had to walk around all day, she felt pretty tired. There were some that wanted her signature, but she felt disappointed because she couldn't get them to react to the band recruitment. When she was looking around the street performances, a burly man approached her. "Excuse me, you're the one that handed out these, right?" In his hand was one of the flyers. Yes. I play the bass. Can I have a listen to your song?" Of course. Lee Hyuna immediately stood up with energy and led the man to a nearby CAF. After over 10 hours of flight, Kang-yoon and the others finally arrived at LA International Airport in America. Everyone seemed to be affected by the long hours of flight while they were going through the procedures for entry. Just as everyone left immigration, Lee Young saw someone and ran towards him. "Papa." Before anyone could say to her, she was hugged by someone. "Lee, Papa." The girls were surprised, but Kang-yoon knew who this man was. He was the father of Lee Young. He left the girls and approached the man to greet him. Following that, everyone introduced themselves and followed after him. From today onwards, everyone was going to stay at Lee's house. Kang-yoon got on board the car that Lee's father drove along with her. The other girls boarded a rental car. It should have been a difficult request. Thanks for accepting it, team leader. Not at all. Rather, it's us who's thankful for reducing the budget. Kang-yoon declined his appreciation. The decisive reason they could come to America this time was due to this. Lee Young's father paid for all residential fees, and the budget for the stay went down considerably. "Papa, aren't we using too much money?" "It's fine. It's all to see Lee once more." "Papa." While a soap opera played out between the father and daughter, young Mina was getting Han Ju-yeon's heavy bag out. Young Mina changed a lot. Before, she was someone who only tried to win against others, but now, she started being considerate to her colleagues. Kang-yoon felt proud of her. The group arrived at Lee's house after many hours of driving. Her house was at the edge of LA. Although it was relatively small, it was large enough for them to all stay in. It also had a garden as well, and even a pool. Everyone was flabbergasted after seeing the scale of the house rarely seen in Korea. After they unpacked their luggage and washed up, it was nighttime already. The girls were full of excitement since it was the first day of the travel, but they all fell asleep without being able to win against jet lag. Second day, Kang-yoon headed to the theme park where characters from various animations walked around. It was one of the most well-known theme parks in the world. Wawa-awa-awa. Kaiyaoya. Having gotten on a roller coaster for the first time in his life, Kang-yoon screamed his life out. Young Mina was in a similar situation by his side. They're practically the same. Below the roller coaster, Christy was shaking her head. Wasn't that great? That was fun. After around 2 minutes on the roller coaster, Kang-yoon had to stagger his way out being supported by Young Mina. Not only the girls, even the managers giggled after seeing him. Rides were the best things in theme parks. Everyone enjoyed their preferred rides and leisure time. Kang-yoon never approached any ride after that roller coaster. Young Mina grumbled, saying he was so weak despite being a man, but he didn't care. The day was passing by fast. When the energetic girls conquered almost all the rides, the sun was setting. Should we go back then? Everyone was disappointed, but the girls still followed him out. Most of their schedule in America was leisure and travel. The girls were worried that they might have to study or perform, but there was nothing like that. Other than the fact that everyone had to be together, it was no different from touring. Everyone admired and enjoyed this life that was completely different from Korea. One day before they had to go back to Korea, Kang-yoon held out tickets to the girls. "What are these?" when Young Mina asked. It was instead Christy who answered for Kang-yoon. "Duh, they're tickets. Can't you see?" "Yes, I can't see." "Wanna fight?" Young Mina and Christy were about to quarrel again, but Kang-yoon calmed them down with a smack on their heads. "It's always me. We're going to see Samuel Johnson's concert today. I won't ask you to write a report, but I will ask for your opinions." "Okay." "Yees." Young Mina answered in a bland tone, but Kang-yoon simply ignored her. When she drew circles on the ground for being ignored, all the girls giggled. That's comical. Even while playing around with the girls, Kang-yoon was watching the relationships between each of them. From the soft Seo Han-yu to the funny yet considerate Lee Sam-soon to the nagging, but sturdy Lee Young. He was watching everyone. The girls left the house with Kang-yoon and headed for the concert venue. Wow, there are so many people. Han Ju-yeon shivered slightly after seeing the crowd that filled the giant concert hall. No, it was more appropriate to say that she was overwhelmed. The concert venue centered around a stage, and every inch were filled with people. It can apparently house 50,000 people, so yeah. 50,000. Even Seo Han-yu, who wasn't easily surprised, was shocked. When they looked around, they would see crowds upon crowds of people. She couldn't believe that all of these people came to see just one singer. Everyone grabbed their seats. The girls were staring at the entrances as there was an endless stream of people coming in. They found it curious that such an enormous hall was going to be filled. Team leader, "What kind of singer are we going to watch today?" asked Young Mina, who sat next to Kang-yoon. "Samuel Johnson, the greatest pop singer of the 80s. Of course, he's still one of the greatest singers. Haven't you heard about him?" "Oh, I did. The lean dance and the moonwalk." "Correct. The reason that he's famous is because most singers at that time just danced according to the rhythm of the song while they sang. But Samuel Johnson was the first one to dance along with singing. He's a pioneer, per se. Oh, stages didn't have dances until now." Young Mina perked her ears up after listening to something she hadn't known before. Kang-yoon found that cute and continued. To be exact, dancing and singing were entirely separate. But with the appearance of Samuel Johnson, performance properly came onto the stage along with singing. Other than that, the current stage devices, music videos and stuff like that, which affected the music history as a whole, also came from him. Now you see why he's called the greatest singer, right? Wow, that's amazing. Oh, the lights are going off. The stage was about to start, and the lights went off. After that, numbers started appearing on the huge screen in front of the stage. It was decreasing from the number 10, and the audience all shouted out. 5, 4. The audience was very dynamic. The girls also shouted the countdown as well. The number soon became 1, then 0, and the cheers of the audience erupted along with a loud boom. Woo-woo. Along with the cheers, the lights came on the stage. And on the stage? No one was there. The audience that was cheering and the girls all looked around to see what was happening. What's happening? Kang-yoon wondered if there was an accident or something. Just as the 50,000 audience was about to fall into the same suspicion, a humanoid hologram appeared with a few beeps. It was the hologram of Samuel Johnson. The hologram extracted bits of the performances he had shown in the past and showed it to the audience. The music became faster and the mood was heightened, and the almost panic-stricken audience was instantly taken away by it. The drum sounds became louder before the hologram vaporized into thin air. Just as the people were about to fall into panic again, pillars of fire rose from the surroundings before someone appeared from below the stage. Along with that figure, two more holograms of Samuel Johnson appeared. Whoa. Samuel. The one from below was the real Samuel. As the two holograms and he joined into one, he started taking away the attention of all the people there. It's quiet without Kang-yoon here. Chairman Won Jin-moon was in Kang-yoon's empty office. Behind him was President Lee Hyun-ji. Definitely, his bold attitude isn't here. Do you feel that way too? It had been 4 days since Kang-yoon took the girls to America. He felt bored without the results from Kang-yoon. How's the concert team doing? I'm worried since he's only focusing on the girl group right now. Phew. Although she shouldn't act like this in front of the chairman, President Lee Hyun-ji deeply sighed. Even though she wanted to take a big job, with Kang-yoon away, she couldn't do anything. Please wait for a little. I'll send him your way as soon as they debut. Understood. But I think the end of your concert will be difficult. Oh well, I'll be considerate next time. President Lee Hyun-ji emphasized that the matters like what happened with Jua last time must not happen again. He added while signing the document. But isn't it a pity to just leave Kang-yoon in the concert team? I think he'll do well in other things too. He's learning music theory as well. That's not enough. Chairman Won Jin-moon wasn't satisfied. He fidgeted with his pen for a moment before clapping as though he had come to a realization. The word concert team sounds fine, but I think it will be better for him to do various work about music and not just concerts. We'll raise Kang-yoon in the process, and it'll profit the company in the long run too. Isn't that two birds with one stone? Are you referring to a general business team related to music? Something like that. We'll create a team with professional members, too. I knew I could count on you. I'll look into it, replied President Lee Hyun-ji with confidence. She judged that this had potential after evaluating Kang-yoon's sense in music as well as his ability to gather people's opinions together. Samuel's stage kept going. Even Young Mina and Lee Sam-soon, who were clueless about English, started being absorbed by the performances that contained a story. Samuel's stage contained extremes of magnificence, but also, each song had their stories as well. Not just his lyrics, his performance, and his light were portraying those stories. Seeing numerous musical notes combining into one blinding white light, Kang-yoon couldn't hide his exclamation. The scene of that light seeping into the audience was a spectacle. The machine-like precision of 30 people dancing and the harmony was a beautiful scene that he may not be able to see again. Young Mina was already captivated. It didn't matter if she spoke a different language. She couldn't forget the 30 people dancing completely in sync. 30 people of both genders doing one action was a piece of art. This will be the final song. Samuel Johnson wiped the sweat on his forehead. Everyone expressed their disappointment, but he only made his soft smile unique to him. I wish everyone could be with me on this one. He calmed himself down and took off the headset. Then, he grabbed the microphone that the staff gave him. Behind the stage, a house band music flossed out and a children's choir humming started emphasizing the instruments. Make our world a better place. And it harmonized with Samuel Johnson's unique voice. The audience, who was cheering until now, reacted by waving their hands in midair this time. Kang-yoon and the girls also did the same. Samuel Johnson closed his eyes and fell into the music. The song was sung comfortably as though telling a story. The bold melody quietly flowed out. But there was the amazing message of "You are one that heals the world." Perhaps due to that message, an amazing scene started unfolding in Kang-yoon's vision. Gold light. The musical notes from the instruments and the choir were emitting white light, and with Samuel's voice added into it, it started turning into gold. At first, the white light was tinged with gold, but by now, no white could be seen. Unlike white light which seeped into people, gold light poured into people. Unlike the calm atmosphere of the song, its power was tremendous. What's all this? The greatest singing is at such a level. He felt like he had seen a new world. Performance and staging were both alright. But to bring out such an influence with just songs. Kang-yoon was shocked at the world's greatest singer's grandeur. The girls were already absorbed into his song while they waved their hands. Not only that, there was a video of suffering people, whether it was due to war or other causes. That was the icing on the cake. The golden light went to its climax. The song was calm until the very end, but the people were violently shaken. There were even people who were crying or were making a resolve. It was even affecting their emotions. Heal. The light also dimmed along with his fading voice. While the music faded out, Samuel's figure disappeared into the darkness. Whoa! The song completely ended, and when darkness pervaded, the cheers of the people decorated the stage one last time. Awesome. It's the first time I've been to such a concert. Me too. I don't think I'll ever forget it. Like what Han Ju-yeon and Seo Han-yu were saying, the concert today left a deep impression on them. They even put some money into charity for African children on their way out. That was the level of influence of the song. Everyone got on the car. While the girls were busily talking about the concert, Kang-yoon was also thinking about the concert on the window seat. If I could bring the greatest singer to such a stage. A parade of golden light. The concert that colored everyone with smiles and tears was unforgettable for Kang-yoon. So, this is the world. The world contained people that did such concerts. If he didn't know that, he might have rotten away as a frog in a well. Although he was doing well until now with the knowledge of his previous life, the world was vast. Kang-yoon was happy to have found an objective. Juicy. She keeps hitting me. What? It was you who hit me first. Young Mina sat next to Kang-yoon and pointed to Christian. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon had to exit his thoughts. Christian was fuming at the back. Kang-yoon silently gave a smack to both of them. Ouch. Act. Who told you to run around in the vehicle? It's always me. When Young Mina grumbled, Kang-yoon wordlessly gripped his fist. Young Mina quickly fled next to Christie's side in surprise, and all the others giggled at her. The peaceful days passed on like that. Chapter 62. The result of 1 year, 1. After coming back from America, Kang-yoon's time flowed very busily. After talking about the theme of the debut stage with the producer of K-Cable's Music Counter, he also had to discuss how to promote the girl group with the PR team. After his meeting with the PR team was finished, Kang-yoon was now sharing the results with the planning team. An Edio's exclusive broadcast? Chief Kim Jun-seon of the planning team frowned after looking at the report that Kang-yoon brought. Vice Chief Min Jun-hyuk or Kang Chong-seon was the same. Kang Chong-seon especially strongly disagreed. You mentioned about publicizing their actions after the broadcast. Then, we'll have to publicize them resting in the van, practice, and even their private lives. I think it will be bad to publicize so many things when stars last long when they become a target of admiration. His opinion was very valid. Kang-yoon also agreed and continued his words softly. You're very right, Vice Chief Kang. However, if we think about the point in time the broadcast will take place, it will be 1 month after their debut. If we do really well, that will be the time we take first in the rankings and gather recognition, or may struggle in the low rankings. However, the common point is that they aren't simply targets of admiration for teens, our primary target audience. I can also do it if I try. They are my future. In the end, it's all about dreams. They will become friendly and close existences. We will take that opportunity. Team leader, you know that it isn't easy to become a singer. Vice Chief Kim Jun-seon retorted to Kang-yoon's words. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. We can say that because we actually know what's happening. However, teens would only run while looking ahead. They are sure that they will be able to win this vicious competition if they sing well or if they dance well. We know that that's not all of it, but they don't. We will use this trend to take a step closer to them. The broadcast is just one side of this. Kang-yoon's point was that even after the backstories of Edios was publicized after their broadcast, it would cause interest and not decrease the admiration or mysteriousness about them. Everyone accepted after hearing him out. Understood. I'll look into it. Chief Kim Jun-seon checked the necessary things. Kang-yoon followed with other important topics and finished the meeting. Oh, so tired. Leaving the meeting room, Kang-yoon felt his body loosening. After he had come back to Korea, he had to work for many hours without being able to adapt to the jet lag. He was worried that his body may break down. However, there were still several more meetings for him to attend. He secretly sighed, just sensing the piles of work ahead of him. The endless stream of work eventually finished late at night. Kang-yoon, having finished the vicious relay of meetings, took care of all paperwork before leaving his office. By tomorrow, these documents would go to the president's office. Kang-yoon smiled a little after imagining President Lee Hyun-ji, who would be smothered in the piles of paperwork tomorrow morning. When Kang-yoon came back home, Hyun was waiting for him while reading a textbook about harmonics. "You're back. It's late. Why aren't you sleeping?" No matter how many times Kang-yoon said this to her, Hyun never listened. Of course, sometimes she would sleep when her body was simply too exhausted to stay awake, but this nice little sister did not sleep until Kang-yoon returned home most of the time. Kang-yoon felt sorry for her. You're studying music." "Yeah. Isn't this what you're always reading?" "Yep. Isn't it hard?" "It's a little hard, but it's still doable." Kang-yoon was honestly surprised. He barely understood the basics of harmonics after reading through the book several times. Doable? He really did feel that young minds were better for studying. "Tell me if you need any more books. I'll buy them for you." "Okay. But Appa, are you going to learn composition or something?" "I want to if I can, though it won't be easy." "Wow, my Appa is great. I still don't know yet. I still can't differentiate between musical notes and tadpoles." Although he denied that, Hyun knew that Kang-yoon was always putting in an effort. He always jotted down a few lines he heard from producers when he was a manager in order to learn planning. Hyun believed that he will use them, well, even though he might not be doing well right now. "I also need to do something." Seeing Kang-yoon trying hard all the time, a weak body was just an excuse. She always felt that it wouldn't do good for her to just stay like this when looking at someone who lived their life to the fullest. "Should I do this for real?" Hyun's eyes shined while looking at the book named Foundations of Harmonics. This was actually quite fun for her as well. The hottest topic in MG entertainment nowadays was the debut of Edios. Right now, when the entire company was focusing on Edios, the directors, the president, and even the chairman couldn't speak about their own profit. The final directors meeting before Edios' debut. Kang-yoon usually didn't get called to directors meeting a lot, but he volunteered to attend today. He uploaded a PPT file to the projector and was presenting it to everyone. The debut stage will be at Music Count of K-Cable. The time will be the second week of December. We have around 8 minutes. You got quite a lot of time, even though it's a debut stage. The competition should have been fierce due to it being Christmas season. I benefited from the value of the name MG Entertainment a lot. Although Kang-yoon said that, Chairman Won Jin-moon actually shook his head. Not only him, even the directors knew that it was hard to be assigned more than 5 minutes for rookies. This was all thanks to Kang-yoon's business ability. It's going similar to Jua's Japan debut. Isn't there something like a scandal this time? Ha ha ha. Chairman Won Jin-moon lightly switched the mood. Kang-yoon also laughed and went to the next slide. Kang-yoon presented in detail about what they were doing now, how they will be promoted, and what kind of activities they will do in the future. Although it took a considerable amount of time, everyone focused on his words while even writing some things down. That will be the end of my presentation. Do you have any questions? However, unlike the previous meeting, there was no one that grabbed the microphone. Everyone was looking at Chairman Won Jin-moon. Kang-yoon had a look around before declaring, "With that, I will now conclude the presentation related to Edios' debut." A round of applause erupted. Kang-yoon politely took a bow before sitting next to President Lee Hyun-ji. It was right next to the main seat, but no one stopped him. He was implicitly admitted to being important within the company. Edios, to give, dio, a promise, ed. Both the meaning and the sound is good. Don't you think so? Yes, Chairman. Director Young Hyun-tae immediately answered. All the other directors frowned, but the point-earning company politics never ended. Good. Let's end it here today. The directors should also think about Edios a lot too. Yes, Chairman. Edios and Min Jin-seo. It's good that the end of this year is filled with good events. Let's go. Chairman Won Jin-moon seemed to have felt good as he left the meeting room while humming following him. The directors all left, and eventually only Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji were left in the meeting room. Thanks for your work. Thanks for your work. President Lee Hyun-ji gave Kang-yoon a candy. The sweet candy would energize him after that tiring presentation. Kang-yoon said thanks and put it in his mouth. The sweet flavor was great. Team leader Lee is always getting praised. People will mistake you for the chairman's son, you know? No way, really? I might. Kang-yoon smiled at the joke. When Kang-yoon organized the presentation materials at the front, President Lee Hyun-ji spoke to him. Do you know that they're discussing putting Jin Seo as a candidate of a reward? Really? That's a first for me. Right now, it's still some leaks, so it's not so trustworthy. But apparently, she's being talked about as a candidate for Child Actress Award and the Best Supporting Actress Award. Really? Kang-yoon couldn't hide his surprise. After appearing on Whispers of the Stars, he heard that there was a flood of requests from dramas for Min Jin Seo. After deep consideration, she appeared in the drama named I Run Towards You as the childhood character of the main heroine, and she had acquired good feedback. Oh yeah, Team Leader Lee. Aren't people scouting Edios at the end-of-year award ceremony? Yes. I replied to them that I will think about it. I wish it goes well. Her wish was Kang-yoon's wish. He cleaned up the meeting room before heading to the practice room. When Kang-yoon entered the practice room, the girls, who were practicing hard until now, stopped the music and sat down. Now, Kang-yoon didn't need to tell them anymore. Today, I came here to select a leader. Everyone perked their ears when they heard Kang-yoon's words. The leader was an important position that was in charge of communication between the company and the team, as well as many other things. Also, the leader would also receive more attention from the fans as well. Everyone awaited Kang-yoon's words while wondering who it was and if it was them. Young Mina. Yes. The leader of Edios is you. What? This was so sudden for Young Mina. The other girls were disappointed but nodded their head in admittance. Of course, that excluded Young Mina. I am the L leader? Yes, so? N. No way. I am. Young Mina asked again, but Kang-yoon's words didn't change. She couldn't believe it and turned around to look at the other girls, but they were indifferent about it as well. It was a silent approval from them all. Any objections? No. Young Mina couldn't get herself together since she was appointed as the leader without any hassle whatsoever. She always thought that leaders had to be smart and cool. She thought that Han Ju-yeon or Christy would be the one, but it turned out to be her. She still couldn't believe it. However, Kang-yoon thought differently. Mina, I judge that you could become a good leader for all of the girls. You are smart and considerate now too. Though, your expressions are still quite rough. Everyone giggled in agreement. Young Mina desperately denied that, but the milk was already spilled. Hey, Miss Leader says she'll treat you to a drink. Oh, Leader. Thanks to Kang-yoon's propaganda, Young Mina had to spend all the 1,001 notes, $1, in her pocket. Mid-December with cold winds. It even snowed and the world turned white. Everyone exclaimed at the slightly late first snow, and some swore as well. However, that did not apply to anyone here right now. It's finally today. The unis are debuting today. Gather around. K-cable station where Edios would be debuting was already full. Edios' fan club, Aries, was making a formation with various banners and glowing sticks. When the girls of Edios arrived, they were shocked by the banners with their group name and their own names written on it. Wow, it's our fan club. When Han Ju-yeon muttered that without even getting off the van, Lee Young also chimed in. There's my name too. Seeing a middle school girl covered in the snow holding a banner with her name on it, Lee Young felt complex array of emotions. No, it was the same with everyone else. At that time, Kang-yoon, who was in the front seat, calmly told them, they are people who came here to see you. In this cold weather too. Kang-yoon's words came as a pressure for all of them. Kang-yoon naturally knew that, but continued to speak. Prove to them that their decisions aren't wrong. Yes. The van headed to the underground parking lot of the TV station. Lee Samsoon asked about whether they had to greet the fans at least, but Kang-yoon shook his head. He also said that there had to be a suitable distance between the team and the fans. Kang-yoon sent the girls to the waiting room and headed to the PD immediately. Producer Yoon Min-cheol, who directed Music Count, was currently speaking with the lighting's director, who was having a look at the lighting devices. Hello. Oh, Team Leader Lee. Welcome. Kang-yoon shook hands with producer Yoon Min-cheol. The two had already met before. They met a few times while working on this project and had good opinions of each other due to their attitudes. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon could get more allotted time and could also get a wide waiting room as well. Kang-yoon handed out drinks to the staff. Kang-yoon's generosity was already well known among the staff. Thanks to that, everyone had good opinions of him. There are no singers who come so early. It will be empty for at least 2 hours, so use it to your heart's content. Thank you. The broadcasting time. I have scheduled it at a time where there are a lot of views. He put his thumbs up since he had a deal with Kang-yoon. Although the results were simple, the effort Kang-yoon and the liaison team had put in the process was very difficult. The stage devices were set, and a large ship replica and a model of a wave came in. The lightings changed accordingly, and the dry ice machine was also installed in its place. There were several edits since it didn't fit with the wave, so the time was slightly delayed. Wow! Young Mina and the other girls arrived at the stage. They were wearing stage makeup, and even costumes as well. They were practically ready to record for the broadcast. It's here. Wow, awesome. The stage was opened, and the audience started entering. The fans, who were shaking in the cold outside, filled the seats from the front row with red hands that held banners. The girls felt emotional after looking at that. Let's do this well. Yeah. Everyone agreed to Young Mina's words. There was no dry rehearsal. Since they were already in their costumes, the dress rehearsal, the camera rehearsal, and the introduction to the song happened all at once. Kang-yoon also started seeing the waves of musical notes and light from the girls. Looks like they're in good condition. The light dance routine they did to see the movement lines were in perfect sync. The staff was surprised and the fans started cheering. Just a light practice was already like this. How good would the actual deal be? Was what was on their minds. They are really good. Thanks. Producer Yoon Min-cheol, next to Kang-yoon, also commented. Since there were 6 of them, it took a little time to adjust the volume of each microphone. Thanks to that, the sound engineer was annoyed a little, but the girls did not compromise with this. They were educated quite strictly at the company after all. Only after Lee Samsoon's microphone was completely adjusted at last did they stand in their positions on the stage. Is it an MR? Yes. What is it? No, it's nothing. It's just that the song isn't loud. Kids these days dance hard though. Will they be alright? Producer Yoon Min-cheol tilted his head while talking to the sound engineer. He also thought that Edios was different than the current idols who performed with MRs with light lyrics in the background. However, he was a producer. He put away his private thoughts. After being told that the lights, the sound, and the various devices were completely ready, he told the broadcasting team, "Let's start." With his signal, a red light turned on all cameras. Edios' debut was here. Chapter 63. The result of 1 year, 2. Kaya. It's Mina. Minauni. Riss. When Young Mina and Christy and took place in the center, the girls in uniform that held up banners screamed out. There was various text on those banners ranging from Mina Uni FTW and Riss our Riss. Hey, it's the ones from before. Awesome. Christy agreed with Young Mina's words. Those girls in uniform were the same ones that were in front of the TV station in the freezing cold. They felt curious about how they gained fans before they managed to do anything. When everyone got into position, the sign came down and the music started flowing out. It was the title song Together. Young Mina and Christy decorated the front magnificently with their steps, and when they slid to the sides, Seo Han-yu pushed forward to the center. One day, the park late at night, the white horse rocker. Seo Han-yu's voice and even her breath rung out on the stage. She was currently wearing an ear mic that barely covered her mouth. No, the other girls were the same. Thanks to that, they could live perform on the stage without using AR. Debut, live stage. The staff had their jaws agape while watching Edios' stage. Girls with ear mics while dancing vividly. It was a fresh shock for them. They're amazing. They can sing on a live show with such a dance routine. Kids these days are amazing. Whispered the male staff members that were controlling the dry ice machine from behind the stage. Thanks to their chatter, they almost missed the right time to eject the dry ice. The stage colored in faint yellow and blue was not flamboyant. However, it was enough to emphasize the girls on stage. The spotlight enveloped all the girls and did their job. They were releasing a strong white light right now. Phew. When the first verse ended and the interlude came, Kang-yoon could sigh in relief. Before it was Lee Young's turn, Young Mina's solo dancing stage played out. The powerful snaps along with the popping dance enchanted the audience who didn't look interested in them before. Mina definitely has the power. Kang-yoon saw that Young Mina's dancing made the light stronger. Kang-yoon had requested the staff beforehand to take special care of the lights and other special effect machines when it was Young Mina's dance. A pillar of smoke burst out while moving lights emphasized Young Mina in turns. This, in turn, made the light even stronger. The interlude finished, and Young Mina went back. Next up was another verse. Ailey's powerful voice followed. When I open my eyes, the fresh sunlight greets me, and I feel the excitement. Although the song had a bright mood, it still contained emotions with a powerful voice. The powerful voice was essential, and it instead stimulated the feelings of people. Kang-yoon was breathless while watching Edios's debut stage from the back of the stage. The performance was nearing its climax. Everyone stood in one line and started raising their voice. The tone became higher, and the girls danced a lot faster as well. Then Han Ju-yeon raised her voice. I feel there will be good things. The song reached its highest point. Along with an echo, her voice was emphasized and spread out a lot. Wow wow! The audience cheered and waved their banners after hearing Han Ju-yeon's high-pitched voice. They waved glow sticks, shouted, and cheered on for Edios. The name Edios was engraved into all the audience. Let's think about the good things. The girls' voices faded out. Along with that, the cheers from the audience could be heard louder. Along with the cheers that engulfed them, the girls finished their first stage. Thank you. Woo-woo. Edios. Edios. After they finished their first stage, the girls were engulfed in the cheers of the audience, shouting, Edios. You've done well. Thanks for your work. In the waiting room, Kang-yoon greeted the girls who had finished the recording of their second song as well. He was proud of the girls that had finished their debut stage without any hiccups. Wow! The girls exclaimed after looking at the food that filled the table in the waiting room. They were surprised to see normal food that had nothing to do with their diet. Can we really eat something like this? When Christian asked in worry, Kang-yoon replied, just for today. Flash. At the same time, the fried chicken, pizza, and the others all started vaporizing. Not to mention the managers. Even Kang-yoon couldn't find a room to get food within their ranks. They were literally hunger demons. Team leader, people might think that we don't feed them at all. Ah, my head. Head manager Han Tae-young and Kang-yoon sighed, while looking at the girls who were wiping out all the snacks. Producer, Oh Ji-won. Composer, Loin. Lyricist, Loin. Dance routine, Ham Ji-hoon. President Chu Manji of Yunsul Entertainment watching Edios's debut stage with his arms crossed. That guy's name sure doesn't appear very easily. Though, they sure are good. After the debut stage, President Chu Manji immediately turned off the TV. After looking at the credits for the music, he seemed to have thought up of Lee Kang-yoon, who he had seen in the showcase, and seemed to have felt that any information about him was hidden. Edios was definitely a big hit on the debut stage. The figures of the fan club that could be seen throughout and the cheers from the audience was enough for him to feel the passion at the scene. Thinking about Kang-yoon, who created such a stage without showing himself, he felt quite a complex range of emotions. Se-jeon, what do you think? President Chu Manji asked the 5 girls sitting in front of him. The girl called Se-jeon was the one closest to him. They're amazing. Yes, they are indeed. So, do you think you can win against them? This was his point. Can you 5 win against those 6? He was blatantly asking that. Yes. Ju-ye answered with confidence. She had a sharp demeanor just like her eyes. The girls sitting there were all thinking the same thing. However, President Chu asked again. We're not filming a youth drama. Those girls, they aren't going to be easy to beat. They prepared for a long time. Yes, we know. But we aren't that easy to beat either. I have the confidence. The youngest member of the team, Kim Ji-suk, put the icing on the cake. Hearing her words, President Chu gave them some papers. Good. Then I shall believe that you have already decided. Sign. Yes. With a vigorous answer, everyone signed the paper in front of them. It was a contract for them to act as singers officially. After signing and exchanging the papers, President Chu said one more line. It's next month. Get ready. Yes. President Chu's office was filled with strong voices from 5 women. After their first debut stage, Edios went around a few TV stations to perform a few more times. They sang the same songs, but they showed different stage costumes each time. However, unlike K-cable station, they only sang once in other TV stations. Evening. Han Ju-yeon had returned to the dorms early after an interview at OTV station. Normally, Co Han-yu would greet her at the door, but she was covering her face in front of the computer. No. Everyone was discussing whatever it was on the screen. I'm back. What are you doing? When Han Ji-yun went to see them to see what they were up to, everyone was watching the feedback on a music chart website. Ediousness. I'm trying to vote, and it doesn't work. Crying face. Good luck, Eddie. Yoon Seo-hwa. It's the bestimest bite. Park Juryeong. I feel like my ears are purified, so it's on first after all. Jang Jae-jun. I'm running out to buy CD because this isn't enough. Ah, damn it. It's 12 right now, isn't it? Han Ji-yun, who pushed everyone out the way and stood in front of the monitor, made a smile after looking at the positive feedback. She felt like her fatigue had blown away. So it feels like this. Isn't it good? When Lee Samsoon asked excitedly, she agreed strongly. None of the girls left the computer. The song had stabilized in the top 5. It was first when it came up and then third, and had now stabilized. Pari. Everyone's eyes shined when Young Mina suggested that. Pari. Yeah. The girls took out various food from the fridge and enjoyed their night. Though, they were scolded by manager Han Tae-young the next day for overeating. While the girls were popping champagne, Kang-yoon was checking various work from the liaison team. The first work is the most important. Kang-yoon knew better than anyone that the first impression lasted longer than anything, and so considered each work with caution. There were many entertainment programs and events, but he had to be careful in his choice. The immediate profit is important, but first, Kang-yoon judged that stabilization came first. If he wished to, they could earn money while running events right now. However, it was a foolish thing to throw away the future just because of a chance to get a petty sum now. Having come to a decision, Kang-yoon pushed aside the various events. He selected large-scale events where they could stand in front of many people and sorted the TV programs that came for each member. SBB Actors Award Ceremony. There was something that entered his eyes. It was an invitation to the SBB TV station's Actors Award Ceremony. This seems good, but rather than deciding right now, Kang-yoon was cautious. Rather than signing the document right away, he decided to consider it a little more and put the papers on the side. He also referred to the list that the liaison team and the planning team had made that suggested places where they should go to. He also gathered some information from the internet and the fan CAF. It wasn't easy to decide their appearances. Only the ticking of the clock could be heard in his room. However, along with a few knocks, someone quietly opened the door. Jin Seo. Hello. Min Jin Seo, who seemed to have gotten back from a recording and looked tired, quietly entered his room. Kang-yoon gave her a cup of warm tea. Thank you. What's up? It's time for you to go home right now. Nothing, I guess. She lightly passed that question and handed Kang-yoon a paper bag she had brought. When Kang-yoon received it, it was some midnight snacks. Hey, why did you bring such? It's my payday today, although I give all my pay to my parents. I tried buying some. I was just getting hungry. I'll gladly take it. Since Kang-yoon was just getting hungry, her gift was like a sweet rain in a drought. Although he offered her to eat as well, she declined, saying that she was full. She also talked about how she had a backlash from shooting eating footage all day. Min Jin Seo passionately talked about her recording story. Her conversation with Kang-yoon was fun. Although she didn't talk a lot in front of others, she was always a chatterbox in front of Kang-yoon. So, the camera director and the PD fought today. Their fight was intense. Probably more so because the producer was someone new. Camera directors are usually veterans with over 10 years of experience. They know what kind of footage would be used in the actual broadcast, so it's no wonder for someone like that to get upset when he's ordered to film at a strange angle. I also had a hard time filming the same scene repeatedly. It's good that they are motivated, but after talking about the rookie PD, she switched topics. I was invited to an award ceremony this time. I heard. Wasn't it the Youth Actor/Actress Reward? Yes. I can't sleep when I think about it. I can still remember when I was a trainee. It's because you did well that you're being given an award. Don't you think? Ha ha ha. It must be hard to choose a dress. I'll say this now, but I don't recommend a low-cut dress. Don't I have a pretty good bodyline? Min Jin Seo's reaction was slightly weird. Thin waist with ample chest and hips. She had a wannabe body figure that anyone would be envious about. She was slightly dissatisfied with Kang-yoon's words. However, Kang-yoon gave her a smack instead. Ouch. Do you want the slutty tag on you already? Do that after you're in your 20s. You're just a teen. Ah, sir. I'm also a grown-up now. Forget it. What grown-up? How is that grown-up? Kang-yoon felt absurd about the age talk, but laughed anyway. A child actress with a low-cut dress? Kang-yoon's reactions were natural. Do you want to hear that you're a child that wants to act like a grown-up? Forget about it. Don't persuade the weak-hearted manager into this either. Okay. Yees. I shouldn't have come here. Uffed. Kang-yoon burst out into laughter at her last words. Well, I guess that's the dress. My real worry is something else. Real worry. When her expression became serious, Kang-yoon also changed his attitude. I got a request from SBB's award ceremony, asking me whether I want to put a singer in the interlude. So what did you do? I asked the chairman about it. And he said to ask you. Kang-yoon was at a loss for words. Chairman Won Jin-moon had definitely sent her his way on purpose. I think I need to do it. The PD for the acting award ceremony has a great amount of influence apparently. I think it will be difficult to reject. It's a difficult problem. Who did you decide to do it with? I haven't decided yet. Actually, they said it would be fine if I just appeared. The award ceremony itself was a worry, but a stage in the interlude? No wonder she was worried. However, at that moment, a good idea came to Kang-yoon's mind. It will be better with many than going solo, right? That's true. It's a lot more pressure too. I don't have any stage experience other than the time I went to the Angel's house with you. And this time, it's in front of actors and actresses. It will definitely be better with more people. Then why don't we do it with Edios? Sorry. Min Jin-seo's eyes widened. Edios was also invited this time. Since it came to this, why don't you go up together with them? I think it will be a good topic for the media. I'm all for it. Min Jin-seo was okay with that. She would go up to the stage with 6 other people around her age. They were also colleagues of the same company too. It would lessen the burden on her. Okay then. Looks like I'll have to sign that one as well. Instead, you must practice with Edios as well, so let's make some schedule adjustments. Yes, don't worry about that. I knew you could solve every one of my problems. Thank you. Nah, not every one of them. It always ended like this. Min Jin-seo's eyes would shine and Kang-yoon would feel awkward. The gaze of an admiring girl was delightful, but it always came with some pressure. Then I'll get going, sir. See you later. After Min Jin-seo left, Kang-yoon called the managers to reschedule each team's plan a little. Chapter 64. The result of 1 year, 3. A collaboration between Edios and Min Jin-seo, huh? Sounds good. President Lee Hyun-ji didn't even read Kang-yoon's report properly. She only read the title page before signing the paper. Are you not going to read it? I know you've done well. I was joking, okay? I'll talk to the chairman about it. Kang-yoon was at a loss of what to say after seeing the fast-track entry into signing. Of course, President Lee Hyun-ji and Chairman Won Jin-moon were going over the details. When Kang-yoon was about to leave, President Lee Hyun-ji called out to him. Do you have some time this evening? Is it a get-together? It's too early to celebrate for this. I have a schedule with Chanyang Seonbi. Can you come as well? Okay, I got it. Kang-yoon immediately accepted. Although he couldn't attend too many lectures since he was busy with work, he was still revising the music theory he had learned. Professor Choi Chanyang was his savior. I'll see you at 7 then. Kang-yoon headed to his office. Although he had a lot of things to do, he did them one by one. Spending time like that, he realized that it was already time. Kang-yoon hurried to the lobby. Let's go then. The place he went to along with President Lee Hyun-ji was a restaurant in Gangnam. It was a place that had quiet music in the background and was perfect for having quiet talks in. When he entered while being guided by the attendant, Professor Choi was waiting for them. Seonbi, Hyun-ji, and Mr. Kang-yoon. After light greetings, they sat down and talked about the recent matters. President Lee Hyun-ji was quite relaxed, unlike her usual self. Her usual stiff attitude was barely present, and Professor Choi also talked with his unique soft voice. Are they lovers? Even Kang-yoon was confused about the relationship between the two. When they were filling their stomachs with the steak, Professor Choi spoke to Kang-yoon. The students want to see you again, Mr. Kang-yoon. Are you busy nowadays? Yes. It's hard to make any time at all. Oh, what happened to recovery? They should have received a lot of attention after the festival. They're doing well. Please make some time for them when you can. Chanmin wants to have a drink with you again. When Professor Choi raised his glass, the two raised their glasses and cheered before tasting the wine. When the faint fragrance of wine lingered in their mouth, he started talking again. It's good to become a singer, but most of them wanted to become composers. They put their heads together, and in the end, refused. Though, Hyuna seems to think differently. Oh, that's why she went a Hongdae. So you knew? I was contacted by her. Apparently, she's looking for the members herself. I don't know what happened to her now, though. She said that she got people for the drums and the bass, and is looking for the guitar. Looks like she saw someone amazing on the street. Apparently, she's chasing him down for days now. Hyuna has been quite active then. Kang-yoon was surprised. She was very different from back, when she couldn't even present her own idea to her seniors. On one side, he was very proud of her as well. Since she had decided to stand up alone, she had to do this, so it was kind of obvious as well. President Lee Hyun-ji took interest in this matter she didn't know about. She knew a little of the winners of the bronze medal at the College Pop Festival, Recovery, but she knew nothing about what happened to the team after that. And Kang-yoon did something? Of course, she was interested. That Hyuna girl is the vocal for Recovery, right? Yes. How old is she? When President Lee Hyun-ji asked, Professor Choi thought for a little before speaking. 21. She'll be 22 next year. What? Are you going to scout her? Well, if team leader. Kang-yoon says so. She was trying to get a reaction from Kang-yoon. However, Kang-yoon shook his head without hesitation. She's different to what the company is striving for. Really? Then what about someone you are striving for, Mr. Kang-yoon? Then, I'm not really sure. Kang-yoon smoothly skipped over the topic. He implied that he would consider it if it was Kang-yoon Entertainment and not MG Entertainment. However, Kang-yoon didn't talk further about it and stood up from his seat saying he wanted to go to the toilet. When one person leaves from a group, the conversation would naturally switch to being about the person that just left. Seonbi, how was Mr. Kang-yoon in class? He was diligent. He scored well in exams and did well in homework as well. Though, it's a pity that he couldn't get close to the students. Well, he has nothing to lose. Can I ask you to take care of him next year as well? I'm all welcome. He's someone I have a lot to learn from, you know? Thank you, Seonbi. President Lee Hyun-ji asked for a toast with the wine glass. When the two met glasses, a clang from the glasses spread out. But Hyun-ji. Yes, Seonbi. Have you found a lover yet? Her expression instantly turned into that of the devils. Sunday. Since it was a rare holiday, Kang-yoon slept quite a lot. When he woke up later, he headed to meet up with Professor Choi Chan-young. It was to catch up with the music theory classes. Hyuna. However, when he arrived, Professor Choi and Lee Hyuna were discussing a score. The two greeted Kang-yoon. Don't you think you need to drop it down a semitone here? Really? I'll try. Lee Hyuna played the melody with a guitar after receiving Professor Choi's suggestion. However, she didn't seem to like it as she kept repeatedly writing and erasing notes. Kang-yoon watched the two with interest. So, it's definitely black at first. When Lee Hyuna played what was on the score, a thick black light hung around. However, Kang-yoon didn't express his discomfort. He thought that it would become white naturally after the composition was finished. Mr. Kang-yoon, what do you think we should do here? I don't know anything about composing, though. When Professor Choi Chan-young asked Kang-yoon that, Kang-yoon expressed his lack of composition knowledge. When he said that, Lee Hyuna approached him saying that it was all right. It's fine. Appa, you know about scales, right? That I do. The current song is in the B-flat minor key. Then how many flats do I need? 5, B, D, E, G, A. Wow, that's right. Did you actually memorize it all? I heard you were busy, but I guess you did your study. Kang-yoon felt awkward at the flattery. Professor Choi also agreed to her words. It's a difficult key, but you already know about it. You can most likely write the melody as well. I can. Professor Choi explained it to Kang-yoon in easier terms as he did not understand it. It's actually very complex when you go into the theory, but I'll put it into simpler terms. To put it in layman's terms, you just need to enter whatever that fits the scale. Among the 7 notes, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, there are 5 flats that are on B, D, E, G, A, respectively. You just need to create a melody with these 7. Why don't you try with Hyuna? Kang-yoon fell into a panic. However, he was very curious when he heard that he was about to compose something. Lee Hyuna sat next to him and showed him the score. She urged him to do it together. Kang-yoon immediately took out a pen and started working on it. Lee Hyuna played the guitar and Kang-yoon created the melody while talking about the key. Attaching chords to the melody required some other theory altogether, so he didn't go there. Lee Hyuna seemed to like teaching Kang-yoon and started explaining it in more detail. Ooh, this is a good one. It's a third. Here, Kang-yoon also found it very interesting that the black light became fainter and fainter as his notes were inputted. Of course, that process was very long and gradual. However, the realm of composition was a completely new world for him. The joy of creating something was difficult to express in words. The sun had set already. Kang-yoon's was also gradually filled with coffee, some dessert, and dinner. However, Kang-yoon did not stand up in an attempt to hold his concentration in place. Lee Hyuna was also focused on her work. Perhaps she was swept by the atmosphere. Around Kang-yoon, our management company people so monstrous at concentration. Only Professor Choi Chan-young blinked his eyes many times in surprise. In the end, the three only left the CAF after its hours were over. Let's make this a joint work from you and me. Nah, you made most of it anyway. Lee Hyuna shook her head though. Not at all. You made quite a lot of the melodies as well. I only put the chords in and the actual melody was all made by you, wasn't it? It's been a while since I had a melody that gave me a good feeling. Appa, why don't you make a band with me? Nah, that's not good with me. Kang-yoon replied to a joke with a joke. Lee Hyuna seemed to feel good as she refastened the guitar. Professor Choi also thought that it was nice. Hardworking students were always nice for the teacher to see. Just because the composition went well doesn't mean that the song is complete. You need to complete the melody and arrange it as well. By arranging, you mean putting other instruments or other sounds in it, right? Yes. Professor Choi explained in detail. If you have the time, I recommend you try arrangement as well. You should have a lot of producers at your company, Mr. Kang-yoon, so you should be able to learn a lot from them. It will be even better if you can get help from composers. Understood. Look like I've learned a lot of things today. I also had a great time. Professor Choi Chan-young took the bus home like he always did. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyuna headed to the station together. The two got on board the empty train as they always did and talked to each other. They talked especially about the song. I'll make you listen to the song first once it comes out. I'll be thankful if you do. I'm kind of curious to think that there will be a song that I touched. I'll definitely let you listen to it. Lee Hyuna even made a pinky promise that she would do so with Kang-yoon. The train headed home with the two in it. Yoon, what are you looking at? Hyun's neighbor at school, Jin-sung, he became curious after she saw Hyun drawing something. However, Hyun couldn't hear her due to being absorbed. Jin-sung, he stood still for a moment before shaking Hyun a little. Lee Hyun. Oh, Sung-hee, what's up? Only then did Hyun turn away from her book. Jin-sung, he turned her gaze to the book on Hyun's desk. What's this? Harmonics? Is it a music book? Yeah. Are you going to go to a music college? The most important thing for third-year high school students was their future paths. However, Hyun had never mentioned what she wanted to do in the future until now. But the same person was currently looking at a music book. Jin-sung, he was curious. Music college? Are you not? I don't know yet. I'm just reading. Really? Well, I guess it's hard. My brother is preparing for a music college, and it's been 3 years now, and he's a complete jerk. Don't do something like that. Jin-sung, he frowned after thinking about her brother. A brother that hadn't gone to college for 3 years? He was a complete jerk in the eyes of the little sister. Your brother must have it hard too. Gah, forget it. Everyone in the house only has him in their view. I'm in my 3rd year as well, but they don't even see me. So, don't you dare dream about a music college, okay? Hyun didn't reply. However, she was pressured by her friend, so she vaguely skipped an answer before looking at the book again. Music college? University? Can I really go to such a thing? Nowadays, she had some energy even after dialysis. She thought that she might be able to commute to college if she tried. Her friend's attempt to persuade her out had the opposite effect instead. Setting the schedule for Edios and Min Jin-seo so that they could practice together was like fishing a star out of the sky. Min Jin-seo was very busy with shooting dramas, commercials, and magazine pages, while Edios, despite having just debuted, were being called by many places thanks to the active marketing. In the end, they could only meet up after midnight. Hello. When Min Jin-seo arrived at the practice room after a night filming, the members of Edios greeted her. Hello, Jin-seo. 5 girls including Han Ju-yeon greeted her. Kang-yoon was also with them. Huh? Sir. Min Jin-seo was greeting the girls in delight when she found Kang-yoon, who was at war with paperwork, and approached him. It was very delightful to see him even though it was past midnight, and he should have headed home. Oh, Jin-seo, you're here. You haven't gone home yet? I was thinking of going home after I see you girls practice. Mina will come soon as well. Oh, okay. I'll get ready then. Min Jin-seo said that she'll change into training clothes and headed to the changing room. When she came out, Edios started practicing for real. When they were in the middle of practice, a girl with long hair came in through the door. It was young Mina. Young Mina was very lively after she had come back from a magazine interview. The music temporarily stopped, and everyone expressed their greetings to her, who they hadn't seen for the day. Ajusi. She seemed to be excited as young Mina approached Kang-yoon as well. However, what came back was a smack on the head. Ouch. Where do you think we are, huh? Ugh. Fine, team leader. At this point, she had to be doing it on purpose. Kang-yoon frowned slightly before signaling them to continue practicing. She nodded her head obediently and headed to the changing room. What the hell is she? Min Jin-seo's eyes were lit on fire after seeing young Mina being familiar with Kang-yoon. After young Mina came as well, the real practice began in proper formation. According to the dance routine the trainer had made, Min Jin-seo would dance alone for a little and Edios would join after a while. After that, Edios would have a stage of their own. Kang-yoon calmly observed the light from the dances. Looks like we need to set the standard on Min Jin-seo after all. Even though she was once a trainee as well, the gap between her and Edios was quite large. She even had a gap with A. Lee Young as well. Not to mention the rhythm. The difference showed in their angle of movement as well. After a round of practice, young Mina stepped up. Let's follow Jin-seo this time. Hanyu on this part. Young Mina explained to Seo Hanyu her moves that she would do along with Min Jin-seo, since she was the closest to her. Seo Hanyu immediately nodded in acceptance. Jin-seo, on this part. Okay. However, Min Jin-seo's reaction was slightly strange. Is it because she's worse? Seo Hanyu, who was at the same age as Min Jin-seo, knew her personality to an extent. Min Jin-seo was very prideful, especially regarding practice. So, she didn't say anything about it. Practice began again and Seo Hanyu followed Min Jin-seo's rhythm this time. It seemed to work as everyone's movement gradually synced. Rest time. Kang-yoon left the practice room to let everyone rest comfortably. He also judged that he had seen enough of their practice. Since their breathing was matching as well, he didn't see the need to stay any longer. When Kang-yoon was about to leave quietly, someone poked him from the back. When he turned around, it was Min Jin-seo. Jin-seo. Sir. She was pouting, unlike her usual self. Kang-yoon was confused. What's up? Did something happen? Can I ask you something? When Kang-yoon gave her the okay, she threw a direct ball. Are you very close to Minaoni? A direct ball was fine, but the direction wasn't. Just what the heck was she on about? What do you mean? Do you mean I'm biased? No, it's not that. It's just that you two look strangely close. What? Kang-yoon was at a loss for words. Just what is this kid saying? Ha ha ha. Nah, isn't it obvious that I'm close with Mina? I'm close to you as well, and Hanyu too. So it's nothing special, right? Kang-yoon pushed Min Jin-seo's forehead when she tried to interrogate him further. Go practice already. You still have some energy remaining? Kang-yoon climbed down the stairs like that. He kept giggling on the way down as he thought that it was absurd no matter how he thought about it. Though, Min Jin-seo seemed to think differently. So it's nothing special, right? She knew that Kang-yoon put things as they were. In that case, young Mina was in the same position as her. There was nothing to worry. Good. Having received a confirmation, she returned to the practice room with a smile. Chapter 65. The result of 1 year, 4. Kang-yoon was currently at work with the company intranet open. However, he was notified through the intra-company messenger that the liaison team had erringly sent an attachment through email. Sending company files and documents through personal email accounts was a very big risk in terms of security. Kang-yoon encouraged the employee so that it will never happen again and opened his personal email. It's here. Personal email accounts were usually banned within the company, but he was an exception. It was a privilege for his position and achievements. Kang-yoon opened the email from the employee and downloaded the file. Then, he closed the internet window, or so he was about to when he saw an unfamiliar email. Kidney transplant. Kang-yoon's eyes widened as soon as he saw the email. He couldn't wait for a kidney transplant just in Korea, so he was looking into transplants in foreign countries as well. Thanks to that, he had spent a lot of money, but he thought that it was a reasonable price for Hee-yoon. So someone like Hee-yoon's case isn't that common. But the next after next? That seems promising. Kang-yoon was filled with expectation while reading down the email, which was kindly written in Korean. This was worth all the money he had spent until now. He felt happy when he thought about doing various things with Hee-yoon after she became healthy again. Today was the collaboration stage between Edios and Min Jin-seo. Since it was an important event, Kang-yoon decided to attend to that himself. Since Edios was on a schedule, they decided to meet up in the TV station while Min Jin-seo would go with him since she was one of the candidates for an award. Kang-yoon met up with Min Jin-seo in the lobby and headed to SBB TV station where the award ceremony would take place. When he arrived nearby, the red carpet was laid out along with a photo zone inside the lobby, and there were many fans and reporters in a formation. Wow! Min Jin-seo was flabbergasted. Whenever a celebrity went up to the photo zone, all the people there were struggling to get closer. Some people even put their hands out, trying to touch the person. All of this was unfamiliar to her. You should get ready. Min Jin-seo smiled brightly when Kang-yoon said that. Then I'll be going. See you later. Min Jin-seo opened the door of the car and quietly walked onto the red carpet. Then, reporters and fans all rushed towards her. In the center of the red carpet, she waved her hand with a bright smile. She's doing well. Looking at her, who was now a full-fledged star, Kang-yoon made a satisfied smile. Today might be busy, tomorrow's no good either. In a small studio in Hongdae, Lee Hyun-ah was singing with 4 people. The drums, the bass, the electric guitar, and the synthesizer harmonized with her powerful voice, and the song spread around the studio. I want to urge the clock. The clean tone from the electric guitar was emphasized while the synthesizer did the background with some sound effects. With the solid bass from the drums and the bass guitar, Lee Hyun-ah's song was emphasized once again. After a round of practice, everyone gathered around. This is so good. Did you really make this, Hyun-ah? Kim Jin-dae, who played the drums, asked. In excitement. Even Lee Cha-hee, who played the bass guitar, felt the same. Hyun-ah, this is great. She seemed to have fallen in love with this song. The other members felt the same. It was neither too fast nor too slow, but the rhythmic groove and Lee Hyun-ah's power harmonized in a peculiar way and made a great result. Everyone didn't hold back their praises. However, Lee Hyun-ah shook her head, as though this was no good. Thanks, but this isn't made by me alone. Then, Lee Hyun-ah answered calmly when Kim Jin-dae asked. Someone help me out, my guardian deity I guess. I'll show you when we perform. He's a cool guy. Phew, a lover. I knew someone like Hyun-ah couldn't be single. Young Chan-kyu, the one who played the electric guitar, teased her. However, Lee Hyun-ah firmly denied that. Unfortunately, the hurdle is too high. He's too forget it. Let's just practice. All the members of the band curiously interrogated her, but they couldn't pry any information out. In fact, Lee Hyun-ah pushed them away and they just gave up. Inside a waiting room of SBB TV station, the place where 6 girls, the coordinators, and the manager was a complete disaster right now. Hey, stop it there. In the middle of this disaster was Young Mina. She scolded Han Ju-yeon, who was busy putting on makeup on her eyes while straightening Lee Samsoon's hair with her hands. My eyes are completely weird, aren't they? They look fine. If you do any more, you'll become a panda. Fine, okay. Han Ju-yeon grumbled, but accepted Young Mina's words. Young Mina was mostly in the right when it came to makeup. Young Mina had good judgment. Another person came into the fray. It was Kang-yoon who brought Min Jin-seo. Hello. Everyone greeted Kang-yoon since it was the first time they saw him today. They didn't know that Kang-yoon was going to come today, but they didn't panic. Yay. No. A few even rejoiced. Han Ju-yeon and Christy, and in particular. Of course, the managers were cautious since their superior was here. Kang-yoon checked up on their conditions. He had nothing to worry about their costumes since they came here straight from the pop competition in HMC TV station. He was only worried about their conditions. He asked again and again. We're fine. We're feeling great right now. Young Mina spoke up for all of them. She knew what Kang-yoon was worried about. Jin-seo should be lacking compared to you girls, so match with her, okay? Yes. There's nothing else. Oh yeah? Today's the last day of 2008. Let's finish this off well. Kang-yoon left the waiting room after a few words of well wishes. From behind him, he could hear fighting from Edios behind the door. Their teamwork was good, and they were getting into their positions as well. Hey, aren't you Kang-yoon? He was heading towards the audience seats to watch the award ceremony when someone called out to him. When he turned around, it was writer Song Tae-jin who boasted a burly figure as always. So it was you, Nunam. What the hell is up with that loose reaction? Writer Song Tae-jin slapped Kang-yoon's back. The sound was so loud that the nearby people looked at them to see what's up. That hurts. And this is the TV station, you know? So what? Are you embarrassed about me? Nothing like that. Other than that, why are you here? She pointed towards her own attire when Kang-yoon asked that. It was a suit for a woman. So it's the awards ceremony. Apparently, I'm getting the Writers' Award this time. There's also the Manuscript Award as well. So I came here to get awards. I got it so many times that it's a bother now. That's so like you. Kang-yoon was about to turn around after bidding goodbye. However, it wouldn't be Song Tae-jin if she just sent him away here. What? Didn't you come here to watch? I did. Then why are you going there? The place Kang-yoon was headed to was the place where the members of the public came to spectate. Other than the people appearing on the stage or the candidates, everyone would sit in the audience seats and not at the tables at the front. Kang-yoon was confused. Because that's where I sit. Then, if you don't mind. Wait. So you sit on that side, eh? Then come with me. Wah. Kang-yoon was at a loss, but he was eventually dragged by her and sat down around a table where the cast was sitting. He panicked at first, but he soon adapted. When he looked around, he was surrounded by producers, camera directors, audio directors, and other bosses of the staff. Kang-yoon greeted all of them. After conversing with them briefly while exchanging business cards, this actually became an opportunity for him. All of them felt hesitation towards Kang-yoon at first since he was acting friendly, but they soon talked to him about a lot of things. The award ceremony was a live broadcast. Inside the venue, the red light signifying the live broadcast turned on after a simple announcement. Then, the stage opened with the opening performance, a celebrity band. The celebrity band, Sketchbook, showed a good performance centered around an actor who was becoming increasingly popular as of 2008. Lee Jae-hoon, who was singing, and 5 others. The people at the tables clapped while the fans also replied with cheers. However, what Kang-yoon saw was something different. It's gray. The combination of the musical notes was just not good. The inharmony and the ordinary voice was not so pleasant to listen to. Not only that, the stage devices didn't seem to be working properly, as the microphone echoed a lot. The fandom sure is frightening. What was interesting was that gray light couldn't win against the fandom. It was interesting for Kang-yoon to see people clapping with awkward smiles. After their stage was over, one professional presenter and 2 actresses came onto the podium. After a brief introduction, the awards ceremony began properly along with their declaration. The Rookie Award, that all actors and actresses wanted, was awarded. The actors and actresses that received the Rookie Award teared up, and some called out all the names on their list as well. Of course, due to time constraints, the presenters sometimes cut them short, but the joy of the Rookie Award was very big. The Rookie Award was finished, and the next in the ceremony continued. Next up is the Youth Actors Award. After hearing the presenter's words, Kang-yoon fixed his posture. The presenters prepared for the award ceremony while commenting, and the awardees from the previous year came up to award this year's awardee. After the Youth Actors Award ended, the Youth Actress Award began. 2008 SBB Youth Actress Award, let's watch. The 4 child actress candidates were listed on the big screen. There she is. Kang-yoon could see Min Jin-seo, who came up third. Her debut piece, Whispers of the Stars, as well as the following series, was summed up into a short video. Min Jin-seo's acting stood out amongst the 4 candidates. That's definitely for Min Jin-seo. The others are pretty good too, though. Nah, they can't be compared. Writer Song Tae-jin's evaluations were merciless. Kang-yoon only shook his head. SBB Youth Actress Award. Miss Min Jin-seo from the Whispers of the Stars. Congratulations. A round of fanfare played. Min Jin-seo, who was called out along with a grand fanfare of music, couldn't believe it. A moment later, she was congratulated by the other youth actors and actresses around her and walked to the stage absent-mindedly. After receiving the trophy from the previous year's awardee, she grabbed the microphone. Thank you. My very first drama was The Whispers of the Stars. I thank director Oh Yeon-jung for taking care of me, even though it was my first time acting. I'm happy to receive this award in SBB, where I first debuted. Director Yoo Mi-yeon, the lighting's director, the business team, the camera team, and Sir Jang Gun-soo as well. Thank you very much to all of you. To my mom, Dad, and my sister, Minji, who have endured for me all this time. Thank you all so much. My teachers, my friends, as well as my dear fans, thank you all as well. And finally, taking a long time for her speech, Min Jin-seo wiped the tears away from her face as she took a deep breath. Then, she turned around to see Kang-yoon. I thank Sir Lee Kang-yoon from the bottom of my heart. You were the one who recognized me first and allowed me to stand where I am today. Happy New Year. Thank you. When Min Jin-seo bowed politely and stepped down, a round of applause followed. Writer Song Tae-jin poked Kang-yoon's waist. Who, Kang-yoon? You kinda seem amazing now. Ha ha ha. When the gazes around him fixed onto him, Kang-yoon made an awkward smile. His name being called out in a ceremony like this made him joyful and grateful. He felt like this was why people raised celebrities. After that, Kang-yoon watched the ceremony with writer Song Tae-jin. Actually, Kang-yoon had no time to watch any dramas, so he didn't know any dramas other than the ones that Min Jin-seo appeared on. So he couldn't really sympathize with what anyone around him talked about. Writer Song Tae-jin shook her head, but Kang-yoon only ignored her. The first part ended, and the interlude came. Kang-yoon headed to the waiting room behind the stage. Edios and Min Jin-seo were waiting for their entrance. Congratulations, Jin-seo. Thank you. The congratulating of the Youth Actress Award winner continued behind the stage as well. Min Jin-seo calmed herself down, but she still felt fluffy when the Unis congratulated her. At that time, Kang-yoon appeared. Sir Dash. Ajusi. However, Young Mina was a little ahead of her. She stood in front of Kang-yoon fast. We're working. Oops, my bad. Sorry about that. Kang-yoon sighed. She was probably doing this on purpose. He thought that he might tell her off later and talked about what was going to happen today. You looked at the stage, right? Yes. I heard that they fixed the microphone. The in-ear microphones were checked as well. Do you need anything else? I knew I could count on you. Young Mina cheered for Kang-yoon's reliability. The other girls were the same. Kang-yoon did all the things they had to ask the manager about the stage, so they had it easy. However, Min Jin-seo interfered with Kang-yoon and Young Mina. Sir. I am worried that the floor is too slippery. The floor? Can I see your shoes? Kang-yoon sat down and had a look at Min Jin-seo's shoes. She was wearing trainers, and they looked slippery for the stage. Kang-yoon picked up the shoes Min Jin-seo took off and went to the coordinator behind him. Miss Jin-young. Jin-seo's shoes. That should be fine though. Please change it, just in case. Yes, I'll get to it immediately. She ran and immediately brought a different pair of the same color. What's she doing? Young Mina smirked after seeing Min Jin-seo's actions. Actually, the shoes weren't that slippery. It was just Min Jin-seo was trying to do something. Just as sparks were about to erupt between the two, the coordinator brought Min Jin-seo's new shoes. Do they fit? Yes, Uni. Sorry for worrying you. After a small complication, it came to the time when they had to go on stage soon. Kang-yoon looked at all of them and spoke. Break a leg. Yes. The 7 girls headed onto the stage. Chapter 66. Designing with Music 1. Hyunji, can I really trust this? Appa, believe in me this once. It's definitely effective. President Lee Hyunji was currently doing business in a bar in Gangnam. The opponent was her senior from university, Gu Young-soo. He was the owner of a big shoe store in Gangnam. Sheesh. Does changing music really affect the customers? Times are changing. And like I said, there's a guy who's ghastly good at music in my company. You know Jua, don't you? I do. I'm a complete fan of her. And thanks for her signature, by the way. Gu Young-soo blushed slightly. The one who sent Jua to Japan is magical at music. I heard you were worried that your sales have been dropping lately. Why don't you just try my idea? I heard your sales dropped because of the other stores. You need to give a change at a time like this. Would changing music really affect the customers, though? I said believe in me this once. Gu Young-soo was slightly doubtful, but was eventually persuaded by President Lee Hyunji. How effective could it possibly be? Even while accepting her offer, he was still skeptical. She was the heroine of television show, Whispers of the Stars. Let's start the second part with a collaboration between Miss Min Jin-seo and Edios. Along with the presenter's excited voice, the curtains to part 2 rose. Along with the curtains, the cameras all started flashing with a red light. Writer Song Tae-jin also posed upright from her usual cross-legged seating. Her colleagues were surprised by her actions. The stage began, and the girls of Edios started dancing around Min Jin-seo as the center. It was the title song of Edios, Together. However, it was rearranged and had more power in the dance routine. Edios all matched their moves with Min Jin-seo. Thanks to that, Min Jin-seo didn't look out of place or anything. When Kang-yoon came back to his seat, Song Tae-jin greeted him. Wow, Kang-yoon. Did Jin-seo dance so well? She was originally a singer. Trainee after all. Oh yeah, it's MG, isn't it? Writer Song Tae-jin honestly expressed her surprise at Min Jin-seo's dancing abilities. Her dance was way above what any amateurs could do. What's Jin-seo doing next? I don't know. Apparently, she's doing something right now. I'll do one right after that. I thought of a good plot after seeing her dance like that. Writer Song Tae-jin, who asked Kang-yoon a question, suddenly took out some pen and paper before writing down some things. It was the idea notes that writers used a lot. The collaboration stage was no longer important to her. Once she was inspired, the pen in her hand danced wildly. The stage was nearing its climax. Seo Hanyu and Min Jin-seo snapped their bodies together and heightened the atmosphere. Even the calmer actors voiced out in excitement, and the younger actors or the fans straight up cheered. Edios, Jin-seo, they couldn't be compared to the people in the audience though. Not too bad. As Kang-yoon had thought, the stage was going well. Although the award ceremony was quite a serious one, the stage collaboration between Edios and Min Jin-seo presented them with a moment of a light mood. The performance ended with Min Jin-seo's V gesture and Edios around her. When the girls exited among the cheers of the audience, Kang-yoon also stood up and headed to the back of the stage. Good work. Thank you for your work. Everyone voiced out in unison. Min Jin-seo was slightly surprised. Get changed and let's go home quickly. Jin-seo is coming after the ceremony is over, aren't you? Yes. Manager Yoon will take care of Jin-seo, and the girls of Edios will go back. Let's talk about the specifics while going back to the dorms. Questions? None. Kang-yoon was worried about Min Jin-seo's dark expression. However, he left her to the manager thinking that she was jealous of the girls who went home early. Kang-yoon left along with the girls. He quickly led the girls to the parking lot and left the TV station while avoiding the fans who were waiting outside. Inside the van, Young Mina grumbled. Their reactions were quite unlike the other stages. Kang-yoon thought differently though. It's strange to scream like little girls in a place like that, though. Don't you think? That's true, but wouldn't they have wanted to enjoy as well? The gazes and cameras around them were scary. Kang-yoon spoke while turning around. Good work. There. You know that tomorrow's a holiday, right? Yes. Holidays were always sweet. Everyone shouted energetically when Kang-yoon mentioned holiday. Tomorrow is 2009. Team leader. It's 2009 already. The girls giggled at Lee Samsoon's comment. It was already past midnight, and it was nearing 1 a.m. Kang-yoon felt slightly awkward. Anyway, it's 2009 now, isn't it? Yes. The girls were now close enough to Kang-yoon so that they could joke around with him. He spoke seriously while switching topics. We got our foundation, but there's still a long way to go. But I believe in you. Rest well tomorrow and do your best in the future as well. Okay. Yes. The van that headed to the dorms was filled with the energetic voices of girls. Jin-seo, you don't look so well. Are you unwell? Manager Yoon Hee-seon asked Min Jin-seo worriedly. However, she shook her head. No, I'm just a little tired. Really? Should I get you some medicine? Where can you find medicine at this time in the night? It will be all right after a little bit of rest. Min Jin-seo declined. Manager Yoon Hee-seon distanced herself even while looking at her with worried eyes. TCH. Min Jin-seo kept remembering about how Kang-yoon took care of Edios more than her. Naturally, she didn't like what she didn't like. The New Year's sun rose. Kang-yoon, who received a paid holiday of 3 days, could rest comfortably for a few days. It was a privilege that was only given to him. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon could enjoy his rest with Hee-yoon while traveling around the country. It was right before the Sunday, so he got a total of 4 days of rest. On Monday, Kang-yoon headed to the president's office as soon as he came to the company. Welcome, Team Leader Lee. Hello. We haven't seen each other for a week now, did we? I feel like it's been a while since we've seen each other. She ordered the secretary for some tea and led Kang-yoon to the sofa. There were already many things prepared for him. Kang-yoon looked. At the top one. Triangle? Isn't this a movie manuscript? It is. A movie? Is this about Jin Seo? President Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. She gestured that that wasn't the case and gave Kang-yoon some papers titled General Music Consulting. When Kang-yoon flipped over the document and looked at it for a while, he was colored with confusion. He gulped while turning each page slowly. The contents weren't light at all. Kang-yoon spoke his mind after reading all of the document. A general business related to music, working with many music-related things and not just concerts. I think the motivation is good. Focusing on the concert team is good, but I had a feeling that it won't be so bad to take part in many more things. We have a lot of budget and have the advantage that we can utilize this budget. I'm thinking of making a specialized team and do this kind of work. For a business like this, the role of the control tower is crucial. But as for us, we do not have such a. You'll do it. When President Lee Hyun-ji admitted that so easily, Kang-yoon blinked a few times. Kang-yoon silently asked, "Why am I the one?" With his expression. President Lee Hyun-ji answered his question. Team Leader Lee, you have a good sense regarding music. Your views on the market are also great. But from what I've seen until now, your judgment in musical pieces is greater than anyone. If we look at the singers you've planned for until now, there were many cases where you switched songs or did rearrangements of the original. Would that have been possible without your senses for music? President, that is. Kang-yoon was scared for a moment. President Lee Hyun-ji had unknowingly mentioned his ability to see light from music. Of course, there's no way she would know about his ability, but it was enough to startle Kang-yoon. After all, not everyone is suited to become the president. I can be sure about it. That we'll be able to do many things and not just concerts if you're here, Team Leader Lee. The concerts you have planned for until now caused sensations, but did not bring a lot of profit to the company. That's my fault for doing bad business, but it will be different now. Let's do this together. President Lee Hyun-ji's words were reasonable. However, Kang-yoon was still cautious in his decisions. Planning was something he had dived in after meticulous preparation and because he wanted to. However, areas other than pop music was another problem altogether. Can you give me some time to think about it? Is a day enough for you? Not at all. I'll just need a moment. Kang-yoon fell into thought for a moment. A general work related to music. It is definitely attractive, but I don't have anything ready yet. Actually, it was a very attractive offer. There was the charm that he could do music that was not related to concerts. However, the problem was his lack of foundation. President Lee Hyun-ji spoke as though she knew about that. I spoke to Seon-bi already. Go listen to his lectures and holidays when you have the time. I'll take care of the fees. Thank you. It's an investment from the company. President Lee Hyun-ji cleared that problem. Investing such a meager sum was nothing to excavate a talented employee. Kang-yoon spoke his mind after a moment of thought. I'll try. Good decision. The basic work is the same as the concert team. I'm going to make a subordinate business team and get orders, and Team Leader Lee just should focus on work. There were a few problems in the concert team, but let's do this well this time. Understood. Then what do we begin with? Since he had decided this, the work progressed very smoothly. President Lee Hyun-ji gave him another set of papers. The document was titled DRO Mart Retail Music Coordination. Kang-yoon expressed his confusion. Isn't this done by music coordinators? Yes. It requires the selection of songs that fit the retail store after analyzing the store. It's a field that isn't well known in Korea yet, but it's very active in places like America. Music is important in shopping. Kang-yoon cautiously considered this. It wasn't simply just choosing some background music for a store. It wasn't just playing pop music one after the other. He would have to analyze the characteristics, sales, trends, and various other elements and choose songs and test them as well. Not only that, he would even have to negotiate copyright if the store was big. It wasn't a simple issue. I think it's a good stage for Team Leader Lee to shine. What do you think? It's an unfamiliar field, but I think it will be interesting. Good. Then can I expect some good results? I'll do my best. President Lee Hyun-ji replied with a smile at Kang-yoon's acceptance. Hallyo Arts University Department of Composition was known to have difficult practical exams. While other universities had 300:1 competition rate, Hallyo started at 500:1 minimum. Park So-young challenged this difficult exam. I'm fine. That's a good title. Can you play it for us? Professor Choi Chan-young gestured a short girl who handed him the score. The girl, Park So-young, started singing with a guitar that was just as big as her. Even if you don't acknowledge me, Or find me. I'm fine. The professors, along with Professor Choi Chan-young, was surprised after listening to the folk song-like music. Her music was at a considerable level. No, the song and her voice matched very well. Professor Choi Chan-young especially seemed to have taken a liking to it, as he let her continue into the second verse. Thank you. Well done. When Park So-young left, he started talking with the other professors. I'll choose her. I also like her. Under Professor Choi Chan-young's lead, a pass seal was stamped on Park So-young's application. Kang-yoon and a few other employees he had selected were headed to Daro Mart in Gangnam. It's huge, muttered Vice Chief Yun Soo-jin, while looking at the large shoes retail store. 2 entire floors, and being in Gangnam resulted in a lot of traffic. Not only her, everyone would be flabbergasted at the scale of the store and the population. Hello. Welcome. When they went in, owner Gu Young-soo was waiting for them. Kang-yoon and the others received the sales, customers per day, the floating population, and the music that was played at specific times from the owner before they walked around the store. It was difficult to judge just from the music from the speakers. He could see various musical notes, but non-live, recorded music did not show him musical notes and light. It was the same as how light and musical notes disappears through media such as TV. Since he couldn't utilize his greatest weapon, Kang-yoon panicked at first. However, he couldn't stay like that forever. He walked around the store among the customers that were looking at shoes and looked around. Chief Yu, I don't think the customers are staying for long. Chief Han Se-young cautiously spoke. Chief Yu Guntae agreed. I think so too. Are all shoes retail stores like this? They aren't this bad. Shouldn't they stay for at least 5 minutes to do anything? Chief Han Se-young specifically observed one customer. However, she could see that the person left after 2 minutes of looking around the store. Just in case, she observed other customers, and they were all the same. Not every single customer was like that, but many left before. Even 5 minutes had passed. Team leader. Chief Han Se-young spoke out to Kang-yoon to tell him that. They aren't staying here for long. Even though there seems to be no problem with the employees' attitude. The employees are all very nice. Chief Han Se-young replied to Kang-yoon's words. Although they couldn't evaluate properly since this wasn't their field, the employees were mostly very nice in handling customers. Kang-yoon and the others looked for a lot of things while walking around the store. They could observe a lot of things when they walked around the store for the entire peak hours. Kang-yoon gathered everyone to sum up what they had found. To put it simply, I think the music is indeed a problem. I can't find any mistakes in other areas. I think the same, team leader. Chief Han Se-young added to Kang-yoon's words. We need to solve this from a musical vantage. The overall mood is very sunken and customers are leaving quickly. The current selection of music is just ordinary pop music. Let's first analyze the characteristics around the store, trends, and the preferences of the customers, and make a list. Yes, team leader. Let us return then. Along with Kang-yoon's words, everyone hurriedly returned to their office. Kang-yoon was worried that he couldn't see any light, but he was still passionate. Let's believe in my senses. I can do this. Kang-yoon resolved himself while going over a bridge inside a company car. This wouldn't be easy for him, but he found it joyful that he may develop himself further. The first work of 2009 began like that. Chapter 67. Designing with Music 2. After returning to his office, Kang-yoon gathered the materials he had collected from Daro Mart. Then, he organized them one by one to think about the elements that were needed to select a song. Since he couldn't use his eyes, he put more mind into the objective information more than usual. Selling shoes from many brands in one store. It can be considered as a department store of shoes. Its location is in one of the most popular places in Gangnam Street. However, there are 2 more shoe stores right next to it. There are many people that go by due to the floating population, but the period of time they stay for is very little. As for shopping, although this time, it was a store, the market analysis was similar to when planning for a singer. The difference in work field was large, but there were definitely some similarities as well. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon could proceed with his work quite smoothly. However, there was a surprise. It was the general preferences of the people that came to look for shoes. Many different people visit Daro Mart. It's hard to look for their shared preferences. The age is very spread out, and the ratio of genders is relatively equal, while I don't know their general income. To compare it to a real department store, the store is too small. How can I choose the songs? He was worried in many. ways. It was extremely easy if he just selected songs at random, but it was extremely difficult to do it properly. Since the song selection was the icing on the cake for the shoes retail store, it may lead to increase in sales, so it was even more pressure. However, Kang-yoon kept analyzing DRO Mart and looked for their strengths and weaknesses. Since he had experience in analyzing singers, it was quite doable if he excluded the technical terms that came up here and there. Having worked for a while, Kang-yoon headed to the rest area to cool his head off a little. Huh? Appa. There was someone else there already. It was Kim Jin-jaeyoung from the ACE. Jin-jaeyoung. It's been a while. How have you been? Kim Jin-jaeyoung seemed to be delighted to see Kang-yoon as her expression brightened. After they worked with Kang-yoon, they were doing well in whatever they did, so it was no wonder. The two sat down after a light greeting. It's hard to see you at the company. That's true. You should come over to play sometime. Don't have the time. I always think about going, but when all schedule is over, it's past midnight. Kim Jin-jaeyoung looked happy as she talked about her busy life. She said that her life had been completely flipped over and boasted about what happened at some TV stations. Kang-yoon was also happy to see that she was doing well. He also talked about what he was doing nowadays. Kim Jin-jaeyoung found the unfamiliar music coordination quite curious. Wow. Song selection. Affects sales? That's interesting. Right? The song sets the mood after all. I think of it as the same as a stage. Ah, that's true. Well, I heard that the song played in department stores are different at night than at day. I also don't ever get tired when I shop at a department store. Really? I feel my energy draining whenever I see a department store. That's because you're weak. What was that? When Kang-yoon was about to get angry at her retort, Kim Jin-jaeyoung burst out laughing. Kang-yoon also accepted her words before switching to another topic. I thought about choosing songs similar to a department store, but I decided against it since it's smaller than a department store. A department store has a resting zone, but the store I've looked at doesn't have such a thing. Ah, it's so hard. It must be hard to think about many things. From what I heard just now, it's not just choosing random songs. Well, if I think about it like that, then I guess you would have chosen a random song for us as well. We would have been doomed if it was like that. LOL, I guess that's true. Kim Jin-jaeyoung bought Kang-yoon some chocolate to relieve some stress before she left. Kang-yoon also headed to the roof after seeing her out. He felt like he had to smoke some before working again. He lighted his smoke on the rooftop. He felt like he relaxed a little after scattering some smoke. Jin-jaeyoung found her place as well. He could still see Kim Jin-jaeyoung's face lingering in front of him. Her expression was very bright. The worried expression from before had completely disappeared without a trace. He got a little excited thinking about how he, Kang-yoon, was the one to make the ACE succeed like that. When I think about it, the ACE also went with a completely different theme from the existing ones. Wait. However, a thought flashed through Kang-yoon's head. The ACE went on the offensive with jazz, something that was not done in the past. To express it, it was a new type of weapon. If he could select a song that could be exclusively heard in that store alone. Yes, that's it. Kang-yoon put off his smoke and immediately went to his office. The biggest issue in the first directors' meeting in 2009 was Edios. As Kang-yoon went to work beyond the existing concert team and into the general music team, they judged that it would be difficult for him to work with Edios simultaneously, so the hot topic in the directors' meeting was about who would take charge of Edios after him. Isn't Director Kang busy with raising the rookies right now? The work with Edios must be immense. I don't think it will be easy for you to do it at the same time. Doesn't Director Yoon have no experience in taking charge of a girl idol group? The directors were all on the offensive. In their view, Edios was a golden egg-laying duck. They considered that Edios would become the greatest cash cow since the rise of the AC. Everyone wanted to increase their voice in the company by showing achievements from Edios. There was no way Chairman Won Jin-moon didn't know their intentions. Sheesh, your greed. Chairman Won Jin-moon shook his head. This was also why he couldn't let them take care of Jua or Min Jin-seo. A basic amount of desire was fine, but once it turned into greed, it would be no good. But that didn't mean that President Lee Hyun-ji was good either. She had to take care of the general music team along with Kang-yoon. However, the director's gazes would pressure him if he took Edios for himself as well. Even though he was the top of the food chain here, he had to consider the general opinion. At that time, someone entered his eyes. It was Director Lee Han-seo who hadn't shown up in directors' meetings in a long time. Director Lee, Isn't the ACE preparing their album nowadays? Yes. We're preparing a proper mini-album this time. You participated despite being busy. How is it? Don't you want to take Edios as well? All the directors shot gazes to director Lee Han-seo when Chairman Won Jin-moon said that. They are the product of team leader Lee Kang-yoon's hard work. It's too much pressure for me. I wish to decline. The other directors signed in relief when director Lee Han-seo said that. He wasn't a greedy person and didn't have much presence either. Everyone knew that he wasn't just being polite. However, Chairman Won Jin-moon gave him the hot potato. Good. You'll take them. What? The other directors' gazes all turned. You know team leader Lee's burden. You should be able to maintain them well without doing irrational things. But Chairman, Director Lee is currently in charge of the ACE. If you let him work with Edios as well, then, along with Chairman Won Jin-moon's words, the other directors all started objecting, but they were all put down. Director Lee Han-seo eventually accepted the chairman's offer since his will was firm. He was quite relaxed in the company without interfering much of the work, but he had to dive into work now that he had to take care of Edios on top of the ACE. Out of all things, it's work. Being glared at by the other directors, he only sighed, thinking that his tea time will decrease. Selecting music for the store. The team members of the general music team experienced a lot of trial and error since this was their first time. They showed great know-how in analyzing the preferences of the masses and finding trends. But with the product sales variable in the mix, it wasn't so easy. Kang-yoon first started by getting the current song selection at DRO Mart. When he analyzed the song selection, he discovered that the sales differed according to which song was played at which times. After that, Kang-yoon first test-picked a few songs that might help the current trend and sales using that data. Then, he had meetings with the team members before selecting songs again. This process was repeated. Like that, the days passed, and it came the day where they had to report to owner Gu Young-soo. Kang-yoon headed to DRO Mart in Gangnam with President Lee Hyun-ji. It was just after lunchtime, and about the time when many people had coffee. Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji headed to a nearby CAF with owner Gu Young-soo. "Oh ho!" Owner Gu Young exclaimed in a small voice after seeing the papers given to him by Kang-yoon. It was definitely different from when he randomly selected songs from a music streaming site before. There are recent songs and songs that are a year old. Hey, isn't this a little too old? Even a song from 3 years ago was on the list. Owner Gu Young-soo was worried that it was too behind the latest trend, but Kang-yoon answered his worries. Although it's a little old, I judged that there was no better song than this to switch the mood. The song list here was targeted towards workers who come at the evening peak time. I tried to make it as comfortable as possible for them while looking around the products. Comfort. If that's the case, a slower song might be better though. There were dance songs and songs that had easy rhythms. However, there were strangely no slow songs like a ballad, so owner Gu Young-soo expressed his doubts. Kang-yoon replied while showing him a graph. If you look at here, the number of customers is the highest at evening rush hour. However, the majority of these customers leave within 3 minutes. I have analyzed the songs that were played at this time. The first day it was Spring Shower, second day it was Spreading of Dawn, the third day was Ring, and the fourth day was Yes, It's Here. The first 2 days had slower songs while the third and fourth days had faster tempo songs. Do you mean that customers leave earlier when there's a slower song? I think there must be other variables though. On Kang-yoon's graph, the sales and the number of customers decreased when a slow tempo song was being played. Although it was hard to see, it was quite considerable. Owner Gu Young-soo never seemed to have imagined that he would see data like this and could not hide his surprise. He didn't know music could have such power. Kang-yoon added to his explanation. This value here is largely simplified. I have considered all the other variables, such as customer service and other elements to be equal across all days. Please excuse us for only being able to speak in a musical vantage. That's true. This time, we're trying to reinforce this list and try it out for 3 days. If you would also like additional service, we are planning to rearrange some of the songs that will be played in the store. Rearrange? What's that? It's the editing of music to be more comfortable to the ears. Of course, we'll do the negotiations with the original composer. It will be the same song, but it will be an exclusive version of the song for this store. Oh ho! To put it simply, it was a specialized service. When it switched to about money, owner Gu Young-soo turned around to President Lee Hyun-ji. Hyun-ji, how much does it cost? You're the first customer, Appa, so we are willing to discount 30%. Oh, that sounds good. I'll do it right away. Day, evening peak, and weekend peak time for a total of 3 songs. Owner Gu Young-soo didn't think about it anymore and immediately signed a contract. After that, Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji talked about any additional things before leaving the CAF. Since owner Gu Young-soo said that there was no problem with the test trial of the songs list, they could move up their schedule a lot as well. Kang-yoon decided that they would start the trial from the next day before they scattered. The next day, owner Gu Young-soo played the music that MG Entertainment had sent them. Owner? This music. It has a good quality. One male employee was pleasantly surprised after hearing the good quality music than the usual streaming service music. This was expensive, you know. This much is natural. Is this some lossless music? Man, that audio quality is good. The male employee, who always found it unfortunate that the expensive speakers weren't used to their full potential, talked about how the speakers finally found their right place. Hearing that, owner Gu Young-soo felt satisfied at MG Entertainment's service. It does its money's worth. He felt satisfied feeling that they put care into every single detail. The store opened and the songs played. It started with the latest trending music, but the mood was heightened with the older songs. If it was the fun and exciting music that mainly composed the music before, there were much relaxing but still enjoyable music right now. Hey, this music is good. What is it? This is from a few years ago. What was it again? I can't remember. I used to love this song. Even the customers who just stopped by for a moment reacted to the song. There were many shoppers, but the period of time they stayed was definitely different than before. On the first day, owner Gu Young-soo was definitely satisfied with the changed music. On the second day and third day, their period of stay was even longer. The proof was that the customers per employee had increased. Also, the number of customers who went to purchase had increased as well. Phew. All this happened because of a simple change in background music. Owner Gu Young-soo was surprised even after seeing the results. However, it was too early to rejoice. It had only been 3 days. On the 4th day, he could feel that the mood of the store had definitely changed. The actions of the employees were changing now. Welcome to DRO. How may I help you? I came to look at some high heels. This way, please. Owner Gu Young-soo felt that the employees had become nicer as well. Even the employee who was mostly expressionless before was now taking care of a customer with a smile. Not only that, the so-called nasty customers had decreased in number as well. For the past few days. Should we leave? No. Let's stay a little more. Listening to the conversation between 2 lady customers who had been here for more than 1 hour, owner Gu Young-soo could definitely see the change. This had become the norm over the past few days. It seemed like people had called for more people, and the number of customers kept increasing. After the 4th day, it became the 5th, the last day of the trial. Just as owner Gu Young-soo was about to play the music after registering the employees, his phone started vibrating. It was a call from Kang-yoon. When he asked what was up, he heard that Kang-yoon would come to the store. Are you coming in the evening? Yes. I need to see the results. Also, I'll bring you the songs we talked about last time. Oh, the song exclusive to the store? Are you talking about that? Yes. You should be satisfied. Then I'll see you in the evening. Owner Gu Young-soo waited for the evening expectantly. After lunchtime at around 4:30, Kang-yoon arrived at DRO Mart. Kang-yoon immediately handed him a USB and looked around the store. There are a lot of people. The effects of the change in music is definitely showing. The period of time they are staying has definitely increased. That's very fortunate. By next week, we'll finish the rearrangement and give you the completed list. Owner Gu Young-soo was satisfied with the increase in customers and the better mood in the store. Kang-yoon was also surprised to see the change within the past week. Before, the store had fewer customers than the other rivals, and there were many that left quickly, but right now, he had a hard time finding any of that. When he was looking around the store, the clock tilted towards 6. The people in the store started increasing. It was peak time. Should we start? It became time. Kang-yoon played the store-exclusive song that was in the USB. Chapter 68. Designing with Music 3. I never thought I could live without you, but day by. A song from the male idol group, Twain, who sung nightclub-style songs a lot, started flowing out into the store. However, it was different from the original's electric beat. An acoustic guitar, drums, and bass produced a rich sound and emphasized the voice. Wow, isn't this Monsoon? Was there such a version? The song is so good. The female customers reacted first. Twain was very popular originally, but this kind of a song was a first. Normally, they would not think about a song they heard while shopping, but they noticed it when they heard such a characteristic song. The reaction from the male customers wasn't so bad either. This is a decent song. Aren't these guys the ones that always hop around on stage? I know, right? The reactions from couples were good as well. Of course, the man's side showed slight jealousy sometimes. The customers inside the store enjoyed their time picking shoes while listening to the music. Even the people who came in relaxed and closed their eyes to enjoy the music. The reactions are quite good. When owner Gu Young-soo rejoiced at the reactions of customers, Kang-yoon also agreed. However, he was heaving a sigh of relief inwardly. He had a hard time because he couldn't see musical notes or light. However, he had brought about a good result through detailed information and trends analysis. This was worth his effort. The list of songs completely finished, and Twain's song started being played again. Huh? There it is again. You're right. The customers who were looking around for shoes for a long time reacted again. The longtime shoppers immediately realized the song. The store started being filled with new customers and the customers that didn't leave. Although the number of customers had increased over the past few days, it couldn't be compared to now. Excuse me. Yes, I'm on my way. Thanks to that, the employees had a hard time. Even some of the customers who purchased some items didn't immediately leave and kept looking around. The employees sweated despite it being in the middle of winter, but they tried their best to provide good service. Owner Gu Young-soo couldn't hide his surprise after looking at this scene. It's the first time I see so many customers since the opening of the store. Kang-yoon only smiled while looking at the store that was becoming full. Even when the store was nearing its closing hours, there was a considerable number of customers. In the end, only after the employees guided them out did they leave reluctantly. Let's clean up after eating. Thank you. Owner Gu Young-soo treated the employees to some pizza as they had a hard time today. Today's sales were immense. Thanks to the treat, the employees also felt as though their fatigue was drained down. Please have some. Thank you. Kang-yoon also had some pizza. He didn't even have time to eat dinner properly, as he had to observe the store all the time. He could hear his stomach resenting him. Owner Gu Young-soo smiled after lifting the pizza and cola in his hand. It's the best day of my life. I wish it could be like this every day. It will only become better and better. Of course. Owner Gu Young-soo was the type to get swept up by the mood. He toasted with the Coke and raised the morale of the employees. He even gave them some bonus for today's work. Kang-yoon fell into thought after looking at today's sales. So, it's time to advertise now that the song can only be heard here. Seeing owner Gu Young-soo smiling at the profit, Kang-yoon's head spun around to calculate many things. What is this person? I can't stop. The love. Professor Choi Chang-yong was currently watching a band video on his phone. He put his earphones on and paid attention to each of the melodies. The video ended, and he gave the phone back to Lee Hyun-ah. The song came out well. I like it. Thank you, Professor. At this level, I think you can record it now. I feel good about it. It's very leisurely, but still doesn't drag out. Lee Hyun-ah felt good after hearing Professor Choi Chang-yong's compliment. Although he was always gentle, he always spoke what had to be spoken. I'm planning to record soon. I still have some of the money from the prize, and the members also like the song. And there's someone to do the producing? Not yet. Would it be a bother for you to do it, Professor? Okay, if it's my student's request. But not for free, okay? Thank you. Lee Hyun-ah rejoiced. The renting of a studio was a problem, but hiring an engineer was also incredibly expensive. Professor Choi Chang-yong's help was a great deal. Invite Mr. Kang-yoon when you record. Yes, I was going to invite him anyway. It's my first work, of course, he has to be there. He'll probably like it. Professor Choi Chang-yong made a satisfied smile while looking at Lee Hyun-ah's music score. Kang-yoon, composer Loin, and another MG exclusive composer Won Hee-jin were currently sweating due to last-minute work. The feel isn't right. Composer Loin felt quite distant about composer Won Hee-jin's rearrangement and commented on it. Composer Won Hee-jin deleted the original number 231 sound and added number 430 sound to mix it again, but the reaction was still the same. It doesn't come alive. Hee-jin, why don't we go for a fancier sound? To make it feel ampler? You know, the song sounds like it's dragging out. The time this song will be played is at noon on weekends. We can't make them listen to such a slow beat in the middle of the day. Let's raise it a little more. Okay. Composer Won Hee-jin kept looking for a sound. However, she couldn't avoid being lectured by composer Loin. Kang-yoon watched the women's work quietly. Rearranging a perfectly good song to make it feel different wasn't easy. The perfectly white sound from before the rearrangement was turning into a gloomy gray. This is no good even to you, is it? You're right. They were doing this for a few hours now. However, they were squeezing their brains since they couldn't find a satisfying song. What about this? Composer Won Hee-jin eventually put sound number 500 and asked with a tired expression, and composer Loin nodded, saying this much was fine. However, the next boss was waiting for the two. Isn't there another sound? This sounds uselessly grand to me. Composer Won Hee-jin felt like crying. However, Kang-yoon also had his reasons. It's slightly gray. Kang-yoon thought that the bare minimum was bright white light. A song like this was doomed to fail. Composer Won Hee-jin felt her body lagging as more time had passed. She had heard that Kang-yoon's team had strict work standards. However, she didn't know that he would be so strict. Should we rest for a little? Even so, Kang-yoon declared rest at suitable times. It was the exact time when she thought that she needed some water. Kang-yoon went up to the rooftop, and the two composers were left on their own in the studio. I did hear the rumors, but it sure is tiring to work with team leader Lee. Composer Loin sighed, while gulping down the cold coffee in one shot. She disagreed with her junior's words. It is indeed tiring, but this place is the greatest bonanza in MG. I know that, but it's still hard. Where is easy work? But all of that feeling would go away once you see the money on your bank account at the end of the month. Thinking about the upcoming salary, composer Won Hee-jin decided that she would put her best effort again. Kang-yoon came back down from the rooftop and work began again. The process of looking for sound started again. Even composer Loin, who had observed in order to educate her junior until now, participated in the work. How is this? Kang-yoon shook his head after listening to the organ-like sound that composers Loin and Won Hee-jin had arrived at. The two women kept looking for a new sound and eventually found a suitable one. At a glance, it sounded like a piano, but a splendid music came out when played with the rearranged music. Let's go with this. Kang-yoon finally approved. It was way past work hours. The two composers hugged each other and rejoiced. After the work was over and they made the music source file, their boring work had finally finished. Thanks for your work. Kang-yoon left the studio first. Composer Loin stayed behind in the studio, saying she had to teach her junior a little more using the music they made today. Composer Won Hee-jin grabbed onto Kang-yoon asking for help, but she immediately succumbed after seeing composer Loin's glare. When Kang-yoon left, it was already deep into the night. Just as he hurried to the station, he received a message. It was a message from Lee Hyun-ah. The song is finished. Nervous face, please give me your email address. She wanted to give him the score through email. Kang-yoon sent her his email address. After returning home, Kang-yoon turned on the computer and had a look at his inbox. Hee-yoon was next to him. A video? Hee-yoon showed great curiosity and stuck next to Kang-yoon. When he played back the video, Lee Hyun-ah and the band started playing the song. Although the resolution wasn't that good, the audio was not that bad. Hee-yoon showed interest at the girl's voice in the video. That's a nice song. What's it called? It's titled Do You Have Some Time? The girl that's singing made the song. That Uni did? I think I saw her somewhere before. It's the Uni from the College Pop Festival, isn't she? Yup. She sent me a song she made herself. I helped her a little. Really? You helped her make that song? Hee-yoon's eyes flashed. Kang-yoon was surprised to see her interest in composition, but still replied. Yeah, why? Nothing. Are you composing already, Appa? That's amazing. I only gave her a few pieces of advice. She practically did all the work. Is the song good? It's really good. Are they making that into an album? She'll probably send a recording to a management company or something if she wanted to make an album. I'm thinking that she'll probably act in under. You know, like Hongdae. Ooh. Hee-yoon seems to be incited by the video as she played the video repeatedly. When Kang-yoon stood up from his seat, she even sat down in his place and focused on the video. Was Hee-yoon interested in things like this? Kang-yoon was surprised to see Hee-yoon's intense concentration. However, He did know that his sister was showing interest in music lately. However, he seriously considered letting her sister do music properly since she was so interested in it. The night flowed like that for the siblings. The day finally came. Kang-yoon headed to DRO Mart with the final selection of his songs. Today, President Lee Hyun-ji was with him. When they arrived, owner Gu Young-soo even personally brought them coffee to greet them. His attitude was completely different to when they first brought the song selection. In a small office inside the store, the three conversed lightly. It will start for real today. Last week was just a test. Owner Gu Young-soo looked at Kang-yoon expectantly after hearing that this was the real deal. The song that was only played in our store, it's included in there, right? Yes. However, you must be cautious of one thing. Please play the music in the exact order and educate the staff so that they don't touch the music program. Understood. Kang-yoon told him a few other words of caution. He also told him to send him the sales in units of weeks, as well as any other request if there were any. Owner Gu Young-soo said that he was worried about the discount sales period that would begin the next Friday, and Kang-yoon relieved him by saying that he put that into consideration. That's it. Good, very good. This is enough. Then I'll have a look around the store. When Kang-yoon left the office, President Lee Hyun-ji and owner Gu Young-soo were left on their own. Hyun-ji, that guy's work is no joke. I like how everything snaps into place. He's a rising star in our industry. Wait, no. I guess it's too late to call him a rising star now. Anyway, do you like it? Such a young man. And he's so amazing. I can trust in him. Grab onto that guy, Hyun-ji. Of course I will. Oh ho, will I get an invitation soon? What the hell are you saying? I'll kill you. Perhaps he did it unintentionally, or maybe he did it intentionally. But either way, owner Gu Young-soo felt a threat to his life when President Lee Hyun-ji gripped her fist and backed out. Kang-yoon looked around the store where the final song selection was being played and saw various things. The reaction to the songs was very good. The number of visitors was increasing thanks to the fact that some bloggers had mentioned that this store had its exclusive song. Some of the nearby stores even put their own employees in disguise to feel them out. Today was the day when all three of the exclusive songs would be played. Today was Saturday when it became peak hours after 2 p.m., the first exclusive song played. Huh? Isn't this that song? I think it's slightly changed. But it sure sounds good. The song that was played in the store was a song from 3 years ago. We Are in Love. It was a very popular song sung by the three-member singer group, Serenity. However, it was rearranged a little, and it gave a slightly leisurely feeling than the fancy feeling from the original. Serenity, these girls sing well. Did they put out an album? What are you saying? They disbanded ages ago. People also sometimes talked about Serenity. All the people that visited the store talked about Serenity at least once. After a round of songs, the store-exclusive songs played again. And every time, at least a few people showed a reaction. There were even some people who stayed in the store to listen to the music. Oh ho! President Lee Hyun-ji and owner Gu Young-soo came out as well. They were happy to see the store full of people at peak hours, especially more so when they saw a line at the checkout counter. Looks like I'll earn some pretty some today. You're treating? Of course. Owner Gu Young-soo put his thumbs up. The staff had a hard time thanks to the onrush of customers at peak hours. Owner Gu Young-soo handed out energy bars to encourage them. Like that, the second peak hours arrived. It looks like you need to be there too. President Lee Hyun-ji playfully pushed owner Gu Young-soo's back. The store was so full of people that it was crowded. He even had the resting employees to work, but even they couldn't fill in the gaps, so it was his turn to do the work as well. President Lee Hyun-ji headed to Kang-yoon, who was at the counter. How is it? I think the sales are all right. The song selection also doesn't feel bad, said Kang-yoon while comparing the current sales and the sales from last week. The graph Kang-yoon was holding on to showed that today's sales were higher than last week's at the same hours. President Lee Hyun-ji switched the topic in satisfaction. Is it because of the song exclusive to the store? The people aren't showing signs of leaving. President Lee Hyun-ji watched the people who were absorbed into the second store-exclusive song. Look, at only one. This was a song from a male hip-hop duo from half a year ago. However, adding a few sounds after changing the beat faster made it a completely new rhythmical and exciting song. However, time still passed, and it passed very fast, even while the customers called out to the staff here and there. The war zone-like day had finally come to an end. After locking the doors to the store, Owner Gu Young-soo and the other staff all collapsed onto the ground. Hey, go home. Forget about cleaning. Let's do it tomorrow. Yee's, today was the highest record for the number of customers they had, so it was impossible to do any cleaning. Owner Gu Young-soo told the staff to go home after finishing off the work with the POS device. Then, he had a look at today's sales through the sales management table. Whoa! And his jaws dropped. When Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji approached to see it, he hugged the two and shouted, It's the highest. It's the highest profit since ever. Kang-yoon didn't feel so great being hugged by a man, but for now, it was okay. He smiled in satisfaction of his work. Chapter 69. His first song is a hurricane? 1. A holiday. Kang-yoon had met up with Professor Choi Chan-young to learn harmonics. It was thanks to Professor Choi saying that he would teach him even during the holidays. You've come quite far. Major, minor, and diminished. It looks like there's no problem with your scales anymore. Thank you. The lecture in the CAF was very fun. Professor Choi Chan-young smoothly led Kang-yoon on the right track. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon could learn music theory to his heart's content as though a sponge absorbing water. Should we rest for a little? When Kang-yoon raised his head, the sun was already setting. When he focused, time flew quickly. Using this rest time, Professor Choi Chan-young started talking about the recent news. You're like normal, Mr. Kang-yoon. Busy, and then busy again. It's just that type of work. Don't you know that this industry requires a lot of hands? I guess that's true, especially if you're someone high like Mr. Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon nodded his head. The two had become quite close to each other and talked about many things. Professor Choi Chan-young said that he watched anime as a hobby. Kang-yoon felt as though he saw a new world to find out that Professor Choi liked something entirely different from what he looked like on the surface, a gentleman. When they were about to start studying again, Professor Choi's phone started ringing. He left the CAF to get the call. When Kang-yoon was going through his textbook, Professor Choi came back. Hyuna wants to come here. What should we do? I'm okay with it. He felt like he saw Hyuna quite frequently recently, but he was fine with it. Professor Choi told her through the phone and ended the call. Not long after the two started studying again, Lee Hyuna came. On her back was a large guitar. After a simple exchange of greetings, Lee Hyuna took out a score. It's the score for the song last time. Oh, that one. That song was great. Kang-yoon was honest. In his ears, the song wasn't bad at all. Professor Choi Chan-young also agreed to that. Didn't you say that you were going to record it? Yes. It'll be this Wednesday, at 7 in the evening. Okay. Professor Choi Chan-young took out a memo and wrote the time on it. Kang-yoon also remembered the promise and wrote the time on his phone. Please come. After getting an agreement from the two, Lee Hyuna took out her guitar. She tapped on the guitars, saying she'll let them listen to a song she composed. Along with the clean guitar sounds, her voice started flowing out into the CAF. Oh, I can't help but fall in love. All day, The musical note from the guitar and from Lee Hyuna herself combined to create white light. The light was very bright. Kang-yoon clapped lightly and reacted to her. She seemed to be encouraged by the claps as she put more power into playing the guitar. My heart is on that ticking clock. The few customers in the CAF also looked at Kang-yoon's trio. Everyone was showing interest at the sudden live show. Professor Choi Chan-young was tapping his foot lightly to enjoy, and Kang-yoon became a loyal audience by clapping. Their table was like a small stage. The song ended, and Lee Hyuna shyly lowered her head. How was it? It was good. That was his honest opinion. It was a good song. He thought that the song fits her voice well. It's thanks to you that I could make this song, Appa. I don't remember doing much. You made the melody here at this part, though. Lee Hyuna pointed at the score. When she pointed at the melody line and the bass line in the third and fourth bars, Kang-yoon smiled awkwardly. It's only because you helped out. I know nothing. Creating melodies are extremely difficult, you know? It's only thanks to you that I could compose a good song, Appa. I'm planning to put your name as the co-composer. Will that be all right with you? This was an official request. When Kang-yoon pondered seriously, Professor Choi Chan-young spoke to him. Mr. Kang-yoon, is it because of your company? No, it's not that. The company won't interfere with personal lives after all. Isn't it fine then? Creating your own song isn't just doable by anyone. Kang-yoon fell into thought after hearing that. His own song provoked him a little. Okay, put it in there then. Okay. I'll make it into a good song so that it won't tarnish your name. She was full of resolve for some reason. Kang-yoon shook his hand, saying that it was too pressuring for him, but she didn't change her attitude. Having successfully finished his work with DRO Mart, Kang-yoon wrapped up his work and gave it to the business team. He made the important decisions, but things like analysis were now handled by a specialized team. With the success of this job, a new department was created in the company, and that leads to new profits. Kang-yoon headed to the chairman's office to report about the DRO Mart. I knew I could count on you for the new job. It must have been quite unfamiliar. Were you okay with it? I did it with the mindset that I will learn new things. It's fortunate that things went well. Chairman Won Jin-moon slowly sipped on the coffee. He felt his body relaxing as the warm coffee went down his throat. He asked Kang-yoon with a smile that was as comfortable as his body. Okay, what about your next work? I have heard that it's still under progress. President Lee still has some ways to go. I heard that it's hard to find suitable work even though there are many offers. After all, we need to do something that's profitable. Kang-yoon stood up for President Lee Hyun-ji. Then, Chairman Won Jin-moon agreed and switched topics. Well, I'll find out in the next report. So, you'll be resting for a while. The coordinator work keeps coming in, so I'll be doing those. Okay then. After the conversation with Chairman Won Jin-moon, Kang-yoon left the chairman's office. I wonder what the next one would be. Kang-yoon was curious about it as well. President Lee Hyun-ji was currently working away from the office to get a good work offer, so it would be bad to call her now. Before he returned to his own office, Kang-yoon headed to the resting room to cool off a little. However, there was someone already there. It was young Mina. Mina? Huh? Ajusi. You really? Team leader. When Kang-yoon was about to get angry, young Mina lowered her tail. However, she immediately became full of vitality and approached Kang-yoon. She was the type that was hard to hate. Kang-yoon bought her some snacks and sat down together. How is it nowadays? Oh, it's hard. There's a lot of work, but no rest. I wish there was a young Mina robot. Consider yourselves lucky. Celebrities without any schedules sometimes get suicidal thoughts. Sheesh, can't you even console me? Grumbled young Mina. When Kang-yoon raised his fist, she immediately moved away. What are you doing nowadays, team leader? Don't you feel great now that you don't have to take care of us anymore? Yep. Hey, really? Kang-yoon's joke made young Mina's expression change immediately. When Kang-yoon said that it was a joke, she still got mad at him. Young Mina was the kind of girl that needed quite a bit of care, but precisely because of that, she was the closest to him out of all the girls of Etios. Some people called Dietin debuted at Yinsul, and I think they're always on guard against us. They're from a rival company after all. Perhaps they're feeling a sense of rivalry. Who cares about rivalry nowadays? We're all singers. Anyway, I don't like them. They don't come around for a greeting and hand out albums. And, oh yeah, they do seem to have quite a few fans. At first, I thought they were some unknown twats. What's a twat? Kang-yoon didn't know the slang word and tilted his head. Young Mina explained to him that it was a derogatory term. He warned her to never use the word in public, and young Mina told him that there's no way she would. They were actually on good terms with each other. Anyway, they're nagging my mind nowadays. They're always there when we try to appear on TV. It's just in the TV station, right? Yes. Hey, they would be stalkers if they followed us to events. Young Mina shivered, saying that it was frightening to just think about it. While they were talking, young Mina stood up, saying that it was time to go. Then I'll be going to another event then. Be careful on your way. After sending her off, Kang-yoon headed to his office as well. Although he had much more time than before, he still had some work to do. The day of Lee Hyunua's recording came. Kang-yoon finished off his work and headed to a recording studio nearby Hongdae, where Lee Hyuna would be recording today. Since he only had the address, it took him some time to find it. Hello. When Kang-yoon entered a shabby basement, Lee Hyuna and the other members all greeted him. At a glance, they exuded the aura of musicians. Kang-yoon also took out some meals after greeting them. Among everyone's cheers, Kang-yoon left an impression on them as the snack uncle. After a simple meal, the recording began. Professor Choi Chan-young adjusted the instrumental sounds, as well as Lee Hyunua's microphone. Although this took a considerable amount of time, he did this properly. Studio renting is expensive though. It's fine. This is all an investment. That's true, but still. Kim Jin-dae, the drums, spoke worriedly, But Lee Hyun-ah was actually cool with it. She told everyone that investment was a must for a good song, and got an agreement from all of them. Okay, let's begin. Along with Professor Choi Chon-yin's words, everyone including Lee Hyun-ah gave him the okay signal. With 4 beats from the drumsticks, the recording began. Perhaps I might be busy today, and tomorrow's no good either. When the song began, musical notes started appearing in front of Kang-yoon as well. Not bad. The musical notes from the electric guitar and the synthesizer were added to the drums and the bass. When Lee Hyun-ah's voice was added to it, a white light was released. It wasn't a bad light. Kang-yoon could imagine Lee Hyun-ah's playing of the acoustic guitar at the CAF overlapping her. It feels similar to that time. The song was definitely good, but he felt like it lacked impact. The song progressed from the introduction to the middle part, but not the climax. It had to reach the peak, but Kang-yoon felt that it fell down before it could go up and shook his head. How is it? When Professor Choi Chon-young asked that, Kang-yoon shook his head instead of answering. Professor Choi also seemed to think the same and didn't say much about it. He gave a glance to Kang-yoon though. Kang-yoon immediately voiced out his opinion. I think you don't have any impact. The instrumental kind of feeling is good, but there's no ups and downs in the song. Oh, really? Should we raise the volume in the weekend part? Why don't we go with another tone for the guitar? Right now, it's the clean tone. Let's go with another sound. When Lee Hyun-ah asked as the representative, Kang-yoon talked about the necessary things. Young Chan-kyu, the electric guitar player, controlled the effector to change the tone. Would you like to sit here? Professor Choi. Chan-young yielded the center seat of the mixer to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon shook his hand saying that he couldn't do this, but Professor Choi Chan-young still urged him on anyway. I'll teach you. Just try it once. I heard you can do the basics. I don't have any experience doing it for a real recording though. You have a knack for it, so you'll do well. Kang-yoon eventually sat in front of the mixer instead of Professor Choi Chan-young. There was nothing easy since there were 48 channels on the mixer and the program on the computer was in English. However, Professor Choi Chan-young explained each one of them and encouraged Kang-yoon. When everyone inside the booth gave the okay signal, Kang-yoon gave them the signal to start. Perhaps I might be busy today, and tomorrow's no good either. Seeing musical notes coming out of everyone, he started adjusting the machine. The first thing he adjusted was the drums. When he isolated the drums with the headset, it was quite sharp. Kang-yoon started decreasing the high tone from the microphone that was placed in front of the cymbals. Mr. Kang-yoon, you decreased it too much. Oh. However, Professor Choi Chan-young spoke to him the next moment. The machine was sensitive, so it changed drastically even from a little tweaking. Kang-yoon minutely adjusted the sounds. You see the effector here, right? Yes. It's the echo and the delay. What is this? Kang-yoon tweaked on the mixer while listening to the sounds and the advice from Professor Choi Chan-young. Like that, the second recording ended. How was it this time? When Lee Hyun-ah asked for his opinion, Kang-yoon shook his head, saying that it wasn't time yet. I'm sorry, it's my first time on the mixer. If it's you, well, we'll do it again. Lee Hyun-ah didn't say anything anymore as she trusted in Kang-yoon. The other members also didn't say anything since she didn't. This time, Kang-yoon recorded verse by verse. Perhaps I might be busy today. Kang-yoon was busy. He had to look at the musical notes and tweak the machine as well. However, he also found it more comfortable since he could do everything now without telling someone else to do it. When he saw that Lee Hyun-ah's musical note dimmed the light a little instead, Kang-yoon stopped the song. Let's do that again. The sound was too weak. Yes. In the retry, a strong white light came out. He tried it one more time, just in case, and the results were the same. Kang-yoon went on to the next verse in satisfaction. I want to give this part a slight echoing effect here. What do I need to do? To do that, you. Professor Choi Chan-young put his best effort to advise Kang-yoon. Like that, Lee Hyun-ah and Kang-yoon's song was being completed bit by bit. The recording ended, and when they left the studio, it was way past midnight. Everyone had to get a taxi because there was no public transport. Thank you for your work. The members each took a taxi. Today's recording went well so. Everyone was in great spirits. Bye. See you at practice. Lee Hyun-ah sent the members away first. She told them that the leader had to go last and made everyone laugh as well. When the members and Professor Choi Chan-young left, only Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ah were left. We should go too. Yes. Kang-yoon came to the roadside to hail a taxi, But strangely, none came. Lee Hyuna approached him. I can't see any taxi. It will come soon. Unlike his words, no taxi stopped by. It was strange. While Kang-yoon was looking out for a taxi, Lee Hyuna approached Kang-yoon. Appa, what is it? Can I ask you something? Kang-yoon nodded his head without any word. Lee Hyuna, unlike her usual self, asked him very cautiously and shyly. Do you perhaps have a girlfriend? Kang-yoon was stunned by the sudden question from Hyuna. Chapter 70. His first song is a hurricane, too. Oh. No, I don't mean anything special by it. Lee Hyuna panicked at her own unexpected offense. It was past midnight, and the road was empty. Only the sound of cars swooshing by could be heard. Shy expression, reddened face. Kang-yoon felt strange after hearing those words. Oh, the taxi's here. Just as Kang-yoon was about to reply, the taxi arrived. It was perfect timing. I'll go first then. Lee Hyuna got into the taxi as fast as possible. She immediately told the driver her destination and waved at Kang-yoon. Be careful on your way home. And do send me an album if you make one. Yes. Then I'll be on my way. Lee Hyuna, acting like it was nothing, was more awkward. Like that, she would probably kick the seat on her way home. Imagining such a scene, Kang-yoon felt that she was cute. Kang-yoon also grabbed another taxi and went home. A girlfriend, a lover, I still don't know yet. Kang-yoon smiled in bitterness after thinking that. Now, he started getting more room financially, but he still had many things to do. He also had to take care of Hee-yoon's matter, and he also thought that his work was also not stable yet. Matters about lovers was still too early for him. Driving through the Nighthan River, the taxi he was on headed to his house. Chief, have a look at this. Vice Chief Yoon Min-seo, who was selected from the PR team for Kang-yoon's projects, called for Chief Oh Chae-sung, who was likewise called into the team. Chief Oh Chae-sung approached her with questions on his face. What is it? You know about the DRO Mart thing? It went up on a blog. Let's see. Isn't this guy a power blogger? With 100,000 views a day? Yes, it was posted on the site as a shoe store with good music. The blog paid attention to the fact that some of the songs could only be heard from the store. The blog also put a 1-minute preview of the song with owner Gu Young-soo's approval, and many visitors were pressing recommended. This is good. Are there any other places? It's also spreading around on social media sites. Should we do it as well? No. If we do it, we might be flagged as advertisers, so let's just keep watching. Just don't let any bad rumors spread around. Okay. Vice Chief Yoon Min-seo accepted her orders and did her work. While the team members were doing their work, Kang-yoon entered, his hands full of sushi. Let's eat first. It was 5 p.m. Everyone knew that they were going to work overtime today, and they rejoiced. They all ate the sushi in the meeting room. While eating, Kang-yoon asked Chief Oh Chae-sung, I've heard that rumors about DRO Mart are circulating around the web. The fact that there is music which could only be heard from that store is becoming a hot issue. There are even famous blogs where they give out 1-minute previews. That sounds nice. For now, keep a lookout on things. Let's try to finish up by 8 today. Yes. After a light meal, and when everyone was about to get up, Kang-yoon spoke. There will be special bonuses this month. It will be quite good. Yees. Everyone cheered at Kang-yoon's blessing. After everyone went home, Kang-yoon visited his office. Just as he was about to leave with all his work done, a call came from the president's office. What is it? He didn't feel so good to be called when he was about to leave. However, he still went there thinking that something must be up, and when he did, President Lee Hyun-ji was sitting together with a young lady. Sorry to bother you so late. I have someone to introduce you to. Miss Hyo-min, this is Mr. Kang-yoon. President Lee Hyun-ji introduced Kang-yoon to the lady. She was a lady in her late 20s wearing casual jeans and a t-shirt. Other than her dark expression, she didn't look that special. It's our next work, Team Leader Lee. We'll be opening Miss Guy Hyo-min's piano solo recital. There was originally a group that took care of her solo recital, but things didn't go well. And that's why we're here. Oh, is that so? Kang-yoon asked President Lee Hyun-ji for the details. Pianist Guy Hyo-min's solo recital would take place at the end of March. There was a management company that was originally in charge of that, but thanks to the owner of that company going dormant after gobbling up the money, the recital was annulled. In the end, she used her own funds to request the general music team of MG Entertainment, and the work came to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon finally understood why the lady had such a dark expression. Even though it was a concert, a classical musician had to ask for help to a pop music company. She wouldn't be able to do this without courage. We have know-how regarding pop music, but classical music is a different field altogether. Of course, I can tell you about the audio quality and how to bring in the audience, but it will be hard for us to support you in any other way. Kang-yoon was honest here. And since he was, Ga-hyo-min also spoke in a small voice. I don't care about any of that. Just allow me to do the recital. Her conditions were simple: to let her safely do the recital that would take place at the end of March. Kang-yoon asked again and again about any other conditions she may have, but she replied with a shake of her head. President Lee Hyun-ji judged that this was the right time and took out the contract. Ga-hyo-min signed the contract and the contract was achieved. They exchanged contracts and Kang-yoon extended his hand for a handshake. However, she didn't react at all. He had to retract his hand in awkwardness. You just need to make the stage. Understood. It seemed that the shock of the scam was still lingering on her as her gaze was filled with distrust. It wouldn't be a surprise if Kang-yoon felt bad, but he just looked over it. With the contract done, Ga-hyo-min went home immediately. When only two of them were left in the office, Kang-yoon spoke carefully. She doesn't seem to trust us at all. It's not surprising. It looks like she was quite shocked. She paid the contract with her own money and not the management company. She must have it really hard. It'll be hard to work without her trust. But don't you think that she's seen some hope to sign the contract? She looks desperate, and it's you we're talking about, so I'm sure you'd do well. I'll leave you to do the rest then. Tell me if you need anything. Understood. Kang-yoon left the president's office after that. So-young. Hee-yoon called out to Park So-young from afar. The two friends chattered a lot since it had been some time since they saw each other. They stuck together. Park So-young ordered a fruit shaved ice with Hee-yoon. Shaved ice in winter was great. When's your brother coming? He'll be here soon. As they were talking to each other, the door opened and Kang-yoon entered. Appa. Hee-yoon waved her hands and Park So-young stood up. To Park So-young, Kang-yoon was her savior. So-young, it's been a while. Have you been well? Yes. Did you just become cooler? Thanks, you became prettier too. They greeted each other lightly and sat down. Park So-young said that she was staying in Seoul for her exam. She had applied for Hallyu Arts University and various other music colleges in Seoul and came here for her practical exam. She was currently staying at her relative's house. Do you think you'll get in? I don't know. I did do my best. Park So-young shook her head when Hee-yoon asked that. Everyone would be worried about exams, regardless of whether they've done well or not. Kang-yoon switched to a brighter topic. Hey, do you girls have time this Saturday? Saturday? What? Are you going to show us something good? Park So-young showed strong interest. Hee-yoon was the same. Kang-yoon gave her 2 tickets. Hee-yoon laughed when she saw their name, the Formidables. Appa, the band name is the Formidables? Yeah, the name might sound funny, but their songs are decent. They're performing in Hongdae. Let's go watch them. Of course, going. So-young, how about you? Park So-young didn't say much. I'm also good. Appa, may I? Of course. It's this week, so just keep that in mind. Yes. After that, Kang-yoon paid for the shaved ice. Park So-young said she'd pay for it, but Kang-yoon said that it wasn't good to make minors pay and took out his credit card. Then, he gave the card to Hee-yoon saying he had to go back to work. Appa, I'm fine. Treat yourselves. Kang-yoon left Hee-yoon with his card and returned to work. Seeing him leave, Park So-young spoke with her eyes glistening. Hee-yoon, I want to have your brother. Never. It was a joke, but you're strict. Park So-young looked at Hee-yoon in envy since Kang-yoon gave his card to her. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon had returned to the company and resumed his work. It was matters related to Ga-hyo-min's piano recital. The most urgent thing is to get a venue. She wanted a recital at the end of March. Kang-yoon was worried. From his report, he saw that classical concert halls were already reserved from February to March. The fact that Ga-hyo-min's recital venue was taken away by someone else after it was cancelled was also quite big. Do we need to go away from the capital? Kang-yoon thought about that for a moment, but shook his head. The number of people attending the recital would drop drastically as soon as he planned it outside the capital city. The facilities in the concert were important, but transportation was a big factor as well. He looked for concert venues with phone calls and other documents, but in the end, Kang-yoon couldn't find any suitable places. The liaison team was also busy looking for places, but they couldn't find any suitable venues either. Looks like I should look around town halls tomorrow. Getting off work, Kang-yoon decided that he would work away from the company tomorrow. There was a limit to just talking with the bottom of the hierarchy employees. He felt like there was only a possibility of meeting with the higher-up people of various art halls, such as their owners. The next day, bringing his company car, Kang-yoon started going around various art halls and other classical concert halls. He had borrowed power from President Lee Hyun-ji and arranged for meetings beforehand. He met with various owners of various halls, but it was hard to find a suitable place. I apologize, we already have a booking. Understood. Please call me if it gets canceled by any chance. Leaving one hall, Kang-yoon would say the same line along with giving the opponent his business card. Presents were a must to leave a good impression. It was very tiring, and although he didn't have any ties with classical concert halls, he consoled himself by making the ties here. It became late in the afternoon. Kang-yoon arrived at Seijin Art Center in Gangdong-gu. When he said that he had an appointment at the lobby, he was immediately guided to the center owner. Good evening. Kang-yoon politely greeted after entering the office. The owner Lee Ri-young pushed her glasses up and met Kang-yoon. Soon, coffee arrived in luxurious cups, and they started conversing. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from President Lee Hyun-ji. Team leader Lee Kang-yoon, was it? Yes, ma'am. A classical music concert from MG, eh? Looks like you are widening your business. Even though the pop and classical are drastically different. Owner Lee Ri-young gracefully drank the coffee. However, the eyes hidden behind her glasses were glaring at Kang-yoon. Her line implicitly asked why MG was extending their hand to classical music and not sticking to pop culture. Kang-yoon saw through that and answered calmly. I was really worried at first. Despite that, Miss Gai Hyo-min, who we are working with, was really exceptional at music. I became rather greedy as a planner. Oh, really? Desire, eh? Even to Kang-yoon's eyes, she didn't look like someone who had a good opinion about pop music. He did hear from somewhere that some of the classical music people looked down on pop music, but it looked like she was one of them. However, Kang-yoon didn't confront her directly. Planners always have a lot of desire. They are people who want to produce the best performance once they come in contact with good music. I'm the same. And to do that, I need your concert hall. Is that so? Your pretext sounds nice. She received the documents from Kang-yoon. She was picky, but she was very delicate with her hands. Kang-yoon continued to talk while she flipped through the papers. I've heard that Seijin Recital Hall is a classical concert hall built 3 years ago. It can house 500 people, and I'm also aware that the structure of the building is suited for classical music. The sound-dampening materials in the side ceiling nullifies any exterior noise, and the suitable height of the ceiling allows for the music to travel far. I know it as the most suitable place for us. Looks like you've done your homework. She smiled while looking at the documents. He had written details about the venue itself and the reason he had to borrow the venue. All of them written clearly and concisely. Honestly, she was quite tempted to accept. However, she didn't show any of her emotions on the outside. However, Mr. Lee Kang-yoon, we were booked by another team in March. If that team was going to borrow this place for sure, I wouldn't be here. Please continue. Kang-yoon continued to explain. He knew that this was the decisive part and postured himself properly. I think the reason you're conflicted about your decision is that of the performing team's name value. In the case of the cellist, Kim Ha-young, who made you unable to pick yet, is a very well-known youth right now. However, in my opinion, I believe that Miss Gai Hyo-min is much higher in terms of being a hot issue. The comeback stage of a new star after 3 years. I think it's also very suitable to advertise the venue. And this is also why you are conflicted. Doesn't the fact that there was no news of her for 3 years mean that it is very risky for me instead? In this field, 1 day of no practice is very noticeable, you know? If that was the case, would I have come here? Just because she wasn't publicly active for 3 years doesn't mean that she did not practice. She became silent at Kang-yoon's firm resolution. Looks like I'll have to think about it for a moment. Kang-yoon quietly sipped his coffee, saying it was all right. The coffee had cooled down while he was passionately speaking, and it cooled his throat as well. Lee Ri-young was also very conflicted. Kang-yoon's words were definitely correct. As the owner of the venue, she had to talk about which side was more profitable. After thinking for a while, she organized her thoughts and spoke of the outcome. Very well. Let's sign the contract. Thank you, ma'am. I think that Miss Gai Hyo-min's recital will be more desperate. After all, she is making a comeback after 3 years, and this is the first time for you, Mr. Lee Kang-yoon, to do something in this field. I will trust in that eagerness. It might be difficult since it's your first time in this field, but do go ahead. She was very arrogant. However, Kang-yoon could notice how much calculation she did in her head about profits. It was a victory from meticulous preparation. She stood up and extended her right hand, and Kang-yoon grabbed her hand. Like that, Kang-yoon got a contract from Seijin Recital Hall. Min Jin-seo came to the company and met with Chairman Won Jin-moon. It was to talk about the movie she would be starring in soon. Having read the scenario in the chairman's office, she shook her head. I think the plot is too difficult. The main character place is very tempting, but still. Are you going to reject? Yes, I apologize. Even though you went through that trouble. Not at all. The actress can't do it, so what can they do about it? Chairman Won Jin-moon immediately accepted her opinion. Being the main character of a movie was a big thing. This would be her first time as the main character as well, but seeing her rejected, he judged that her opinions could be trusted. There will be another scenario tomorrow. Let's have a look at it then. Yes. Having finished the meeting, Min Jin-seo left the chairman's office. Should I visit? She pondered for a moment before heading to Kang-yoon's office. When she entered, she could see Kang-yoon sweating in front of the computer. Sir. Jin-seo. Kang-yoon stood up from his seat to greet her. He immediately pressed some coffee from a machine in his office and gave it to Min Jin-seo. Thank you. The coffee she drank in Kang-yoon's office was always nice. No, even if it was the same coffee, her feelings were different. Kang-yoon sat opposite to her and handed her a ticket. Sir, what's this? A ticket. Jin-seo, you don't have any schedule today, do you? Yes. What is it? Kang-yoon said. That it was the ticket to a performance by the band formed by Lee Hyun-ah, who took bronze in the College Pop Festival, and her expression became strange. If it's all right with you, do you want to come with me? You let me ride the van last time too. It's somewhat awkward to call it paying back, but these guys are decent, so it should be nice to watch. Really? Today I do have time. Let's go. You do need to disguise yourself though. Kang-yoon scheduled her to meet in the lobby after work. Min Jin-seo left the office saying yes. And as soon as she closed the door, yes, she cheered due to the unexpected gain. Chapter 71. His first song is a hurricane? 3. Kang-yoon headed to the CAF in Hongdae, where he promised to meet up with Hee-yoon and Park So-young. He was taking Min Jin-seo with him as well. Of course, she was disguised beforehand so that no one could recognize her. When they entered the CAF, Hee-yoon was already waiting for them. Appa, over here. Hee-yoon waved her hand to greet Kang-yoon, but her expression turned strange when she saw Min Jin-seo following Kang-yoon in. Kang-yoon didn't seem to notice that and waved back at her. Appa, you're here. Did you wait for long? Not really. Who's that behind you? Hee-yoon was on guard against the woman Kang-yoon had brought. Her brother's girl? She felt rather strange. Kang-yoon seemed to realize that and introduced the girl. Hee-yoon, say hello. This is Min Jin-seo, who would be going with us today. Jin-seo, this is my sister Hee-yoon. And she's her friend, Park So-young. Your sister, sir? Oh, hello. My name is Min Jin-seo. When Min Jin-seo took off her sunglasses and scarf, Hee-yoon and Park So-young were flabbergasted. The idol of all teens, the wannabe, role model, the girl with such titles to her name had appeared before them. Me? Min Jin. Meanwhile, Min Jin-seo approached her kindlier when she heard that she was Kang-yoon's sister. She even expressed her friendliness by grabbing Hee-yoon's hands, and that made Hee-yoon shake. Kang-yoon only shrugged his shoulders. After greeting each other, the four headed to the concert venue. The concert venue wasn't that far away from the CAF. Min Jin-seo seemed surprised to find out that Kang-yoon had a sister and tried to get closer to Hee-yoon. Hee-yoon also gradually opened her heart to her as well. With Park So-young joining the fray, the three soon started bantering loudly. It's here. Having arrived at the entrance to the concert venue, Kang-yoon handed in the ticket and led everyone inside. Wow. The girls were surprised to see no seats in the audience. They were kind of curious to see a small yet dynamic stage they had only seen through TVs. Hee-yoon, do tell me if you feel ill. Okay. Kang-yoon warned Hee-yoon to tell him the slightest mishaps. He was slightly worried due to the loud music and the unventilated venue. However, he also thought that it should be fine since she was gradually getting better. Kang-yoon and the others could grab their places at the front. They were relatively early. The stage was set with instruments, and there was some smoke from the fog machine along with purple lights. The smoke specific to fog machines provoked Kang-yoon's nose. He also smelled some stuffy smell unique to underground stages. With the concert approaching, people started entering. The audience was mostly couples and college students of both genders. People started entering, and the empty concert venue started being filled with chatters. When they were getting loud, darkness pervaded the concert venue. Then, the spotlight shone on the center of the stage. There was one woman standing there. It was Lee Hyun-ah. Hello, why dash. The people started cheering along with her appearance. When Hee-yoon looked around in surprise, all the others were looking at the front with wide eyes. Welcome to The Formidables concert. Let's have a blast today. Are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah. Lee Hyun-ah's concert began with a loud shout that filled the venue. The sound of a piano rang out in the house. Ga Hyo-min closed her eyes and felt the weight of the notes on the piano. She played softly where it needed to be and strong where it required strength to play the melody. The music flowed like flowing water as her playing continued. Her body was dripping with sweat. She usually practiced continuously once she sat down. Nothing came into her vision when she was practicing. However, the practice ended abruptly due to a disharmony. The sound she wanted didn't come out in the part where the tempo slowly rose. Just where did it go wrong? Indeed, just where did it go wrong? Shouted Ga Hyo-min. Her head could play it, but her hands couldn't keep up. A chaotic mind resulted in chaotic playing. Again and again, she tried, but she kept stumbling. Even after repeating several times, she was stuck in the same bit. Chopin Barcarolle. It was a tricky song that even world-famous pianists found it tricky. It was a rather infamous song that not many people picked, saying it got harder the more you played it. However, there were many people who wanted to listen to it, and she herself had the desire to do this, and she chose this song. However, her hands didn't follow her heart. Park So-young had already become one with the rest of the audience and was jumping excitedly. Min Jin-seo was the same. She even put her arms around someone else's shoulders and enjoyed the music. Hee-yoon couldn't jump, but she still clapped and enjoyed the stage in her own way. Although everyone's way of enjoying was different, everyone was indeed cheering for Lee Hyun-ah's stage. Cool. Kang-yoon was honestly surprised. Lee Hyun-ah was shining on the stage. The white light from the band, The Formidables, also stimulated Kang-yoon's eyes. Kang-yoon had also become an audience that cheered. Like that, a round of exciting music went past, and then came a slight rest. Lee Hyun-ah panted slightly and spoke to the audience. The one I'm going to sing this time is our main song. Why? The audience cheered. Until now, she had only sung remakes of famous songs. It was now the main, so everyone's focus gathered again. It's a song called Do You Have Some Time? And I'll continue after I let you listen to it. She sent a signal to the drums as if there was no need to speak anymore. The drummer soon ticked 4 times with the stick. The bass slid and the other instruments entered as well. Perhaps I might be busy today, and tomorrow's no good either. When her song started ringing across the stage rhythmically, the audience entered the beat as well with their claps. The rhythmical, yet not so fast song made them shake their shoulders. At that time, Come Closer to Me, hoot. The clean tone from the guitar snapped into the beat. The bass also snapped occasionally to follow the guitar. With the voice in the mix, the audience cheered even more. It was a rather revitalizing song for the audience who became tired after jumping around all this time. However, the melody to the ears was also very addictive. The audience started following the song with the lyrics they had just heard. Let us meet again. Let us meet again. Lee Hyun-ah was overcome with emotions when she heard the audience following her. The number of audience members didn't matter. What mattered was that they cheered on for her. It felt different, but still good to the performances she did before that. She put all her emotions to it, and the song came to the climax. Her voice climbed, and the audience's cheers climbed as well. Everyone was one. With that, a song came to an end. Along with a loud applause, cheers filled the venue. Thank you. Lee Hyun-ah calmed down the audience that still clapped towards her and grabbed the mic again. When she signaled that she was about to speak, everyone calmed down. Was this song okay? Yes. Thank you. Waha. Cheers and applause erupted again. She felt overwhelmed with emotions with her first song being acknowledged. However, She calmed herself down again and continued. Was the song just now okay? Yes, everyone said at the same time. She seemed satisfied with the answer, and she clapped once, and the audience all waved their hands. Good manners. Seeing Lee Hyuna on stage, Kang-yoon could see qualities of a star in her. Not to mention Min Jin-seo, Hee-yoon, and Park So-young were completely into the performance right now. The Lee Hyuna on stage was shining. Even though this shouldn't be something she learned before, she was that talented. With that much, Kang-yoon could judge that she could definitely succeed. Lee Hyuna calmed down and spoke on. The song just now actually has a little story behind it. You know, I'm actually quite shy. Ha! Her actions were contrasting to her words, so everyone ended up laughing. Even the band members behind her started giggling. Lee Hyuna pouted slightly. Then, the laughing became even louder. I really am though. LOL. Anyway, this is a song I made together with someone who opened a path to the shy me. He was the first one to tell me that my song has potential and has acknowledged my way. He's here today too. Over there. She pointed towards the third row where Kang-yoon was standing. When everyone's gazes focused on him, Kang-yoon looked around before pointing to himself. He gave me this song and made me what I am today. Please give him a round of applause. Oh, along with her words, people started clapping towards Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon was surprised, but he still eventually greeted the people. However, he made her a song? Min Jin-seo's expression beneath her thick glasses became extremely dark. The performance ended and Kang-yoon had a short meeting with Lee Hyuna. Since she now had fans, he couldn't stay with her for long. Even so, he greeted her and gave her some flowers before exiting the stage. That was perfect. She was awesome. Hee-yoon and Park So-young still seemed to have lingering emotions about the stage. Talking about how they got to take selfies with Lee Hyuna, they were really like every other girl of their age. However, Min Jin-seo didn't speak at all. Kang-yoon asked her in confusion. Jin-seo, was today's performance no good? It was very interesting. Though, her expression told the complete opposite. Kang-yoon felt sorry when he was the one to call her out for this one. Was there something that you didn't like? Not at all. Then what is it? You don't look well. Kang-yoon kept asking since she looked completely different to her usual self, but she kept quiet. Kang-yoon left the other two to walk up front and walked next to Min Jin-seo. Since he was the one to invite her, he felt some kind of responsibility. Can I ask you one thing? Go on. Is it true that you made a song for Miss Hyuna like she said? Kang-yoon flinched. He could feel the intense heat in her eyes behind those fake glasses. Since he had never seen such a side of her, Kang-yoon was shocked. Though he still spoke without panicking. Rather than making her a song. You know how I receive music lessons nowadays, right? Yes, I heard last time. Hyuna is someone I got to know at that time. And one day, she brought me a song she composed. With her and the professor in charge's help, I made a tiny melody line. Making a song? I'm still not that skilled yet. Min Jin-seo stopped her steps and faced Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon didn't know why he had to talk about this, but he still spoke to console her. She stared at Kang-yoon for a little before walking again. So, you didn't make her a song, but gave her help. To be exact, yeah. What the heck, Min Jin-seo's expression finally brightened. Kang-yoon couldn't understand why Min Jin-seo was like this. No, he remembered something. Jin-seo, is it because that I told you that I'll give you my first song? I'm okay with that now. Kang-yoon felt embarrassed now. He coughed awkwardly and walked while looking at the ground when she spoke again. I'll just buy every single one of your songs. Kang-yoon grabbed his head in agony, thinking about what to do with this girl. After the Formidable's first stage, the digital single, Do You Have Some Time, went up on a music website. Hey, we got a comment. Kim Jin-dae became excited after looking at a comment on the website. It was the first comment after 12 hours. The song is so good. I'll look forward to more in the future. Wow. Although there weren't many recommendations, that single comment made him overjoyed. Jin-dae Appa is getting excited again. Leave him be. Today's an exception. Lee Cha-hee, the bass player, and Young Chang-gyu, the electric guitar player, shook their heads. However, they were actually very happy as well. While the instruments were getting set up, Lee Hyuna was texting. The setting is so hard. T0T, Appa, what are you doing right now? Work. She sent a text message full of her heart, but the reply was extremely simple. She couldn't send any more when he was at work, so she suddenly became very dejected. Hyuna, We're done. Lee Chahi shouted since speaking in a small voice didn't seem to work. Sorry about that. Your boyfriend. I wish. Phew. Then a good mood between the two of you? Lee Hyuna dejectedly shook her head at her question. Lee Chahi patted her back. There. Let's start now. However, Lee Hyuna recovered in time for practice, and they started practicing passionately again. We are done with liaising the venue. The schedule is 27th and 28th of March at Sejin Recital Hall. That's good. Kang-yoon explained to Ga Hyo-min the current status. Originally, this was something that's supposed to be told to her manager or the president of where she belongs, but Ga Hyo-min was currently without a management company. She seemed satisfied by his work and put down the papers he gave her. Both the venue and the dates are fine. So, all I must do is to focus on the performance now. Yes, unless a natural disaster suddenly collapses the venue, you only need to prepare yourself for that day. As expected, MG Entertainment isn't a big company for nothing. There was no reason for such a large company to scam her. Moreover, the documents Kang-yoon gave her had the stamp from the owner of Sejin Recital Hall. She now no longer needed to be worried about scams or anything else. She sighed in relief. Phew. How is your condition? Not bad. You do not have a management company. Are you fine with that? I'll have to try. This was what Kang-yoon was worried about. The difference between having a management company to take care of everything else other than her performance versus not having one at all was actually very big. This decided her mindset while practicing after all. May I observe for the time being then? I need to see how prepared you are for the performance. Okay then. Then I'll come back in 3 days. Kang-yoon set the schedule and disbanded. 3 days later, Kang-yoon arrived in front of a house with a simplified map. Ga Hyo-min's residence was a house that looked quite spooky. When he was led inside by the janitor, he could hear beautiful piano sounds. Sounds nice. Kang-yoon became absent-minded by the beautiful piano sound for a moment. The rapidly changing tempo charmed him. It's here. Led by the janitor, he carefully stepped inside. Gosh what? However, what he saw as soon as he entered was Ga Hyo-min halting her playing and smashing on the keys of the piano. Chapter 72. 3 years already won. Ah, you're here. Ga Hyo-min stood up from her piano as soon as she saw Kang-yoon. Hello. Looks like I showed you something unsightly. Perhaps due to screwing up her playing, Kang-yoon didn't feel like this wasn't the first time she did this. Her expression was filled with fatigue. Ga Hyo-min told the janitor to bring some tea. Soon, light snacks and tea were prepared. The other songs are fine, but it's just this one song that I screw up. Is this the barcarolle? Yes, it's the one by Chopin. This isn't such a fast song, but it's quite a tricky piece to play. It's a piece I'm challenging for the first time, but it sure isn't easy. She sipped her tea and shook her head. In Kang-yoon's view, she looked much more fatigued than the meeting they had 3 days ago. I did hear that classical musicians practice day and night. She probably practiced all day and all night in order to perfect that piece. However, the sudden change in tempo was definitely not easy. It didn't work out after all that practice. Kang-yoon was flabbergasted at the difficulty of classical music. If we went without it or something. That must absolutely not happen. Before Kang-yoon could even finish his words, Ga Hyo-min denied his proposal. Kang-yoon had to take a step back. Understood. It won't happen. Please refrain from speaking that way. This seemed to be a sensitive topic as she was momentarily on edge. Kang-yoon thought for a moment. Is this really fine? Look like I'll have to prepare 2 different scenarios. Although there were times where being stubborn led to good results, more often than not it leads to worse situations. Kang-yoon decided to prepare for both scenarios. After the tea time, Kang-yoon requested to observe her practice. She accepted it without much hassle. She did joke about how he was about to become her manager, but Kang-yoon also lightly accepted it by saying that he once worked as a manager. Thanks to that, the heavy atmosphere was lifted somewhat. Ga Hyo-min sat in front of the piano again and started practicing. Her hand movements were beautiful. Musical notes flowed out endlessly and created light. The suitable softness variation and tempo changes were praiseworthy in anyone's eyes. However, she slipped up in a part where it descended and ascended again, and eventually, she stopped her practice. She made the same mistake, and she lowered her head. It's definitely not an easy piece. I will be fine after practice. Yes, of course. However, Kang-yoon started off by consoling her as if nothing had happened. He tried his best to not show a change in emotions on the surface. Hyo-min turned around to the piano again and started playing. However, she slipped up in the same part and stopped playing at the same part. Again, she tried again, but it was the same again. She tried again and again like some madman. But she repeated the same mistake, as though she was an animal getting trapped by the same trap repeatedly. There was no need to mention the musical note and the light. Kang-yoon observed wordlessly for 1 hour before eventually grabbing her hand. Please rest a moment. Not yet, not yet. Look in the mirror. Oh. She could finally see herself drenched in sweat through the mirror. The dark bags under her eyes also told her that her body was physically tired. This is dangerous. Kang-yoon sternly watched as Hyo-min said she was going to wash her face. He didn't feel like he should leave her be. At this rate, it was obvious that there would be problems. With her performance on the actual day, when she came back, Kang-yoon started speaking again. It looks like we need someone to manage you. I don't have the time to look for one. For the meantime, I'll fill in that job, Miss Hyo-min. Like I said before, I started off as a manager. You don't need to worry. Consider it a service. This is for the recital after all. The janitor was also a man, so the problem of a man and a woman under one roof didn't really matter. He couldn't let it be after seeing her fatigued expression and the gray light from her practice. Hyo-min was silent. She was also desperately feeling the need for management. After thinking about it for a while, she accepted Kang-yoon's offer. After that, Kang-yoon sat down near the piano. He checked her practice on top of going over the documents he had brought. Hyo-min got stuck on the same part every single time. She kept practicing in order to overcome that. But once she got upset or overboard, Kang-yoon always stopped her. Kang-yoon also had a hard time enduring gray light, but he endured through the day. Don't practice anymore today. After the practice was over, Kang-yoon told her again and again as he stepped out the front door. He was worried that she may sit in front of the piano again. I get it already. I'll ask the janitor later. Ah, sheesh. You're so picky. You'll keep practicing if I don't go this far. Bullseye. Hyo-min acted nonchalantly since she was found out. Kang-yoon gave her the final blow. You won't get better just by recklessly practicing. Rather than practicing repeatedly, I think it will be better for you to rest and think about why you slip up. Fine. So, I just need to rest for today. Yes. Then I'll see you tomorrow. The nitpicker repeated the same lines repeatedly before leaving. When Kang-yoon left, the janitor asked her, Miss, should I turn on the light in the practice room? It's fine. I'm going to sleep today. Perhaps thanks to Kang-yoon's words, Hyo-min headed to her bedroom. Recently, a group of hot topic idols appeared from Yunsul Entertainment. Teen girls that shone like diamonds. This group of 5 girls was compared with Edios and became a hot topic. Teen's theme was cute dances and relatively easier songs, while Edios went with a relatively more difficult skill set. President Chu Manji used his head. Looking at the internet article, director Lee Han-seo shook his head. That article compared the leader of Edios, Young Mina, and the leader of Teen, Kang Se-jeong, saying that the two possessed different charm points. It also ended with the line that it was the fight between senior and junior. PR team, did you request the newspaper agencies to stop putting Teen and Edios into one article? Yes. However, they aren't easily accepting it since their views go up if they compare the two together. That's a pain. Keep asking them anyway. Don't let them ever go to cable TV. Also, don't ever let our girls appear in the same program as Teen. Yes. Director Lee Han-seo gave the strict order to the various teams. He couldn't possibly let Teen use Edios' popularity to rise. He even told Chairman Won Jin-moon for this. However, it was unknown if that President Chu Manji would listen. I miss a cup of tea. Director Lee Han-seo sighed deeply at the rival strategy. Kang-yoon was at Hyo-min's house to watch her practice for the past few days now, but her practice had no progress. However, it did seem effective as she no longer flipped out in anger or pushed herself until she sweated cold sweat. Ugh. It's been several days now. Kang-yoon was also having a hard time enduring the effects of gray light. He was even considering working himself through various piano-related books and videos in an attempt to help her. Just why doesn't it work? Hyo-min, after an hour of practice, told Kang-yoon. She seemed attached to him now and was now able to exchange light words as well. This is hard. You're getting stuck in the same spot every time. She had repeated the same part for several days, but there was no progress. Kang-yoon had thought up of many methods over the past few days. Today was the day they were going to monitor her. He even brought 3 high-quality cameras from his company. You've even brought cameras today? The musicians actually can't objectively listen to their playing while they are playing. We'll observe the sound and your posture since we're doing it. It's slightly embarrassing. Hyo-min had never monitored herself other than at recitals, so she felt slightly awkward with Kang-yoon's approach. However, this wasn't time to rule out anything, so she accepted his proposal. The light went on the camera, and her practice began again. Hyo-min postured herself properly once again and started playing. Musical notes started playing in front of Kang-yoon's eyes as well. Of course, the gray light did not change. However, her hands always slipped up in the part she always did. It was the part just after 4 minutes where the song heightened before becoming calm again. Just as she lowered her head and shook her head, Kang-yoon spoke. Try again. Sorry. It's fine if you get it wrong, so continue until the end. Like how grade schoolers practice. At his words, she slowly tapped on each note one by one. Of course, the tempo was all over the place. However, she didn't get the notes wrong. It was slightly funny to do it slowly, but she could go past it. Like that, she went past the difficult part and came back to the fast tempo part. This part was something she was confident in. Her hands started dancing on the piano again. Kang-yoon shot her through the camera without missing anything. The sound became louder, and she stepped on the pedal to expand the sound. Her entire body danced along with the rhythm. The song eventually reached its climax. After her faulty 4-minute mark, there were no problems until the end. No, in fact, the gray light eventually turned white. However, the remnant effects of the gray light couldn't be satiated with the white light. Her fingers danced on the notes, and the sound eventually died down. Then, the sound became louder, and the barcarolle came to an end. Well done, Kang-yoon applauded. It was awful. Not something worthy of applause. Shall we go through the monitoring then? Kang-yoon headed to the living room along with Hyo-min. Then, he connected the camera to the wall-mounted TV and played the footage. Then, her piano practice played. That part there. The hands. She watched her footage closely. She especially focused on her hands. However, she seemed to have found something strange as her expression twisted slightly. Why do the hands keep dropping down? Just as it went over the 2-minute mark and into 3 minutes, her wrists dropped downwards in the part where the piece became quieter. Aren't the hands supposed to be parallel to the keys? Yes, they are. That's strange. Why do my hands keep dropping down? She clapped her hands as though she had finally realized something. With her wrists lowered, the supposedly arched fingers also lost their strength. She always thought that she was putting her mind to it, but it turned out she had the most fundamental problem. However, she played the footage again and again in order to engrave it in her mind. After the two replayed the footage 10 times, the two finally turned off the video. Let's do it again. Along with Kang-yoon's words, she sat down in front of the piano and took a deep breath. This time, she resolved herself to put her mind into her hand postures and started practicing again. Oh, Kang-yoon was surprised after the start of the practice. A constant stream of notes started making white light. Unlike before where it slowly turned gray, it didn't happen this time. It looks like her posture was indeed the problem. Classical music sure is delicate. He didn't know that a change in posture would change the sound as well. Unfortunately, it was quite hard to distinguish with his ears. However, with the light, he could realize at a glance. He felt very good not seeing the murky gray color anymore. However, the real obstacle had yet to come. The problematic 4-minute mark. Her hand movements started getting faster. This was the part where the mood became higher before calming down again. Hand. Hyo-min put her mind into her hands. There was no need to look at the score since she had memorized them all. She made her hands into an arch as though it was the first time she had learned piano and focused her mind on constantly lifting her wrists. It worked. Kang-yoon inwardly shouted out after seeing Hyo-min smoothly going past the problematic part. Her hands naturally slid down the keys like a lie. It was a fantastical movement. Even she herself was filled with unexpected joy. Let's keep going until the end. Hyo-min didn't stop her practice after hearing Kang-yoon's words, completing the piece until the end came first. After she overcame her problems, there were no obstacles for her at all. She freely danced on top of the keys and perfectly digested the 8-minute-long piece. Yeah. As soon as she finished her practice, she stood up and ran towards Kang-yoon. She put her hand up and high-fived Kang-yoon. Pianists rarely did something that would give their hands a shock, but they sometimes did that to their closest friends. She was that happy right now. I did it. I actually did it. Congratulations. Kang-yoon felt emotional as well. 3 days. It was 3 long days. He also felt like he had just climbed over a large mountain. Thank you for everything. I'm confident now. That's good. Phew. Looks like I can rest easy. Now leave it all to me. Unlike before, Hyo-min was filled with confidence. And just as she said, the remainder of her practice was filled with leisure and power. Good. This should be fine. Observing her practice, Kang-yoon finally felt like this performance was going to be a success. In a practice room filled with rhythmical music, men with muscles all over their bodies were dancing intensely. A one-handed handstand was basic, their legs being flung all over the place was a piece of art itself. As a finish, they completed the dance with several swipes, where they spun around a few times with their hands on the ground. Fwa, good work. In the middle, a man with long hair tied behind his back just congratulated his teammates that he just practiced with. Everyone was steaming due to the intense practice. After a serious round of practice, everyone had a round of rest. At that time, the vice leader of the team, Kim Daman, entered. Hyung. Daman, you're here. Hello. The man with the tied hair delightfully greeted Kim Daman, who turned up late for practice. This was the guy who replaced him going around busily for the soon-to-be concert. He was having a hard time in this pre-spring cold weather. How did it turn out? I looked around everywhere, but MG was the best. MG? Isn't that where Edios belongs? Wasn't that place an idol company? The tied hair man shook his head in confusion. However, Kim Daman continued speaking, saying that it was nothing like that at all. I heard that MG concert team is so famous nowadays. Apparently, their team leader is someone really good. Isn't it expensive? I think we'll have to spend all the money from our prize. Hey. The man with his hair tied up drew the line, saying that that was no good. Are you insane? We worked so hard to get that prize, and you're going to spend it all? Are you trying to starve us here? It's impossible with that money if we go anywhere else. If we go anywhere else, we'd have to look for the venue, machines, and other props. All by ourselves. But MG told me that they'll do everything for us. So we're going to use all that money. The tied hair man kept complaining. However, Kim Daman said that this was the way to go to save money. Hey, there they go again. They're so frugal. They always get into a fight over money. The team members were about to get some popcorn. So, did you sign the contract? No. I said that I'll talk it over with you. That's good. And hey, is that on the cheaper side? Considering how our prize money can get a concert at all, it's very cheap. Instead, they said they'll take a portion of the profits. Along with those words, the two fought for over an hour. But the result was that they would go to MG. Sheesh, they should have arrived here earlier. The team members shook their heads in resignation after seeing the two fight for over an hour. Chapter 73. 3 years already too. Friday, March 27th. Sejin Art Center. People dressed in formal clothing were walking up the stairs. They handed their tickets to the staff and walked to their designated seats. A solo piano recital from Hyo-min. How long has this been, Professor? I guess it's been 3 years. It's nice to see her like this. Huh. That was the conversation between a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. Not only them. There were many others who were expecting a lot from Hyo-min's piano recital. This was a solo piano recital after 3 years without news. From her, everyone was filled with expectation as they sat down on their designated seats. Attention, please. In a moment, the solo recital by the pianist Hyo-min will commence. Audiences should. The relatively noisy audience became quiet when the announcement began. The audience seats were full. When the venue became quiet, the lights darkened and the curtains on the stage rose. The spotlight turned on, and Hyo-min slowly walked out from the side of the stage. The audience all met Hyo-min with loud applause. She, wearing an ample dress, shined more under the light. The applause filling the venue showed the expectation they had for her. Sitting on the piano, Hyo-min lightly stretched her fingers and started her first song, Chopin's Sonata 2. The audience closed their eyes to tune into the melody. The crisp playing of the melody tickled all of their ears. Beautiful. Behind the stage, Kang-yoon was admiring the light from the notes. The gray light that had nagged him throughout the practice was nowhere to be seen. The usage of the pedal at the right times made the notes ring out more, and the nimble hand movements created a marvelous melody. The reaction from the audience became stronger as the light became more intense as well. 1, 2, 3 pieces. As the pieces progressed, the applaud from the audiences became louder. The light that shone in Kang-yoon's eyes also became brighter. Good. There was nothing wrong with the piano, and there weren't any problematic occurrences either. As the recital progressed, everyone was drenched in her piano. Like that, the first section ended. Hyo-min exited the stage amidst a loud applause. Kang-yoon quietly headed to the waiting room behind the stage. Well done. How are you doing? She smiled at Kang-yoon's question as though there was no problem. Perfect. I'm in my top condition. There won't be any problems at this rate. Let's keep it like this until the end. Yes. Kang-yoon left the waiting room after that. He was worried that his presence may disrupt her focus and held back on his words. With delicate people, watching silently from the back worked better than words of encouragement. The interval finished, and the second section started. The second section started with La Campanella and drowned the audience quicker than the first section did. Hyo-min played very passionately with her whole body, and that affected the audience as well. Everyone fell deep into the piano. And eventually, the final song was left. Chopin's Barcarolle, the piece that left Hyo-min in despair several times. Phew. She took a deep breath. She even fixed her posture again and resolved inwardly to do better. She stretched her hand once more as well. People held their breaths after seeing her act that way. The venue was filled with the sound of breaths. Kang-yoon also changed his position from the back of the stage to the front. This was the most important piece. He stood in a place where he could see Hyo-min easily just in case something happened. Hyo-min put her hands on the piano as she exhaled. Hands, hands. Hyo-min stretched her hands multiple times. She kept reminding herself of the footage that she went through with Kang-yoon. The most important thing was the posture. She kept suggesting herself with that. After 2 more deep breaths, she started playing. It's begun. Kang-yoon also watched her nervously. It started off all right. Bright white light seeped into the people in the audience. Watching the audience immerse themselves in the music, Kang-yoon became more nervous. He was immersed in nervousness. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was all right until now. The audience were following closely as well. The problem began now. Hyo-min's playing approached the problem zone. No. However, at that time, Kang-yoon discovered that her palms were heading lower than the keys. At this rate, she would not be able to play the upcoming part. He looked around once and ran up towards the stage while being careful not to make any noise. He also ducked down so that he wouldn't easily be discovered by the audience. At a place where she could see him as well, he pointed towards his own right hand. Why? Hyo-min was surprised to see Kang-yoon doing such a strange action. She was supposed to be focusing right now, and it even annoyed her as well. However, his hands were doing something. He kept pointing towards his hand. Oh, she finally noticed that her hands were in a strange position. Although she kept focusing until now, she had still made that mistake. However, it wasn't too late. She immediately fixed her hand posture into an arc. As soon as she did, the problem zone came. Dash, dash, dash. As though sliding, she instantly passed the problem zone. She instantly went from the high parts of the piano to the low parts, as though sliding. Wow! The audience exclaimed after hearing Hyo-min's beautiful techniques and endless changes in tempo. They felt as though they could let go of their souls due to the beautiful melody. Slow, fast, then slow again. The piano sound softened until it disappeared. However, it suddenly became loud again and peaked. Wow! The loud piano melody slid up the notes from low to high this time. It was a new part of the piece. There was a grandeur befitting of the last piece. Everyone almost started clapping subconsciously. Good. Hyo-min's playing produced an intense white light. The audience was captivated by the light as it seeped into them. Kang-yoon returned to the side of the stage and heaved a sigh of relief. As the piano sound softened, a thunderous applause erupted out. Everyone was praising Hyo-min endlessly for her return in 3 years. The recital marched towards the end just like that. After successfully clearing his business with Hyo-min's solo recital, he immediately reported to Chairman 1. Jin-moon. Thanks for your work. Working with people doing classical music should have been quite a task. You have worked hard. Not at all, sir. Chairman Won Jin-moon patted Kang-yoon's shoulders and encouraged him. Naturally, he didn't forget to talk about a bonus. Kang-yoon was all smiling since the bonus pay he received since entering the company amounted to even more than his monthly salary combined until now. That was the price of success upon success. After his visit to the office, Kang-yoon headed to the president's office for the next work. In the president's office, President Lee Hyun-ji was talking with two men related to his next work. Hello, I am Lee Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon briefly introduced himself. President Lee Hyun-ji seemed to have introduced him beforehand, as he didn't need to mention a lot. The man with tied hair introduced himself as the leader Bang San-hyuk, and the relatively shorter man with shaved hair introduced himself as the vice leader Kim Do-min. After a brief introduction, Bang San-hyuk brought up this topic first. Our conditions are simple. A breakdancing stage with around 200 people. 200 people? Yes. You can take care of the rest. Bang San-hyuk's condition wasn't that hard to fulfill. Kang-yoon asked on while he wrote stuff in a memo. A small venue with 200 people as the audience. Do you mean about the size of the theater in Daekoro? I want it to be slightly bigger than that. Okay then. An audience of 200 and the price of the tickets doesn't matter. Wait, I didn't think about the ticket prices. Just as Kang-yoon and Kim Do-min were conversing, Bang San-hyuk interfered. Are you selling tickets? Yes. Is there a problem? Wait. I didn't know about this. We do not stage a performance without profit. Otherwise, I think you've come to the wrong person. Kang-yoon was firm in this. President Lee Hyun-ji was rather surprised about this, but Kang-yoon didn't care. Hey, stand up. As Battle Monsters went anywhere as long as people wanted it until now. Kang-yoon's words caused a sense of rejection to him. Bang San-hyuk made Kim Do-min stand saying that they had no more business here. However, Kim Do-min seemed to think differently. Wait. How long are we going to do free concerts? So you want to earn money using the fans who cheered and supported us until now? Hey, just listen to me once. Forget it. We aren't doing this. It looks like we came to the wrong place. Please excuse us. Bang San-hyuk stood up from his seat. Kim Do-min also followed him out restlessly. Oh, the contract is gone. President Lee Hyun-ji stretched her arms as she shook her head. She thought that there would be something to make out of this breakdancing, and was slightly disappointed at the turn of events. However, Kang-yoon was smiling instead. They'll come back. What do you mean? Look at that. Kang-yoon pointed towards where Kim Do-min sat, and there was a bag there. President Lee Hyun-ji burst out, giggling. You mean he left it there on purpose? The one called Kim Do-min will persuade Bang San-hyuk. How are you so sure? I looked into them a little before I came here. Their team, Battle Monsters, is skilled enough to take first place even in international competitions. They are legends in that field. However, they can't live on with just prize money, right? The one called Bang San-hyuk just now doesn't seem to be realistic in that sense. From what I know, the expenses of the team are practically managed by the vice leader. Instead, Bang San-hyuk is skilled in unifying the team. But from what he said just now, he seems to think that the relationship with the fans is more important than a stage that can profit them. Even though he said that he must be thinking differently. Otherwise, they shouldn't have come here. That's true. They wouldn't have staked all their prize money here otherwise. Let's wait a little more. Just as Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji were enjoying their coffee. Just as Kang-yoon had said, Kim Do-min came back to the office with Bang San-hyuk. Kim Do-min lowered his head in embarrassment, but Bang San-hyuk looked as though he had done nothing wrong. I apologize for the delay. Can we continue? Sure. Kang-yoon continued the conversation as though nothing had happened. Like that, the business between Battle Monsters and MG Entertainment began. This is our office. Kang-yoon was led by Kim Do-min. The first thing, or rather, things, that caught his eyes were the trophies and certificates that filled the glass showcase windows. That's a lot of trophies. Kang-yoon couldn't hide his surprise after seeing trophies and certificates written in English. The grandeur of those prizes received internationally since the year 2000 when the team was created was nothing to joke about. Kang-yoon subconsciously clapped after seeing the 8 years of hard work. Kim Do-min became proud after seeing Kang-yoon admiring those prizes. They are our pride. It feels good that you're acknowledging them. You are at the peak of one field. You must have worked very hard. Thank you. There were even grand prizes from global competitions as well. Kang-yoon could catch a glimpse of their pride from the photo where they were smiling with the Korean national flag in front of them. After seeing the trophies, Kang-yoon sat down. It was time to work. 15 members. 1 hour. The theme and the venue are still not decided. You mentioned around 200 people as the audience, but in my opinion, I think there should be at least 500. 500. Kim Damon's eyes widened after hearing Kang-yoon's words. Although they had performed in front of more people in global competitions, he didn't think that bringing 500 people in their solo stage was easy. For now, yes. There isn't much budget, but since we have plenty of time, I'm going to consider many methods. Is there anything we must do to help? I think I'll be needing a lot of help, yes. But we'll do most of the complex stuff, so you don't need to worry about that. Kim Damon sighed in relief after hearing Kang-yoon's words. They had signed the contract with MG Entertainment precisely for that, and he was relieved to hear that. The two entered the practice studio where the team members were in the middle of practice. Men with a lot of muscles were dancing under Bang San-hyuk's lead. But due to this being practice, they didn't show the razor-sharp synchronization between the members. However, Kang-yoon was surprised to see such difficult moves. Seeing them doing handstands and arching their legs at the same time, and seeing how flexible they were with their body, he felt that it was a cool dance that was hard to see even on TVs. But it's still practice. Seeing the weak white light, this didn't seem to be perfect yet. However, his eyes were drawn to it since their actions were very cool. Young-yun, watch out for your arm. If you aren't careful, you'll snap your arm. Sorry. Woo-jung, your neck. Yes. Bang San-hyuk shouted his lungs out as he taught his juniors. Kim Damon told Kang-yoon that was because a loud caution was necessary for them to focus. Kang-yoon took out a pen and paper and started writing down what he needed while observing their practice. After a while, break time started. Kang-yoon approached Bang San-hyuk. You came. He was wearing a sleeveless shirt and was sweating from all over his body. Kang-yoon gave him a towel. He accepted and asked, Team leader, can you look for a B-girl by any chance? A B-girl? Do you mean a female B-boy? Yes. Kang-yoon asked for a reason at the sudden question. Then, he continued speaking while wiping away his sweat. As you see here, all the members of our team are men. In this field, B-girls are a rare existence. Even if we try to recruit one now, it will be very difficult to look for someone who's proficient. Can I ask you to do this? A B-girl, you say, is it fine if she's a singer? It doesn't really matter. But to be honest with you, it will be hard for any singer to keep up with our moves. Dances shown on TV are a lot easier than what we do after all. Bang San-hyuk was filled with confidence. However, Kang-yoon admitted that breakdancing was very difficult after all. No ordinary dancers would be able to keep up with their choreography. Okay, I'll look into that. Please. Bang San-hyuk finished his words and turned around. Actually, he was already half skeptical about Kang-yoon being able to recruit one. Well then, let's resume practice. Thinking that he should look for one himself if Kang-yoon couldn't find one, Bang San-hyuk resumed practice with the rest of the team. Chapter 74. In a widening stage. 1. To congratulate Gai Hyo-min's successful solo recital, Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji hosted a simple gathering. No, since the venue was a high-class bar, it wasn't exactly simple. The two split off from Gai Hyo-min for a second round and headed to another place where they could talk. President Lee Hyun-ji had called for Professor Choi Chan-young as well. In a bar's booth with a faint background music, they cheered with their wine glasses and congratulated each other. Congratulations, team leader Kang-yoon. Congratulations to you too, President. Haha, this is nice. The amber-colored Western wine was very bitter. However, with the taste of success, it tasted very sweet. Alcoholic drinks were always good when it came together with success. Just as their gathering ripened, Professor Choi Chan-young spoke out with a reddened face. Mr. Kang-yoon, do you perhaps have a dream? A dream, you say? Kang-yoon also asked back with a half-drunk face. President Lee Hyun-ji felt that this would be interesting and waited for his answer with a relaxed expression. A dream. Just living an ordinary life without worries. No way. A person like you? Put some more effort in. President Lee Hyun-ji teased Kang-yoon. Such simple life when he had such a talent? She thought that was nonsense. Ha ha ha, it's true. People are satisfied with just living an ordinary life. Sheesh, you're no fun. But that made the mood awkward. Then, Professor Choi Chan-young mediated between the two. It looks like there's a gap between you two since you're the president while you're an employee. You're right. I'm disappointed. Can't we be frank with each other? Looks like I should start. First, she seemed to want to know what Kang-yoon was really thinking as she took out her side of the story first. Her playful smile was all but gone, and her serious expression told the other two that this was her being serious. President Lee Hyun-ji of MG Entertainment. It has quite a ring to it. However, I'm just someone who was put into the position, and therein lies my limits. Moreover, what I want clashes very frequently with what the company wants. What are the differences? I strive for a general entertainment business. Like the general music business, we too are doing right now. Something that includes all kinds of music. That's why team leader Kang-yoon and I strike a chord. Chairman Won Jin-moon also knows this, and put us two together. Then didn't you just achieve your dream? Asked Kang-yoon. However, President Lee Hyun-ji shook her fingers. She denied that. Fufu, is that really the case? Listen to me for a little more. I have a big confidence in running businesses. I also think of myself as a capable businesswoman. That's why the chairman likes me. I'm very enthusiastic, follows orders, and manage well. But I don't really like my current company. You know, MG Entertainment has its preferences regarding their talents. It sometimes pains me to see talented people being forced to shift their colors. Then you should just change that, no? This is something that both the chairman and the board of directors agree on. That is because it's the safe method. The advantage of making a celebrity according to a manual is that it's safe. However, it's hard to make a long-running celebrity. I put claims in multiples of times because I wanted to change this, but, it's not something I can do by myself. Recently, I'm even thinking of leaving the company and start anew by myself. I think you're going into sensitive topic there. Kang-yoon panicked. Although they were in a private room, he still looked around. She smirked after seeing Kang-yoon like that. You're right. It is a very sensitive topic. I would have never told you this had I not believed in you fully. I was also just thinking about it, and this would have never escaped my mouth. I would have just lived on while taking care of the celebrities while competing with the directors, just as the chairman has intended. That is, until President Lee Hyun-ji pointed towards Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon put down the wine glass he was holding. You appeared and changed my mind. Team leader Lee Kang-yoon. It is safe for the celebrity to shift their color to the company's preferences, but that means that they won't have any unique traits. Without traits unique to them, it is very hard to give rise to celebrities that are long-running. At this rate, MG Entertainment will meet a crisis. However, since the immediate profits are bigger, they are probably going to keep manufacturing replacement celebrities. So you're referring to the singers that got disbanded when I got employed? Precisely. However, if it's you, team leader Kang-yoon, I think you will show me a new model. Edios, Min Jin-seo, and even Jua. All three of them are very different to the models that the company had shown the world until now. The six-people girl group known as Edios are known not only because of their group, but their individuality as well, while you also achieved success with Min Jin-seo as an actress, something that the company has never done until now. With Jua, you created, for us, a new market in Japan, showing that Jua's talents will work even in Japan. Would this have been possible if they were forced to change their colors to match the company's preferences? Probably not. That's it. They will definitely meet a limit eventually. The chairman and the directors are very affixed by their social circle as company. I'm not saying that the company is not important. I'm just saying that the individualities of our members are important as well. This is not negotiable. I will probably walk a different path from the company in the future. President Lee Hyun-ji showed her true opinion in her passionate speech. This was what she truly thought, something that she had never revealed to anyone before. Both Kang-yoon and Professor Choi Chan-young were honestly surprised. They didn't even imagine this. President Lee Hyun-ji seemed to be thirsty as she drank a glass of water in one gulp. The gulping sound rang out in the room. Although the sound was loud, she did not care. The heavy atmosphere made her forget about the embarrassment. Kang-yoon fell silent. This was an unexpected blow for him. It wouldn't be proper for him to stay still. However, he couldn't say anything easily. Knowing what he was thinking, Professor Choi Chan-young spoke up first. I've known Hyun-ji for over 10 years, but it's the first time I've seen her like this. Really? In fact, I'm teaching students right now. But I also have the desire to run on the field. Kang-yoon's gaze headed to Professor Choi Chan-young. President Lee Hyun-ji also listened in. I am a very shy person, so I'm really afraid of the actual scenes where the actual things happen. But my heart is always there. I want to make a song one time and make people cry. And train younglings as a trainer as well. You work as a vocal trainer as well? I did, as a part-time job while I was in college. Oh, wait. Didn't you two go to the same college? No, it was high school. After graduating, I didn't see Hyunji for a long time since she went overseas to study. Professor Choi's story was over. Now it was Kang-yoon's turn. He thought about it for a moment. A dream, huh? The other two had already spoken what was on their minds. Dreams, the most important and the most difficult value. Thinking about it, he became thirsty. Kang-yoon instantly drained the strong wine. Calm down. President Lee Hyun-ji tried to stop him, but Kang-yoon kept emptying his glass. He poured a new one and drained it again. He felt as though the bittersweet taste was dragging out what was inside him. President Lee Hyun-ji tried to stop him in a panic, but Kang-yoon stopped her. He finally felt like he was drunk. He then started talking about what he was really thinking. My dream is to make someone like Samuel Johnson with my own hands. Samuel Johnson? Whoa, that's a big dream. President Lee Hyun-ji blinked a few times. She was surprised Kang-yoon's unbelievable scale and still laughed. Samuel Johnson was the greatest singer birthed in the 20th century. His concerts would gather 50,000 people normally, while his albums sold out in millions. Not to mention his huge donations to charity. To create such a singer, it won't be easy in Korea. You should go to America, Professor Choi Chan-young advised. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. America, Korea, Japan, I don't care. I think being restricted by location is a foolish thing. What's important is to let the singers sing what they want and let the audience listen to what they want. I think that's the basics. Once I do that, perhaps I might reach a Samuel Johnson one day. You really don't like cutting corners. President Lee Hyun-ji nodded her head in acceptance. However, she didn't seem satisfied with that answer yet. She asked him directly, So, are you planning to stay in the company? Kang-yoon reserved his words. This was the most difficult question. Until now, he was asked his views on the industry and his job, and now he was asked what he was going to do in the future. This wasn't just probing him. She was basically saying, Tell me since I told you. Professor Choi Chan-young was also waiting for his answer with his unique smile. President Lee Hyun-ji told him a lot about herself, so he also decided to be frank. I can't stay forever. Do you have thoughts on doing your own business? President Lee Hyun-ji finally seemed satisfied with his answer. I also don't plan to stay within the boundaries of MG forever. As you said, President, MG is a place where the celebrity conforms to the company. The company will indeed reach its limits by itself. I will also meet a limit in my scope of work. For my own growth, I will eventually leave the company. Are you going to start your own business? For now, I'm not so sure, but that is one of my plans. Kang-yoon raised his glass. He had voiced out his thoughts. President Lee Hyun-ji cheered with her glass with a smile, thinking that she had received a satisfying answer. When you do your business later, team leader Kang-yoon, I'll be your first investor. I'll be thankful. I don't have a lot of money, after all. You earn tons nowadays, and you don't have money? Well, you'll give me a seat too, right? Ha ha ha, of course. The mood was getting brighter, so Professor Choi Chan-young also joined them. Can I join in on that as well? Ha ha ha, sure. You'll always be welcome. Kang-yoon did not refuse him. Professor Choi Chan-young cheered with the other two and emptied his glass in one go. I'm confident in raising young ones and in composition. I'll go immediately once you call me. Ha 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 ha, that's good. Cheers. All of this started off from a drunk talk. However, these were just their wishes. The three exchanged their thoughts, and their views were very similar. As their views matched, they got along very well and became even closer to each other. And the gathering that day became the start of a big bang. Ugh, my head hurts. Kang-yoon woke up with a huge headache from the hangover. He walked out to the living room. When he washed his face and headed to the kitchen, the sound of bubbling tickled his ears. Just how much did you drink yesterday? In the kitchen, Kang-yoon was cooking blowfish soup. I ate out with the president yesterday. I might have drunk a little too much. Do be lenient on yourself with alcohol in the future. You came back very drunk yesterday. Sorry about that. Kang-yoon apologized, and Kang-yoon gave him breakfast without nagging him any further. After eating, Kang-yoon went to work immediately. After a short meeting in the morning, he headed to Onsadong, where the breakdancing team, battle monsters, were practicing. Their studio was there. By 11 o'clock, the team members started coming in one by one. Everyone looked very skinny, but their legs and arms were packed with muscles. When Kang-yoon was watching them warm up, Bang San-hyuk and Kim Do-min came to greet him. After a light greeting, the three headed to the office. The most important thing right now is advertising. The two strongly agreed with what Kang-yoon said. Although battle monsters were skillful enough to take the grand prize in global competitions, their moves were just slightly cooler dancing in the views of the public. The reality was harsh. There are 2 months left until the stage. Now, do you need us for the advertising? Bang San-hyuk asked. He seemed to have correctly interpreted what Kang-yoon was implying and asked directly. Yes, I will be needing your help. Didn't you say that you will take care of everything else when we sign the contract? Bang San-hyuk narrowed his eyes. Kim Do-min tried to stop him in a panic, but Kang-yoon was faster. Unlike what Kim Do-min was worried about, Kang-yoon didn't look panicked at all. As for the venue, I have reserved the small theater from the Bucheon Art Center. Breakdancing is a culture liked by youths. Our main target audience will be them. I'm planning to host a street performance at a place where they gather a lot. Bucheon Art Center? 200 people will be easy then. Understood. Well then, a street performance, Kim Do-min seemed doubtful as he asked a question. There are many things to do for a street performance. We need to ask for permission from the district office, and we'll have to rent equipment as well. It will take a lot of time. Only 3 people will go. The performance time will be 30 minutes. We'll only be bringing 1 loudspeaker and pull back after giving them a glimpse. A performance shouldn't be so simple. Bang San-hyuk didn't seem to like it, but Kim Do-min was different. Hey, I think it's okay. It's just for a moment. We don't even have time to practice. Even if it's just 30 minutes, it would be 2 hours if we count transportation time. Kang-yoon continued to speak, as though saying that there was no need to worry. There are 15 members in the team, and the members performing will only be 3. From my research so far, I've gathered that there are many performances featuring 3 people. We'll be on rotation with these performances. It will be once every 3 days. There's a little less than 2 months left, so you can say that one person will only do 1 or 2 performances. Let's leave me and Do-min out since we have to train them. So 13 members. That's 2 times, huh? I think that's fine. Understood, I'll tell the others. Do we start today? Kang-yoon's words weren't wrong. Bang San-hyuk accepted after a little bit of thinking. A leader was a leader, all right. Kang-yoon told them the spots he had looked up beforehand and what they had to prepare. The two accepted. After telling them everything he needed to, Kang-yoon left the office room. He sure acts proud, but I think he's reliable. He did reserve a theater fast, muttered Bang San-hyuk after seeing Kang-yoon watch the members practicing. Money sure is good. We can hire guys like him. Kim Do-min went a step further. The two discussed who to send this afternoon and left the office room to practice. In the afternoon, Kang-yoon headed to somewhere near a department store in Bucheon, where many students gathered along with 3 members of Battle Monsters. That's a lot of people. One of the members, John Sung-jin, was surprised to see so many people clad in uniform. Seeming to agree, Ji Suk-hyun and Han Woo-jung were the same. There's not a lot of time. Let's go over there and get ready. Yes. Kang-yoon grabbed the 3 boys who were knocked out from seeing girls in school uniform and took a spot in the middle of the street. There was only 1 audio equipment today. Kang-yoon took care of the speakers, and the 3 got ready to do their performance. Please guard this line so others can't come in. Kang-yoon had asked the company for a little help just in case. Thanks to that, he was with sturdy men from a security company. Seeing 3 rather charming men standing in a formation, boys and girls in school uniforms started gathering. Seeing people gather, Kang-yoon immediately played the music. John Sung-jin started off the performance with a wave according to the groovy beats. The light start became more and more exaggerated, and eventually, he started doing big moves by doing a single-handed handstand and other delicate moves. Wow! Teenage girls became excited over the most minute things. It was obvious that they were going to cheer over something like this. The surroundings were already filled with people clad in school uniform. Everyone took out their phones and took photos and videos. It's up. Got it. Thanks for your work. He got a message from the PR team. The news was that these photos and videos being taken by the people were being spread throughout social networking services. Kang-yoon asked the PR team to fan the flames and gave a few other orders. The short performance ended quite soon. The highlight was John Sung-jin's head spin. Wearing a red helmet, he spun around numerous times on his head and received applause from the audience. Then he stood up and took out some posters from the floor. Meet us in the Buchin Hall at May 16th, 5 o'clock. Kaiawea. The short street performance ended with the incredible cheers of the girls, restraining the three members from doing something more due to the shouts of the audience. Kang-yoon immediately ordered for retreat. The team members left the crowd among the disappointments of the people. Marketing was on the rise thanks to the success of the street performance. The performances of Battle Monsters were going up on various SNS and YouTube, as well as feedback from various blogs. We're lacking a big hit. Even while reading the compliments from the web, Kang-yoon felt that something was lacking. Cool performances, big moves from fancy men. It was definitely something worth paying to watch. However, something was missing. A star? Should I look into Mina's schedule? Just as when Kang-yoon was contemplating in his office, he heard knock. Just as Kang-yoon was about to say something, the door burst open and a woman came in. It's me. She, appearing with a loud entrance, was Jua. Yun Jua. Fufufu. It's been a while. Kang-yoon welcomed Jua, who he hadn't seen for a long time. She put the Japanese snacks she brought on the table and sat on the sofa. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon went to get some coffee. Jua had just finished her things in Japan and was now on a rest period. She went to greet her parents and visited the company just to greet and came here first, or so she said. I came here first, so you should be more grateful. Sure. So, you aren't fighting with producer Akabashi anymore. Of course. There's no greater pair in Japan than us two. Jua shrugged her shoulders, implying that there was nothing to worry about. Kang-yoon was satisfied to see Jua in a good mood. I heard you were doing general music? Or something. Oh yeah? You're right. I'm so busy right now. From what I was told, I heard you selected BGMs for shoe retailers or something, right? You should focus on producing stages. That's the best for you. Oh yeah? I also heard you were doing something related to breakdancing this time, right? You're quick on the news. It's a team called Battle Monsters. Really? Those guys are amazing. I like that team. I'm a complete fan. Really? Appa. Can I go there too as a B-girl? I have confidence. Jua's eyes were shining with interest. Kang-yoon thought for a moment, but shook his head, thinking that it would do more bad than good. That doesn't sound so bad, but you're too strong, so no. What do you mean by that? You think I'm not up for the challenge? Don't you know that I'm the best dancer in this field? It's not that, it's just, nothing. Kang-yoon halted midway. What the hell? Why did you suddenly stop? Hey, what is it really? Jua seemed frustrated to see Kang-yoon hesitant to speak. The normal Kang-yoon would never do this. Since she was the impatient sort, she kept nagging Kang-yoon for answers. Eventually, Kang-yoon ended up saying the truth due to the pressure. What? They're really looking for a B-girl. But not you. You need to rest when you see a dash. I'll do it. Kang-yoon seemed to be at a loss for words. I'm gonna do it. But you're on a rest period. That's why I have all the time in the world. Jua really wanted this B-girl job. This was a strange scene where it was Kang-yoon was the one who wanted a B-girl, but was also the one refusing, while Jua wanting to do it when she didn't have to. After quarreling for a while, Jua turned serious. Hey, think about it. Honestly speaking, it will be good if not better if I participate. What's there to not accept? Did you get permission from the company? It's me who wants to do it. They can't stop me. That was absurd. Kang-yoon smacked her on the forehead. Hey, what was that for? Don't do this to me. It's because you're being absurd. Why do you want to do it so much? Because it will help me in the future. Learning breakdancing is a big opportunity for me too. It might not earn me money right now, but I bet you there will be a time where I'll use it. Jua continued to persuade Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon narrowed his eyes still. Jua kept nagging on anyway. Please let me do it, please. You have enough power to do that, don't you? Please. Jua clung on to Kang-yoon even as far as acting cute. She kept shaking his arms and asked him with a cute expression, but Kang-yoon kept silent. Honestly, if it's Jua, I can't ask for more. However, unlike what Jua was thinking, Kang-yoon was thinking of something completely different. Objectively speaking, if Jua appeared in this show, she would definitely be the icing on the cake. He would also have an easier time persuading the higher-ups if Jua requested to be on and not against her will. Kang-yoon felt that this was good enough and spoke out. Okay, I'll try. Really? Don't go back on your words now. Zhua didn't know what Kang-yoon was thinking and only cheered. I need to get permission from the chairman. Ugh, how many things do you think I have to take care of every time you try to do something? Ah, my head. Sheesh, every single time. You are so. Fine, fine. But, how many fans do you think will come if I get involved? Isn't that good for you too? Gosh darn it. I have work to do, so be on your way. I need to speak to the chairman as the leader of the team. Yeah, then do your best at work. I believe in you. Zhua thought that she had achieved her objective and left with a bright smile on her face. When she left, Kang-yoon took out some papers from his desk drawers. It was a document titled Battle Monsters featuring request, Zhua. It does prickle a little. Kang-yoon threw away the same document, just written for Young Mina, and took that document and headed to the chairman's office. Chapter 75. In a widening stage. 2. Such nice weather today. Kang-yoon walked on the grass under the warm sun. By her side was her friend, Park So-young, who was holding hands with her. The two were embracing the warmth of spring. The weather today is awesome, isn't it? Yup. It's so good. On a day like this, you should be outside. You shouldn't stay home all the time. You're right. Park So-young invited Kang-yoon, who insisted on staying at home, to her university. She passed her exams to Hallyu Arts University and was now living in Seoul. The two became hungry after enjoying the warmth of spring, so they headed to the student cafeteria. Since lunch hours have passed, the cafeteria was relatively empty. After buying some food to eat, they sat down at a table when they found some people giving glances at them. I think those guys are staring over here. Kang-yoon, don't look at them. They aren't good people. Why? They're the kind of people that want to show off in front of freshman girls. Hyun-aoni said so. Park So-young shivered. Like what she said, those group of men were actually approaching a woman they thought was fine, though they were rejected immediately. Watching them, Kang-yoon and Park So-young giggled. Uft, I think they did that on purpose to make us laugh. So-young, don't be so harsh. But you know, it's fun. Kang-yoon, do you know that you are even scarier? The two continued chatting while eating tteokbokki. Since both of them lived in Seoul, the two met quite often. The more they talked, the more they got along. Thanks to that, they had reached a point where they could talk about sensitive topics. Kang-yoon, aren't you going to go to university? I do, but my brother wants me to wait a little more. Kang-yoon Appa did? What? Apparently, he's preparing something in America. If everything goes well, he said that we would be going to America, so he told me to wait on going to college in Korea. Instead, I am learning music from a private academy. I'm also learning English too. Oh, so you aren't taking CSAT, College Scholastic Ability Exam, Uni Entrance exams. I might if I have to later, but right now, I don't. Kang-yoon wasn't walking on what was considered a normal path by the others. From the moment she decided to do music, her path had strayed from the normal path. Park So-young was the same. Perhaps that contributed to why the two got along so well. When are you going to America then? I don't know yet. But my brother said it won't take too long. Really? Are you going to stay there for long? I don't know. He didn't say. Your brother has a lot of secrets. Looks like he needs some scolding. My words exactly. The two girls kept chatting on about Kang-yoon. Though, Kang-yoon cut the conversation off once it went too far. After it was decided that Zhua was going to appear on the breakdancing stage, Kang-yoon hurried to prepare the other things that he had to do for that. If Zhua appeared, even for a little bit, it was very likely that her fans would come to the concert as well. Moreover, there were also the fans from the street performances. There was no way the small theater would be able to host them all. The large theater? The deputy head of the Bucheon Art Center, Lee Hyun-shik, immediately narrowed his head after looking at the documents. Fortunately, there are no reservations for the 16th of May. However, there are two performances that are currently being evaluated. If you wish to apply, you'll have to give up on the small theater as well. Is that fine with you? In one word, it was a gamble. Deputy head Lee Hyun-shik said that this wasn't something he decided alone, but with the center owners and other personnel. How long does it take to decide? Around 3 days. Personally, I wouldn't recommend this. Thanks to our facilities being relatively good compared to the others, there's quite a lot of competition. 3 days. Understood. Let's do it. Kang-yoon didn't look backward. Although it did scare him a little to think that he would have to give up on the small theater, he definitely needs a larger theater. Then I'll tell you the results via phone call. As expected of a civil servant belonging to the city, he was very stiff. Kang-yoon finished his work and left the Buchan Art Center. But just in case, he inquired into a few more theaters before coming back to the studio in Onsadong. 1-2. 1-2. In the studio, Bang San-hyuk and the other team members were in the middle of practice. They were practicing high-difficulty moves alongside rhythmical music and were sweating bullets. They greeted Kang-yoon before going back to practice. After a long period of time, it became time to rest. Bang San-hyuk approached Kang-yoon, who was looking through the paperwork in the office. What happened to the B-girl I talked about with you last time? I got one. Oh, really? His expression, which was stiff all the time when he was working with Kang-yoon, became a little brighter. B-girls were that important. What kind of a person is she? However, Kang-yoon had a hard time saying it. You didn't just pick anyone, right? How could I? The song we are doing with the B-girl will be very important. That's why I left it to you. Bang San-hyuk growled at Kang-yoon every time he saw him. He didn't like him from the first day the two met. Like always, Kang-yoon tried to just smooth it over, but it didn't seem to be that easy. Bang San-hyuk was about to nitpick that problem with him. That is until he heard that the members outside the office were getting louder. What the hell? The studio just got loud all of a sudden. It wasn't from just one or two people. Having missed his time to nitpick with Kang-yoon, Bang San-hyuk headed to the practice room while grumbling. Whoa! He went there without thinking much, but he shouted subconsciously after looking at the lady in front of her. No, it wasn't just him. The rest of the team members were just the same. In the practice room was a lady wearing baggy clothes and a baseball cap, who had entered under Kim Do-min's lead. Hello? I'm Yeon Jua. I heard a lot from Kang-yoon Appa. I came here for the B-girl appearance this time. I may be lacking, but please take care of me. Even seeing someone for the first time, Bang San-hyuk became dumbfounded for a moment. The rest of the team were already giving glances at Jua, who wore light makeup. Bang San-hyuk felt prickled. Jua was definitely fit for this job. However, what about her costs? Would that fit their budget? His head became very complex. However, the one who had to calculate that all, Kim Do-min, was just all smiles. You? Bro, what's up with you? Shut up and follow me. Bang San-hyuk led Kim Do-min to the bathroom. He even locked the door and asked in seriousness. Hey, are you crazy? Let's say that Kang-yoon guy wanted more money, but why did you stay still? Are you insane? What? Even when Bang San-hyuk said something serious, Kim Do-min didn't have much of a reaction. Rather, he looked like he had done nothing wrong. That made Bang San-hyuk even angrier. Hey, you piece of dash. Bang San-hyuk grabbed Kim Do-min's collar and pushed him into the wall. He was exploding. Even when he could get angry, Kim Do-min stayed calm. Oh, that. You don't need to worry about that. You're talking about Jua's performance fees, right? You think I can't worry? If everything goes wrong, we may go bankrupt regardless of the concert. Sheesh, don't be in such a hurry. Jua isn't going to get any performance fees. What? Bang San-hyuk was dumbfounded. How the hell did that work? He couldn't understand how such an expensive singer like Yeon Jua could forego the performance fees. Kim Do-min put Bang San-hyuk's arms on his shoulders away, since they had lost their strength. The condition is that we teach Jua breakdancing. It's like a guest appearance. Team leader Kang-yoon even stamped it. Teach breakdancing? To her? So what do they get? Jua's long-term development, as well as ties, or so they said. The company also permitted it. Huh? Are they some charity? What do they see in us to give us so much? It was a continuation of dumbfoundedness. He couldn't understand why they were willing to go so far. It wasn't like they profited a lot off this. Of course, it was good. It was the best. Once he factored in Jua's fans coming to the concert, it looks like team leader Kang-yoon's influence is great in that company. We're in the good since we get to profit. Is he on our side or theirs? I also found it absurd. We should help them big next time. But Jua, it will be hard to repay that, won't it? Sheesh. Fine, I get it. I'll teach her myself, so don't worry about it. Should I be rejoicing or be sad? Although he said that, his attitude had already turned around. Before and after he went into the bathroom was drastically different. On this part, like this, Jua learned one difficult breakdancing move after another. She already topped out most people in regard to dancing anyway. She quickly learned what Bang San-hyuk taught her. Should I try doing a handstand too? Can you do it? I did it a lot when I was a trainee. Just hold me a little. Jua was instead enthusiastic. She grooved along with the music before she did a handstand with just one hand. Good, very good. Wow, you're the best. Bang San-hyuk didn't hold back on his praises, which he rarely ever said normally. Even though she was a superstar, she didn't act boastful, was enthusiastic during practice, and even became a mood maker for the rest of the team. There was no more perfect girl than her. She was quite humble to the point that he almost considered her his own team rather than a superstar. As for the swiping, you move your legs like this. Bang San-hyuk wasn't the sort of guy who talked a lot and acted a lot normally, and was normally on the quiet side. But this time, he was very enthusiastic in teaching Jua. Captain's a guy too. Phew, someone send him on a marriage. The team members only sighed while shaking their heads, but the overall atmosphere of the team was very bright. Adding a single woman to this man cave lightened everything up. I still can't believe that Jua is here. Kim Daman was still dumbfounded by the fact that Jua was practicing in the same room as them. However, Kang-yoon just took it lightly. Jua has some random moments. She can't control herself once she's into something. Haha, that's something I didn't know. Even though she isn't getting paid. She's doing this for fun since it's her resting period anyway. I judged that it wasn't a necessity to produce profit no matter what. Instead, you need to show her what world-class really is. Don't worry about that. Kim Daman smiled at Kang-yoon's words. With their worries about money gone, he felt a lot better. While he felt the power of a big entertainment company, the thought that Kang-yoon was very considerate and could be trusted also pervaded him. The two finished their talk and headed to the practice room. The practice room was currently occupied by Jua, practicing with Bang San-hyuk and the rest of the team. Appa. Jua waved her hand at Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon also waved his hand and approached Bang San-hyuk. Rest. Yes. A rather louder than usual shout filled the room and Bang San-hyuk, Kang-yoon, and Kim Daman sat down together. Jua said that there was a need to get closer to the team and learn from them. Everyone wanted to teach her. Miss Jua's personality is very good, said Bang San-hyuk without thinking much after looking at Jua, who was being the mood maker for the rest of the team. However, Kim Daman immediately realized what was happening after looking at his eyes. He's completely fallen for her. Kim Daman only shrugged his shoulders. Kang-yoon asked Bang San-hyuk whether Jua was really fit for this performance. Bang San-hyuk non-committedly said she was all right, but Kim Daman interjected. Bro, be honest. Isn't she the best? Not really the best. Sheesh, our bro can't be honest. He must be really satisfied right now. You little. It was a bullseye, and Bang San-hyuk grumbled for a little before saying that he was worried about Jua being surrounded by the team and stood up. He chased away all of them who were trying to show off their skills and took their place. Kim Daman only giggled while looking at that. LOL, sorry. Our bro can't be that honest. It's fine. This is fun. But how many songs do you need Jua for? From what I know, just one piece. Just one piece. Kang-yoon turned his gaze to the order of events. That piece was placed nicely in the middle. However, he didn't seem satisfied and tilted his head. Do you not like it? We're using Jua, so it's a little bit of a pity. Jua's fans will definitely be there. But if it's just 5 minutes, I think the fans will be slightly disappointed as well. Should we add another one? Would that be fine with you? I think 10 minutes should be fine. In fact, the others will rejoice as well. However, I need to look into a suitable song. We only have one piece that requires a B-girl. Can I see it with you? Kang-yoon and Kim Daman went to the office. After that was a war between them and the music and videos. They referred to various dance videos and looked for pieces that Jua may be good in, but it wasn't easy to find something so quickly. The time was now evening. Some of the team members left the studio for the street performance, and Kim Do-min, Jua, and Bang San-hyuk entered the office where Kang-yoon was. Appa, let's eat. Ek, you are still watching that. She was surprised to see Kang-yoon still watching videos. She could also see lots of traces of Kang-yoon's notes. Even the nitpicky Bang San-hyuk was careful in his speech. Why don't you have your meal first? That's right, Appa. You should eat first before you work. In the end, Kang-yoon paused the video and headed to a nearby restaurant for their dinner. Their dinner was. Kang-yoon literally inhaled the food and started contemplating again. Even Kim Daman had to say something. It's the team leader who can't stop once you're into something. He's the guy I trust the most in the company. Only because he's like that am I standing here now. Oh ho, you worked together before? When I first went to Japan, he was at the Vanguard. Kim Daman's eyes widened at Jua's words. Bang San-hyuk was the same. Jua kept speaking while giving out signatures to the fans who approached her. I don't work with just anyone. That's why I'm rumored to have a shitty personality. But when I work with him, I just leave everything to him without saying much. He does all the contemplating and solves all the problems. I only need to focus on my own work. Bang San-hyuk and Kim Da-min also knew the rumors about Jua. Of course, most of them were straight-up guesses from random websites. However, it was quite interesting to hear about her from the person herself. Puppeteering. Kang-yoon kept his patience despite the slow internet speeds and kept looking for one video after the other. This video was about a theatrical play, and it was quite deep. A person was being manipulated with strings by another, and that controller was also being manipulated as well. Kang-yoon showed this video to the rest. Can we make a dance out of this? What? Bang San-hyuk didn't understand him. A dance from a play? Everyone else was the same. Kang-yoon continued his explanation. People are always bound by something, and there's something that controls them. We'll show that through a dance. It will be easier to do a razor-sharp precision sync as well. I think we can also show the drastic contrast between light and dark. What do you think? Wait a moment. I think we did that once before. After hearing Kim Da-min's words, Kang-yoon's expression became a lot brighter. You did? Yes, it's called puppeteering, and we took it to a competition before. Why don't we try that one? With his words, the stage preparation accelerated rapidly. Chapter 76. In a widening stage. 3. Is it here? Producer Akabashi was leading a chubby man with a thick beard in front of MG Entertainment. Come quick. Slow down, I'm tired. The chubby body definitely did seem like it would induce severe fatigue. He was quite unlike your ordinary Japanese man, who ate relatively little. Producer Akabashi, by his side, sighed at him. You should really lose some weight. Why are you talking about my weight now? Fine. The president must be waiting. Let's go. The two people went past the busy lobby and headed to the president's office. President Lee Hyun-ji welcomed them there. Hello and welcome. It's been a while, Hyun-ji-san. Hello, Akabashi-san. Is the person next to you Oda Futaba-san? The man called Oda extended his hand out to shake hands. Lee Hyun-ji lightly introduced herself and led them to the place. With some snacks, they introduced themselves, and they got to work. A concert in Korea, you say? How large are you thinking of? Around 1,000 to 3,000 people as the audience. You're coming all the way to Korea for this. Would that really be fine for you? Oda waved his hands, as though he didn't care about such things. I only want a stage where I can enjoy myself with the fans. I don't ask for a lot of profit. It will be very difficult for us to produce a concert purely for entertainment. President Lee Hyun-ji drew the line there. Many singers were willing to do free concerts for their fans, but as a company, that was practically a loss for them. Profit was a very important element. There were many cases where a singer and her company fought over this. Fortunately, Oda wasn't someone with a biased view. What should I do? It won't be that different from what you usually do. Oda-san can just focus on the stage. As for the audience and the income from the concert, we will take care of it. That is, if you are willing to sign a contract with us. It does make me worry since Korea and Japan are different. I wonder if everything I do will disappoint my fans. Producer Akabashi interjected. Why do you think I brought you here? How many times do I have to say that there are good people here? But even you only saw him when you planned for the music recording. This time, it was President Lee Hyun-ji. You're referring to Team Leader Lee Kang-yoon. Team Leader Lee is our pride. I can promise you satisfaction. In your concert. Satisfaction, you say? Oda hesitated. However, both producer Akabashi next to him and President Lee Hyun-ji in front of him seemed to believe in this man called Kang-yoon. He became curious about him now. Looks like I will decide after meeting this person. To strike the iron while it was hot, Oda requested a meeting with this Kang-yoon, but President Lee Hyun-ji shook her head. It will be difficult right now. He's currently outside due to a concert. I will tell him to contact you when he comes back later. What concert is it? Oda looked as though he would go there immediately. However, his expression darkened after seeing President Lee Hyun-ji hesitate. After a while, she told him that he was working on a breakdancing concert that will take place in Bucheon Art Center, and he stood up immediately. Book it. What? Let's go and see how amazing this guy really is. Producer Akabashi was dumbfounded at his friend Oda's quick-to-action. The preparation for the concert progressed smoothly. The new act, puppeteering, was also going well as well. Unlike the start, Juan now had to prepare 2 pieces, but she was satisfied to learn breakdancing. Her personality acted as a mood maker. Since she wasn't picky about capable people, there were no problems here. While everyone was busy preparing for the concert, Kang-yoon was taking a phone call. The permission to use the large hall has been granted. Congratulations. Understood. Thanks for your cooperation. Ha. Not at all. Both the center owner and the directors were praising your concert. And to top it off, there's Jua. They all said that this will be the best concert of the year and have decided to watch. Oh, and speaking about that, do you have any? Don't worry about that. I will give you the seats with the best view. As expected. Thank you. Kang-yoon joyfully ended the call there. Some tickets to the large hall was nothing. The audience increased from 200 to 500, and now to 1,500. Kang-yoon immediately went to the practice room and told everyone. Is that for real? The one with the biggest reaction was Bang San-hyuk. He jumped around while grabbing other people's hands like a little child. In the first place, he was expecting around 200 people, but now it was several times the scale. This is natural. Of course, Jua was an exception. She was already immune to the series of miracles that Kang-yoon kept pulling off. It was just like how a girlfriend would act lukewarm if she received flowers on her birthday after receiving a handbag the year before. Now, the problem is how to sell all these tickets. To sell all 1,500 of these. That's when their cheers died down. Just because they procured such a large space didn't mean that everything was over. While everyone was worried, Kang-yoon was actually not worried at all. I've asked professional internet websites and also uploaded the street performances you did. We are also advertising pretty well through social networking services, and I've told Jua's fan CAF and posted on MG's homepage that she would be appearing. We should be able to sell all 1,500 tickets with ease. Everyone was dumbfounded by Kang-yoon's quick actions. They always wondered what Kang-yoon was doing in the office with all that paperwork, and they didn't imagine that it was related to this. Their remaining doubts about him were all erased now. But this wasn't the end. When I looked at the contents, I found out that we needed some equipment like neon lights, so I ordered most of the things we could rent with our current budget. The tickets, the equipment, and the contents are done. Is there anything else you need? Now, they were beyond dumbfounded and were shocked. Even Kim Daman, who stayed next to Kang-yoon for the longest time out of all of them, was in the same situation. They only wondered when Kang-yoon had taken care of such big matters. Why are they so surprised? Only Jua, who knew him well, clicked her tongue. Everyone, applaud the team leader. Along with Bang San-hyuk's shout, everyone started clapping loudly. Kang-yoon, who was actually quite upset about how they treated him before, felt good and smiled. Practice resumed, and the team started sweating again. At that time, Kang-yoon headed to the large hall of Buchan Art Center. He had to talk with the professionals there about how to set up the lights and other equipment. Hello. Kang-yoon greeted them politely and started working properly. From the light director to the sound director and the special effects director, everyone said their thoughts to Kang-yoon and they worked on the designs. The floor is slippery, so I think we have to minimize using the dry ice machine. If something goes wrong, they might be injured. The smoke from the fog machine rises upwards. You won't be able to produce the desired effect on this piece. At Kang-yoon's words, the special effects director turned stern. Kang-yoon also agreed with those words. Why don't we go with something else instead? We must emphasize the dancing, so we'll go with something simple rather than something fancy. Understood. Then should we go with lasers instead of smoke effects? That sounds good. I'd love to see pillars of fire, but I guess that won't happen, right? Ha. You'll get beaten by the owner. Kang-yoon progressed his work even while having some joking banter with the special effects director. The important element in lighting was that no light could leak from the outside. Kang-yoon knew well that, due to the characteristics of the art center, light usually wouldn't leak in, but he still turned off all the lights and observed whether any light was leaking in. Working with the three of them, time went by in a flash. Thank you for your work. After a light drinking session with the directors, Kang-yoon separated from them. Since they had already come to a negotiation, they would be able to set up the stage and get ready for the rehearsal. When he got on the train home, fatigue overcame his body. Kang-yoon leaned on the wall and dozed off. His day passed by like that. Sheesh, why did I forget my wallet? Having returned from school, Hee-yoon grumbled while throwing her shoes off in frustration at the door. She forgot her wallet on her day of dialysis. So, she had to make a roundabout trip to her house. She was about to take the wallet she left on top of the table when she found a letter on the postbox. It didn't look ordinary and was even written in English. What is this? Is this for my brother? The receivers' names were Lee Kang-yoon and Lee Hee-yoon. Since her name was on it, she picked it up. She ripped it open to read it, but she frowned immediately. It's all in English? The letter paper was luxurious and was even rimmed in gold, and it was all written in English. In the end, she put the letter in her bag and headed to the hospital. As always, Hee-yoon had a light consultation session with the doctor and started her dialysis. Although she became fatigued after the dialysis, it seemed that her body was getting better, as now she was capable of doing everyday things even after the dialysis. Of course, it was difficult to do something that strained her muscles, but the doctors were surprised to see her recovery. While the machine was at work, Hee-yoon took out the letter to see if she could read anything off it. What does that mean? She could read hello, no problem. However, the rest were the problem. The grammar she learned at school was all useless. The sentence structures that her English teacher talked about all the time seemed to have no relation at all to this letter. What's up with that letter? But a young intern doctor seemed to be interested in her letter and approached her. He read through the letter a little bit before translating it fluently. Dear Mr. Kang-yoon, Miss Hee-yoon, thank you for your patronage at our XX hospital. Regarding the kidney transplant we had discussed last time. Wait, kidney transplant? Shouted Hee-yoon in surprise. She was so loud that it rang out across the quiet hospital room. Hee-yoon asked again in a small voice in embarrassment. What does it say about the kidney? Can you give it to me for a sec? After receiving the letter from Hee-yoon, the intern doctor started interpreting the letter. The contents were that Hee-yoon's turn for the kidney transplant was here and that she should come to the U.S. as soon as possible. The specific details would be given later. Don't worry. I'll keep it a secret for you. The intern doctor gave the dumbfounded Hee-yoon back the letter and started going around the wards again. He also didn't forget to say that he would keep it a secret for her. Left alone, Hee-yoon grabbed her thumping chest. A transplant? Normal? Becoming normal again? Could she live? Just like the others of her age? Hee-yoon's chest started thumping rapidly. Saturday, May 16th. D-Day. Large hall, Buchan Art Center. People started gathering 2 hours before the designated 5 p.m. at 3 p.m. From young students to Jua's fans with posters, even middle-aged men could be seen as well. Not bad. Kang-yoon walked around the lobby and analyzed the audience. He was worried that the audience was only comprised of Jua's fans or teenagers, but that did not happen. His marketing strategy, advertising across multiple media, was effective. There. You should. Inside the yet-to-open hall, the team was undergoing a dress rehearsal with Bang San-hyuk. The team was dressed in their costumes as well and did a run-through of all the pieces they were doing today. They also checked if the floor was too slippery or not, or whether the lights were too bright or not as they practiced. And now, there are 40 minutes before it begins. People started entering. The audience immediately filled the seats. Behind the closed curtains on the stage, the team members of Battle Monsters did a final round of practice. Jua was also at the rehearsal. Although she only appeared in 2 of the pieces, she still did her best. She had to put on a mask and had to be in perfect sync with the rest of the breakdancing crew, so the pressure on her was very high. The final rehearsal was over, and the stage was cleaned as well. I heard Jua was appearing today. Wow, they must have spent a lot of money on this. But I still like Doomin Appa more. Jua for me. People had their own expectations of this concert as they sat down. Some of them even brought posters and glowing sticks. While the audience was laughing and chatting, the time for the performance arrived. -10. A deep voice of a man came out from the voice. The chatting fans all looked around to see what was happening. -9. The lights darkened slightly. People realized that the performance was going to begin soon. -8. People started shouting along. Even though there were no signs anywhere, everyone's reactions were amazing. Like that, the numbers kept decreasing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The curtains slowly rose and the lights on the audience's seats darkened. And 0. All lights turned off, and the spotlight suddenly shone the center of the stage. And along with a dun-dun sound, a trio's dance began. It started off with just rhythmical beats, but then eventually other sounds joined in as well, and it burst out with a loud cymbal crash. With that, all the lights turned on, and a man did a backhand stand and grabbed everyone's attention. Kaiwaya. Along with the cheers that resounded across the hall, battle monsters opened their stage. Chapter 77. In a widening stage. 4. In a radio studio. The lights under broadcasting was currently red. Young Mina was in this place. This program, named Starry Road, was aimed at young audiences. Next to her was the leader of Dietin, Kang Se-jayang. The main MC, Kim Hyo-jin, asked a lot of things from Young Mina. So even such things can happen at school. You must have had it hard. Miss Mina, you go to school too, right? Yes. If I don't have a schedule, then I always do. That's why it's so. The fact that Kim Hyo-jin's body was facing more towards Young Mina showed the reputation of the two girls. However, Kang Se-jayang was no easy girl. She put a lot of effort in to join the conversation and showed a humorous side as well. Thanks to that, Young Mina couldn't relax during these past 2 hours. Like that, time passed, and the program finished. Thank you for your work. As she had learned from Kang-yoon, she politely greeted the staff. You too, Miss Mina. You're always so pretty. Thank you very much. Young Mina left the studio with a smile. Kang Se-jayang followed suit. You're good, Mina. What's good? Just everything. You aren't the leader for nothing. Young Mina and Kang Se-jayang had a conversation. 22 years old. Although Kang Se-jayang had debuted later than her, Young Mina still respected her. Though, that didn't mean she liked her. You too, Uni. Nah, I'm still ways off from catching you, Minasianbi. Then see you later. Yes. The two ended their conversation with smiles on their faces, but there was a wall between them. Young Mina could feel better than anyone that the members of Dietin were wary against them, and were trying to rise using them as the foothold. I think I meet them in everything I do. Manager Kim Ji-hyun clicked her tongue while watching Kang Se-jayang walking away. It can't he be helped. Rivals are supposed to compete against each other. But anyway, do you know what Kang-yoon Ajusi is up to? Do you know that you asked that 2 hours ago? I'm just curious. Manager Kim Ji-hyun clicked her tongue. Young Mina's wish for Kang-yoon was now well known to everyone. Large hall of Bucheon Art Center. A fancy breakdancing performance was currently taking place. The dancing by the battle monsters didn't just grab the audience with fancy techniques alone. Even their light movements were like violent waves, and the glimpse of abs and muscles on the arms caught the attention of the female audience in the front rows. The large screen installed on the right of the stage also showed their figure. The audience on the second floor was very passionate in their cheers as well. One team member, John Sung-jin, threw his hat into the audience before bowing down like a gentleman's greeting. His silent gesture triggered the audience to applaud, and the lights on the stage slowly turned off. There's a breakdancing concert of such level in Korea? Oda, who was currently watching the performances in the front rows surrounded by girl fans, could not take his eyes off the marvelous breakdancing performances. The lights, sounds, and even the progression of the performances were very much to his liking. A picture speaks 1,000 words. Well, I guess it's a stage in this case. But anyway, that guy is really amazing. Even producer Akabashi, who heard about Kang-yoon to the death from Jua, could not hide his surprise while looking at the real deal. In his and Oda's minds, they were picturing the busy movements of the staff behind the stage. While they were picturing such scenes, a mask appeared in the pitch-black darkness of the stage. Following that, some threads and a pair of white gloves appeared. In the darkness, they danced like pendulums before dragging out another mask from the floor. Whoa, what is this now? Producer Akabashi widened his eyes. It was like watching some avant-garde art. A couple of hands and a couple of masks were dancing attuned to the piano instrumentals. Everyone started being absorbed by their movements. That's one hell of a mood. The stage started getting brighter. As the lights turned on, the figure behind the mask showed itself. The figure was being manipulated by another masked figure and was showing the suffering of being controlled by a dance. Numerous figures around that central figure manipulated the central figure, and the central figure showed suffering. The marvelous dancing and the emphasized dancing was enough to make the audience very absorbed. The rhythm sped up and the mood heightened. Psychedelic lights flashed, and the dances started becoming more violent as well. The one manipulated struggled to escape control but was bound by threads. The snappy dancing and the flashing lights on top of accelerating bass rhythm was enough to make the audience clench their fists in nervousness. However, the one being controlled eventually collapsed onto the ground in confusion. Along with that, the surroundings darkened again. However, it seemed the figure's efforts had paid off. The threads manipulating the central figure seemed to have snapped off, as that figure stood up as the lights turned back on. Along with the lights, the figure creakily moved its body like a broken puppet. However, once the figure confirmed that the threads were gone, it regained its smooth movements. Along with glee, the mask on the figure's face was also thrown off. Like that, a piece was Feeny. It's Jua. Since all the figures on the stage were completely clad in black, the people did not realize that at all. Although they knew that she would be appearing, they never imagined that she would be appearing in such a form. People cheered at the unexpected appearance. And as to reply to those cheers, the music changed for the brighter, and all members of Battle Monsters threw away their masks and ran up front. Whoa-aha! Jua! As though to blow away the dark mood the moment before, the large hall was filled with cheers and passionate cries. That's one done. Behind the stage, Kang-yoon was heaving a sigh of relief after seeing the scene where white light danced around. The white light became more beautiful as Jua threw her mask away, but he was slightly disappointed that the influence of that light didn't continue until the end. Jua did another piece in succession and exited the stage. Seeing her in a completely different form, the fans were all erupting in cheers. This would become a hot issue on the internet. Also, this would become a huge profit for Jua in the long run. Over there, move the first pin slightly to the right. The staging room was a war zone. The lights engineer ordered the pin light manager, and people in charge of sound and special effects were all very busy in their work as well. Since one big issue was finished, Kang-yoon headed to the back of the stage while being careful not to disturb them. Well done. Fua. Behind the stage, Jua was literally lying on the ground while sweating from all over her body. This was quite rare for her, who had high stamina. Was I okay? Kang-yoon wordlessly put a thumbs up. I knew it. I'm awesome, aren't I? There you go again with your boasting. What? Sheesh, you really are the only one that treats me like this. But I feel good today, so I forgive you. Jua covered her exposed stomach and stood up slowly. She wiped her sweat with the towel Kang-yoon handed her and left the waiting room. The two headed to the audience seats to watch the remaining performances. Really, world class sure is different. Kang-yoon was very satisfied with Jua's attitude. Although it wasn't easy to impress her, she definitely did acknowledge this team. Even in Kang-yoon's eyes, their level was beyond top-notch. Thanks for calling me here. It's nothing new. It's usually not easy since those kinds of people are all about pride. I got to experience such a thing thanks to you. Thanks. Kang-yoon smiled, thinking that this was a good result. The concert was now nearing its end. Jua also went back to the stage saying that she had to be there for the final closing. On the stage, Bang San-hyuk and the others were showing off their skills one by one, and the audience applauded. Finally, Jua showed off a skill called Nike, and the cheers intensified. Like that, the concert by Battle Monsters was finished successfully. Oh, it's already the time for the first quarter's audit season. Chairman Won Jin-moon received a series of paperwork from Director Kim Jin-ho. On the paper, the title MG Entertainment Audit for Q1. Yes, the teams under Director Moon Gwangshik and Director Yu Jiang-tae have finished theirs. How were the results? Last time, there were parts where the budget on paper and the actual budget did not match. There was an error in the process. I have investigated what was happening, and a vice head of a department tampered with it. Really? Chairman Won Jin-moon narrowed his eyes. The director talked about the details written on the documents and also handed in some papers for deduction in pay and a job suspension for the ones responsible. Chairman Won Jin-moon nodded and signed the papers. Chairman, I have a question. Go ahead. About the general music team under President Lee Hyun-ji. Is there a problem? Chairman Won Jin-moon asked in wonder. Then, the director heaved a deep breath before carefully mentioning this topic. The entirety of the general music team is the concert team. As you know, it's also the team that team leader Lee Kang-yoon is in charge of and is producing results in. It is indeed. What is it that you want to say? Chairman Won Jin-moon asked for his intentions. Director Kim Jin-ho seemed to hesitate a little before seeming to have come to a decision and said it directly. Until now, the teams under team leader Lee Kang-yoon have not been audited even once. That is, under your specific orders, Chairman. Yes, I did order that. Is there a problem with it? Team leader Lee Kang-yoon is definitely capable. He is indeed worthy of your consideration. But I think that this will be unfair to the other teams if this keeps going on. Fairness, you say? This definitely was not wrong. Just because the achievements received every quarter were good, continuing to not receive audits was definitely not a good thing. This time around, there's a company-wide audit. And here comes my point. I wonder if we can do an audit this time at this opportunity. Chairman Won Jin-moon fell into contemplation. Kang-yoon's team was currently just growing wings. However, as the chairman, he also had to consider the equity of the company. On one side, he was also slightly wary since the team was going on a slightly different route from what the company strived for. After a long period of contemplation, he opened his mouth. The breakdancing concert will be over soon, so you can carry it out then. Do it on a small scale, so that there won't be anything about it. Do you get what I mean? Understood, sir. Director Kim Jin-ho bid goodbye to the chairman and left the chairman's office. Finally, Director Kim Jin-ho thought back to the past when he came up with the project to send Jua to Japan, but was rejected. He was the first one to think that up in the company, but the one who succeeded in the project was some random guy from the outside, Kang-yoon. Thinking about that time, Director Kim Jin-ho gritted his teeth. During the past few years, a new word was coined in Hongdae, Hongik University District. Hongdae Goddess. Originally, indie bands in Hongdae were very rare and were treated like precious guests. This being the case, the original term was Hongdae Girl Singer. But with the looks to top it off, the girl singer changed to goddess. Currently, there were quite a few goddesses in Hongdae, and I'm one of them. Lee Hyuna almost burst out laughing after hearing Kim Jin-dae say that. Then, Young Chang-gyu also chimed in. Well, they would never say that if they saw you picking your nose during practice. When did I pick my nose? Did you see? Huh. I did. That's why I'm saying it. Bullsh *T. Lee Hyuna attacked Young Chang-gyu, but he had already hidden behind Lee Cha-hee. When the two growled, Lee Cha-hee slowly stood up from her seat and tried to mediate. It's because we became more popular after our stage last time. If you become the Hongdae goddess, it will be better for our popularity. And you, Chang-gyu, you shouldn't mention picking noses in front of ladies. TCH. The two eventually just grumbled and ended on that note. After it became a bit quieter, she sat back down again and started replacing the strings on her bass guitar. Kim Jin-dae continued to speak. Since she's the Hongdae goddess now, more people will come to our performance, right? That gives me the shivers. Although Kang-yoon almost never came to the company and went to Battle Monster's studio directly in Onsadong recently due to work, it was now time to go back. Having come to the company, Kang-yoon organized a few documents and ready for reporting. He was very excited to tell that the work was a success and to give bonuses out to the employees. But along with a knock, a few company employees entered his office. What is it? The fact that they entered without waiting for a reply and their arrogant expressions made Kang-yoon wary of them. They showed him their company employers' cards and approached Kang-yoon. We are from the audit team. The audit team? Kang-yoon finally remembered that it was the season for audits for the first quarter. Oh, it's the audit season. Kang-yoon took out the documents he had prepared all the time. A USB, paperwork, external hard drives. The amount of materials Kang-yoon took out was immense. Even though Chairman Won Jin-moon put an exception on him, he thought that something may happen. And just as he had thought, such a thing happened today. When Kang-yoon obediently complied and gave them the materials, they were confused instead. Isn't there more? Sorry. Please give us the papers regarding the concert team you did in the past. Kang-yoon found this absurd. This was before the first quarter of this year. Why were they doing this now? Isn't this the audit for the first quarter? And moreover, I'm in charge of the general music team and not the concert team. I apologize, but we are only moving as we were ordered to. The man in the suit was firm in his actions. Please wait a moment. Kang-yoon didn't try to force this. This kind of problem was supposed to be taken care of by someone higher than him. He took out papers regarding last year's concert team along with an external hard drive. They were literally the important documents of the concert team. Are there any more? Even after taking out everything, they tried to force their way into Kang-yoon's drawers. Kang-yoon finally exploded at their actions. From the concert team, Edios, and even Jua's entrance to Japan, everything's there. What more do you need from my department? Is there something lacking? What the hell do you think you are doing? Is this how the audit team works? We are only following orders. I don't care about those orders. Is rummaging through other people's offices how your work, audit team? The audit team had nothing to say about that. Although they sometimes looked through offices under permission, this place was definitely not one of them. Moreover, they couldn't say anything since Kang-yoon didn't leave anything out. I gave you everything, so please return. I will not sit by in this matter. Well then, the staff of the audit team left the office rather toned down. Even they could not force Kang-yoon since he received the complete faith from the chairman with his achievements alone. Kang-yoon was angry himself. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense to him that those people were trying to rummage through his office. Phew. But he still had to calm down. After settling down, Kang-yoon took the papers required to report and headed to the chairman's office. Chapter 78. Trigger 1. Jua's performance fee is a little bit of a pity, but the overall concert is very satisfactory. Well done. Chairman Won Jin-moon signed at the end of Kang-yoon's report in satisfaction. He especially highly evaluated the fact that the scale became bigger and the fame of his company in that field became larger. At this rate, a large scale concert will be no problem too. Summer's too early, so let's try to do one around autumn or winter. Chairman Won Jin-moon jumped his shoulders in excitement. Do I talk about it or not? Kang-yoon hesitated whether he should speak about his troubles with the audit team or not. If something went wrong, he might be a petty guy who reported trivial things. In the end, he decided not to, even though the words were right in his mouth. Understood. I think that autumn will be too early and winter will be good. I think an end-of-year concert would be good. An end-of-year concert. That sounds good. I look forward to that time. Kang-yoon then took his leave. Well then, let's do our best for today. Today's overtime. Assistant Director Yeo Jin-hyung of the audit team encouraged his subordinates and started looking through the documents on the table. Chief Kang Dong-hyung sighed deeply and shook his head at those words. Just when I thought it was all over. The sudden increase in workflow made the employees sigh. However, the assistant director was full of spirits. It's the hottest topic of the company, the general music team. The director said that we'll get a special promotion if we do this well, so let's do this. Yes. Hearing the words special promotion, their eyes lit up. A promotion was a sweet temptation to workers who had to take care of their family. Everyone started working with their eyes on fire. Like that, 1 hour, 2 hours. Business hours were over, and now they were doing overtime. How the hell is it so clean? The skies had already turned dark. In the end, the most impatient of the team, Chief Min Do-jin, ended up shouting out loud. The budget passed through the board of directors meeting, and the budget usage that Kang-yoon showed them matched completely, even down to the cent normally. There would be small errors, but he was really confused. Run the program again. Assistant Director Yeo Jin-hyung frowned, but Chief Min Do-jin said that this was no good and shook his head. It's the 5th time already. This guy's a complete freak. Like this? I don't have anything to say to the director. What was that? No, it's nothing. Assistant Director Yeo Jin-hyung was currently looking at matters related to Edios. He judged that there would be many things to scoop out since the budget was huge for this project. However, there was not even a small error in the allocated budget and budget usage from the very beginning. The selection of members, and even the remaining budget was the same. This guy is too freakish. Assistant Director Yeo Jin-hyung clicked his tongue. Meanwhile, Chief Kang Dong-hyung looked at the documents and added, "There's nothing wrong with SETI's work either. They all match. Jua's Japan one. No need to say. We ran that the first time. Perhaps it was manipulated. They thought and checked the date last edited, but they were all written in the past. There was no need to suspect about manipulation. Assistant Director, there's nothing more." Like what Chief Kang Dong-hyung said, there was really nothing left to audit. Even though the employees in the entire department clung onto this for the whole day, they could not find any traces of what they could use. They even rummaged through to see if there were any missing receipts, but there was not the tiniest of error. You can go home. And you? I'll see to it a little more. Assistant Director Yeo Jin-hyung eventually allowed everyone to leave work. However, he even pulled off his necktie and started going through the documents again. Let's see who wins. And his lonely war began. F***CK. The day was already brightening, but Assistant Director Yeo Jin-hyung did not take his eyes off the documents. These documents were meticulous to the character. However, he couldn't back out here. God damn it. However, even though he had rechecked tens of times throughout the night, the results did not change. In the end, he sighed and called the one responsible for this matter, Director Kim Jin-ho. There should be one. Find it. No matter what you have to do. The entire department could not find it. I think we should stop here. Assistant Director Yeo Jin-hyung indirectly asked him to give up. However, the highest authority of the audit team did not change his order. It wouldn't be surprising if he backed out right now, but his attitude did not change at all. If there isn't one, make one. What? It's done by humans anyway. Try to do something. The phone then beeped out. Assistant Director Yeo Jin-hyung felt gloomy. He felt dark since he didn't know what to do with these flawless data. However, an employee's fate was to do what he was ordered. Damn it. Let's just do it. Assistant Director Yeo Jin-hyung resolved himself. In front of his eyes was materials related to Etios. Understood. I will contact you back after setting up a schedule. The donor also cannot wait long. Organs aren't something that can wait a long period of time. You need to come as soon as possible. Understood. The phone call he got on his way to work made Kang-yoon's heart complicated. Ever since a few days ago, when he was told by Hee-yoon that they got a letter from America, he was preparing for that. But now that he received a phone call, his mind was complex. He was too worried to send Hee-yoon by herself, but for him to go as well, he felt that it wasn't the right time yet. Kang-yoon went to work with his mind in disarray. However, he had a guest in his office. It was President Lee Hyun-ji. President, have a seat. She led Kang-yoon to sit on the sofa. Kang-yoon wondered what was up from the morning. There's a not-so-good rumor floating around the company. A not-so-good rumor? Did something happen? The rumor is that you, Team Leader Lee, embezzled company funds. What? Kang-yoon was flabbergasted. Embezzlement? This was a bolt from the blue for him. I don't have a reason to do so, though. Knight? I'm looking for the source of these rumors, so please calm down even if you receive unpleasant glares today. Well, after President Lee Hyun-ji left, Kang-yoon started working again. However, he felt very chaotic after the word embezzlement was mentioned. He handed over everything to the audit team after checking that everything matched down to the cent, and now he was accused of embezzling? This did not make sense no matter how he thought about it. There's something wrong with this. Kang-yoon opened the documents again. They were copies of the files that he handed over to the audit team. He went through each of them while comparing them to the allocated budget by the director's meeting, but he did not know where this embezzlement came from. Since there were so many materials, it took him the entire day to check through. It was a rare on-time leave. When he went to the lobby, the employees greeted him. However, they weren't as friendly as before. Looks like the rumors spread a lot. His insides boiled when he noticed that everyone around him changed slightly. He would hate to be suspected by them. Fortunately, his time for justice was quickly created. An urgent directors' meeting took place 2 days later. When Kang-yoon was notified and went to the meeting room, the directors were all waiting for him. It is very unfortunate that we are having this meeting due to an unfortunate matter, but I wish that we can correct this and head to the right way. Along with Director Moon Gwang-shik's slightly long intro, the board meeting began. Today's topic was about Kang-yoon's embezzlement. The director's opinion was that they should have conducted a hearing, but due to President Lee Hyun-ji's objection and Chairman Won Jin-moon's rejection, the format was changed to a director's meeting. Kang-yoon walked up to the center. When Kang-yoon was ready, Director Kim Jin-ho started questioning him. Personally, it's very unfortunate to hear about the bad rumors surrounding Team Leader Lee during the past few days. I think the rumors are just rumors, but I've prepared this place since there were a few things I should ask. Is it all right if I ask some questions? Please, go ahead. I will not ask about matters related to your work with Etios. Team Leader Lee, the budget allocated when selecting the members. Director Kim Jin-ho handed the secretary in charge of this meeting the USB. It was a PPT. The secretary put the PPT onto the screen. Then, the budget allocation from the director's meeting and the budget usage by Kang-yoon came up on the screen. What the hell? Kang-yoon widened his eyes. The comparison was not from the materials he gave the audit team. Team Leader Lee, the final budget you've used and left behind seems to lack a little compared to the budget we've allocated. Can I ask where the remaining funds have gone? Very well then. You can answer all the questions at the end, so let's go to the next one. Director Kim Jin-ho focused on the budget about Edios. He especially clung on to the fact that the budget allocated from the company and the budget used for individual practice did not match. He even dragged Edio's dorm matter and asked whether they got a dormitory despite being trainees because of the budget allocation. The directors whispered to each other. There was no audit until now, and there was a punk in the budget. Then where were the remaining ones? Their eyes were suspecting Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon felt absurd. The materials shown on screen were completely different from what he gave. Did I work until now to be treated like this? He felt pathetic about himself standing here. The directors all tried to say something to Kang-yoon, and the one at the vanguard was glaring at him with sharp eyes. Kang-yoon felt both sad and angry, but still cool-headedly calmed himself down. First, I will talk about the budget in the selection of Edio's members. Kang-yoon gestured the secretary and handed over a USB. It was yet another PPT file. The same material appeared on screen when the secretary opened it. However, the numbers on this file were different from the previous one. What is this? This is the budget allocation that I have handed over to the audit team. Wait, then do you mean to say that you were writing double accounts? Kang-yoon was almost about to explode at Director Kim Jin-ho's words, but pressed his head down. The materials I have shown here are the materials I have reported to the chairman. If you bring it here right now, they will match. Chairman Won Jin-moon immediately ordered the secretary to copy the materials. A while later, the secretary brought back the files on a USB drive and put it up on the screen. As Kang-yoon had said, it matched with what Kang-yoon had shown. While everyone was whispering again, Kang-yoon went a step further. There is no reason for me to manipulate the materials I have reported to the chairman. If there's anything wrong, shouldn't it be the audit team? What was that? Are you accusing Dash? Please check the dates. All files in the company intranet have their dates last edited recorded onto the system. As Kang-yoon had said, the secretary checked the original file. It was 3 days ago. Kang-yoon continued. 3 days ago, I no longer possessed that file. The audit team took all my files, so I couldn't even touch it anymore. However, the date last edited was 3 days ago. I did not manipulate anything, nor do I need to. Do I still need to be suspected like this? The meeting room fell into silence. Actually, the date last edited usually wasn't checked. But now that they did, no one could say anything about Kang-yoon anymore. Kang-yoon added a few more things. I do not know why the materials I handed over was changed like that. However, since an altered file is here in the board meeting, I feel that the origins of the file should be investigated first. I conclude my words here. Everyone lost their words at Kang-yoon's words. This was completely flawless. That was too much. He shouldn't have done that. Director Kim Jin-ho also felt those gazes. The source of this misfortune came from the fact that he unconditionally accepted what the audit team assistant director found from the file. Director Kim, what is happening here? Chairman Won Jin-moon was enraged. He glared at Director Kim Jin-ho with fiery eyes. I will not sit by this matter. Let's end it here today. There's nothing to see anymore. Chairman Won Jin-moon kicked the door open and exited the meeting room. The remaining directors could not even move under the pressure. Unlike usual, Kang-yoon also left the meeting room earlier than the directors. Although he escaped framing, he didn't feel good at all. Today's cigar doesn't taste good at all. Kang-yoon violently stepped on the cigarette. Although it was usually bitter, it felt even more so today. Just what have I been doing until now? When Kang-yoon couldn't hide his feelings, someone approached him. When he turned around, he saw President Lee Hyun-ji. President, looks like I interrupted you. Not at all. President Lee Hyun-ji did not smoke. Instead, she took out a gum and started chewing it. She handed one to Kang-yoon as well, and he accepted. So, it was something that the audit team assistant director did on his own. We will take measures. Both to that assistant director Yeo and to Director Kim Jin-ho. However, Kang-yoon's expression was not bright at all. Although they were punished, he didn't feel any good. As someone who represents the company, I can only apologize. I am very sorry. President Lee Hyun-ji even lowered her head. Normally, Kang-yoon would have said that it was all right and just moved past it, but this time, he fell silent. Go. Sorry. Kang-yoon reacted to a word that President Lee Hyun-ji had said. Do you mean to leave the company? In the future, the The fight between me and the board of directors will become even fiercer. If you stay here, it's obvious that such things would happen again. Honestly, I wish that you'd stay, but if you stay here anymore, we won't drag you down, but we may even end up cutting your ankle. Kang-yoon felt even more chaotic after hearing those words. Team Leader Lee, no, Mr. Lee Kang-yoon, you are definitely capable. You have the eyes to see talent, songs, and even the trends. This is not something that anybody has. It's also the reason why the chairman likes you a lot. With that much skills, you might be better off standing alone. Like you said last time. She seemed to have finished her words as she left the roof while her hair fluttered in the wind. Standing alone, you say? This was a difficult matter. In his contemplation, Kang-yoon took out another cigar. Chapter 79. Trigger. 2. Hee-yoon returned home early after cram school. Kang-yoon said that there was something important to talk about. Appa, you're home. When Hee-yoon went through the front door, Kang-yoon was making dinner. A nice array of food, including meat and fried chicken, were on the table. I'll do it. It's fine. Kang-yoon refused her, but Hee-yoon still did it anyway. She didn't feel good about her brother doing the meals. She knew clearly how much work he was doing to support her, so she did not want to make him do work at home as well. I said it really is fine. In the end, Kang-yoon was forced to the table. Hee-yoon was firm in this matter. After their dinner was ready, the two siblings sat across each other. The two started eating joyfully. Appa, you have something to talk about. Seeing Kang-yoon hesitate, Hee-yoon noticed that Kang-yoon had something to say. She felt a strange aura about her brother. A sister was a sister, all right. Kang-yoon thought for a moment before going into the topic. Hee-yoon, what is it? Is it something hard to talk about? You know, the thing we talked about last time. Hee-yoon also momentarily paused. This was about going to America. Hee-yoon focused. America, right? In my opinion, I think it will be better to go there as soon as possible. In her heart, Hee-yoon had already decided to go to America. She especially focused on the fact that she would not be a burden to Kang-yoon anymore once she regained her health and found her dreams. There was no reason to hesitate. When are we going? And how long are we going to be there for? I think we'll go there in 2 months. I'll take care of the documents, and we'll have to learn some English too. Is that fine with you? I'm fine with it. In fact, I'm really delighted. Seeing his sister very clear on her intentions, Kang-yoon sighed in relief since one of his worries was solved. He was worried that she may want to remain here in Korea. Fortunately, nothing like that happened. The problem lay elsewhere. What are you going to do? Your work is important, isn't it? I'm going to go after I clean up. Appa. Hee-yoon shook her head. She was worried that Kang-yoon was giving up his work for her sake. She did not want to burden her brother. If it's because of me, then don't. I can stay alone by myself. Hee-yoon, it's not just because of that. Then what is it? If you're going to stop working just because of me, then I'll just not go. I said it's not like that. Appa, do you take me for an idiot? Hee-yoon violently shook her head. I know better than anyone how much you like your work right now. What would I be if you stopped working and go to America just because of me? Let's just wait and... Hee-yoon. In the end, Kang-yoon shouted out loud. Then, Hee-yoon became quiet. However, her eyes were still blazing. Feeling that the atmosphere had calmed down somewhat, Kang-yoon started talking calmly again. Shouldn't I prepare myself if I want to do my own work? That's why we're going. Your own work? What do you mean? Until now, I was an employee in a company. But now, I'll be running the business myself. Hee-yoon became absent-minded. Running his own business? This was just as shocking as when Jua suddenly invaded her school. Your business? You're going to do a business? I now have enough foundation and ties with other people. So, I'm thinking of doing my own work. Hee-yoon felt weird. She was surprised when her brother stopped being a manager and became a planner, but now he was going to run his own business. However, as always, she believed in her brother. Wow, so it's a business now? It's my brother, so of course, you'll do well, right? Thanks. It's not like I'm going to start right away. We have plenty of time, so I'm going to study as well while you heal. Study? Study what? Music. I also want to study stage planning as well. Kang-yoon remembered back to Samuel Johnson's concert. The beautiful stage filled with bright golden light flashed in his mind. He could still clearly feel the stage filled with passionate golden light among the cheers of countless people. He felt that he was still lacking if he wanted to create such a stage. Then I'm going to go to school with you? You're going to study too? Of course. Once I get healthy, all your worries will be over. Girly. Kang-yoon patted Hee-yoon's head in delight. Hee-yoon grumbled, saying that her hair got messy, but Kang-yoon giggled, replying that he did that on purpose. Like that, the night for the two siblings went by. During the past couple days, MG Entertainment was very noisy within the company. Once, it was noisy about the success after success Kang-yoon's embezzlement rumors, and next, it was that rumor was due to corruption in the audit team, as well as a director being directly involved in it. With such rumors going around, the employees were gossiping. And today, Kang-yoon put the icing on the cake. What is this, team leader Lee? When Kang-yoon put a white envelope on the table, Chairman Won Jin-moon muttered in a very awkward voice. It's my letter of resignation. So, it comes to this. He sighed as though he had already expected this. You wouldn't want to stay behind when you were framed for embezzlement. I understand you plenty. Chairman, that's... It really isn't easy to say that it's a pity to see you leave. Chairman Won Jin-moon didn't hide his feelings. Kang-yoon had successfully put Jua in Japan despite many obstacles. After that, he succeeded in numerous other projects and raised MG Entertainment, which was known for its specialty in idols, in the field of concert planning and general music business. He also single-handedly raised the general music team and showed its potential. At this rate, it was only a matter of time until the team became a separate department and eventually become its own company. However, a trivial jealousy from a director had ruined everything. He should have prevented the competition between the board of directors and the president before it went too far. He felt that it was his own fault. Chairman Won Jin-moon sighed deeply. You know, I do not have a history of clinging to someone who's about to leave the company. But you, however, are different. Right now, I really need you. I really wish you would reconsider this. I apologize, Chairman. Actually, I have another reason for this. Another reason? Kang-yoon talked about his sister, the fact that she must go to America to receive an organ transplant, and that he wishes to cool his head and study a little more. With things like this, Chairman Won Jin-moon could do nothing. Your sister, That's an awkward time. I think this is the end of me here in MG. I could only come this far thanks to you, Chairman. I will not forget this. That's a pity. When are you planning to go to America? In 2 months. Please finish up your work properly. Also, let's have a meal before you go there. Since this was about his family as well, Chairman Won Jin-moon no longer had an excuse to hold him here. He closed his eyes and gestured to him to leave. Just as Kang-yoon left and passed by the secretary. Director Kim Jin-ho, the chairman is looking for you. Looks like he'll get thrashed badly. Well, you reap what you sow. Bypassing the secretary's office, he shrugged his shoulders. Then, he headed to his next destination, the president's office. In her office, there were 2 guests along with the president herself. It was producer Akabashi and Oda. Team leader Lee. Welcome. Hello. Producer, hello. Kang-yoon shook hands with producer Akabashi, who he never imagined seeing here. After last time, when he invited him and Hee-yoon to a meal, they became very close. Producer Akabashi was also very grateful for Kang-yoon for giving him a clue to solve his business relationship with Jua. This is Oda Futaba-san. He's a guitarist, and producer Akabashi introduced Oda to Kang-yoon. Kang-yoon greeted him as well, and then heard about the reason they had come here. The concert, you say? I saw the breakdancing concert last time, and it was very impressive. The intro, the collaboration, and the final act was very powerful and caught the attention of the audience. I liked how you focused on the most important things. They were definitely here to talk about the concert. And just as he had expected, Oda wanted to request Kang-yoon to stage a concert in Korea. He was thankful for Oda's words, but had to shake his head. I am very sorry. It will be hard for me to help you. Sorry. For Oda, this was a completely unexpected matter. He asked back, You haven't heard of my conditions yet. I apologize, but I have decided to go to America due to my sister's affair. I think it will be very difficult. The lady from last time. Producer Akabashi interrupted. Kang-yoon nodded his head. Yes, due to an opportunity, my sister is about to receive an organ transplant. I am very sorry, but I will have to refuse. Oda seemed to be very disappointed as he sighed. Since it was about his family, there were no compromises. He left the office for a bit with producer Akabashi, saying that he had to think about it. The office was left with Kang-yoon and President Lee Hyun-ji. So, you handed it in. I did. The chairman must have been very disappointed. He called for Director Kim Jin-ho. Looks like that guy would get thrashed. Such a foolish guy. President Lee Hyun-ji poured some tea for Kang-yoon. Thank you. So our days together in the company are numbered. When are you going to America? After I clean everything up? I am thinking about in 2 months. That's a pity. So, you're going to study while you're there? Yes. I'm planning to cool my head for a year or so. That's good. You should properly learn everything that Chanyang Xianbi taught you too. Other than that, Kang-yoon talked about cleaning things up here and stood up from his seat. When Kang-yoon left, producer Akabashi and Oda returned. President Lee Hyun-ji apologized to them and offered to introduce another concert planning company. Although it took a little time to persuade Oda, the matter was finished up well. Recently, Edios did not come to the company much. Due to various events and recordings for TV programs, they would have a hard time even with body doubles. Meanwhile, lightning struck on young Mina. What? He's quitting. Mina, don't open your eyes. While getting her eye makeup done, young Mina reacted very sensitively to a huge piece of news. Thanks to that, the coordinator doing her eye makeup slipped her hand. Not caring about that, young Mina turned around and nagged the one who said the news, manager Han Tae-yoon. What do you mean by that? Why would he quit? You know about the embezzlement a few days ago, right? Yes, that complete and utter nonsense. Don't tell me it's real. Young Mina was really angry. Kang-yoon, embezzlement? She started nagging manager Han Tae-yoon, saying that there's no way her idol Kang-yoon would sow such things. There's no way it's true. Why would he do that in the first place? Obviously. Anyway, why is he resigning when he did nothing wrong? Just what is it? Isn't the other side in the wrong? Yes. For now, Director Kim Jin-ho is suspended from work for trying to frame the team leader of embezzlement, but I don't know the details either. Manager Han Tae-yoon didn't know the details. Young Mina couldn't hold it anymore and called Kang-yoon, but all she got was a robotic voice. I'm going to go there after this. Go where? Where else? The office, of course. After fixing her makeup, the recording began again. Although she felt nervous because of Kang-yoon, she was still a professional. Good. Hey, little more to the left. After a messy round of following the photographer's demands, the skies darkened. When the photographer gave the okay after checking all the photos, the session ended with everyone greeting each other. Young Mina quickly bid them farewell and headed to the van. He's still here. From the outside of the company, she could see that Kang-yoon's office was still lit. She didn't even look back and ran to his office. A juicy. Young Mina burst through the door while panting. What the hell? Kang-yoon, who was clearing things up, suddenly stood up in surprise due to the sudden entrance. However, he felt awkward after finding out that it was young Mina. At least, knock, would you? Is that the problem right now? Usually, she would act cute or play pranks, but today was different. She started causing a mess right in front of Kang-yoon's desk. You resigned? Why did you do that? Did something happen? Really? Really? One by one. Okay. Why so suddenly, why? Calm down a little first. Young Mina sped up her speech in agitation. Kang-yoon first sat her down and gave her some tea to calm her down. She sat down on the sofa and sighed after some time. Phew. Did you run all the way here? Yes. I ran up from the ground floor. That's amazing. What's up today? Aren't you busy nowadays? But now that Kang-yoon actually asked, she could not think of what to say. She just hated to see Kang-yoon quit. She just couldn't express it. Kang-yoon wondered while looking at her lips twitch. Didn't you come here because you had something to say? Since you're here, have some tea. Kang-yoon stood up from the sofa. Only when he cleared up his work properly could his successor succeed his work. He was busy and didn't have time to confront her. At that time, young Mina abruptly stood up and shouted. Don't go. Mina, who am I supposed to believe in once you aren't here? Please don't go. She shouted her lungs out. Kang-yoon ended up laughing. Mina, what the heck does that mean? I mean, don't go? Sob sob. But her emotions seemed to have overwhelmed her as she teared up before she collapsed onto the sofa and lowered her head. Her usual energy was nowhere to be seen. Once her tear glands burst, they burst like a waterfall. This, sheesh. Kang-yoon walked back and sat down next to her. Asterisk sob sob. Asterisk. There. Stop crying. You're doing well, right now, aren't you? Stop crying. Don't. Go. Seeing young Mina having difficulty saying those words while heaving, Kang-yoon felt both sorry and grateful. Until now, no one was this honest with him. He also felt quite emotional. Thanks. Asterisk sob, asterisk. Kang-yoon hugged the girl who honestly showed her true self. He felt bitter in one corner of his heart. Although he didn't really take it to heart when seeing the others, he finally felt that he was actually leaving for real. It really is bitter. Consoling Young. Mina. Kang-yoon made a bitter smile. Chapter 80. Trigger 3. For a faster takeover of his work, Kang-yoon headed to his office during the weekend and finished up his work during the morning. In a special field of work like music coordination, he created a guideline, and regarding concert-related work, he transferred the workload to the related departments. Phew, just a few more left now. Kang-yoon stretched his arms and stood up from his seat. When he looked outside, the sunlight was warm, and there were people in the streets. It was a fine weather for a picnic. Should I go home? There was only a little more left to the takeover, so it was no pressure. Kang-yoon gathered his stuff and walked down the stairs. He was going down the staircase on the 3rd floor when he saw a girl in school uniform holding a guitar. Oh yeah, it's the regular audition day today. Is she here for the audition? Today was the regular audition that was held once a month. The girl in the uniform entered when her number was called. Kang-yoon headed to the large studio on the 3rd floor quietly since he found her quite curious. She was carrying a guitar when she came for an audition in MG. I want to embrace your small shoulders, Eileen. From what he heard over the door, the girl had a considerable talent for singing. Her skills with the guitar weren't bad either. It was quite rare to see a girl of her age singing while playing the guitar chords at the same time. Not bad. White light could be seen from the girl. The pure white light enveloped the studio. Kang-yoon thought that that was enough to get a pass from the judges. However, the results were contrary to his expectations. Thanks for your performance. We'll tell your results at a further date. The girl in the uniform said thank you before leaving after hearing the male producer in the middle. Kang-yoon immediately stepped out of the doorway. The girl passed by Kang-yoon and went to the lobby. What? Kang-yoon was confused. That level of singing was definitely a passing grade. MG Entertainment usually gave a pass to the candidate on the spot if he or she made it. But they sent her off. She did not make it. Kang-yoon became curious and went inside. When he went in, the producer and the composers were there. They all greeted Kang-yoon first. Kang-yoon also nodded his head to greet them back and asked them the reason. So you saw her. She had a pretty good singing voice, but she doesn't match the company. The company, huh? I guess that's true. MG Entertainment has its standards. Yes, she was good in both singing and in playing the instrument, but we judged that her looks were not qualified to be a star. Kang-yoon said that he understood and headed to the lobby. They judged using the optimized standards of the company. There was nothing he could do to change that. I would have given her a pass. However, in Kang-yoon's own standards, it was hard to accept. If he remained in the company, he would have considered taking her in. However, that was all useless now. When he came to the lobby, he could see the girl. She's plain. She had a short hair, medium height, and thin makeup. It was an ordinary middle school girl that could be seen anywhere. Perhaps it was natural for MG Entertainment to not give her a pass since all they looked for was a doll-like face or unique aesthetic features. The relatively special-looking Lee Samsoon was also quite a beauty when makeup was applied. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. It was unfortunate, but there was nothing that he could do for her. He did consider giving her a number, but since he was going to America, it would make her wait indefinitely. Kang-yoon just walked by and left the lobby. Huh? Should I give up? The girl drooped her head while sighing deeply. Kang-yoon visited the studio to meet with Edios. He had seen that there was group practice today, but when he did go there, Edios was nowhere to be seen, but, hey, what the? Jua, with her lively voice, was there. She ran into him as soon as she saw him. Are you crazy? Why are you quitting your job? How many times do I have to explain this? What? Seeing Jua looking like she would attack him if he did not manage to satisfy her, Kang-yoon had to explain yet again that he was preparing to leave the country due to matters with his sister. His head ached from explaining the same thing. Repeatedly. Ah, sheesh. Yoon, that girl, she didn't tell me anything. It's about her brother, so she probably kept quiet until I told you about it. Even so, ah really, Jua didn't like this. She had just found someone to her liking, but now he was leaving. Although meeting new people and saying goodbye to acquaintances was frequent in this industry, she didn't like how this was ending. Now that I think about it, you were my first project, Jua. Really? I thought you were a complete veteran at this. Really? That's good. Though, you didn't look promising at first. Hey. Yeah, she just had to end it on that note. However, she still couldn't hide her disappointment. America, huh? Well, it's a little far, but I guess I could go meet you. Where is it? LA. Yeah. What the? That's right by the branch. I thought it would be hella far. You'll treat me if I go to your house, right? Jua was very cool with that. Seeing her act both disappointed and cool, Kang-yoon ended up laughing. That's so like you. Fine, come. I'll treat you to tons and tons of rice, and just rice. What the heck? That's why you don't have a girlfriend. Then introduce me to one. Damn you. Both Kang-yoon and Jua tried to act superior. Although they looked delighted on the outside, they still could not hide their disappointment to each other. After the matters with the takeover were finished, Kang-yoon met up with his acquaintances and bid them farewell. From his harmonics teacher, Professor Choi Chan-young, to Lee Jun-yeol, the ACE, and many other people, they all promised to see in the future. Everything went smoothly. Passports, flight tickets, residence in America, everything was being prepared well. And at the last day of work. So today's the last day. Chairman Won Jin-moon visited his office when he was cleaning his stuff up. Yes, I was about to go to you just now. No, it's fine now that I'm here. Do you know? It's hard to look for your replacement. Chairman Won Jin-moon shook his head. A planner with the skills and wits at the same level as Kang-yoon could not be found anywhere. He was both young and skillful. It really was a pity. Although there was an unfortunate incident near the end, I wish you could take only the happy memories here with you. I am really thankful for everything you've done for me, Chairman. Damn those bastards. Chairman Won Jin-moon felt his headache whenever he thought about the directors. They should stop at a certain point. Achievements were something that should be gotten not by making the rival look bad, but to raise their own merits. But they could not do that. I'm fine with it now. Okay then. We might see each other later. Be careful on your trip. Chairman Won Jin-moon extended his hand. It was a large and weathered hand. Kang-yoon grabbed it with his own. The chairman patted his shoulders and left the office like that. Kang-yoon grabbed his stuff and headed to the lobby. When he leaves this time, he would really never be able to enter again. It's a pity. Walking into the lobby, Kang-yoon looked at the past. Everything he did was definitely not easy. However, with the power to visualize music, his experience, and knowledge of future events, he overcame them one by one. Thinking about it now, it was like a miracle. When he put his stuff into his car in the underground parking lot, the sound of high heels came closer to him. When he looked around to see who it was, he saw Min Jin-seo rushing towards him. Jin-seo. Sir. She didn't say much. As soon as she arrived, she grabbed his hands tight. Sir, please don't go, please. She looked as if she was about to cry, just like the time with young Mina. Min Jin-seo was panicking as well. She was overseas all this time due to filming, and as soon as she had entered the country, she heard the frightening news that Kang-yoon was quitting and rushed straight here. Why? What happened? I heard you did nothing wrong. Then why are you leaving? Just what is happening? Who is it? Who dares to dash? One by one. Let's go over things one by one. First, calm down and... Do you think I can calm down in a situation like this? Unlike normal, she even screamed out. Even Kang-yoon took a few steps back in surprise. Min Jin-seo's manager tried to stop her, but Kang-yoon gestured that it was okay. I heard the outline. Let's go. Go where? To fire all the people that put you here. Kang-yoon was about to burst out laughing. At this rate, she was really going to just crash into the company. She acted very matured usually, but at times like these, she showed the teenager side to her. Although it looked like she was acting immature, Kang-yoon was thankful that someone was on his side. Jin-seo, it's fine. Everything's been taken care of. And also, Kang-yoon calmly told her that he was going to America because of the matters with his sister. The heavily panting Min Jin-seo finally calmed down. Then it can't be helped? Yes. Even for me. I have to study more to do more things in the future. I won't be staying here forever either way. Min Jin-seo's fiery eyes watered up. She let go of Kang-yoon's hands and turned around. Jin-seo. Kang-yoon tried to console her. However, she gestured him back. He still tried to do it anyway. Why are the people around me all crybabies? Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Min Jin-seo finally calmed down after quite a while. She looked up at Kang-yoon with reddened eyes. How long are you planning to stay there? About a year, I guess. It might take longer. But for now, that's the plan. That's a long time. But when I come back, you, Jin-seo, must be the greatest actress of Korea, right? At his words, Min Jin-seo's eyes filled with confidence. Sure, I will. At that time, I wouldn't be able to see you even if I want to. If it's you, then well. Min Jin-seo blurred her words. She implied that that wasn't the case at all. However, Kang-yoon just stood up from that place. Well, then, oh great actress of the future, I'll be on my way. I have a lot to take care of. Kang-yoon opened the door to his car. Now, it was time to depart. Sir, Jin-seo, then see you lat. At that moment, Min Jin-seo suddenly and into his arms. Kang-yoon tried to get her off in panic, but it was hard to do that when she had locked her fingers behind his back. Jin-seo, what are you? Just a moment. Just a moment. Kang-yoon couldn't do anything. He looked around to see if anyone was present, but there was no one there. Even her manager was nowhere to be seen. After a while, Min Jin-seo let go of him. You, just what do you think you're due dashed? I'll do the rest later. What? Goodbye. Then, she turned around without even seeing him off. Kang-yoon kept calling out to her, but she did not stop. Whoa, really? Kids these days are frightening. Kang-yoon shook his head and got in the car. He won't think that I'm a strange kid, right? Min Jin-seo's heart was still thumping hard. She originally never intended to do this. However, she couldn't endure the fact that he was leaving. Later, I'll definitely. Min Jin-seo felt that she couldn't take the figure of him leaving. However, it will all be different later, resolved she as she headed to the office. Appa, still not ready yet. I'm going. Hee-yoon shouted outside the door when Kang-yoon also exited the house with a large travel case. Today, finally, Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon were leaving for America. He could hear car horns outside. Kang-yoon got on President Lee Hyun-ji's car with his sister. To think you'd go this far for us. Thank you very much. This much is nothing. We'll be working together in the future. When the car went onto the highway, the road was very empty. The car sped up, and Hee-yoon started muttering while looking out the window. It looks like the countryside. Is that the railway? Wow. Like a little child, Hee-yoon was getting surprised at the smallest things. Kang-yoon made a satisfied smile looking at her. Then suddenly, President Lee Hyun-ji asked, How long are you planning on staying there? I don't know yet. It will be a year at minimum, but I think it might be longer. Really? It looks like a lot of things would change by the time you're back. Right? Looks like I need to prepare a lot of things if I want to adjust. You have great senses, so you'll do well. Only then would I feel insured investing in you. By now, investment had practically become reality. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. When they drove that fast, they arrived at the airport quite soon. They parked the car and headed to the departure section. Before they went through the departure process, President Lee Hyun-ji extended her hand to Kang-yoon. Thanks for everything until now. That's for me to say. See you in Korea. When I see you later, I guess we'd be business partners and not an employer and an employee. Kang-yoon laughed. He still hadn't come to a decision yet. However, it seemed like President Lee Hyun-ji really thought about investing in him. Investments had to be done cautiously, whether it was the doing side or the receiving side. Kang-yoon avoided answering directly. When the time comes, please take care of me. Okay, you might be late for your flight. Go in. Kang-yoon headed inside along with Hee-yoon. President Lee Hyun-ji waved her hand at them. Like that, the siblings headed to America. After that, 3 years passed. Chapter 81. 3 years later, a new beginning, 1. Flight number XX0000 arriving from Los Angeles. Incheon International Airport was busy with numerous people visiting it every day. People of different features busily moved about with their travel cases, and people with staff name tags did their best to provide the utmost of services. When the announcement flowed out, some people started running. The airport was filled with vitality. It's about time he's here. Lee Hyun-ji was currently amidst numerous people. Looking at the dashboard, the flight had already arrived. Many people were exiting the arrival's door, but the person she was looking for wasn't seen yet. There was no call either. It was a stifling situation. Am I the president or the secretary? I don't know anymore, grumbled Lee Hyun-ji. She knew well that the person she was waiting for might be late if the arrivals process took longer. However, considering the suffering she had been through in Korea while he was not here, she couldn't help but say those words. Fortunately, the person she was looking for finally entered her vision. His wide shoulders and long legs were impressive. With a tanned face, he was dragging a travel bag as he walked out at a leisurely pace. Mr. Kang-yoon. Over here. Lee Hyunji waved her hand. It seemed the other had noticed her as he ran over to her. It looks like you've waited for a while. Not at all. Anyway, it's been a long time, Mr. Kang-yoon. No, I guess I should call you president now? It's been half a year. Now I don't think I'll get used to you calling me that. After shaking hands, the two headed to the parking lot. They exited the airport and drove on the relatively free highway. You're quite tanned. It seems like you've been to a good place. I visited Florida with Hee-yoon before I came back. Oh, looks like Hee-yoon's in good health now, huh? She's normal now. Spoke Kang-yoon as though it was nothing. However, there were a lot of unspoken backstories in his words. For the first year, he could do practically nothing as he had to stay next to Hee-yoon, and only after the second year could he start doing his own things. Lee Hyunji knew this well since she went to and from America in the past 3 years. I heard a few of the songs that Hee-yoon composed last time, and they were quite good. She has a good sense as well. As expected of your sister. She still weighs off. Even though he said that he did feel good to hear someone compliment his own kin. Kang-yoon smiled lightly. You should have heard a lot about Korea when you were there, but the market has changed quite a lot recently. For me personally, Chairman Won's news was the most shocking. To see such a lively person fall ill. Me too. They say the world is unpredictable, and I think I know why. Isn't that why I'm here? Looks like we must go visit him first. Kang-yoon felt bitter. Chairman Won Jin-moon controlled the rivalry between the board of directors and the presidents using his authority and proved that he was the most veteran in this industry. However, the sudden appearance of myocardial infarction, MI, heart attack, was frightening. With the chairman becoming like that, MG Entertainment was practically controlled by the decisions of the board of directors. The relatively weaker president's faction was pushed out, and because of that, Lee Hyunji had to abdicate from her position as president. You're right. But even so, I guess it's good that I don't have to deal with those stressful guys anymore. I even lost a lot of hair. You lost hair? If you lose hair at your age. Stop there. Lee Hyunji's expression crumpled slightly at the sensitive topic. Got it, President. I'm a director now, President Lee Kang-yoon. Ha. It's so awkward yet good to hear you call me President. You must get used to it. You'll have to get used to it, especially when we start expanding the company. The two also talked about the entertainment industry as a whole, the celebrities that Kang-yoon raised during his time at MG, as well as the plans for the future. It seemed like some time was necessary for Kang-yoon to adjust to the drastic changes that occurred in the Korean entertainment industry in the past 3 years. While they were conversing, they eventually arrived at their new home, their new office. The office was in Yongsan. The building was a rather aged building with 2 stories. The words, World Entertainment, was written on the sign as well. If we factor in the rental costs, Gangnam was a little too far-fetched. Just as you told me, I rented a 2-story building. Including the underground floor, there are 3 floors in total. Although it looks old on the outside, the interiors are quite good. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyunji entered the building. From now on, you are the president, Mr. Kang-yoon. I shall treat you like one. Understood, director. That feels strange. When the two entered the 2nd floor, someone was waiting for them there. It was a woman in a suit with long hair. She was a woman in her 20s with a long neck and long legs. Director, welcome back. Hello, Miss Hygiene. President, this is Miss Young Hygiene. She's in charge of administration and distribution of budget. You're the president? Hello? I've heard a lot about you. Hearing the word president, the lady named Young Hygiene stiffly greeted him. Kang-yoon held her up, saying that there was no need to go that far. Kang-yoon asked what she was doing until now and asked her to do well in the future. Young Hygiene brought them coffee, and Kang-yoon and Lee Hyunji sat in the office. Unlike moment before, the mood was slightly sunken. Both of them knew that it was time for the more serious topics. What kind of plans do you have, President? The first one to speak was Lee Hyunji. Kang-yoon took out a set of documents from his travel bag. When Lee Hyunji opened it, it was a series of music scores. It's a score? Oh, this is the one from last time. Yes, it's the one that Hee-yoon composed. Would you like to listen to it? Kang-yoon played the song directly from his phone. The bright melody that came from the piano immediately enraptured Lee Hyunji's mind. The melody is bright, and it has a good feeling. Looks like it will be a good song after a good arrangement. Is there an arranged version as well? I didn't have enough time to do the arrangements. Wait. Lee Hyunji found something strange in Kang-yoon's words. I didn't have the time? Didn't that mean that he was going to do it himself? You'll be doing the arrangements? Yes. I'm planning to do it myself. Huh. Lee Hyunji's eyes widened in surprise. Arrangements? She was surprised to hear that Kang-yoon's level of music was that high now. Arrangement isn't easy. And it has been just 3 years? It might sound unpleasant for you, but you are a newbie in this industry with no experience. Who would buy that? Lee Hyunji was skeptical about this. Although she was being roundabout, she was basically asking him, do you have enough skills to do that? However, Kang-yoon looked back at her with unwavering eyes. I'll let you listen to the song once it's finished. Deciding at that time is also one method. You're not the type to give false hope. She knew that Kang-yoon had arduously studied music until now. However, this was business. Lee Hyunji was very cautious in her decisions. She accepted to decide after listening to the final version. Let's leave it at that for today. I'm still under jet lag. Okay, President. Should I give you a ride home? It's fine. You must have your own work to do, Director. So it's Director now? It does sound quite awkward. Lee Hyunji said that it was fine and dragged Kang-yoon. She made Kang-yoon get on board her car and rode him to his house. This is the beginning. Let's do this. In front of his house, he waved to Lee Hyunji as she drove back and resolved to make a song that would surprise her. When Kang-yoon entered the house looked the same as before. Although the thick grass bothered him a little, there were no big changes. Of course, Hyun's empty room did make him feel a little empty. Kang-yoon closed the door to Hyun's room and opened the door to his. Good. They're all here. Inside the room were 2 synthesizers, 7 speakers, 1 subwoofer, as well as a newly ordered PC. Lee Hyunji got them on Kang-yoon's request. I appreciate it. Although they were in a relationship of investor and investee, this extent of consideration from her made him speechless. He resolved himself to not make her regret investing in him. He connected the speakers to the PC and put the synthesizers on their stands. He set them up so that they would go around the monitor and hung the speakers high up so that he could see them well. It was set up for him to monitor the musical notes. Although he was tired due to jet lag, he still hurried up in setting them. After over 3 hours of installation and testing, Kang-yoon's room had turned into a personal studio. Should I do it now? Kang-yoon looked at the score and started playing the synthesizer. When he did, a blue note flowed out from one of the speakers. The note created a constant light from its place. It was a weak blue light. Let's add some drums. Continuing, he switched to drums and created a beat. Then, he fused it with the sound that he just played before. He set them to be played back on different speakers and played it back. This time, there was a blue note and a black note. The 2 notes combined and generated a stronger white light. This looks good enough. He could see the notes and hear the sound well. It was satisfactory. Now that he finished installing all these, fatigue overcame him. Although he didn't even unpack his stuff, he fell back on the bed and went to dreamland at the sense of accomplishment of having finished installing. The era of girl groups. I referred to the music industry in the year 2011. The competition between the unmoved first place since their debut, Edios, and the close second, Dietin, grabbed the attention of many fans. These girls, capable of singing, dancing, as well as general entertainment, induced the males in their 20s and 30s into consumers in the pop market. A strong cash cow had formed. After those 2, the popularity of girl groups ended up producing numerous forms of girl groups, ushering in the girl group era. However, dark always followed the light. There weren't that many groups that saw the light. We're free again today? It's boring. It's boring. The girl group, T&T, was one such group that did not see the light. One member, Jin Seah, grumbled inside the studio as she rolled around on the floor. Agreeing, another member, Lee Min, also sighed deeply. We're free for a week already. Isn't there a small event or something? Would we be here if there was? It's because our last album went down the drain, grumbled Ju Young-hyun. She frowned a lot, remembering back to their last album. All the members grumbled, but their leader, Kim Hyo-rin, had nothing to say to them either. The song in their last single album was so crappy that it made her mad, even now. She only consoled the others by saying that they should forget about past matters. Just as when they were powerlessly sitting there, a sturdy man walked in. It was their manager, Min Sang-cheol. Why are you all like this? 'Cause we're unemployed, duh. Kim Se-sol grumbled. All the women made pitiful expressions in sympathy. He nodded in understanding and continued speaking. We'll be recording a new song soon. Ah yeah? It's been a month. When Jin Se-ah acted sarcastically, manager Min Sang-cheol coughed awkwardly. The pitiful results were embarrassing for him as well. It'll be all right this time. We'll get the song from outside. That's good. I was worried that we might have to do presidents again. When Lee Min said those words, manager Min Sang-cheol sweated cold sweat. With their first, second, and third songs producing pitiful results, it was no wonder that their trust in the president was so low. Anyway, you just need to wait a little more, okay? I'll let you girls run events like hell. Oh sure. Manager Min Sang-cheol tried to cheer them up, but they were all as unmotivated as they could be. After a brief sleep, Kang-yoon felt that his fatigue was slightly relieved and started working right away. The song that Hyun composed was the delightful, rhythmic kind. Kang-yoon wanted to bring out the essence of that. He was also planning to add hook-like elements as well. The melody is low at first, so let's go at a slower pace. Kang-yoon looked for a variation of an organ on the synthesizer. It was not an easy task to find the right organ sound among the many variations of organs there. However, once he tried them one by one while keeping in mind the feeling he wanted, he found it quite soon. When he pressed on a key, a beige-colored note flowed out. He added the drums from before. Then, the light turned gray. Something went wrong. This isn't the one. Although it sounded fine by itself, it wasn't that good. Kang-yoon continued his search for a sound and repeated the same process of playing the sound and combining with the rest. Although the organ sounds were similar to each other, this particular one had a slight reverb to it. Thinking that this sounded okay, Kang-yoon added the drums as well. However, what appeared in his eyes was gray yet again. In fact, it was a much darker gray due to the thudding sound of the drums. Ugh! Kang-yoon had to stop the playback due to the uniquely murky feeling that the gray light gave him. It seemed that the influence had become bigger as he felt the effects on his skin. Again, he resolved himself again and started browsing through more organ sounds. This one sounded alright, with the volume LEDs looking fine as well. However, as the song progressed, the light turned darker and darker until it eventually turned black. Kang-yoon immediately turned off the sound. He felt as though a murky kind of electricity just went past him. It didn't just end with the foggy feeling that he had before. Organ's definitely not the one. Thanks to that, Kang-yoon could realize. He went past the organs tab and went to strings. Then, he put in a relatively brighter-sounding set of strings with a little bit of bass. Then, he combined it with the drums again. When he did, the strings flowed out gently after a thudding beat from the drums, and the notes started generating white light. A black note and a white note met together to create a stage of white light. This is it. Finding a sound was no easy task. When he looked at the time, 3 hours had passed already. Even though the entire song was only about 3 minutes long, it wasn't easy to work on it. For the entire day, Kang-yoon did not leave his studio. Chapter 82. 3 years later, a new beginning too. Mr. Kang-yoon. It's been a long time. Professor Choi Chan-young hugged Kang-yoon in delight as soon as he saw him. Kang-yoon did the same. Professor, it's been a while. They sat down after a simple greeting. The two met after 3 years in an empty CAF with faint music. Although they exchanged news through phone calls and other things until now, it felt different to meet in person. You studied a lot of music in America, right? Yes, I had a lot of opportunities. Although I couldn't go to college, I have encountered just as many things as if I went to one. I studied a lot. Well then, should we see the results? Professor Choi Chan-young did not say many things. Kang-yoon gave him the song that he was arranging for the entire day as his results. Professor Choi Chan-young's face turned strange as he plugged the earphones into his phone and listened to the song. After around 3 minutes, he took his earphones off. Nice. Did you do the arrangement yourself? Yes. I can see you put a lot of effort in. It's a good song. Though, I don't think it's finished. Professor Choi Chan-young stuck his thumb up. The beats were easy to listen to, and the rhythmic melody was very easy to the ears. This guy only learned the basics of harmonics before he went, but now he was able to produce such results. It was a pleasant surprise. Yes, I finished the bass line, but I'm thinking of adding some more. The strings are good, but it might sound a little too repetitive if you use the same thing repeatedly, so what about using another effect towards the end? Got it. You sure are different, Professor. Not at all. While Kang-yoon felt sorry, Professor Choi Chan-young shook his hand. I did promise, didn't I? That I'll be your consultant once you start your business. Oh, that. I think it will be fun, working with you, that is. Whether it's today or in the future. I'll be thankful if you help me. You need not worry about compensation. I'm fine with anything. Kang-yoon did not even think about making Professor Choi Chan-young work with him without any compensation. He was definitely going to reward him for his help. Though he was quite poor right now because of Hee-yoon's medical fees and starting a business. The topic switched to a good mood. Did you hear about Hyuna? Hyuna? No, I didn't hear anything at all. There were people that Kang-yoon managed to stay in touch with, and there were people that he couldn't contact at all. Lee Hyuna belonged to the latter. Hyuna is currently facing a great crossroad of her life. She got a call from a major. It seems like she was offered a place from Yerong Entertainment. Oh, Yerong. Kang-yoon admitted that Lee Hyuna was good enough for that. She was even a composer on top of her good voice. It was definitely worthy of someone scouting her. If it was one of the 3 major entertainment companies of Korea, it would definitely help her out in the future. However, Professor Choi Chan-young's words didn't end there. But they want her alone and doesn't want the rest of the band. It looks like she's agonized over it. It's definitely not easy to succeed as a band. Although a band may look cool, there are all sorts of fancy stages in today's TV, and a band would require more time in installing those instruments too. Kang-yoon sighed, saying that it was no wonder. Professor Choi Chan-young pulled in his chair. What would you say to her? Sorry, if Hyuna asks you what she has to do in a situation like that, what would you say to her? This was a difficult question. Kang-yoon closed his eyes after saying that he would think about it for a moment. Abandon the teammates that were with her through thick and thin? That was not nice. However, if a large company was appealing to her, then it was likely that they would support her quite heavily. That's a difficult matter. But if she plans to stay in this industry for a long time. Although it was indeed a difficult question, he found the answer after thinking about the basics. Kang-yoon calmly spoke up his mind. If it were me, I would politely refuse that offer. Really? Isn't it a pity to let go of such a big opportunity? That's true, but the fact that one of the big 3 contacted her means that Hyuna has that value. Won't there eventually be a company that would take her in along with the rest of the band? If she accepts their offer right now, it would be hard to take the tag that she abandoned her teammates. Fans these days are frightening, you know? Professor Choi Chan-young thought about it for a moment before nodding his head. I'll tell her exactly that. Sorry, she asked me that question. Thanks for the wise answer. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Although he did expect it a little, he never knew Hyuna asked him that for real. Professor Choi Chan-young was witty, all right. After they finished their conversation, they left the CAF and Professor Choi Chan-young spoke to Kang-yoon with a smile. Oh yeah? Mr. Kang-yoon, I forgot that Hyuna told me to tell you one thing. She did. I'll tell you word for word. He suddenly took a deep breath. I'll kill you the next time I see you. What? There. I told you, word for word. See you next time. Whoa. Seeing Professor Choi Chan-young leave with a laugh, Kang-yoon couldn't hide his awkward expression. Oh shoot. Maybe I should have told her before I went there. Considering how busy he was back then, it was impossible to contact every single one of his acquaintances. Anyway, Kang-yoon just shrugged his shoulders and went home, thinking that it wouldn't really amount to much trouble. Having just created the company, Lee Hyun-ji was very busy. She used her connections she made while she was the president at MG Entertainment to make foundations for the business, and she also had to watch the trends of the entertainment industry. For Kang-yoon to focus on his work, this kind of work was necessary for her to do. And thanks to that, there came a day where they could use their infrastructure of the company. Kang-yoon took to his company the song he arranged. Is it this one? Good Feelings? It reminds me of something. Yes. Receiving the score, she connected the USB that Kang-yoon gave her. Soon, Kang-yoon's song started sounding out in the office. I guess it's kinda retro? Is this Hee-yoon's voice? Yes. She wrote the lyrics herself as well. That's amazing. She even managed to record it. Listening to it, Lee Hyun-ji umped her shoulders while listening to the rhythmic yet soft music. It was the kind that gave her a sense of DJ view but didn't feel boring. It does feel very retro. but it's not too repetitive either. This actually feels great. Lee Hyunji raised her voice, as though she really liked this song. Kang-yoon calmly explained as he watched her being satisfied. I emphasized friendliness, comfort, and delight. That's how this came about. From what I saw, the trend seems to be that of reminiscence of the 90s. It's like how trends cycle. You're right. It's good. This should work. Lee Hyunji didn't say a lot of things. She received the USB and stood up. Where are you going? I should work as well. Us staying still means that we're losing money, you know. Ah, that's true. You should also plan out how to operate the company, President. Now, our world entertainment rests on your shoulders after all. Then I'll be off for a bit. Lee Hyunji was the action faction. She left the office as though she was going to sell the song as soon as possible. Amazing. Looks like I should put more effort in if I don't want to lose. He even wondered how she managed to stay in her seat all day while she was the president at MG Entertainment. Thinking that he should repay her for her vitality, Kang-yoon started making plans. The evening of the same day, Young Hae-jin, the employee, knocked and entered his office. President, I'll take my leave. Okay, be careful on your way home. After she went home, Kang-yoon also got ready to leave. On his desks were papers full of plans that he had devised. Just as he was about to open the door to his office, there was a woman standing in front of it. What the? Why are you so surprised? It's you. What the hell? Why is your reaction so bland? He was surprised at first, but reacted very blandly after seeing who it was. Disappointed at seeing that, she put a vase on the desk while pouting. On the vase were the words, "Congratulations on opening." Kang-yoon had to give up on going home and had to make some coffee. She accepted it naturally and sat down while crossing her legs. It's been a month. Have you been well, Appa? Yeah. Yun-jua, you damned. Ouch. Kang-yoon smacked her, Jua, on the head. It was a smack filled with personal resentment. Jua pouted before returning to her original, refreshing attitude again. Haha. Are you still mad about going to the beach without telling you? Do you think that's a small matter? Huh. Why did you get Hyun to go to a place like that? What's wrong with going to the sea? You know? Hyun put on some weight, and she looks hella good. The men are just all. Whoa, what? Tell me that again. When Kang-yoon's eyes turned fiery, Jua shrunk back while twitching. She felt that she went too far and pulled back. Sheesh, I can't even joke with you. Fine. How many times do I have to apologize? Forget it. Anyway, next time, don't ever take her to somewhere in secret. Next time it will be a nightclub. What was that? Jua never backed out. However, she had to since Kang-yoon didn't look like the negotiable kind at all. Of course, this was all a joke. Kang-yoon took out some wine and snacks from the office. They were the stuff that Jua looked for a lot when they met in America. After a round of drinks, Jua started getting serious. Is work going well? It's just started. How are you doing? You had a hard time in America. Yeah, did you really have to say that? It's revenge. You were such a bad guy, you know. Jua grumbled. However, her face had darkened slightly. Kang-yoon also stopped joking and spoke seriously. Going to America was a little too hasty. It wouldn't have been late even if you waited a little more. Whose plan was that? It was from the directors. I also thought that I was good enough. Perhaps the chairman would have opposed it if he was healthy. I thought I'd at least get into the top 50 of the Billboard, but I wasn't even in the top 100. I'm so embarrassed now I can't lift my head in public anymore. Jua shook her head in embarrassment. She slowly climbed her way to the top of Japan and knocked on the doors of America, using that achievement and stability, only to fail. She had to return home in bitterness. Although she talked about it very easily, failure was very bitter. Kang-yoon didn't say much to her in consolation. She was probably here to just voice out her thoughts. He knew well that the best he could do was to listen. Sheesh, why did you have to leave the company? Damn it, those trashy directors. Do you know that I've flipped over the company several times after you left? You did. I just went on a strike saying that I won't work for a while. I just rebelled saying that I can't believe in people like them. Hee hee. Yeah. I've heard that over 10 times already. She said this every time she came over in America. Jua still insisted. Listen anyway. Yes, ma'am. Anyway, you should thank me, you know. I tell you news about the other kids, give you the latest trends. Where could you find someone like me? Right. Yeah. I'm thankful. Although he said that like a complaint, he was indeed very thankful to Jua. When they were in America, she became a friend and a motivation for everyday life for Hyun. To Jua also, The meetings with Kang-yoon and Hee-yoon were like a comfortable rest. She seemed to have gotten slightly drunk as she started to leak laughs. Appa, hee, do you know about Jin Seo? Jin Seo? You told me last time. Hee, did I? Jin Seo is a scary kid, you know? When you left, I only rebelled from working, but she, that girlie, threatened to leave the company. She even told them that she'd pay the penalty for breaching the contract. So, the company was in an uproar for quite a while. A quiet kid is really scary when she gets angry, you know? I must admit, she's quite bold. But why would she say that? She'd have a hard life. Asterisk giggle asterisk, well I wonder why. Jua pointed towards Kang-yoon while giggling. She was weak to alcohol. Kang-yoon judged that this was enough and put away the drink and the snacks before lifting Jua up. When they left the office, Jua's manager was with them. Oh, team leader Lee. No, how am I supposed to call you now? You can call me with whatever you're comfortable with. It's been a while. Perhaps Kang-yoon's footsteps were big, but Jua's manager didn't change his attitude towards Kang-yoon even after 3 years. Kang-yoon put Jua, who said to go for round 2, in the van and closed the door. Be careful on your way. Then I'll see you later. Jua seemed like she was causing a mess in the van, but Kang-yoon just waved his hand. The van seemed to shake once before disappearing with a swoosh. I should get some rest too. Kang-yoon headed home while half drunk. Lee Woozing, the CEO of Laurel Entertainment, and its group, T&T, were currently selecting a title song for their new album. While listening to 4 candidate songs, they discussed which one was the best. As a result, 2 fell and 2 remained. So, it's down to Good Feelings and Aha. What do you think we should go with? Urged Lee Woozing as he told the girls to choose freely. However, the members of T&T didn't look like that at all. In the end, he'll go with what he likes. It will be Aha. He'll make up all sorts of reasons for that. Jin Seo and Kim Hyo-rin leaned towards Good Feelings but couldn't express it easily. They already noticed what their president wanted to do. The other members also grumbled on the inside, having realized what was happening. Go ahead and choose. Aha has a sexy theme and a fast beat. It's slightly lewd too. And this, Good Feelings. Well, it feels quite old to me. President Lee Woozing definitely wanted to do Aha. It was hard to reject the will of the president in a company. Just as the members were about to unwillingly agree, one lady raised her hand. It was Lee Min. I think Good Feelings is better. And the reason? We failed the last time when we went with a sexy theme, so I don't think it's a good idea to do it again. Also, I feel that this song is more comfortable to the ears. Ahem. President Lee Woozing said okay and looked at the others. The one who met eyes with him was Kim Se-sol. She wasn't the talkative type, so the gaze of the president pressured her. All gazes looked at her. She felt scared. However, we can't fail this time too. Desperation won over shyness. Kim Se-sol gulped before voicing her opinions. I think Good Feelings is better. The others seemed to have gained courage from her words as they started agreeing. Shouldn't we go with something we didn't try before? A lot of idol groups are stripping because of the sexy theme these days. I think it will be good to go with something else. I think Good Feelings is better. Ju Young-hyun and Jin Seo voiced their opinions as well. This was a reversal. President Lee Woozing turned around to see Kim Hyo-rin. It was a silent pressure for her. Uni, please. The members of T&T were desperate. They did not wish to miss their opportunity to rise just because of the strange songs their president gave them. The president was indeed scary, but the reactionless stage was much more frightening than that. I also think Good Feelings is better. President Lee Woozing became silent. With even the leader, who usually followed him, turning like that, he could not say anything. He also knew that his songs were repeated failures. However, the reason he kept pushing on with it was because of the belief that they would eventually succeed one day. But this time, his song was rejected by the singers. What more, it lost against a trial song that he just brought for show. After thinking for a moment, he accepted with a long sigh. Okay, let's go with that. Yes. President Lee Woozing drooped his head as he left the studio. Only after a long time he left did the members of T&T grab each other's hands. Uni, we did it, finally. It's freedom. Cheers. They got a song from the outside and not from the president. The delight of having done that made everyone rejoice. Chapter 83. 3 years later, a new beginning 3. Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji started their morning meeting with the coffee that Young Hae-jin brought them. Lee Hyun-ji spoke in joy as she drank the coffee. We sold the song. Really? Where? T&T. There's singers belonging to Laurel Entertainment. They want to use it for their title song this time. Kang-yoon brushed his memory, but the group T&T was not in his memories. They were probably one of the unknown singers in this era where girl group idols were everywhere. It's the first time I heard of them. Are they new? Not really. It's been 2 years since they debuted, but they don't have any songs that are hits. You should see them as veteran rookies. No hits after 2 years. Not really a good group, are they? Kang-yoon clicked his tongue. If there was no reaction from the public for 2 entire years, it meant that it was hard for them to appeal to the masses. He also thought that extreme measures were necessary at this point. Rather than the singers, their president is the problem. He's known for his stubbornness. His name is Lee Woo-sing, and he seemed to have mindset that the title songs must be made by him. There are a couple singers that did well with his choice, but T&T definitely isn't one of them. It looks like the songs he made for T&T don't fit them very well. Stubbornness is tough to deal with. Anyway, it's a good thing that our song is being used as the title song. When's the meeting? I scheduled it for tomorrow. Is that fine with you? Yes, then I'll go prepare. Wait a sec. Lee Hyun-ji stopped Kang-yoon as he was about to stand up. When he looked back, she gave him a caution. President, you must not step up before your opponent asks you to do something. Understood. Hearing Kang-yoon's words, she repeated herself again as though it wasn't enough. You consider the completion rate very importantly. You take risks thinking that the singer must do well. It's fine that you do so, but we're running a business here. If we say that we'll do something, it becomes a free service. Crafty individuals may try to exploit that. We, World Entertainment, have just taken our first step. If we keep giving out services from the get-go, we might have to keep doing it. Kang-yoon understood what she was saying. She was worried about his personality, his care for the singers. Kang-yoon said he understood and nodded his head. Got it. I'll watch out for that then. You are definitely a capable person, President. However, there will be people who will try to use you without properly paying the price, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm actually looking forward to how much profit you'll bring us. President Lee Hyun-ji had a very strong conviction. Kang-yoon also smiled in response to her expectations. The next day, Kang-yoon went to Laurel Entertainment. It was a relatively decent-sized company that used a 3-story building. When he entered, a staff led him to President Lee Woo-sing. Welcome. I was waiting. In the office, President Lee Woo-sing offered him some tea. President Lee Woo-sing did not bring up Kang-yoon's past achievements. Nor did Kang-yoon. He only mentioned his name and did not mention his past career. He wanted to be acknowledged purely based on skills alone. It's a good song. It has a comfortable melody and will suit our girls very well. Thank you for your words. Would you like to meet them first? President Lee Woo-sing headed to the practice studio on the 3rd floor with Kang-yoon. 5 girls in training outfit were in the middle of practice against a mirror wall. Can you girls come over for a bit? When President Lee Woo-sing said that, the music turned off and everyone gathered around. He introduced them all to Kang-yoon. Everyone became delighted when he was introduced as the composer for Good Feelings. After a round of introduction, they played the song once to refresh their memories and talk about their impressions of it. A slightly fast retro-style melody filled the studio, making up to look pretty, and wore my prettiest clothes. It's so good. The more I hear it, the better it gets. Ju Young-hyun and Lee Min were ecstatic, though President Lee Woo-sing saw them in a bad light. However, the 2 girls kept praising the song, and President Lee Woo-sing's expression twisted even more. What the? Kang-yoon turned around to President Lee Woo-sing to talk to him about the song, but his eyes were somewhat off. Kang-yoon was confused. There was no way he would feel good when he saw the Lee Woo-sing glaring at the singers that were complimenting the song. The members of T&T kept complimenting the song, seemingly oblivious to his glares. When the song ended, President Lee Woo-sing asked, "How is it? Is it okay?" "Yes." When Lee Min said that without a shred of hesitation, President Lee Woo-sing's eyes trembled slightly. Really? The melody is somehow addictive. I think a good choreography is all we need," added Ju Young-hyun. "Oh really? Do you think so too, Se-sol? It's really good." President Lee Woo-sing asked Kim Se-sol, who usually followed his intentions, but she was not that much different from the others either. Is he trying to haggle? Kang-yoon felt slightly disgusted as he watched President Lee Woo-sing's actions. Whether he didn't like the song or he wanted to haggle, he definitely did have some shady intentions. I don't like him, he's rude too. What do I do? Although he was a newbie in this field, Kang-yoon had confidence in the song. It wasn't just conviction from his efforts. The song was created with his special ability as well as effort. He could feel the might of the white light from the song. While Kang-yoon was pondering about that, the tug-of-war between the president and the members continued. Kang-yoon spoke after a while. Why don't we decide after you sing it? Everyone turned around to him. No matter how great the song is in your opinion, you'd need to sing it first to see if it fits a singer or not. On my way here, I even saw a recording studio. I think it will be better to decide after you sing it for yourselves. Hearing his words, President Lee Woo-sing and the members of T&T came to a truce and nodded their heads. Kang-yoon's words were reasonable. Then let's decide after trying it. Girls, is that fine with you? Yes. President Lee Woo-sing left saying he'd open the studio. Then, Jin Se-ah complained as soon as he left. Sheesh, he keeps acting like that because he wants to do his own song. This one's good, can't we just go with it? Se-ah shush. Oh. When Kim Hyo-rin shushed her, Jin Se-ah finally became conscious of Kang-yoon and shut herself up. However, Kang-yoon already realized what was happening when she said that. They don't believe in the president. Well, that must be because how they failed until now. It's a little bit of a pity. Kang-yoon felt bitter. He felt that President Lee Woo-sing was like him of the past, where he always failed. Miss Jimin has a good voice, and your guitar skills are good as well. You have plenty of potential to be a music artist. Kim Jimin's expression brightened at the positive feedback. However, words must be listened to the end. However, our company is currently not looking out for an artist. I'm sorry. What we want as a company are trainees to become part of a girl group idol, not a potential musical artist. Is that so? It's a pity that we don't have the room to take you in. I wish that we'd meet at a better place next time. Listening to the male judge's soft words, Kim Jimin greeted and left. It's girl group everywhere. Leaving the company, Kim Jimin's shoulders dropped in disappointment. It had already been 4 years since she decided to become a singer and practiced music. However, no one recognized her passion for music as well as her songs. Many companies said that they wanted trainees to be part of a girl group and did not take her in, who had a short height and was far from skilled in dancing. She even went as far as to practice dancing, which she wasn't talented in, to become a trainee. However, her stiff body could not follow the movements of other aspiring girls. Carrying the guitar powerlessly, the girl in the uniform walked on the street. She felt hopeless now that she failed the audition as well. She was annoyed by the cold wind blowing. However, her phone suddenly vibrated. Announcement for Korea 1-star Seoul region auditions. 2011. It was the results of her application to a public TV audition that was hot nowadays. Kim Jimin's shoulders suddenly stood erect again. Yes, even if I fail for the 100th time, I just need to try again for the 101st time. She held up the guitar case as she resolved herself. The recording studio in Laurel Entertainment was small and cozy. Compared to the super-large mixer in MG Entertainment, the number of channels and even the number of speakers were smaller. However, it had all the necessary components such as glass screens and sound-dampening materials. Then let's get ready. President Lee Woo-sing sat down and put on his headphones. The members of T&T also entered the booth and stood in their positions with scores in their hands. They exercised their voice while President Lee Woo-sing also prepared to record. He soon signaled that he was ready. Should we start? According to his hand signal, the song began. Since they didn't formally separate the song into individual parts yet, they improvised it. First up was their subvocal, Lee Min. You are the greatest gift, wait for me. Lee Min's voice ran across the studio. Her voice was very light and bright, just like the music. My heart is burning, please tell me. Kim Se-sol came next. She added more power into the light intro. After that, the song progressed very smoothly. The main vocals receiving the song added more and more power. The repeated but comfortable melody was nice to everyone's ears. All members raised their voices at the climactic point. However, unlike the members of T&T who were singing their hearts out, President Lee Woo-sing shook his head in dissatisfaction. Even while controlling the mixer, He didn't seem quite satisfied. Kang-yoon was also sighing behind him. Why is it gray? When their musical notes combined, rays of gray light were being emitted. Kang-yoon had to endure the murky electric feeling the whole time. Even though it was definitely white when he finished composing the song, he could not understand what was happening. After the song ended, the members of T&T left the recording room with slightly agitated expressions, and President Lee Woozing let them listen to the recording. The girls tilted their heads in confusion when they heard that their own singing was even worse than the guide singer doing it. That's strange. It definitely felt good though, does it not fit us? Hearing Ju Younghyun's words, Kim Se-sol chimed in. Might as well be. Perhaps this song does not match well with us. Is it? With all the members tilting towards the not matching team, President Lee Woozing finally smiled. At that time, Kang-yoon stepped up. Can we do it once again? Sorry. President Lee Woozing asked back. I just feel that it's a pity. In my opinion, it suits them quite well, so I think we should try again. Well, okay then. President Lee Woozing made a strange expression before going to the mixer seat again. At that moment, Kang-yoon spoke again. Can I have a look at it this time? Go ahead, I guess. President Lee Woozing stepped back with a doubtful expression. Kang-yoon then put on the headset and controlled the mixer to get a feeling of the voice range. Kim Hyo-rin inside the booth was a little surprised, but Kang-yoon apologized and continued. We'll start from the microphone settings. Since there was only one omnidirectional microphone, the sound signals were very important. Even though the microphone would receive sound from all directions, it wasn't easy for it to receive voices from 5 people all equally. In cases like this, the mixer was important. Kang-yoon told them all to sing and adjusted the volume. However, the gauge was going too high even though the voices of T&T weren't that loud at all. He could hear wind noises from his headset. The voices are equal, but there's too much unwanted noise. Kang-yoon controlled the device so that no unwanted noise could be amplified. He also slightly lowered the high pitch and raised the bass slightly. Then, he entered the booth and even put a windshield over the microphone. It was to prevent any useless noise from entering. Wow! The members of T&T were surprised at his degree of preparation. Even though this wasn't the official recording, he was showing such a high degree of meticulousness. Kang-yoon listened to the headset again and heard that there were no unnecessary wind noises and was finally about to give the start signal. But then, something flashed in his head. This guy? Did he not properly do the setting on purpose? Making them sing under such horrible conditions, it was no wonder the song turned gray. When Kang-yoon looked at President Lee Woozing, he only looked back at him with no expression. Kang-yoon was assured. He did it on purpose. He had heard that the CEO was stubborn to do his own pieces, and it seemed so. He even went far as to hinder. Kang-yoon felt flabbergasted about this, but did not express it. Composers were supposed to do their talking with their music. He only needed to squash him to death with this. Then let's begin. Kang-yoon gave the signal. Then, T&T began their singing. Chapter 84. 3 years. Later, a new beginning for You Are the Greatest Gift. Wait for Me. First was Lee Min again. She started off lightly, just like before. The yellow notes from her generated white light after mixing with the recording. My heart burns. Please tell me. Kim Se-sol chimed in, and the white light shook. A green note was coming out of her. When her light was added, white light gained strength. Unlike just a moment before when there was a little bit of gray light, there wasn't any gray at all. I know that feeling of being in love. I know the feeling of being excited. While everyone was under surprise, Jin Seo decorated the next part. Her voice is a little weak. It wasn't that the white light disappeared. Her voice was good and clear. However, it was a little weak, so he wished it could be a little stronger. Kang-yoon boosted her a little. Then, the light became stronger after receiving a little bit of strength. The song continued on. Perhaps due to the proper sound setting, the gray light was no longer visible anywhere. Even the T&T members were delighted as they sung. Don't tell me why. When everyone sung in unison at the climax bit, the sound meter went all the way up to yellow. The white light also reached its peak. Kang-yoon was satisfied with the voices he could hear through the headset. Although he would have to be even more detailed if he wanted to record, this was more than enough for the song selection. After the song finished, the members of T&T left the booth in joyous expressions. This is so good. Didn't I say that we must absolutely do this? Ju Young-hyun and Lee Min, who were of the same age, were all excited thinking about doing this song. Jin Seao agreed as well. Only the quiet Kim Se-sol and the leader Kim Hyo-rin had no changes in their expressions. Now that the song was over, President Lee Woo-sing approached. "Should we go with this one?" "Yes." When he asked, they all answered without a shred of hesitation. Actually, he was also inwardly agreeing with this as well. He heard all this. If he didn't accept, then it wouldn't make any sense. "Okay, let's go with this." "Yay. Mr. Composer, then please take care of us." Amongst the cheering members of TNT, President Lee Woo-sing and Kang-yoon shook hands. Kang-yoon had a slight smile on his face. This is the start. He was able to convince everyone with his music. He felt satisfied and proud of that. However, he also felt heavy thinking that this one song would decide a group's fate. When Kang-yoon came to work in the morning, President Lee Hyun-ji wasn't there yet. She messaged him that she would be a little late as she drank with some TV station people late last night. Sheesh, they're vicious all right. Drinking until 6 in the morning. Young Hae-jin shook her head after hearing about that. As gave a cup of coffee to Kang-yoon, she preached that alcohol was bad. "Seems like you don't drink that much, Mississippi Hae-jin." "Yes, I can't drink at all. Why are all the people in this industry drinking like there's no tomorrow? It's scary to think about it. It differs from people to people. Anyway, Director Lee also must be having a hard time. If it's the people from the TV stations, they must all be quite the alcoholics. She must be a female warrior." Kang-yoon felt pity for Lee Hyun-ji having a hard time doing business. It was also her tragic fate as a businesswoman. Though, she does drink quite well. Around 10 in the morning, Lee Hyun-ji appeared at the office in immaculate form. There were no signs of having drank until 6 a.m. on her at all. "Are you alright? I won't collapse from that just yet. I'm still young after all." "Amazing." Kang-yoon shook his head. Lee Hyun-ji, she was really like a female general. The two started morning conference. Lee Hyun-ji talked about the things she talked about with the TV station people yesterday. "Well, today, why don't you try appearing in a TV program?" "Me?" "Yes." Kang-yoon was slightly confused. A TV program? He was no celebrity. This was out of the blue. "Do you know about the program called Korea One Star?" "Yes." "Isn't it an audition program? I remember it causing a sensation in the music industry. You've got an invitation as a judge. Although it is just once as a guest judge in the regional preliminaries. It should still help in public advertising." Kang-yoon doubted his ears. Appearing on TV? And this was an audition program too. When? Kang-yoon asked for more explanation. She continued. "To simplify, it's thanks to your actions 3 years ago, President. You've done a lot of things back in MG. You'll be going on the regional preliminaries as a judge with the title of a concert planner. And that's why you drank until so late." "Well, I guess I had some hard time. I did have to pour soju for those old asses." She drew a V with her fingers. Kang-yoon felt sorry for all her efforts. "You must have had a hard time. And thank you as well." "Why thank me? It's our work now. Don't tell me you're thinking of something weird because it was drinking. You're no kid." There's no way I would, is there?" Although Lee Hyun-ji spoke lightly, it was a position she earned after a long night of drinking. Kang-yoon resolved to himself that he would do well. After that, he talked about how he settled the song, and Lee Hyun-ji praised him a lot. "You snapped that Lee Woo-sing's stubbornness? Now that makes me refreshed. Well, a good song is the best attack. You really? Sheesh, the contents are top-notch. I guess there's no way he would say anything. Focus on the one, most important thing." That was Kang-yoon's style. Lee Hyun-ji liked this kind of style. After hearing a lot of things, the two ended the morning conference. Lee Hyun-ji departed from the office saying she had something to do, and Kang-yoon also went back to his seat and started working. When Kang-yoon was working, his phone rang. It was from Hee-yoon. Kang-yoon was delighted and received the call after leaving the office. After an exchange of greetings, Kang-yoon talked about how Hee-yoon's song was officially sold. "Wow, it's somewhat mystifying." "What's mystifying? You're a full-fledged composer now. I still can't believe it. A song I made is going to be sung by a singer." Hee-yoon felt somewhat weird. In fact, Kang-yoon was happier about it than her. He told her that the music was under the alias Muse, and told her to wish that it would go well. "Okay then. Oh, did you find any singers that would debut from your company?" "No. I'll have to start looking after this. Please look for one quickly. I have a lot of songs to give out." Fine. Kang-yoon said yes at Hee-yoon's enthusiastic words. Their call ended after wishing each other safety. An audition, Kang-yoon looked up the TV program named Korea One Star. It was an audition that any Korean citizen could participate in and disregarded age, gender, and background. The Seoul Regionals. Looks like there will be a lot of people at least. Seoul had the highest population density in all of Korea. It was likely that there were many talented people as well. Although appearing on TV was important, there was also the implication of having to find a talent if he could find one. Even small entertainment companies would have to have trainees if they wanted a future. As a small company, it's probably impossible for us to have a lot of trainees, so should we go with a solo singer? The trend is girl groups. But doing something that everyone else is doing will obviously lead to failure. Kang-yoon was agonized. It wasn't easy to pick trainees. Trainees were precious existences for small companies like World Entertainment. They weren't treated like spare tires for a car, which would be the case for large companies. It's time. Time flew by while he was immersed in his thoughts about work. Today was the day they recorded Good Feelings. He already said beforehand that he would be present as the composer. Kang-yoon immediately headed to Laurel Entertainment. When he arrived, an employee there guided Kang-yoon to the studio. The members of TNT were already in the booth, and President Lee Woo-sing was sitting in front of the mixer, controlling things. "You're here." "Hello." Kang-yoon greeted him and stood behind him. The members of TNT also waved their hands at Kang-yoon. Jin Se-ah was getting ready to record. "Did you divide the parts?" "Yes, we just need to record now." President Lee Woo-sing was full of confidence, as though to say that everything was ready to go. Kang-yoon took a step back. The recording began. "You are the greatest gift. Wait for me." Jin Se-ah did the intro. Like her outgoing personality, her voice was also quite strong and thick for a girl. "Isn't this too strong for the intro?" Kang-yoon was confused. This song wasn't a kind that was supposed to start off loudly. "Se-ah, the sound is a little weak. Can we do it again after raising it a little?" But unlike what he thought, President Lee Woo-sing asked for a stronger voice. "Yes." The recording resumed. The voices of TNT became stronger and stronger, but the white light in Kang-yoon's eyes kept dimming. This was literally a waste of energy. "This is not it." Kang-yoon shook his head. He felt as though the song was being interpreted wrong. It was the same afterwards. With this song, Kang-yoon pursued ease of singing that would stick to anyone's minds. However, President Lee Woo-sing kept adding effects like echo when he pursued this song. "Now I know why this place is so bad. This guy just didn't have any senses." This was the conclusion Kang-yoon came to. The white light became weaker and weaker. At this rate, the song would go haywire. After watching quietly for a while, Kang-yoon eventually stepped up. "Why don't we try loosening a little at this bit?" President Lee Woo-sing looked back at Kang-yoon, who stayed quiet all this time. His eyes filled with displeasure. Really? There was no way Kang-yoon did not know the implications behind that gaze. However, he continued on with his opinion while pretending not to notice it. "As you said, President, it might be good to emphasize that feeling. However, I think that we might be able to add more rightness to the song if we loosen it up a little." President Lee Woo-sing's reactions were very bland, as he did not like someone interfering. However, it would be bad to ignore the original composer's opinions. He turned around to the mic after saying he understood. "Say, Sol, can we loosen up at the feeling part?" "Okay." The reply came, and President Lee Woo-sing resumed the recording. "I know that feeling of being in love, the feeling of excitement." Kim Se-sol loosened up a little. Then, the sound became softer. When her notes were mixed in, the light also became stronger. President Lee Woo-sing involuntarily made a noise as though he felt something. Kang-yoon's opinions wasn't anything big, but it made a clear difference. However, he didn't say anything since he didn't want to admit it. Sheesh, what a stubborn man. Kang-yoon clicked his tongue. However, he didn't stay still anymore. This guy's musical senses were definitely terrible. Kang-yoon gave light advice when he felt something strange. Just enough so that he wouldn't scratch the other guy's pride. It was his own way of respect. Perhaps thanks to Kang-yoon's advice, the recording speed got boosted. President Lee Woo-sing didn't seem to like listening to Kang-yoon, but he didn't just ignore them either. He didn't hide his displeasure, but it wasn't like he could simply ignore Kang-yoon's opinions. This was the power of the original composer. Like that, the first verse ended and rest came. President Lee Woo-sing left for a smoke. and Kang-yoon sat down for a little. He felt quite tired after standing throughout the entire recording session. However, a lady approached him. It was Kim Se-sol. "Excuse me, composer. What is it?" As they weren't that close yet, Kim Se-sol didn't call him by name. Kim Se-sol carefully spoke to Kang-yoon. "I have a question. I'm doing the chorus for the second verse, but I can't think of how I should sing that part." "Oh, really? What do you think you should do then?" "Me? Well," Kim Se-sol spoke after a moment of thought. "First, this is a retro-style song and a bright one, and it still has to be different from the first verse. But Jung-hyun gave it power in the first verse, so that's why I'm worried about the second verse. I don't have as loud of a voice as Jung-hyun." Kim Se-sol sighed in worry. Kim Se-sol and Ju Jung-hyun were the two main vocals of the team, but Ju Jung-hyun had a stronger vocal power. Kang-yoon picked up a note and a pen before speaking while writing some things down. "Well, in my opinion, we should record from scratch with Miss Jung-hyun, but that's the president's right, so I can't help that. Since this is the case, why don't we try something different?" "Something different? If the first verse was powerful, we should add some characteristics for the second one. We'll add some effects to the voice to give it a different feeling. Your voice is more suited to adding effects, so I think that would be good." "Ah, okay." Kim Se-sol seemed to be relieved of her worries as she left with a smile. The resting time ended, and recording session began. Again, thanks to Kang-yoon's advices, the recording went smoothly. He could see President Lee Woozing getting tired of it, but he did not stop. If the light from the song shook even a little, Kang-yoon spoke without hesitation. "Se-sol, it's your turn." When the recording progressed like that, Kim Se-sol's turn came. She went into the booth and grabbed the mic. "If you know how I feel, tell me, Lulu." Kim Se-sol's song ended, and President Lee Woozing spoke into the microphone. "Se-sol, it's a little bit weak. Should I add some more power?" At that time, Kang-yoon spoke up. "The first verse was powerful already. Wouldn't it be rather repetitive to go with powerful for the second verse as well? She has a good tone of voice. I think it would be better to just mix it." "Ahem. Is that so?" "Yes. Miss Se-sol's vocal power might be lacking compared to Miss Jung-hyun, but her tone is clear. If we mix it well and edit it later, I think we'll have a good melody." "If you say so." President Lee Woozing nodded with a displeased expression, and as Kang-yoon had said, he added a few effects before resuming. "If you know how I feel." President Lee Woozing was extremely surprised. He didn't even add that many effects, but the feeling was drastically different from the first verse. The melody was now a lot easier. He could feel that. He couldn't deny it anymore. This was the real deal. Without speaking anything, he replayed the recording back into the studio and the booth. Wow! After hearing it, the members of TNT widened their eyes. Even the owner of the voice, Kim Se-sol, doubted whether this was her voice or not. It felt like it stuck to the mind a lot easier and made them feel that they wanted to listen to more. "Thank you, composer." President Lee Woozing bowed towards Kang-yoon from the bottom of his heart. Kang-yoon only shrugged his shoulders. Midnight between Friday and Saturday, the members of TNT, who had just finished their debut at a TV station, were gathered around a computer. Hey, is it there yet?" When Jin Se-ah asked, Kim Hyo-rin told her to look at the lock. Jin Se-ah pouted, saying that she couldn't help it. "It's here." Around 5 minutes after midnight, the song Good Feelings appeared at the bottom. The ranking was 98, rock bottom. Hey, play it now." To raise the rankings, the members all played the song on all the devices they had, computers, their phones, etc. "We should have bought more computers. Where do we have the money to?" Lee Min replied to Ju Jung-hyun's words, and the rest of the members were all talking about the rise and fall in the rankings. Like that, 1, 2. 4 a.m. Everyone couldn't fall asleep. "Damn it, it sure isn't rising. Maybe because it's the night," complained Kim Se-sol. The current ranking was 91. "Did we get too excited? Let's sleep since we have a schedule tomorrow." Eventually, everyone went to their rooms and slept under the leader Kim Hyo-rin's words, wishing that their rankings would have rose when they woke up. And the next day, when Lee Min checked the first thing in the morning, it was at 88th place. Other singers get first as soon as they release, too. Are we those singers? Just saying. When Ju Jung-hyun expressed her disappointment, Jin Se-ah added. Everyone felt rather disappointed. And a few days later, although they checked frequently while running events, but the rankings only went up to the 60s. The members were all slightly happy at the better results than before. However, they were disappointed as well as they thought that they would go up to the 40s at least. Huh. So it's an ordinary one this time. Kim Se-sol, who was checking for the comments on her phone in the van, sighed. Although none of the others said anything, they felt no different from her. A week passed since the release. Kim Hyo-rin woke up first, as always, and stretched her body before washing her face. As always, she started the day with checking the rankings of the song on the computer. However, eek! She, who was always calm as the leader, screamed after looking at the computer screen. Chapter 85. 3 years later, a new beginning 5. Uni, what is it? Jin Se-ah was surprised by the scream from the living room and rushed out. The other members all rushed out to the living room after hearing their leader, who was normally very calm, scream. Uni, what happened? N. Number. Kim Hyo-rin only pointed at the screen with shaking hands, so no one understood anything. Jin Se-ah looked at the computer. 0747 good feelings T and T. What? Everyone gasped. They jumped 47 places and were now placed in the top 10. What the hell is this? Even Lee Min, who was rarely surprised, gaped her jaws in shock. It was needless to say that the other members were equally as shocked. Call the president immediately. Among everyone's excitement, Min Hyo-rin called President Lee Woozing with her phone. The top 10, huh? That's quite high. Lee Hyun-ji, who was monitoring it, couldn't hide her surprise. Really? Kang-yoon only smiled lightly while drinking the coffee Young Hae-jin gave him. Looking at you, I feel like you saw this coming. Really? Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Then, he spoke on after sipping the coffee. The producing side of Laurel was a bit of a pity. If that was better, then the reaction would have been better as well. Well, we can't help it since his skills are only subpar. It seems like your advice played a big role. But rather than that, the choreography is quite good. Their accents are on point. The leader has good senses, as well as experience. She's quite the unlucky fella. After watching the music video, Kang-yoon was surprised by Kim Hyo-rin's dance. He even felt that she was lowering her skills intentionally to match the rest of the team. The fact that the song was in the top 10 meant that the public would know about the group. After all, many people from all over the country must listen to the song for the rankings to go up. So, it's about time we did the next thing. Yes, now there's only the receiving part left. President Lee Hyun-ji laughed at Kang-yoon's words. You know what? The more I look at you, the more I think you act on practical benefits. You should have had a hard time dealing with that old-ass Lee Woozing, too. Did you know that it will come to this? Maybe. He probably didn't know that our song would go so well when we signed the contract. Well, he tried to abandon the music with all sorts of excuses, so he probably accepted such a contract. He's a fool, all right. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders while thinking about the contents of the contract. Once in the top 10, a percentage of all profits gained from the song must be paid to the composer. Instead, the cost of rights to use the song was lowered. Thanks to that, President Lee Hyun-ji could get him to sign the contract easily. President Lee Woozing tried to abandon the song with various excuses, but he could not think of one, and things eventually lead to this. Well then, I'm off to collect some money. Watch your words there. Seeing Lee Hyun-ji speak like a lone shark, Kang-yoon jokingly warned her. However, he also felt relaxed after enduring it for such a long time. Was the audition program this week? Kang-yoon called the number he got from Lee Hyun-ji. A producer of the programmer answered the call and notified Kang-yoon of the schedule. When he asked if there was anything to prepare, he was replied that only himself needed to be there. Also, he was warned that he may be physically fatigued as there would be a lot of people. Okay, before the shoot, there will be an interview with the writer of the program. Is there anything else you need? Kang-yoon asked him that he would be represented as a CEO of a company. He was doing this to advertise the company after all. The producer gave a positive reply. After the call, Kang-yoon downloaded the audition program videos that took place until now and watched them. There are a lot of styles. From judges that blatantly shouted at the candidates, to those that praised but gave them a fail, as well as judges that silently did their markings. There were a lot of styles. The most eye-catching one was without a doubt the one that shouted and drove the candidates to the bottom. However, they had their charms as well. They said that it was to motivate them to do better. This kind of style grabbed attention and produced some news articles as well. So, all in all, it's a TV program. It was an audition, but at the same time, it was a TV program. After everything that's said and done, it was done to grab viewers at home. So, the judges were writing dramas in various styles. Even Kang-yoon thought that he might do that as well. When he was thinking, he got a call. It was from Lee Hyun-ji. She spoke of her matter immediately. Everything went as the contract stated. We'll receive the money by today. Thank you for your work. You must have had a hard time. Not really. Oh, President Lee Woozing wishes to call you. Should I hand it to him? When Kang-yoon gave the okay, the caller switched. Composer, I'm Lee Woozing. Yes, President. Congratulations to you. Thank you. Thanks to you, the results were good. I thank you again. Good greetings were exchanged. President Lee Woozing didn't have that complaining tone anymore. Not at all. Thanks for your hard work as well. Not at all, no? It's all thanks to you. That attitude. There was definitely something he wanted from this. Probably something like lowering the contract conditions. Kang-yoon knew that well. Of course, he wasn't going to do that. Oh, I must apologize. I have a different call. I'll call you next time. Composer, come. Kang-yoon ended the call. He waited to see if he called back, but there were no calls. You deserve that. The superior position in this contract was flipped. I apologize. I don't think I can go there alone. Lee Hyun-ah voiced her thoughts to the scouter of Yerong Entertainment. I wish that we could have a better relationship, but okay. Let us meet next time if fate allows us to. The scouter from Yerong Entertainment gave Lee Hyun-ah a business card while expressing disappointment. Lee Hyun-ah received the business card and put it in her bag. Man, maybe I'm missing an opportunity because of that oppa. Left alone inside the CAF, Lee Hyun-ah drank the rest of the Americano and grumbled. However, her expression looked as though she was relieved. Well then, I'm not so busy anymore, so let's go hit him in the chest. Having drunk the coffee, Lee Hyun-ah was about to leave through the front door. However, excuse me, miss. Sorry? Is something wrong? You haven't paid. Sorry? Didn't the woman that just left pay? She only paid for one person. Lee Hyun-ah felt absurd after seeing the meticulous, going Dutch, individual pays for himself/herself, from the businesswoman that seemed to imply that their fate ended there. Wow. Appa, what is all this money? Hyun called Kang-yoon after seeing so much money in the bank account. What do you mean? This is all the profit from the song this time. I'm not sure about the cost of rights to use the music, but I got loads from the extras. You're one capable man. I must get the proper payment for a good song. Eat some nice things with that money. Okay. Kang-yoon was delighted to give Hyun so much pocket money. To be exact, he was planning to give Hyun all the composer rights, but Hyun left the money with Kang-yoon saying that he should use it for managing the company. Kang-yoon was proud to see her sister's growth over these years. After telling her to beware of boys, Kang-yoon ended the call and stood up. Today's was the filming day of Korea One Star. Kang-yoon headed to SBB TV station in Seoul. Hello. Hello. Kang-yoon headed inside the station with the assistant director that came out to meet him. He leads Kang-yoon to the makeup room. He had his hair done and put on some light makeup. This feels awkward. Although he visited TV stations many times, this was the first time he would be appearing on any program. Although it was a special guest appearance, he felt very fresh. It took around 30 minutes for the stages to be set up. Kang-yoon headed to the waiting room. Today, veteran singer Lee Jae-hyuk and composer Moon Sang-jae were there. Kang-yoon greeted them and got ready. One of the programmer writers entered and they started an interview. He asked about their standards for their judgment today, as well as their preferred genre of singers. Kang-yoon was interviewed last. What kind of candidates are you planning to pick? When he was asked that, Kang-yoon answered after a little bit of thought. I wish to pick a candidate that has a unique trait as well as skills. Do you have any candidates that you have your eyes on? He didn't specifically have one, so he shook his head. After the light interview, the judges took their seats. The audition started like that. Although this was the second round of auditions, there were still a lot of candidates. Although each of them got less than 5 minutes worth of time, the endless numbers of candidates exhausted the judges. My heart to the sky. Wait. Did you not have breakfast today? You sound too powerless. Sorry. This is an audition. Try again. Singer Lee Jae-hyuk was like a roaring tiger towards the applicants. Sitting in the center, he glared at the applicants through his sunglasses. Moon Sang-jae supported his words as he branched off the candidates. Kang-yoon was also judging the people coming on stage. He was looking at the light emitted by them while saying some comments. However, there was a problem. Why is everyone so stuffy? It was gray light everywhere. Not only that, Kang-yoon was now more influenced by the musical lights. It was hard to endure this audition venue that was filled with gray light. He tried his best to endure by drinking lots of water. However, the stuffy feeling did not go away so easily. They continued the audition without even eating. Number 701 entering. With the assistant director's notification, a girl clad in school uniform entered with a guitar. Hello, my name is Kim Jimin. I'm 17 and I currently go to XX Girls High. Please take care of me. All the judges were fixated on the guitar behind the girl's back. The first one to ask was Lee Jae-hyuk. So you play the guitar? Yes. I liked playing it since I was young. Really? He seemed to be interested and urged her to play. Then, the girl started playing on the seat that was prepared for her. At that time, Lee Jae-hyuk coldly spoke. Wait, aren't you going to tune? I forgot. Tuning. Nervousness made her forgot about the most important thing. Kim Jimin finally took out the tuner from her bag, but there was no way the judges would wait for that. Forget the guitar. What have you prepared for us today? A song called Romance. Oh, that's a hard one. Go ahead, then. The song Romance was a high-pitched song sung by a veteran female singer. Lee Jae-hyuk's eyes shined in interest. Kang-yoon was the same. Kim Jimin did a light vocal exercise and started singing. The romance I dream of. Quiet and soft, Kim Jimin's voice rang out. Lee Jae-hyuk and Moon Sang-jae closed their eyes and admired her song. Strong. Kang-yoon was surprised. The white light from the purple notes was getting stronger as the song progressed. Lee Jae-hyuk and Moon Sang-jae were humming under its influence. However, go slowly, Roman. Due to her nervousness, she messed up a tone. Thanks to that, Lee Jae-hyuk and Moon Sang-jae's eyes abruptly opened. Kim Jimin ended up stopping there as she was surprised by their reactions. Lee Jae-hyuk and Moon Sang-jae shook their heads in disappointment. Her voice was very good, but it felt as though she was lacking something. Lee Jae-hyuk started his evaluation first. Your voice is very good. Thank you. But you're too nervous. You must learn to relax a little bit more. And right now, only your voice is good. Come again after you get used to this kind of stage. For me, he pressed X. It was a fail. Kim Jimin lowered her head. There were 2 votes left. I'm not that much different from Mr. Lee Jae-hyuk's. You have a good voice, but I wish you could practice some more before you come again. Moon Sang-jae pressed X as well. 2 out of 3 gave an X. This was a fail. Thank you. I wish I can see you again at this place next time. Without even looking at Kang-yoon's result, Kim Jimin left. Looks like she was disheartened. It's a pity. Her voice was really good. Lee Jae-hyuk and Moon Sang-jae talked about Kim Jimin. Her voice was good, but it was too early for her to get a pass. This was their opinion. However, Kang-yoon was different. If she relaxed a little more, she would be really good. Looks like I'll have to see her again. Just the voice was good? Not in Kang-yoon's opinion, no. Among the trainees Kang-yoon saw, there were rarely any that could produce such a clear white light. He stood up from his seat, as though something tugged his mind. Can we have a little rest? Should we? I'm hungry too. When Lee Jae-hyuk agreed to Kang-yoon's request for a rest, the program was paused. Kang-yoon immediately left and looked for Kim Jimin. Where is she? However, she wasn't in the lobby. When he asked the staff in the lobby, he got the reply that a girl with a guitar had just left the lobby, and he ran out. Fortunately, he could see the girl not far away from the building. Kang-yoon ran. Wait. The girl turned around at Kang-yoon's call. Sir Judge. Pant. Looking at the girl's confused expression, Kang-yoon made a bright face. Pho, I was looking for you. For me. The girl, Kim Jimin, looked at Kang-yoon with very confused eyes. Chapter 86. The Princess of World 1. Please, sit comfortably. Kang-yoon offered a seat to Kim Jimin on one of the benches. When she sat, Kang-yoon bought a canned coffee from a vending machine and held it out to her. Thank you. Kim Jimin expressed her thanks to Kang-yoon receiving the hot coffee. Although it was spring, warmth was still precious as the winds were still cold outside. Kang-yoon spoke of his mind while warming his hands up with the coffee. I found it slightly disappointing that I couldn't listen to your song for long enough. What? Kim Jimin suddenly panicked due to the unexpected words. You didn't even see my results and just left. That's Regardless of Kang-yoon's results, there was no next time. If she stayed here any longer, then it would just become a more painful injury. So, she didn't want to stay there. But this guy, he was quite strange. I thought differently to the two people. I failed anyway. There's no use in staying here any longer. Kim Jimin was feeling down. She had gone to several auditions. However, the taste of failure was just as bitter as the first time. You may have failed the audition, but it might be an opportunity for me. What? Kang-yoon took out a small card and handed it to Kim Jimin. It was a business card. World Entertainment, Lee Kang-yoon, you were a CEO? If you have any thoughts, then come for an audition later. There's my contact number as well as the address, so you can just use those. Kang-yoon stood up right away. He had to go inside for the filming. Wait. Kim Jimin grabbed him. What is it? This, so. Kim Jimin was confused. She felt as though she received salvation from the depths of the abyss. It was hard to express her feelings of having been chosen after being abandoned for so long. Although she saw this person for the first time today, the fact that he was an audition judge added credibility to his words. You should have school too, so come around this Saturday. 2 p.m. should be good. As for the song, come with anything you're comfortable with. It's fine if you make mistakes like today, so relax and don't get too nervous about it. You'll be showing me a lot of things then. Yes, I'll definitely be there. Kim Jimin shouted with hope as Kang-yoon turned around. This was the first person that acknowledged her. Oops, I'm late. Kang-yoon left Kim Jimin and headed to the studio. World Entertainment? Well, whether it's big or small, I'm okay with it. She gripped her fists. She resolved to herself that she would definitely pass this time. T&T were on a roll with their title song, Good Feelings, by the day. Ranked 7th on one website was just the beginning. Various other music websites also ranked them as 6th and 8th. On top of that, they became more popular with various events. They became a hot potato on social networks as well. As people started talking about them, articles about them started rising, and eventually, they were called by a TV station. Where are we going again? Shooting, duh. You think I don't know? I'm just emotional. Lee Min stiffly replied to Ju Young-hyun's words. The two quarreled for quite a while. During their 2 years of activity, never have they appeared on a weekend 7 p.m. program. And with all 5 of them together, and now, they did. In the flood of girl group idols, it was an amazing feat to appear on a weekend evening program. Especially for groups like them, who were usually bottom of the rung. Sob. Hyo-rin crying again. Jin Se-ah teased the emotional Kim Hyo-rin. Then, she denied it, and the two started quarreling as well. With the song turning out good, everyone was happy. Although they were busy, their hearts were filled with joy. But the president's expression wasn't that good. Kim Se-sol muttered as though she remembered something. Apparently, he used too much money on the song. That's why he doesn't look good nowadays. Oh, really? But isn't becoming popular a good thing? Kim Se-sol was still confused with Ju Young-hyun's reply. Then, Kim Hyo-rin wiped her face and answered. I heard from the Secretary Uni, and apparently, they had to pay a lot of money this time. The president even had to use his emergency funds. Even the emergency funds. Yeah, apparently, it was something about the contract. I don't know the details either. Well, we just need to run a lot of events and earn a lot of money, don't we? Yup. Everyone replied in unison to Kim Hyo-rin's words. Their president had long since lost their trust, so whatever happened to him was out of their interest. An audition? Lee Hyun-ji doubted her ears. During the past few days, she was rarely at the office because of business matters, and now that she came, she heard a surprising news from Kang-yoon. There will be an applicant in the afternoon. Come observe with me. Okay, if it's someone who caught your eye, then I'm curious. Lee Hyun-ji became interested. She already knew that Kang-yoon had good eyes for people as well as songs. However, while he was at MG, he only had to face a select few that were already selected through an audition. She was interested to see what kind of gem Kang-yoon had found from seeing all the people and not a select few, filtered set of people. After eating with Lee Hyun-ji, it was 1 p.m. Kang-yoon brushed his teeth and headed to the basement floor for the audition. There was a small studio in the basement floor. He turned on the lights and turned on the power. Perhaps I shouldn't have bought them used, grumbled Kang-yoon as he saw the mixers and speakers. Although he wanted good equipment, the funds were insufficient, so he bought them secondhand. Thanks to that, he was able to get cheap and good quality equipment, but the feeling of disappointment remained inside him. Normally, Auditions are supposed to be done without any gear, but Kang-yoon was planning to do various tests today. For this, he had to prepare various instruments and set up the mic as well. When he was just about done, the doors to the studio opened. "Director, what is it?" Lee Kang-yoon. However, something charged towards him, and then a heavy pain struck Kang-yoon's body. Ugh! It was a strong body slam. With a shout, Kang-yoon was about to fall over, but he barely held on. "What the? Huh? Hyuna, damn it. I thought you were just tall and had no power, but you are quite strong. I was planning to knock you over. And anyway, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Long hair that reached her shoulders, cute appearance, as well as a tall stature. It was Lee Hyuna. Behind her were Lee Hyun-ji and the band that she belonged to, the Formidables. What is this? Revenge? Huh? Kang-yoon was confused. Never did he imagine that he would get body slammed like this. "Well, I'll let you go for now." Lee Hyuna spoke curtly and put her hand out. "Hello, Appa. It's been a while." "Why, yeah? But you are quite weighty. Are you picking a fight?" Although he was ambushed, Kang-yoon didn't lose out at all in words. After a joyful reunion, everyone sat down around the sofa in the studio. They talked about what happened recently. When they were talking, Young Hae-jin entered through the door. Behind her was Kim Jimin, who was still wearing a school uniform. "Welcome." "Hello." Kim Jimin gasped at the studio as well as the people inside it. Kang-yoon offered her a seat as she was looking around. Kang-yoon told Lee Hyuna that they should talk later and turned around to Kim Jimin. "Have you prepared?" "I did as much as possible." "Really? Then should we see?" When Kim Jimin was about to take out her guitar, Kang-yoon gestured her not to. "Let's try singing first. We have a lot to try out today. Don't be in a rush and just calm down, okay?" "Yes." In the previous audition she had been to, she was allocated 3 minutes to 5 minutes at best. However, this person was a little different. Even while being confused, she exercised her voice and got ready to sing. Then she closed her eyes and started making a half-whisper sound. "Cause you, hold me." Kim Jimin's voice was very clear when it was small and had a slight whisper-like effect on it when it was loud. And that had a charm to it. Moreover, she had a good vocal power. A pure voice that did not go through any sort of tampering started to fill the studio. This is it. The yellow note that came out of her was very distinct. White light was obvious. After listening to around a minute, Kang-yoon told her to stop. "Stop." When Kim Jimin stopped, her eyes were filled with worry. Kang-yoon wordlessly pointed towards the guitar. Then, she took out the guitar. When she was about to sing, Kang-yoon spoke again. "Can you sing the same song?" "Sorry?" "Oh, okay." She didn't know the reason for it, but she still proceeded to play the guitar. When she played the guitar, the blue notes from the guitar and the yellow notes from the voice intermixed and started making white light. However, the light was weaker than before. Looks like her guitar skills need some working. When she did the two together, she lost focus on one thing. The blue notes were fainter than the yellow ones. In Kang-yoon's eyes, the effects of the guitar did not complement the voice. Kang-yoon made her stop after the first verse again. "This time, let's do it in there." Kang-yoon pointed towards the studio booth. Then, Kim Jimin headed inside with nervousness. "Wow, Kang-yoon Appa is being meticulous," whispered Lee Hyuna from the back. Lee Hyun-ji added in. "She's the first trainee candidate, so yeah." "The first?" "Oh." Hearing those words, Lee Hyuna started observing carefully again. Kang-yoon had no idea what was happening back there. So he turned on the mixer and set the microphone to the standard settings and told Kim Jimin to connect the guitar to the line input. The line input was connected, and her voice started ringing out the studio along with the guitar. "Can you try the same song again?" After they were ready, Kim Jimin started singing on Kang-yoon's signal. The speakers started producing musical notes as well as white light. However, the light was stronger than last time. The sound quality becomes better through the microphone. Now that's something innate. Kang-yoon was ensured. His eyes weren't wrong. Kim Jimin thought that they would end on the first verse as well this time. But Kang-yoon gestured her to continue. Then, she sang all the way to the end and exited the booth after leaving the guitar to the side. "Well done, Foa." This was the first time she sang inside a booth. Although it was nerve-wracking, it was also fun. Seeing Kim Jimin's lively expression, Kang-yoon also smiled. "Well then, welcome to World Entertainment." "Yes, President." "Huffed, just call me sir." "Okay." No more words were necessary. Kang-yoon noticed Kim Jimin's talents, and Kim Jimin grabbed Kang-yoon's hands. Like that, she became the first trainee of World Entertainment. Kim Jimin greeted with Lee Hyun-ji, as well as the families of World Entertainment. Kang-yoon told them to treat her well, as she would be the new addition to the family. Lee Hyun-ji said that was natural as she approached her, and Young Hae-jin told Kang-yoon to relax, as she would treat her well, saying that Kim Jimin looked cute in her uniform. Did I just give fish to a cat? Kang-yoon sweated cold sweat at their dangerous words. Miss Jimin, then should we go somewhere else? Lee Hyun-ji headed to the office with Kim Jimin to talk about the contract. Left inside the studio were Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ah, as well as the rest of the band. She sings quite well. This is just the start. She's a sore stone that needs polishing. Kang-yoon shook his head at Lee Hyun-ah's words. In his view, this was just the start. He was planning to polish her well before her debut. Kang-yoon cleaned up the studio. He turned off the power and cleaned up the cables. Lee Hyun-ah approached him as he did so. She was now about to speak to him about the real reason why she was here. Kang-yoon stretched out his back while cleaning the cables. Appa, can you accept us too? The entire band. Yes. Seeing Lee Hyun-ah carefully speaking about it, Kang-yoon quietly put down the cables. He did foresee this from the moment she stayed here during the audition. Kang-yoon felt that the talk was going to be long and asked all of them to sit down. I've heard that you were contacted by Yerong last time. I've refused that for sure. I don't want to be separated from my team. Lee Hyun-ah's opinion was firm. The rest of the team seemed to feel sorry, as they had complicated expressions. Kang-yoon looked around at everyone and spoke calmly. Is there a reason you want to come here? There's that we're close to you, Appa, but it's more so to do with the fact that you were famous at MG, I guess. I'm famous. You're the planner for Edios, aren't you? Lee Hyun-ah had found out about that as well. While Kang-yoon was shrugging his shoulders, she went into the topic. Appa, please accept us. Not only her, Kang-yoon could feel desperation from all the members. However, Kang-yoon couldn't nod his head so easily. It was very hard to succeed as a band in Korea. He couldn't just accept them just because he knew them. Do you know why bands are hard to succeed? No. There was no way Lee Hyun-ah would know details like that. Kang-yoon calmly explained. These days, the major source of income for singers is not from selling songs. It's events. For example, let's say you earn 10 million won, 10,000 US dollars, every time you go to an event, and there's another singer for the same price to call you. However, the event manager would have to take care of instrument loans as well as the price to all you. Wouldn't it be much better to call the other option instead? If this was overseas, then it might work. However, we live in Korea, and in Korea, we need a strategy that fits Korea. There's a reason why Yerong wanted to scout you alone. Lee Hyun-ah had nothing to say. Being told the logical reason made her run out of any reasons. He was right, but she was still very sad to hear that from him since this was their first meeting in 3 years. Though it might be difficult, if they do succeed, it would be a huge jackpot. Kang-yoon fell into thought as he looked at Lee Hyun-ah. Chapter 87. The Princess of World 2. Although it was Saturday evening, Kang-yoon and Lee Hyun-ji remained at the company without going home. The importance of an employee was different to that of an employer. Young Hae-jin had already gone home, but these two still had some things to do regarding the contract with Kim Jimin. Drinking bitter coffee, Kang-yoon turned his eyes to the papers. She lives with just her grandmother? Kang-yoon couldn't hide his surprise after hearing about Kim Jimin's family situation from Lee Hyun-ji. Looking at her address, he saw that it wasn't far from where he used to live. Kang-yoon was speechless. That place, they even share the toilets. What? Such a place still exists. It's just around the corner of where I used to live. There aren't many toilets, so they are practically shared. I didn't know people still lived there. I'm more surprised by the fact that you used to live there. Now that I think about it, it hasn't been that long since I started getting hot tap water. Lee Hyun-ji was surprised at Kang-yoon instead. She did once see Kang-yoon's resume, but she didn't know that he went through all sort of suffering in a place like that. Kang-yoon thought that Kim Jimin had to have a stable lifestyle first. Although more hunger calls for more desperation and better quality, that didn't work in an era like this. However, there was a problem: money. We can get a small house. It will be better than a shack like that one. Fortunately, Lee Hyun-ji's answer was a positive one. She also thought that their first trainee shouldn't stay in a shack like that. However, there was a problem. I'm not worried about the money since you'll earn it back, but This won't be a vain investment, right? Her worries lay with Kim Jimin. Although they got a proper trainee, the matters of the world were mysterious. Kang-yoon agreed with her worries, but still calmed her down by saying that he would make it happen. I'll have to do my best. Now, we'll be family. That's true. You always move for a just cause like that. It's not just one or two people that fell for that charm of yours. Ha ha ha. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. Eventually, the two came to an agreement that they should get Kim Jimin a dorm where she could live with her grandmother. They also decided that she should practice every day after school. Lee Hyun-ji went off to look for trainers, and Kang-yoon agreed. Like that, matters about Kim Jimin were finished. Next was Lee Hyun-ah. Lee Hyun-ah? Hearing that from Kang-yoon, Lee Hyun-ji crossed her arms. Is a band easy to succeed with? Her opinion was that it was very hard. What did you reply with? I said that I will think about it. A band is a very hard item to succeed with. I can't just accept them on behalf of friendship. She must have been disappointed. She might have thought that you were a high pass. Work is work. Lee Hyun-ji nodded at Kang-yoon's words. Running a company wasn't a joke. Accepting an entire group on behalf of friendship was a hard thing to do. In your opinion, do you think Lee Hyun-ah and her band have a chance to succeed? Kang-yoon didn't voice out his opinions that easily. Lee Hyun-ah definitely had her own charms. She was going beyond the Hongdae goddess position in the indie band world. Moreover, she could even write songs as well. As an individual, she was a very talented singer-songwriter. The problem was the band. Can the individuals of the band succeed as a star? Can they succeed as a band in the major world? Considering all that, it was hard for Kang-yoon to come to a decision. Lee Hyun-ji also seemed to notice his worries and added, a band is definitely difficult. A lot of people came out as a band in the past and screwed up. Moreover, they are of mixed gender, so it will be hard to gain fans. Kang-yoon agreed with her. However, there was something that tugged his heart. A band, a band, in the end, gains profit through performances. He could just give up on them. But something just didn't seem right. Kang-yoon's worries didn't settle. Kim Jimin felt that everything was a dream. Lee Hyun-ji came to her school and processed documents about early leave for every day as she would become a trainee. As this all had the agreement of her guardian and had legitimate documents about her from the company, the school allowed it without much hassle. Though, they found it slightly disappointing since it was a small company. Jimin, did you really become a trainee? That's awesome. My friend is a celebrity now? When rumors spread, Kim Jimin became a hot issue among the students. Despite that, she maintained good relationships with her friends. The next change that came to her was the dorms. Kim Jimin had lived in shacks for all her life and was not able to believe the two-room studio apartment in front of her eyes. Wow, it wasn't that big, but it was very neat and tidy. Everything felt as though it was a dream. There was everything necessary with beds and a computer. My dear President, I cannot thank you enough. Kim Jimin's parents grabbed Kang-yoon's hands dearly. She did hear that her granddaughter had become a trainee or something, but she never imagined that she got her a house as well. Kang-yoon also grabbed her hands back. Jimin will bring you to a better place in the future. She'll give us even greater things, so this is not much. Thank you so much. Kim Jimin's grandmother was just thankful. With the matters with the school and living done, they took care of most things. What was left was training. And today was the historic first training. Hello. Kim Jimin finished just the morning classes and headed to World Entertainment. She greeted Young Hae-jin and headed to the basement studio. Welcome. In the studio were Kang-yoon and Professor Choi Chan-young. Kim Jimin nervously greeted towards the professor. After a brief introduction, the three sat down and went to the topic. Jimin, the professor will take care of your vocal training starting today. You have a lot to learn, but singing is the basics of the basics, so you must work hard, okay? Yes, I'll do my best. Kim Jimin's eyes were full of enthusiasm. Professor Choi Chan-young smiled in satisfaction. No, take care of me too. This will be the first time I train someone too. Kim Jimin's eyes trembled, but Kang-yoon explained. He's a professor in Hallyu Arts University. It's the first time he's doing vocal training, but he teaches composing. This opportunity is quite rare. Also, the vocal skills you're about to learn can't be learned from just anywhere, so do your best. A Professor Hyde. Kim Jimin gulped in nervousness. Then, Professor Choi Chan-young smiled and made her relax. After she relaxed a little, Kang-yoon continued to explain. It's called SLS vocal method. and it originated from vocal music, but it can handle pop or classic, as well as all other genres of singing. She wondered if there really was such a magical singing method, but trusted Kang-yoon. When her eyes sparkled, Kang-yoon continued, "It's hard to see effects for people who already learned another vocal method. But I thought that you should be able to learn it since you don't have experience learning any other things. This is quite effective for people who don't have habits in singing. Not anyone can teach it without the proper licenses. So, do your best to learn it." "Yes." Kang-yoon spoke no more. He pushed away the tables in the studio while Kim Jimin sat down. "Here, do as I do." "Aunt." "Ah." Professor Choi Chan-young started from the basics. Kim Jimin sang as she did normally. Then the professor shook his head. "Think as though you're doing it more naturally. Listen to me." "Ah, dash." Kang-yoon sat down and focused his ears on their voices. The professor repeated the same ah sound. The prior sounded like a scratching sound, and the latter sounded more comfortable. "What is the difference between the two?" "I think the first one was more difficult to voice out. The second one sounded more comfortable." "Good. You have good ears." The compliment made Kim Jimin happy. That's where the importance of SLS lies. Comfortably and clearly. If you perfectly digest this voicing method, then you'll be able to voice out even the high notes. "Oh," Kim Jimin exclaimed. She didn't even think about that. "Let's do it then." "Ah, ah." The sound is still a little awkward, right? It's because your larynx is too low. The important thing is to find the right place for the larynx. Again. "Ah, ah." Kim Jimin's vocal training started with the basics. Seeing that the lesson was taking off, Kang-yoon quietly left through the door. In the office, Lee Hyun-ji was hard at work while grabbing her head. Kang-yoon sat down as to not interrupt her. "Band? What do I do with a band?" The band problem was very difficult. How to produce profit out of them? This was a big question. Even if they acted as a unit, the problem of sharing profit was obviously a big hindrance. There was a reason Yerong wanted Lee Hyun-ah alone, but no one has done it yet. The merit of being the first success is definitely there. Moreover, her skills are already approved. Increasing the number of performances and proper marketing should make her a good card. There was definitely merit if he could package the band well. Moreover, there was the foundation that she had piled up in Hongdae, Hongik University District. If the music could be turned a little more mass public-oriented while maintaining the originality of the band, then a good reaction could be expected. If I do decide to accept her, then the important part will be to produce a profit. But it's not like Hyun-ah has talents in acting or TV shows, and there's no way the others do either. In the end, it will be about music. Music, music, huh? Music. Oh. At that moment, something flashed in Kang-yoon's head. The main source of income for a band is a concert. Lee Hyun-ah's foundation is an indie band. Why did I only think about large-scale concerts? Concerts with less than 100 people audience is still a concert. Ha ha. Thinking about it, Lee Hyun-ah was already earning money as an indie band. However, there was a difference between doing it through a company and doing it as an individual or a team. Moreover, he could also expect an increase in quality as she would be able to focus solely on music. With a band, I could earn profits through indie stages and get popularity through TV shows. Once there are enough fans, a large concert to sweep it all? Like that, shouldn't there be quite a lot of profit? Though, not as much as an event. He thought about a part he forgot about. These people weren't the typical celebrities. They were indie singers. The advantage of indie singers was that they had manias, diehard fans. If he could provide a fan service for these specific group of fans and increase their numbers, then there would eventually be a frightening mass of fans. The profit too would be. That's it. Kang-yoon subconsciously shouted out loud. Lee Hyun-ji, who was focusing on her work on the side, was surprised and looked at him. Did something happen? Oh. Kang-yoon momentarily became embarrassed. To strike the iron while it was hot, Kang-yoon immediately called for Lee Hyun-ah. She quickly came to the office of World Entertainment upon call. Drinking the coffee Young Hae-jin gave her, Lee Hyun-ah asked, "What did you call me for?" Lee Hyun-ah's question had both expectation and worry. Before, Kang-yoon did not give a proper answer. However, she still expected something from Kang-yoon, thinking that Kang-yoon would be different. Kang-yoon started to talk. "You wanted to enter our company, right? With the rest of the band?" "Yes. I have something to talk about that. The conditions will be very bad. Is that fine with you?" "Yes." There was hope in Kang-yoon's words. She sparkled eyes and nodded her head. Yes, yes. I knew it, you were. Decide after you hear about everything. The terms aren't that good. You will be sacrificing a lot. Sacrificing. Lee Hyuna was confused by the negative word. However, she already considered not going to Yerong a sacrifice. That's fine. If I was worried about sacrifices, I would have gone to Yerong. Okay, then I'll start with the most difficult part for you. Kang-yoon talked about the distribution of profits. It was about Lee Hyuna's individual income. Kang-yoon said that she would have to share some of her own income with the rest of the members. At those words, her eyes widened. What, my money? Of course, the income from other members will also be shared in the same ratio. However, reasonably speaking, your income will be the highest, meaning you will be making some losses. When Kang-yoon talked about the money, she started hesitating as well. The reality concerning money and the thought of being together with the rest of the team was conflicting each other. Lee Hyuna thought about it for a moment and eventually came to a decision. Okay, then if I sacrifice my portion of the income, then will I be accepted? Lee Hyuna threw a direct question. However, Kang-yoon still said that there were some things left. There's still more. Decide after you hear about it. Honestly, if you enter, then I'd welcome you. This company is still in its initial stages, so rather than me doing something for you, you might feel like you have more family. But it's not like you're going to abandon me, Appa. Why? Yes, that's true as well. You'll utilize the group somehow to produce income. If I come here, that is. She was right. She said that and urged Kang-yoon to speak properly. I'll clear it up for you. If you come here, you'll be put through a lot of suffering. You might even earn less money for the time being than being indie. However, her eyes sparkled at this point. I can guarantee this. The number of performances you do will increase. But the real goal is 10,000 people concert. Her eyes widened. 10,000 people. 10,000 may seem like not that of a great number, but it wasn't such an easy feat. Even she had a hard time believing whether this was possible or not. However, Kang-yoon continued to calmly explain. Your fans until now, and the fans you'll make through TV, your image you'll make in the future. In total, I'm thinking around 2 years. Our company will also have to get ready to digest such a large concert by then. I won't do something rude like asking you to spend your own money, so don't worry about that. Oh, ha ha ha. Lee Hyuna smiled awkwardly. Looking at the current state of the company, as well as her own popularity as a band, this did not make any sense. However, Kang-yoon was the one to say it. She didn't think that it was a lie. Moreover, if the entire band was going to be treated the same, then there was no need to talk anymore. I'll come here. The others will come too. You'll be put through a lot of suffering. Like a lot. You might even resent me. It's fine. It's fine. 10,000. 10,000. She went absent-minded as though she was enchanted by the temptation of the large-scale concert. To a band, a large concert was like a dream. Like that, Lee Hyuna's band, the Formidables, nested themselves in world. President, you didn't say a lot in the show. Today was the broadcasting date for the audition program. Monitoring, Lee Hyunji jokingly complained to him. They said everything before me, so I had nothing else to say. Uft, you should have made up something. Look at Lee Jae-hyuk, he's making up all sorts of things. That applicant is really good too. Like what Lee Hyunji said, applicant number 209 had very cleaning singing, and his attitude was very good as well. However, Lee Jae-hyuk kept asking him for more, saying something was lacking. And that definitely made it through the editing. After that, Lee Jae-hyuk said in the interview that he liked the applicant but thought that he could do better. Compared to the other two, you don't appear that much. Perhaps because you aren't that known yet. When Lee Hyunji jokingly said that, Kang-yoon shook his head. It was difficult to find a gem among the sand. There were people who had good voices, but it wasn't that easy to find people with potential. I think that those two are just celebrities putting on a show. Really? I think your standards are too high. Maybe. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders. This was his first appearance, but he didn't show that much of an impact, and he was slightly disappointed about that. However, there weren't that many talented people either. Moreover, Kim Jimin was edited out, even though she was the true talent. Yes, hello? Oh, producer. While Kang-yoon monitored himself with a disinterested expression, Lee Hyunji answered the call from a producer with a high-pitched voice. Reflecting her business attitude, she never stopped laughing and giggling while on the phone. After the call, She sighed and spoke. President, we got a call from the producer of One Star. It's work. Work? Yes. He wanted you to do an arrangement of a song for one of the top 10. Arrangement? Yes. The cost will be handled by the TV station. You became quite popular with the rise of TNT, right? It's about time you did something again. Kang-yoon accepted and smiled. Chapter 88. The Legend of Resuscitation 1. Korea One-Star Jae-han. Voted most likely to go first. Korea One-Star top 10 candidate, Jae-han, real name Han Sang-ho, became the focus of attention yesterday when he was chosen as the most likely to drop out in the public vote. When the selection and training footage of the top 10 members was released in the episode broadcasted on the 25th, Jae-han received compliments and attention for both his good voice and charming looks. But he was subsequently told off by the judge Lee Jae-hyuk because of his bad pronunciation and poor song selection, and then received the lowest amount of points. The obvious worry on his face during the next few missions made the viewers unsettled. In the vote on the popular social networking website, Twitter, held after the episode, Jae-han was voted as the most likely candidate to leave the show first. Shit. Reading through the news article that was written in Korean, which he was slightly unfamiliar with, Jae-han gritted his teeth. He received a lot of attention once he was selected as one of the top 10, and his name started circulating around the internet. And then, Jae-han is all about his face lol. His pronunciation is so awkward. It must be his face. I swear to God that it's his face that got him selected. The song's meh. Aok. Looking at the comments on the article as well as on Twitter, Jae-han ended up screaming. A poll. Why are they making an article off that? The mass media didn't have good feedback for him. He tried to contact the people he became close to through the joint training, but they should be practicing hard right now. He was completely alone. Motherfucker. He spat out rough insults. It was hard to control his emotions. Lee Hyun-ji was satisfied seeing Kang-yoon's confidence and spoke about the singer. His name is Jae-han. Korean name, Han Sang-ho. Now, doesn't he look handsome? Lee Hyun-ji's eyes filled with bliss as she looked at the picture. Short hair, big eyes, and long legs. The man in the picture reminded her of a model. Kang-yoon shrugged his shoulders and spoke. He does look good, but he has the smallest support from the viewers. Voted as the most likely to drop out in the poll. He sings well, but his pronunciations aren't that good. No matter how good his voice is, if the words don't get spoken properly, it's not much different from baby mumbling. But the singer doesn't sing English songs and is stubborn on doing Korean ones. It's like a little girl trying to put on makeup. So the most important thing will be to go with an easier song. Lee Hyun-ji rested her chin on her hands. The stubbornness of a singer was one thing, but this guy was about to drop out. Perhaps this was the right situation to use the expression, not as good as he looks to be. The next day, Kang-yoon met up with Jae-han in the office. Young Hae-jin and Lee Hyun-ji were screaming about how handsome he was, but Kang-yoon felt something different. He doesn't have a great expression. Did something happen to him? Was it nervousness prior to a stage? Or some other element of worry? Thinking about various things, Kang-yoon started talking with Jae-han. Jae-han played the song he wanted to sing on the next round from his phone. Below the Sky Without You? Wouldn't the lyrics be too hard? Kang-yoon shook his head while listening to the song. This song was written in 1999, and the lyrics were poetic. However, it was hard to express it as it had words that were hard to pronounce. As he knew that Jae-han had issues with his pronunciation, Kang-yoon didn't want to recommend this. However, Jae-han was firm in his decision. I like this song. I can express the traditional sentiments of Korea. Now that made Kang-yoon confused. Usually, people who were taught outside Korea have a hard time sympathizing with the illogical expressions of Korea. But this guy, he liked it instead. However, Kang-yoon shook his head. From the old folk tales, on the foggy windows, like the dust, you have to express it properly. Can you do it? Yes. He straightened his shoulders in confidence. Kang-yoon could hear awkward words in his voice right now. But where is he getting all this confidence from? He shook his head. Looks like there's a need to tell him the truth. Okay then. We need to see how good you are. So, can you sing it once? Kang-yoon came to a decision and let Jae-han into the booth. Then, he prepared a track. When the track was ready, he spoke into the mic. Have you memorized the lyrics? Yes. I've set the microphone, so let's try singing it. Along with his words, the music started playing. The instrumental part ended. and Jae-han's singing started flowing out. From the OHD folk tales, on the foggy windows, like the dust. Oh, you leave, my heart. Kang-yoon burst into laughter. He had such a charming voice, and the voice said that. This felt really unbalanced. The two women behind Kang-yoon's back also blinked several times at this reversal. Jae-han, who didn't know what the reaction was like outside, sung with passion. In the end, Kang-yoon stopped Jae after the first verse and let him out. He didn't say anything and made him listen to the recording. Oh, the awkward song that was recorded just now played back in the studio. Jae-han also had ears. He wanted to hold a hide in after listening to that awkward song. Seeing the two women trying their best to hold back their laughter, he felt even more embarrassed. His gripped fists trembled like mad. Kang-yoon gestured the two women to leave and spoke. Until now, you may have survived thanks to your voice and your looks, but if you keep doing this, I can't help you. Agreeing with Kang-yoon's words, Jae-han nodded his head repeatedly. He came to himself and faced reality. And then, he resolved himself. After that, the two started going through a list of songs to choose from. After tasting defeat, Jae-han didn't say anything to Kang-yoon. This recording incident was an insult to his life. He was angry about the news articles, but now that he learned the truth for himself, he wanted to hide in a hole somewhere. He also didn't forget about Kang-yoon's consideration of him when he sent the two women out. If you are going to go with a Korean song, I recommend something easier to sing. Jae-han accepted Kang-yoon's offer. Monitoring through TV and monitoring the voice through the booth had a lot of differences. Jae-han chose the song carefully. Since he only had one song in mind, it took longer to choose. He played all the music available in the studio, including vinyl records, CDs, and MP3 files. However, it was hard to find the one he liked. While Jae-han was going through the songs, Kang-yoon taught Kim Jimin at the back of the studio. This is perfect fifth. If there's a sharp hashtag on the third. Major. Good, that's the basics. You learn quick. Until now, you learned the guitar through imitating, but you must learn it using harmonics as the basis for the future, okay? Yes. While learning harmonics from Kang-yoon, Kim Jimin drew on the blank music paper. Right now, she was immersed in the joy of learning something she had never had the chance to learn or only learned through looking. While being taught theory by Kang-yoon, Kim Jimin asked, "Sir, that person, isn't he the one in One Star?" "Yes, he is. I got a request for an arrangement, so he's going through the songs." Wow. Kim Jimin looked up to Kang-yoon. Receiving such gazes from a teenage girl, Kang-yoon became slightly proud of himself. His voice now had more power when he taught Kim Jimin. While they were immersed in harmonics, Jae-han called for Kang-yoon. "Have you chosen?" "Yes. I'll go with this one." Kang-yoon had a look at the vinyl record that Jae chose. It was a song named You. My dumb head may not feel anything, and my dry mouth may not say anything. He wasn't asked to, but Jae started singing comfortably. The awkward pronunciation from before was gone. Kang-yoon listened for a while before he spoke. "Good. Although the song is a little old. The arrangement is your job." This time, Jae-han smiled. Kang-yoon said okay and extended his hand. "I shall answer your expectations." Jae-han also grabbed onto Kang-yoon's hand. Wow. Kim Jimin found all this wondrous since this was usually something she saw through the TV. Hello. Lee Hyuna came to World's office with the rest of the band. This was her first official day at work. The others separated to go sign their contracts, while Lee Hyuna headed to the storeroom on the first floor. Kang-yoon had something to show her. "This is our practice room." Looking at the completely empty space, Lee Hyuna muttered emptily. Not to mention sound dampening. There wasn't even cardboard. It was just literally an empty space. However, Kang-yoon spoke calmly as though there was nothing to worry about. "Hey, you're not thinking I'm just going to leave you here, are you? You said you all have your personal equipment, so you just need to install the speakers, a mixer, and the sound dampening foam or some cardboard on the walls. The ceiling isn't too low here, so the sound won't echo as much as you think. I'll make it better than your previous studio, so don't worry about it." "Boo. The basement is better though." "Then do you want to use it together with Jimin?" "No, I don't think that's right." Lee Hyuna shook her head. Rather than everyone sharing good equipment, it was better to have separate spaces even if they had to have slightly worse equipment. She grumbled a little, but she did feel thankful for Kang-yoon's consideration for her and the band. You know how to put up sound-dampening foam, right? What? Though, she still screamed at the sudden reversal of having to install sound dampening herself. Hey, I'm not asking you to do it by yourself. We're going to do it together. You surprised me for a second. Lee Hyuna stroked her chest in relief at Kang-yoon's joke. To indie bands, who had not so good practice environment, putting up sound-dampening foams was commonplace, but still arduous. Kang-yoon spoke the same thing to the rest of the band once they came down after signing the contract. They also seemed to have had a lot of worries about practice environment and rather welcomed Kang-yoon's suggestion. After that, Lee Hyun-ji came down and had a look at the soon-to-be practice room. Seeing the band chatting away, she spoke in worry. Did you say that they will have to do the construction themselves? Yes. We need to save up on money after all. I also told the band as well. They accepted it, saying that it was the natural course of action. Looks like the kids are all nice. Though, I don't want to make them go through such hardships. Lee Hyun-ji smiled bitterly. However, a practice studio was a must. Kang-yoon's opinion was that they should buy more expensive materials and reduce the human resources cost, and Lee Hyun-ji agreed. They had to use environmentally friendly materials and more effective materials for long-term health. This was much better than calling people to put up cardboard. Like that, the studio construction was settled, and Kang-yoon took out the next topic. I think we need a manager. Manager? Oh, that's right. We can't cover for them all the time. Lee Hyun-ji agreed to that. Both Kang-yoon and she had a lot of things to do. Young Hae-jin had a lot of things to do in the company, including accounting as well. There was a need for specialized personnel for the field. What kind of people do you want? A person with more than 2 years of experience should do. I'm thinking someone who could cherish our kids and has some sense in the area. I'll investigate that. As for the pay, this field is quite stingy on wages. Give more than other places. Being a manager is not an easy thing to do, you know? Looks like we'll be in the red for quite a while. Well, we prepared ourselves for that. Lee Hyun-ji said that they should just match the wages with other places, but Kang-yoon shook his head. Once the employees are stable, then they would do better. It's better to treat them well up first. Okay, looks like we'll have to do more for the time being. Once it's stable, they'll also feel a sense of belonging. In the end, Lee Hyun-ji nodded his head to Kang-yoon. As someone who had to manage funds, human resources were the part that took the most money. Being asked to increase it more did make her feel bitter. However, Kang-yoon was looking at a bigger picture. That evening, Kang-yoon started doing arrangements. He listened to the song, used several times repeatedly, and imagined about Jaehan's voice in this song. Let's arrange it so that the high-pitched parts are more emphasized. A groovy R&B style should work well. Kang-yoon controlled the synthesizer to create a drum rhythm. He slightly tampered with the basic 8-beat drums to add more ups and downs, and added the basic melody for you. Then, he played it back only to get a gray light. Ugh! Kang-yoon creased his brows. As he hadn't rearranged the melody line, he was struck by a disaster. He stopped it immediately and started rearranging the melody line. Jaehan's voice was relatively deep, right? Kang-yoon thought back to Jae's voice as he edited the song. He wanted to bring out the rhythm of the song more, but it was hard to do so since it was such an old song. Looks like I should redo the rhythm first. He created a set of basic rhythms and went with the one that he felt was the most appropriate. As a result, another edition of the basic 8-beat rhythm was chosen. When he added the bass line, a splendid frame for the song was complete. Should I see it? He played back the first 16 bars. Then, a weak white light could be seen. Kang-yoon tapped on his feet to see whether the rhythm was good or not. It didn't feel bad at all. So now it's the main line. Kang-yoon started adding things to the mainframe. It wasn't so easy to add things while considering Jaehan's voice. To bring out the best of his voice, it had to feel good, yet simple rather than using fancy instrumentals. Kang-yoon tried his best to bring out the feel while repeating that process. Wow! Kim Jimin, who was learning harmonics in one corner of the studio, sparkled her eyes while watching Kang-yoon doing song arrangements. The sight of a retro music gradually turning into a modern one was a rare sight to see. She quietly approached behind Kang-yoon. She was curious. Sit. Kang-yoon felt her presence and told her to sit. Then, he kept working. This part is like this. When Kim Jimin arrived, Kang-yoon raised the volume. He was planning to show her the arrangement process. Alternating between the mixer, synthesizer, and PC, Kang-yoon's hands moved about busily. So, this is what arrangement is. Kim Jimin's eyes shined while looking at the simple notes becoming more and more beautiful. The chords and the notes on the treble and bass clefs all felt curious to her. The song felt as though each puzzle pieces were finding their places, combining several instruments into one complete piece. That was what arrangement was about. She had a lot of things she wanted to ask about, but she didn't say anything. Kang-yoon was focused and was even sweating. So cool. I'll also. Kim Jimin saw her future inside Kang-yoon's figure. Kang-yoon's figure as he tuned the music and creating something new was unspeakably cool to her. Chapter 89. The Legend of Resuscitation 2. Lee Hyunji's work speed was very fast. It took less than 2 days for her to buy the sound-dampening materials for Lee Hyuna and the band. Soon after, she was also finished with putting up employment ads. Kang-yoon heard from Lee Hyunji only a few days later that Lee Hyunji selected some candidates through the first interview. That was quick. It's just the first interview. There are 3 candidates. Out of how many? 12. Our wages were good, so there were quite a lot of applicants. They'll be coming today, so please take care of the interview. Around 2 p.m., the applicants arrived. Young Hae-jin gave them coffee, while Kang-yoon and Lee Hyunji started the interview. Kang-yoon didn't drag out the interview. He asked mostly practical things from what kind of people they managed to what they thought the industry was heading to. Since he told them to come in comfortable clothing, the applicants came with neat clothes that weren't suits. After one interviewee left, Kang-yoon shook his head. President, what is it? I don't like him that much. He has a lot of experience, but I feel like he will be swept away. Swept away? What do you mean? When Lee Hyunji didn't understand him, Kang-yoon explained. To manage a celebrity, I believe that there is a need for clear personal views on matters as well. A manager must consider the view of the company, as well as the celebrity, and mediate between the two. But the applicants right now feel like parrots instead of mediators. Are those the words from a senior of yours? Pho. Maybe. Kang-yoon sighed. Then, he asked for the final applicant, and Young Hae-jin guided the last applicant to the interview area. This applicant had a tall stature and some heft to him as well. His eyes were sharp despite the naive-looking face. Kang-yoon greeted him and turned his eyes to the letter of personal introduction. Mr. Kim Dae-hoon, 30 years old, 2 years of experience. So, you managed one celebrity for a long time. Jeon Hyo-jin, huh? First-rate actress. She's rumored to be picky, but you managed her for 2 years. Quite the feat, I should say. Thank you, sir. Why did you apply? Kang-yoon gave the most difficult and most annoying question for all interviewees. The biggest reason is the wages. The wages. During my 2 years at the previous company, my wages were frozen. Oh my. Kang-yoon clicked his tongue. Money troubles were the most problematic. His wages might have been frozen due to his lack of ability, but he didn't ask that straight up. He thought that was etiquette. So, you applied because the wages were high. There's that, but I also like the fact that this was a new company. Really? Don't people usually avoid new companies because it's unstable? The company I was at before had several rules since it was a big company. It was stable, and there were systems in place. However, it was hard to go up. However, if it's at the starting level, I thought that I may be able to grow the scale of the company with my skills. This applicant was very challenging, and his words were okay. Kang-yoon asked many other things as well, mostly about practical work. For example, his actions when a celebrity has met with certain circumstances, or his work ethic. Kang-yoon spent quite a lot of time in the final interview. This person was different from the previous two. Kang-yoon had a lot to ask. Kang-yoon took care of all of his questions and ended the interview. After sending out the last interviewee, all the interviews were over. Phew, it's over. Lee Hyunji stretched her arms. Judging other people wasn't so easy to do. Kang-yoon took Lee Hyunji's evaluation of the people and compared it with his own. So, you two like the last one, director. I liked his honesty. And he looks like he won't scheme. But the motivation for application was money. That was a little funny. Was it Mr. Dae-hoon? Looks like I should contact his previous company and ask them how he worked. I'll do that. Don't you have musical work to do? Oh yes. Kang-yoon immediately stood up and headed to the basement studio. He was planning to finish the arrangement that he couldn't finish yesterday. But on his way down, he saw the door to the first floor practice room open. In curiosity, he went inside. There, a little bit to the left. To the left. Hey, it's off angle. With Lee Hyuna's shout, The practice studio was under noise-proofing construction. Kim Jin-dae picked up heavy insulating foam and stuck it on the door and next to the door, while Lee Cha-hee stuck the rest of the sound-dampening materials onto the wall. Lee Hyun-ah went up the ladder and stuck them on the ceiling. Amazing. Lee Hyun-ah's stomach was showing as her shirt was tied up at the bottom, and she was sweating. She was currently working while showing her thin waist. "Oh, President, hello." Kim Jin-dae greeted Kang-yoon first. The band then stopped working and approached Kang-yoon. Lee Hyun-ah, who was on the ladder, also carefully climbed down. "You are amazing. You even climb ladders. 3 years of being indie. This much is natural." Kang-yoon was somewhat proud to see Lee Hyun-ah change so much in 3 years, from the girl that was so shy that she couldn't even hand out her own composition to the rest of the team. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Lee Hyun-ah blurred her words. This was a signal that they should eat. Kang-yoon took out his credit card without saying much. "Eat some jjajangmyeon, black soybean noodles." "Yay." Kang-yoon gave them the card and turned around. He had to finish up his arrangement. While the band was hopping in joy, Lee Hyun-ah pouted instead. "TCH, I was going to ask him to eat together." Hey, Hyun-ah, what do you want to eat?" "Jumbo-sized. The most expensive one." Kim Jin-dae asked, and Lee Hyun-ah replied that. But in the end, the menu was unified into spicy or chili. Lee Cha-hee's opinion that they shouldn't piss off the president so early subdued all of them. Lee Hyun-ah grumbled and stuffed the noodles in her mouth. "You'll become a pig, you know." "Right back at you." Lee Hyun-ah snorted at Kim Jin-dae's words and stole the soup from him as well. "It's done." When balancing, the last process of arrangement was done, Kang-yoon screamed out in joy. Kim Jimin, who was studying harmonics at the back, was surprised and came to him. "Is it done?" "Yup. Want to listen?" "Yes, please." Kang-yoon played the completed song. This was pure music recording without any voice. The several speakers installed inside the studio started generating various colors of music. Then, those notes combined into one and created light. It was a very bright white light. The intensity of the light only became stronger as it went to the chorus and into the climax. "The song's good," Kim Jimin exclaimed. Like Kang-yoon, she tapped her right feet along with the rhythm. She even imitated Kang-yoon's humming. "The song's okay, right?" "Yes. It's so good. I get that feel." "That's good. Next time, try to express some more. Your expressivity will also increase." "Yes." Kim Jimin soon went back to studying. She immersed herself in studying both harmonics and the guitar. Meanwhile, Kang-yoon saved the song onto a USB drive and then contacted Jae-han. Jae said that he will soon be at the company and ended the call. He seemed to be in quite a hurry. Not even an hour later, Jae-han was led by Young Hae-jin inside the studio. Kang-yoon greeted him and let him listen to the song. Jae-han received the score and listened to the song while imagining his voice inside his head. The rhythmic R&B style song captivated him instantly. However, the worry that he may be the first to drop out among the top 10 grabbed his feet. "The song's great. But..." Jae-han paused there for a second. When Kang-yoon looked at him doubtfully, he continued to speak. "I'm not sure if this fits my voice or not. I do like R&B, but..." "Then why don't we monitor it right away? Can we?" Jae-han accepted Kang-yoon's offer. Kang-yoon gave him some time to get to know the song while he prepared for the recording. Jae-han borrowed Kim Jimin's guitar and learned the song while playing it. Kim Jimin looked at that scene with curiosity. After around 30 minutes, Jae-han said that he learned the song. Kang-yoon told him to go inside the booth and turned on the equipment. He set the mic to complement his voice and started recording to monitor it later. "The closed eyes, look only at me." The drum beats and the bass line harmonized, and Jae-han's deep voice started ringing throughout the studio. The blue notes from his voice combined with the notes from the instrumentals and created white light. "It's coming well." Although his pronunciation wasn't perfect, the song still created a strong white light. The fact that he went with something that wasn't hard to pronounce was quite effective. Although his awkward dialect-like words and the weird accents on improper syllables had some problems, this could be fixed through practice later. After the first verse, Jae-han left the booth. He wanted to listen to his own voice as soon as possible. Oh, he became touched by his own voice harmonizing with the music and closed his eyes. He was happy as though he found his matching clothes. However, Kang-yoon said that it was too early to celebrate and shook his head. "You must practice your pronunciation a little more." Although we went with an easier song, you aren't completely there yet. Yes, I'll practice a lot. Really, thank you so much. Jaehan's voice was filled with joy and emotion. Until now, he was always pointed out by the public that he was all about looks and had lots of problems with his pronunciation. But with this song, he felt that he would be able to defeat all of those opinions in one go. He received the score and the USB from Kang-yoon and left World Entertainment. He expressed his gratitude several times on the way out. Kang-yoon said that it was okay and asked him to show something good on the stage. It was a rare holiday today. Although it was, Lee Hyun-ji couldn't rest easy at home. She bought a basket of fruits and headed to S Hospital, the largest hospital in Seoul. There, she went through a simple process and headed to a special room in one of the top floors. Going past several people in suits and medical gowns, there was a door. She carefully opened the door and entered. Inside was a sofa, wall-mounted TV, as well as many other decorations without the hospital bed. This would be mistaken for a hotel room. Well, if it isn't Hyunji. It has been a while, Chairman. On the bed was the one she was meeting today. Chairman Won Jin-moon of MG Entertainment. Unlike before, he had to meet Lee Hyunji with a very pale face. He did raise his voice to greet Lee Hyunji, but his voice no longer had the grandeur of before. The rubber pipe stuck below his nose made him look even sicker. How long has this been? I think it's been more than a year. It hasn't been a year yet. I also came here a lot after I left the company. Did you? He smiled bitterly as though he remembered something bad. Those times were the good times. There was Kang-yoon, and there was you. I miss the days when everything worked out fine. What is this balance between factions? I was too greedy. I only desired for both sides to grow. If I supported one side more, then Kang-yoon should be a director around now too. You'll be my right hand too. If that happened, this would have never happened. Chairman, when Lee Hyunji looked at him with a sad expression, Chairman Won Jin-moon smiled, saying that it was all right. However, his smile was a weak one. No, it's fine. I'm just complaining since it feels so bad nowadays. Jin-pyo, that guy is currently working in my stead, but there's no way the directors are so easy. Damn those stupid men. They sent Edios off to America and Jin-seo off to China. How does that make any sense? Their reasons are grand too. Edios has enough support inside the country. They can come back anytime. Jin-seo also needs to work in a bigger market for her future. In the end, it's all about their own asses, isn't it? They don't even think about that there are new groups appearing in the country. Why do they keep going too far? Chairman Won Jin-moon grumbled to Lee Hyunji. While peeling an apple, Lee Hyunji quietly listened to him. America and China, huh? Those kids must be having a hard time. That's right. Hyunji, what do you think? If it were up to me, I would have objected until the end. Even Jua failed in America after all. Yeah, those guys screwed Jua up as well. But they still can't get themselves together. Just how much loss must they taste before they cough? He seemed to have gotten agitated as he ended up coughing. Lee Hyunji was about to press the bell for support, but Chairman Won Jin-moon gestured her to stop, saying that it was okay. Fortunately, he calmed down quickly. Are you okay? I'm fine. If only my body was in shape, I could have done something. You be careful too. Let your guard down, and you might end up like me. Sheesh, Chairman. Next time, I wish to see Kang-yoon too. I know that he's working without rest, but I still do want to see him. Understood. Lee Hyunji nodded her head. After that, she peeled fruits for the chairman and even took him out in a wheelchair for a walk. Seeing someone who was once the top of the industry falling to such a state, she felt bitter. Hello? I'm the presenter of Korea One Star. Friday evening, Korea One Star's live broadcast began. After today, the top 10 would be reduced to top 8. The viewers, judges, and the audience got themselves ready for the ride. However, the most nervous people were the top 10 who were waiting behind the stage. One of them, named Young Ji-won, heaved deep breaths to calm herself down. The other contenders also calmed themselves down in their own way. Appa, what are you doing? Kang Young-ju, one of the top 10, looked at Jae-han with curiosity. I'm practicing. You can take the pen out of your mouth, you know. Jae-han was practicing his pronunciation. Like what Kang-yoon said, he practiced pronunciation using methods that actors and voice actors used. Kang Young-ju kept watching Jae-han in curiosity, but eventually left seeing that he didn't react much. However, Jae-han still focused on his practice. Waiting time finished quickly. The edited footage of the dorm lifestyle was broadcasted, and each of the top 10 went on to the stage. Good luck. Uni, do your best. Appa, you too. The top 10 cheered for each other. However, they inwardly put up guards, thinking that they shouldn't drop out first. The waiting room was a silent war zone. I love you with my all. Showing fancy vibrato voice, the man before Jae-han showed his performance. The judges gave scores on their own standards, and the viewers that cheered for them showed support by texting. After the song was over, the candidates stood in front of the judges. The leftmost female judge, Hong Se-yeon, a songwriter, started her opinions first. Well done. I have listened to your song very well. This song might have gotten a little slow if you let your guard down, but you still brought out the essence well. However, I personally feel rather regrettable that the beginning and the end didn't balance out well. If you controlled your voice a little better, you could have brought us a song that was done more tastefully. It was a good song. Thank you. As for my score, the LCD screen next to Hong Se-yeon started rising. The score was 92. It was neither high nor low. Following that, Moon Sang-jae gave 94. The problem lay with Lee Jae-hyuk. Well done. I actually think differently from the previous two people. This song, Fate, is all about controlling power. Moreover, in the arrangement, you gave accents on the control of strength. However, that wasn't enough in my opinion, and the song overall ended up less powerful than it should be. It's a little bit of a pity. The reason I tried to stop you from doing this song was because it feels different to listen and to sing. Nonetheless, you have done a good job. As for my score, Lee Jae-hyuk's scoreboard started rising. The score stopped at 86. Today, Lee Jae-hyuk's scores were relatively lower than in the previous weeks. He didn't have a great expression, as though he was disappointed by the top 10. 92, 94, 86. That was this person's score. Thank you. Consoling himself, the man went behind the stage. Mr. Jae-han, are you ready? Yes. Hearing the call from the FD, floor director, Jae-han took out the pen from his mouth. It was time to show what he was capable of. Guided by the FD, he moved towards the stage. Chapter 90. The Legend of Resuscitation 3. The song I will be singing this time is Sir Lee Hyung-chan's You. While Jae-han was walking up to the stage, the audience and the viewers were watching a video. In the video, Jae-han introduced the song he would be singing, as well as why he chose this song and how he would sing it. This song is very important for me. Until now, I received a lot of rebukes due to my inability of proper pronunciation of the lyrics, but I want to show that I can express my emotions through these lyrics. After the short interview footage, the stage lights turned on. Then, the drums and the bass started flowing out of the speakers. Ho! Jae-han's charming humming decorated the instrumentals, and the audience with signs started cheering. However, they were an extreme minority. Most of the others didn't seem to care at all. Jae-han closed his eyes and started singing. Now I can't see you even if I want to, but closing my eyes slow but not dragging, he matched the rhythm with his feet. Jae-han's unique, deep voice added power to the song. He was careful to pronounce each word properly and sang. Now, I can't see anything, cannot say anything. The song went past the introduction and into the development section. The audience felt that the awkward pronunciation of before couldn't be felt anymore, and they could now immerse themselves in the lyrics a lot more. The song's good. It's so. Little by little, people started falling for the song. Not seeming to care, Jae-han focused on the song with his eyes still closed. It does feel awkward not to see the light. Kang-yoon was watching Jae-han's stage through TV at the company. Musical notes and light could not be felt through media. He felt stuffy as he couldn't see the details, but he could feel that Jae-han's song didn't sound awkward anymore. He's really good. So cool. Kim Jimin, who was watching by Kang-yoon's side, became absent-minded as Jae-han sang the climax part of the song. The seemingly not caring audience had now turned into passionate audience as the song reached the climax. Kim Jimin was surprised to see the reactions of the audience. Sir, I think that place is turning into an uproar. I wish I was there. Should I have looked for tickets? I didn't think about that. Looking at the disappointed Kim Jimin, Kang-yoon made a bitter smile. Although he finished the arrangement for the song, he had a lot of work to do as the CEO of a company and didn't think about getting tickets. It was a bit of a pity. I will love you forever. Eventually, the song reached its conclusion and ended in a grand manner. Unlike what the chorus was singing at the back of the stage, Jaehan sang 3 tones higher than the original. The emotional song ended in a passionate song. The only female judge there, Hong Se-yeon, stood up, while a few of the fans stood up as well and cheered. Jaehan didn't seem to be nervous anymore and wiped his sweat with a small smile as he waited for the judges' opinions. The excitement from the song still didn't seem to disappear, yet as Hong Se-yeon barely managed herself to sit down. Well done. Who? This is just the first round of the finals, but I didn't think I would get to hear such a song. The rhythm unique to R and B is definitely there, and the "Can't See You" at the chorus part was sung in a way that wasn't just shouting it out loud, but held back a little more. I think that was the point of this stage. And the climax after the chorus, I can't say anything here. This song was very old, so it should have been hard to rearrange and practice it, but both the storytelling and the emotion telling was the best. My score is. The scoreboard in front of Hong Se-yeon started rising. 50, 60, 70, 80, and 90. Then, the people started cheering. The first digit stopped. At 9, and the second digit started rolling as well. The people started sweating from their hands. 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2. The second digit rolled for much longer than usual. Then, it stopped at 8. The score was 98. Whoa! The audience cheered at the result. This was a very hard score to see. There was no way she could give out full marks already, but the song was good. The score showed a lot of hesitation in the decision. Following that, Moon Sang-jae's scores weren't that much different either. It was 97. With 2 people giving scores above 95, the cheers became even louder. Now, everyone's gazes fell onto the final judge, Lee Jae-hyuk. He opened his eyes and spoke calmly. The first time I heard that you chose this song, I was half doubtful. Yes, this song is definitely easier to pronounce, but I thought that it would be hard to rearrange this song to fit the current trends. But after I listened to it, I thought, oh, this song turned out really good. Jaehan's voice has his unique charm to it, as well as depth, so it's really good to listen to it. But it should have been hard to find a song that fits your voice. A good song and a good voice. You have shown us a splendid combination of the two. My main gripe about it, as always, is the breathing. You must beware of the breathing sounds. Just before you went into the climax, there was a feeling of being slightly cut off. If you could fix that part, then it would be great. It was a good song. As for my score, with A,